In the wilderness, monstrous beasts lurk, celestial demons spiral in the skies, and alien races conceal themselves within otherworldly dimensions. In a world fraught with peril, the populace possesses the ability to awaken their innate talents, harboring the potential to become formidable warriors. Suifeng, a time traveler, is unfortunate enough to awaken the weakest E-rank talent. However, a system descends from the heavens to aid him. By vanquishing hostile entities that threaten humanity, he can accumulate talent points, which can subsequently be utilized to enhance his abilities, skills, and techniques. Thus, Suifeng transforms into a relentless monster slayer, farming luminous ants within the confines of his school. Amidst the rampaging beast tide attacking the city, he slaughters various demonic creatures, and in the Abyssal realm, he decimates countless talented fiends of the demonic race. Consuming 13 million talent points, E-rank talent, Lightflow has been upgraded to SSS rank talent, Divine Light Descendant. Consuming 20 million talent points, D-rank talent, Resilient Skin, has been elevated to SSS rank talent, Sacred Body of the Xuanwu. Consuming 1 billion talent points, Earth rank Sword Technique, Aurora, Eclipsing the Sun, has been refined into the world-destroying sword technique, Star-Shattering Slash. Through the continuous slaying of monsters, years later, Suifeng possesses countless SSS rank talents and divine techniques, including Divine Light Descendant, Sacred Body of the Xuanwu, and Star-Shattering Slash. One fateful day, the towering Beast Emperor, the nightmare monarch who envelopes the heavens, and the demon emperor capable of slaughtering millions with a single punch join forces to invade the Kanglan realm. As the world teeters on the brink of collapse, Suifeng stands atop the Dragon Kingdom, effortlessly slashing through the celestial dome with a single stroke, unleashing a talent-infused punch that rivals the explosion of a planet. Amidst the cataclysm, the three formidable foes and their myriad of malevolent legions are instantaneously reduced to ashes. Consequently, the world trembles, and all of humanity reveres him. Suifeng has transcended to a divine existence. Chapter 1. The Talent of a Wastrel. Class 219, Manhwaedit, awakens the nature-based talent Fire Rain. Rated B. Class 220, Manhwaedit, awakens the superhuman talent Iron Skin. Rated C. Class 222, Lan Aoshue, awakens the illusion-based talent Heavenly Void Eye. Rated S. On the playground of Starfire City No. 2, all senior students gather, eagerly anticipating the awakening platform ahead. The awakening platform, forged from thousands of spirit energy stones, possesses the capability to stimulate latent potential and assist individuals in awakening their talents. One by one, the students step onto the platform as a kaleidoscope of colors flashes above. The robust and vigorous Principal Sun reports on the progress of the students' awakenings. When someone awakens a C-rank talent, the students' reactions are tepid, having grown accustomed to it. However, when someone awakens a talent rated B or higher, a palpable excitement ripples through the crowd. When Lan Aoshue awakens her S-rank talent, cheers erupt from the audience. Having arrived in this world for half a year, my chance to defy fate hinges upon today. In a corner of the crowd, Suifeng gazes at the awakening platform, his face etched with nervous anticipation. This world, known as the Kanglan realm, starkly contrasts with his original home, Blue Star. The wilderness beyond the city is ruled by monstrous beasts, teeming with danger. Above, celestial demons hover in the skies, coveting the mortal realm. In the depths of the abyss, countless alien races lie in wait, their eyes glinting with malice. The peril of this world far surpasses that of Blue Star. Humanity's survival here does not rely on advanced technologies such as artillery, but rather on the prowess of warriors endowed with talent. Humans living in this world are nourished by spiritual energy, and all can undergo an awakening ceremony at the age of 17, with over 90 successfully awakening their talents. The varieties of talents are myriad, ranging from the elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to the fantastical three-headed, six-armed beings with bodies of bronze and iron. Talents are classified into 8 ranks: SSS, SS, S, 8B, C, D, and E. The higher the rank of the awakened talent, the greater the potential of the awakener and the higher their potential achievements. Today, all senior students gather here to partake in this life-altering awakening ceremony. Boldly, whether we become daily patrons of the modeling club or toil laboriously depends entirely on today. Beside Suifeng, the plump Kai Su, sporting 2 small tiger teeth, nervously rubs his hands together. At this moment, Principal Sun calls out, "Kai Su from Class 222, please step up for the awakening ceremony." "Isn't my turn so soon? I'm not ready yet. I'm so anxious. My legs are trembling. Oldly, can you help me calm down?" Kai Su, called upon, turns pale and shakes in fear, unable to take a step forward. "No problem, Brother G." Suifeng delivered a resounding slap. Smack! A distinct imprint of 5 fingers materialized on Kai Shiyuan's plump cheek, and he gazed in astonishment. "Old Li, what are you doing?" Chicken brother, I am merely assisting you in alleviating your emotions. You should feel less tense now, right? Well, I do feel less tense. Oldly, I seem to be growing a bit angry, perhaps even wishing to strangle you. Kai Xuan exclaimed, covering his cheek in frustration. Anger is preferable to tension. Chicken brother, the principal awaits you. You must hurry. Li Suifeng pushed his comrade toward the front of the crowd. Kai Xuan, still covering his cheek, stepped onto the awakening platform. The energy stones beneath his feet shimmered with a radiant glow. The fat on Kai Xuan's body vanished at a visibly rapid pace, replaced by solid muscle. In just a few breaths, he had seemingly shrunk in size. While he still appeared somewhat stout, he exuded a more robust and formidable presence. As a flash of purple light danced across the awakening platform, Principal Sun scrutinized Kai Xuan with piercing eyes and proclaimed, Class 222, Kai Xuan has awakened the dual abilities of the copper body and titanic strength within the superhuman system, with a talent rating of B. Wow! Before the crowd could utter a word, Kai Xuan leapt up in exhilaration. Not only do I possess dual talents, but my rating is also B. This means my future life, filled with glamorous models at the club, is secured. The crowd below stood in stunned silence, while Principal Sun, visibly exasperated, chided, Kai Xuan, step down. Next. Amidst the uproar, Kai Xuan dashed off the awakening platform in excitement, exclaiming, Old Li, your slap not only eased my tension, but also brought me good fortune. I adore you, my friend. He stretched out his arms to give a bear hug. Li Suifeng took a step back, saying, Hold on, chicken brother. You are now among the illustrious elite. You must maintain your image. That is true. A genius must carry an air of pride. Kai Xuan coughed twice, his expression returning to seriousness. As the saying goes, one should reciprocate kindness. Old Li, you have bestowed upon me a fortuitous slap, and as a good friend, I must return the favor with one of my own to assist you in awakening a talent rated B or above. Just as he finished speaking, Li Suifeng was called by the principal and swiftly approached the awakening platform. Old Li, I haven't given you your lucky slap yet. No need, chicken brother. You should keep it for yourself, Li Suifeng replied, not looking back as he ascended the platform, and as the glow from the energy stones beneath his feet flickered momentarily, a sphere of white light appeared above his head. Principal Sun, devoid of emotion, announced, Class 222, Li Suifeng, has awakened the natural talent of Lightflow with a talent rating of E. What? Li Suifeng felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his complexion draining of color. In a world where awakenings determined human hierarchy, talent classified as C or D was still considered substantial, allowing one to potentially attend a second-rate Marshall University and secure a reasonably paying job afterward. However, an E-grade talent represented the nadir of the talent spectrum, lacking any potential for growth. It could scarcely be termed anything more than the remnants of a mosquito. How could he have drawn such a wretched talent? What terrible luck! As he descended the awakening platform, Li Suifeng was in a daze. Even after the ceremony concluded and he reached the school gate, he remained in a stupor. Old Li, the usually cheerful Kai Xuan, looked on with sympathy, attempting to offer comfort. Chicken brother, I congratulate you in advance on your acceptance into a top-tier university. You needn't worry about me. Li Suifeng forced a smile, suppressing the curious gazes of those around him as he hastily crossed the road. Kai Xuan wanted to follow, but upon reflection, he realized that his friend's heart was shattered. No words of consolation could possibly help. It was better to allow him some solitude, so he abandoned the pursuit. I am, after all, a time traveler, yet I awakened such a trivial ability? It is truly a misfortune. In a secluded alley, Li Suifeng extended a finger, at its tip flickering a minuscule orb of light no larger than a soybean. Though golden in hue, the light was faint, and a gentle breath could extinguish it. This was the talent he had awakened, Lightflow. It possesses no offensive capability, no supportive utility, and its brightness pales in comparison to that of a firefly. What use do I have for this? Li Suifeng exclaimed in frustration, flicking his hand, causing the orb to vanish in an instant. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 2, Talent Enhancement. Slaying the glowing ants grants me 1 talent point. A line of text abruptly materializes before my eyes. Has my fortunate boon arrived? As a transmigrator, Li Suifeng is not intimidated. Rather, he is filled with eager anticipation. Is there a panel? In the next instant, further text appears, forming a panel. Li Suifeng. Realm, none. Physique, 1. Mentality, talent, Lightflow, E-grade. Cultivation method, none. Martial arts, none. Talent points. Li Suifeng scrutinizes the panel, unable to suppress his thoughts. Both physique and mentality are at 1, indicative of the average human standard. My realm is utterly uninspiring. I feel so weak. Despite the self-deprecating remarks, Li Suifeng's heart is undeniably elated. This attributes panel is undoubtedly the extraordinary boon bestowed upon him as a transmigrator. With this, his dreary existence may very well be transformed into one of splendor. The number following the talent signifies an upgrade possibility. System, grant me an upgrade. Noticing the peculiarities on the panel, Suifeng attempts to concentrate. In the next moment, system text flashes, consuming 1 talent point. E-grade talent Lightflow is upgraded to D-grade talent Light Sphere. Personal mentality increases to 2. My talent has remarkably ascended from E-grade to D-grade. My personal mental capacity has also risen. Is this real? Suifeng's expression is one of disbelief as he glances at the panel once more. Suifeng. Realm up. Physique. 1. Mentality. 3. Talent. Light Sphere D-grade. Cultivation method. None. Martial arts. None. Talent points. 0. Suifeng covers his mouth, striving to suppress a scream. His talent has indeed elevated to D-grade. His mental capacity has reached 3 points, which is thrice that of an ordinary person. Such a series of transformations, all from a mere casual allocation. It seems I am destined to soar. Taking a deep breath, Suifeng regains his composure and recalls the system text that had first appeared. The talent point I just acquired was due to slaying the glowing ant. Where's the glowing ant? Suifeng instinctively looks down, noticing an ant at his feet, roughly the size of a fingernail. Its brown exoskeleton smeared with blood, it was inadvertently crushed underfoot. Indeed, it is a glowing ant. Suifeng's eyes light up. Not only do humans receive innate talents from the nourishment of spiritual energy, but all creatures also undergo mutations as a result of this energy-s cleansing. For instance, this glowing ant resembles an ordinary ant, yet it emits a luminous glow at night, making it quite conspicuous. Glowing ants are among the most common mutated insects in Starfire City. By crushing one, I can earn talent points. These points can be used to enhance my talent level, meaning that as long as I accumulate enough points, this D-grade talent can still be upgraded to C-grade, B-grade, A-grade, and even SSS-grade talent. By heavens, no one can hinder my extermination of glowing ants. Suifeng exclaims with enthusiasm, then hurriedly bends down to search for more prey. Ants are social creatures. Spotting one signifies the presence of many more nearby. Although the glowing ants have mutated, their social behavior remains unchanged. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Suifeng arrives at a corner of the alley, discovering the ground speckled with glowing dots. These are glowing ants foraging in the darkness. I'm about to strike it rich. Suifeng raises his foot and begins to stomp furiously on the ground. With the sound of relentless thuds, one by one, the glowing ants are squashed. System text flashes continuously before him. Slaying glowing ant grants 1 talent point. Slaying glowing ant grants 1 talent point. Slaying glowing ant grants 1 talent point. In the ensuing moments, countless glowing ants meet their demise beneath Suifeng's feet. As night descends, the alley is shrouded in darkness, with no more glowing points flickering. All the glowing ants have been eradicated. Suifeng opens his panel, and to his astonishment, the accumulated talent points amount to 128. Behind the talent light sphere, a plus sign indeed appears. System, max out my talent. Without hesitation, Suifeng exclaims, and the system text swiftly follows, consuming 120 talent points. D-grade talent light sphere is upgraded to B-grade talent dawn light. Personal mentality increases to 9. Suifeng. Realm 1. Physique, mentalité, 12. Talent, dawn light, B-grade. Cultivation method, none. Martial arts, none. Talent points, 28. I truly am soaring. After reviewing his panel attributes, Suifeng beams with delight. Although he expended 100 talent points, he still retains 28. His mental capacity has reached 12 points, a staggering 12 times that of an ordinary person. Reigning in his emotions once more, Suifeng notices a line of talent details beneath dawn light. Dawn light, B-grade light element talent, once activated, grants a 10-fold enhancement to physical strength and speed. A 10-fold increase in speed and strength? Does this not equate to activating a Scion mode? Let us test the effects. Suifeng takes a deep breath, dispersing his focus throughout his body. In an instant, every pore opens, releasing a golden aura that transforms into a radiant flame. The dim alley is illuminated by this brilliance. A surge of indescribable power wells up within him. There happens to be a garbage bin collapsed at his feet, and Suifeng instinctively kicks it. With a resounding clang, the bin crashes against the wall as if propelled by a cannonball, falling to the ground, twisted into a heap of scrap metal, with refuse spilling everywhere. By heavens, is my kick really that powerful? Even a professional fighter would be crippled. Li Suifeng's expression is one of unrestrained joy as he sprints back and forth in the alley. His speed capable of easily shattering the world record for sprinting. Is this the might of Dawn Light? It is astonishingly brutal and ferocious. Li Suifeng cannot contain his laughter, but soon feels a wave of fatigue wash over both his mind and body. It seems that continuous use of his talent has drained his mental energy. I should return to replenish. With a smile, Li Suifeng exits the alley, jogging home. Brother, what talent did you awaken today? Upon entering the house, he is greeted by Li Jiue, dressed in a white dress and sporting 2 ponytails, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. Ah, it's Yaya. Li Suifeng wipes the sweat from his forehead. Yet before he can respond, their mother, Xuanwu, emerges from the kitchen holding a dish. Yaya, your brother has worked hard all day. Let him be for now. Li Jiue sticks out her tongue, explaining, I was just concerned about my brother. Xuanwu sets the dish on the dining table and smiles at Li Suifeng. Returning home so late, you must be famished. Come, let us eat. As Li Suifeng approaches the table, serving himself rice, he inquires, is Dad back yet? He has been quite busy at the factory lately, working overtime. We can eat first. Xuanwu replies with a smile. Li Suifeng notices her smile appears somewhat forced, her eyes filled with a sense of melancholy. On such an important day, their mother hasn't even inquired about his awakening. She must have learned the truth in the parents' group chat. Little does she know that he has already obtained the extraordinary boon to alter his fate. However, at present, my transformation remains insufficiently remarkable. I shall maintain a low profile for now. Once the results of the college entrance examination are revealed, I intend to surprise my mother with the admission letters from the 8 prestigious universities. Li Suifeng quickly devoured his meal, silently vowing in his heart. After dinner, he returned to his bedroom and took out his phone to research information regarding warriors. Through his inquiries, he discovered that a warrior's strength is determined by both physical constitution and mental fortitude. The natural path cultivates the spirit, while the superhuman path hones the body. This constitutes the most conventional training methodology for warriors. Regardless of whether it pertains to mental power or physical attributes, both are integral components of a warrior's vitality. Consequently, the level of a warrior's realm is entirely contingent upon their life force. According to official statements, when an individual's life force reaches 30 points, they are deemed to have entered the awakening realm, qualifying them as a preparatory warrior. Currently, due to possessing the B-grade talent, Dawn's Light, Li Suifeng's mental power stands at 12 points, combined with 1 point for physical constitution, culminating in a life force of 13 points. Should both attributes continue to escalate, once his life force surpasses the threshold of 30 points, he will be recognized as a preparatory warrior. In the days to come, I must seek out more locations to defeat monsters, accumulating talent points to elevate my aptitude to S-grade. By that time, my life force should undoubtedly exceed 30 points, securing my position as a preparatory warrior in the martial arts examination. Contemplating this, Li Suifeng displayed a smile filled with anticipation. Chapter 3. Frenzied Bug Hunting in the Grove. Talent points exceeding 1,000. Morning. At a stall outside the gate of No. 2 High School, Kai Su clutched a freshly made jianbing, Chinese crepe, and had taken only a few bites when a figure approached, snatching the jianbing from his other hand. Thanks for the breakfast, Brother Ji. Oldly, are you all right? Kai Su raised an eyebrow slightly. What could possibly be wrong with me? Li Suifeng replied nonchalantly, taking large bites of the jianbing. Kai Su nodded with relief, impressed by how quickly his friend had emerged from his grief. His psychological resilience was indeed commendable. He immediately extended his fist. Old Li, once we're assigned to our new classes, we won't be able to spend every day together. But our brotherhood shall remain unchanged. Li Suifeng bumped fists with him and inquired, Brother Ji, where in our school are the mutated insects most prevalent? The grove outside, the physical training center, of course. I spent just 5 minutes there once and came back covered in bites. As they enjoyed their breakfast, Kai Su and Li Suifeng made their way into the school, with Kai Su asking, Why do you want to know? Just curious. Li Suifeng replied casually as they arrived at the door of Class 222. Inside the classroom, there was initially a joyful atmosphere, but as Li Suifeng approached, the mood swiftly turned subdued, with many gazes directed at him, concealing mockery, derision, pity, and disdain. Ignoring the myriad of looks, Li Suifeng took his seat. Shortly thereafter, a tall, fair-skinned, beautiful girl entered the classroom. In stark contrast to the way they regarded Li Suifeng, the students' eyes were filled with admiration and reverence for her. This was Lan Aoshue, not only the class monitor of 222, but also one of the 2 geniuses in the entire school to awaken an S-grade talent. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Lan Aoshue strode into the classroom, taking a seat beside Li Suifeng, her face displaying a hint of gentleness. The strength of one's talent does not wholly determine one's future. Diligent cultivation is equally crucial. History has shown that even those with mediocre talents can achieve greatness. I hope you do not give up on your efforts. The surrounding students displayed expressions of confusion. Class monitor, you possess an S-grade talent. Is it necessary to waste breath on a waste with an E-grade awakening? Even sharing a desk seemed excessive. Thank you for your encouragement, class monitor. I will do my best, Li Suifeng smiled in response. 3 years ago, Lan Aoshue was not the renowned genius she is today, but rather a helpless girl suffering from low blood sugar. It was the former owner who noticed her discomfort and willingly offered her breakfast bread, alleviating her symptoms. From that moment on, Lan Aoshue revealed her rare, gentle side to the former owner. That's good, she replied softly, lowering her head to organize her books. Before long, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom, wearing a joyful expression. Dear students, according to school tradition, after the awakening ceremony, the third-year students will be reassigned to new classes. Before we proceed, I have good news to share. Lan Aoshue, due to her S-grade talent, the Void Eye, has been exceptional and selected by Tianwan University, becoming the first genius from the entire Spark City to gain admission to one of the 8 prestigious universities. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted into a clamor. Envy and jealousy were etched on every face. The 8 prestigious universities are the top 8 martial arts universities in Long Country, with over 80 of the powerful awakened warriors hailing from these institutions. For students throughout Long Country, gaining admission to one of the 8 prestigious universities is the ultimate goal. Yet, achieving this dream is often a rare occurrence. The admission requirements are exceedingly stringent. Even geniuses with S-grade talent do not have a guaranteed chance of acceptance. Currently, Lan Aoshue's extraordinary exemption from examination to enter Tianwan University is indeed an impressive feat. Lan Aoshue herself seemed to have anticipated this news, not even lifting her head. Li Suifeng discreetly observed her, his thoughts racing. The 8 prestigious universities are renowned for their fairness and strict standards, unlikely to admit students without examination. It appears that Lan Aoshue's Void Eye is a rare talent with immense potential, warranting her exceptional acceptance by Tianwan University. This girl is destined for greatness. I hope Lan Aoshue's achievements inspire all of you to realize your dreams of entering your desired universities. Now, I will proceed with class assignments according to school regulations. Students who have awakened D-grade talents, please report to Martial Arts Class 4. Those with C, B, and A-grade talents should proceed to Martial Arts Classes 3, 2, and 1 respectively. As for Lan Aoshue, you may go directly to the principal's office, where the principal will devote the remaining time to nurturing you. Once the college entrance examination concludes, you will report to Tianwan University. As the class assignment process concluded, students with varying levels of talent left the classroom in groups for the physical training center, leaving Li Suifeng alone in the classroom. Teacher, where should I go? Li Suifeng inquired. The homeroom teacher approached him, speaking meaningfully. Chu, you may remain in the classroom. New classmates will be arriving shortly to keep you company. The new classmates mentioned by the homeroom teacher were those who had awakened E-grade talents, or even those without any awakened talent at all. These individuals were regarded by the school as expendable, and their future studies would consist solely of academic courses. They would neither qualify for the physical training center nor participate in the martial arts examination. Teacher, may I request a re-evaluation of my talent to be reassigned? Li Suifeng asked earnestly. The homeroom teacher shook his head. You were assessed as having E-grade talent yesterday. There's no way to change that. Li, ordinary people are also a part of the world and can lead fulfilling lives, the homeroom teacher consoled, patting Li Suifeng on the shoulder. Afterward, a number of ordinary students, looking dejected, gradually filled the classroom. Once the classroom was full, the homeroom teacher departed, and another teacher came in to conduct a history lesson. Few students were engaged. Most were absorbed in their phones. Some lay their heads on their desks to sleep, and others stormed out of the classroom to vent their frustrations. Suifeng decisively left through the back door. Students in the ordinary class were viewed as expendable. The school relaxed its management over them. Skipping class generally went unnoticed. Upon leaving the classroom, Suifeng did not succumb to despair. Instead, he ventured to the grove near the physical training center in search of prey. As Kai Su remarked, this area is teeming with various minuscule organisms. There are golden bees, resembling those crafted from gilded metal, swirling amidst the blossoms. There exists the formidable horned beetle, about the size of a palm, with its two horns shaped like hooks. Additionally, there are the limeworms covered in fine, sharp spikes, leaving a trail of venomous liquid as they crawl. Typically, Suifeng would evade this place, but today he willingly ventured into the forest, his eyes shimmering with excitement. The mutated creatures, significantly larger than glow ants, were all potential sources of talent points. With eager anticipation, Suifeng charged towards these beings. Slaying the golden bee granted him 1 talent point. The horned beetle netted him 3, and the limeworm yielded 2. The mutated creatures permitted to remain within the school grounds possessed little combat capability, allowing Suifeng to dispatch them with effortless ease, without even the need to utilize his talent, Dawnlight. As the system notifications flashed before him, Suifeng felt invigorated, darting through the grove and effortlessly crushing the wild monsters. His engrossment was such that he scarcely registered the school bell ringing. As students emerged from the nearby gymnasium, they were astonished to discover someone hunting mutated insects within the grove. Was it that the inept individual who had awakened an E-grade talent? What was his name again? Suifeng. From Class 222? Class 222 boasted prodigies like Lan Aoshua, yet also included a seemingly useless student like Suifeng. A rather peculiar mix. But what was Suifeng doing? Why was he mercilessly slaughtering these innocent insects? Had his awakening of a worthless talent driven him mad, compelling him to unleash his frustrations upon these unsuspecting creatures? How pitiful. The gossiping students kept their distance from the grove, wary of being caught in the frenzy of the seemingly deranged Suifeng. Once they had all departed, a disheveled and dust-covered Suifeng beamed with joy. Over 1,000 talent points. He had struck gold. It turned out that after a morning of hunting, Suifeng had accumulated an astonishing number of talent points. Moreover, an additional entry had appeared behind his talent, indicating that he could level up. System, grant me an upgrade. He roared within his mind as the system text materialized before him. Consume 1,000 talent points to upgrade B-grade talent Dawnlight to A-grade talent. Chapter 4. A-grade talent, Fierce Radiance. Punching power exceeding a ton. Consume 1,000 talent points to upgrade B-grade talent Dawnlight to A-grade talent, Fierce Radiance. Personal Spirit, 5. Fierce Radiance. A-grade light-type talent, once activated. Both strength and speed will increase 20-fold. Suifeng. Realm up. Physique, 1. Spirit, 17. Talent, Fierce Radiance, A-grade. Martial arts, none. Body technique, none. Talent points, 1. With the arrival of his new talent, his spirit increased to 17 points, drawing him ever closer to the pivotal milestone of 30. The talent section now showcased the transformation of Dawnlight into the new A-grade talent, Fierce Radiance. The enhancements to strength and speed surged to an astonishing 20-fold. Compared to Dawnlight, the effects of Fierce Radiance were magnified. This was truly remarkable. Alas, to obtain Fierce Radiance, he had sacrificed 1,000 talent points, leaving him nearly destitute. The pressure of poverty instilled a slight unease within Suifeng, and at that moment his stomach growled, an overwhelming sense of weakness washing over him. After a morning's labor, his stomach had become hollow, and his energy depleted. First, I must eat. Only then will I have the strength, Suifeng resolved, heading outside the school. As he took out his phone, he noticed his mother, Xuanwu, had sent several messages inquiring when he would return for dinner. Typically, Suifeng would return home for lunch, but with the time approaching 1 o'clock, it would be rather late. Thus, he texted Xuanwu to inform her that he would not be home for dinner and would dine outside instead. Xuanwu promptly responded with a red envelope. Concerned that her son might not eat well at school, Suifeng felt a warm glow in his heart as he entered a noodle shop. Ordering a gigantic bowl of beef noodles and adding 3 eggs, he devoured the noodles with fervor, neglecting to rest. and returned to the small grove of his school to continue hunting. At 2 in the afternoon, as students gradually returned to the gymnasium, many noticed the figure laboring in the grove, some displaying disdainful expressions. By 5 o'clock, as numerous students left the gym in groups, they were astonished to find Suifeng still in the grove. Had he truly lost his mind? Had he been at it from morning until afternoon? Did he harbor such hatred for these insects? He was practically a pest extermination fanatic. Some students grew intrigued, observing from outside the grove while making snide remarks. Oblivious to the onlookers, Suifeng remained focused on his relentless quest to eliminate monsters. As dusk descended, the spectators, finding the scene tedious, eventually departed. The grove and its surrounding area were left with only Suifeng. As visibility diminished, it became increasingly challenging for Suifeng to locate the insects hiding among the flowers. He decided to cease his hunting, massaging his sore back as he exited the grove, his face brimming with joy. After an afternoon of toil, his talent points had reached 260. Although not an exorbitant sum, it exceeded 200, bringing him a modicum of comfort. Suddenly, Suifeng spotted a cleaning lady diligently tidying up the steps of the gymnasium. An idea struck him. He passed by her and approached the entrance of the gym. The electronic barrier, standing over a meter tall, was closed, yet there remained sufficient space above to enter the facility. Grasping the barrier, he vaulted over and entered the hall, where a dimly lit corner housed a machine equipped with hanging sandbags. This was the strength testing station. Typically, students of the superhuman type would utilize this machine to test their newfound strength after enhancement. Suifeng, sneaking into the gym, aimed to use this machine for his own testing. After surveying his surroundings and confirming that no one was present, Suifeng activated his new talent, Fierce Radiance. In an instant, a brilliant radiance enveloped him. His hair danced as if caught in a gust of wind, and boundless power surged within him. With a swift motion, Suifeng wham! The golden-tinged fist struck the sandbag, creating a deep impression where it had collided. The machine emitted a ringing sound, and its electronic screen displayed a number, 1,001 kilograms. This was the magnitude of Suifeng's punch. Was he truly a natural-type awakener? Suifeng's eyes widened in shock at this figure. Natural-type awakeners typically pursued spiritual growth, often leaving their physical forms somewhat frail. The strength testing machine was generally avoided by them. Yet here was Suifeng, a natural-type awakener, delivering a punch exceeding 1 ton. What did this signify? In his prime, boxing champion Tyson's punching power approached 400 kilograms. Yet he still fell short of Suifeng's current achievement by 600 kilograms. If Suifeng were to face Tyson in a boxing match, with a single punch, Tyson could potentially end a life. Given my feeble physique, I can still unleash a force exceeding a ton with the fury of Light Fist. Once my physical condition improves, wouldn't my punching power soar to dozens or even hundreds of tons? Surely, even an aircraft carrier would struggle to withstand such might. Suifeng was still in a state of shock when he heard the sound of footsteps outside the training facility. Someone was approaching? I must retreat. With his enhanced vitality, Suifeng's hearing had also inexplicably sharpened. In the small grove, he could distinctly hear the sounds of insects scuttling across the grass. Thus, the footsteps outside the training facility were captured clearly by his keen senses. In a flash, Suifeng dashed out of the gym, vaulted over the fence, and vanished into the night. A minute later, the electronic gate swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in a gray suit with gold-rimmed glasses, who entered an office within the facility. After a brief moment, the polished man emerged with a briefcase, looking to be just shy of 50. Had my memory truly deteriorated? I distinctly remembered carrying a briefcase. As he was about to exit, the man suddenly halted, turning to the side to gaze at the screen of the strength tester. His expression one of astonishment. Am I seeing things? Given that it had only been a day since the awakening, this batch of seniors had yet to undergo any rigorous training. Their innate abilities would likely not be highly developed. Therefore, the average punching power among the superhuman students in the school hovered around 300 to 500 kilograms. But what on earth was this reading of 1,000 kilograms on the testing device? The man approached with skepticism, lightly touching the sandbag, noting it still bore a hint of warmth. Considering that this strength tester had never malfunctioned, it meant that someone had indeed demonstrated a punching force of 1 ton right here. Who could it be? After scanning the surroundings and failing to locate the individual, he made his way to the steps outside the training facility. "Excuse me, ma'am. Did you see anyone enter the training facility recently?" He inquired of the cleaning lady, who appeared somewhat dazed. "I think it was a student, but I couldn't tell from which class." The man was not disheartened, irrespective of the student's identity. Anyone who could access the training facility had to be a student of the second high school. There would be ample time to track him down tomorrow. Possessing a punching force of 1,000 kilograms just a day post-awakening indicated that this student was destined for greatness, a prodigious talent to be nurtured with priority. Chapter 5. I wish to represent your facility in the college entrance examination. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, Suifeng arrived at school punctually, yet never set foot in a classroom, spending nearly all his time in the small grove hunting monsters. Through his diligent efforts, his talent points soared, accumulating to an impressive 690 points. I reckon Principal Sun should assign the pest extermination maniac a position as a sanitation worker. Wherever he goes, all insects are ruthlessly exterminated. It's quite gruesome. That afternoon, as school dismissed, a few students lingered at the edge of the grove, mockingly discussing Suifeng. "School's out. Shouldn't you be heading home? Aren't you afraid your parents will spank you for hanging around?" Their voices reached Suifeng's ears as they looked up to see a slightly plump young man approaching with a lunchbox, his expression decidedly unfriendly. The students realized that the hefty fellow was Kai Su, a close ally of the pest extermination maniac Suifeng, who not only awakened with a B-grade dual talent, but also hailed from a prominent family, making him a force to be reckoned with. "Let us go home." The group hastily retreated, and only after they had left did Kai Su enter the grove. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A swarm of mosquitoes buzzed around his ears, irritating him somewhat. However, upon nearing Suifeng, he broke into a smile. "Oldie, it's time to eat." The tales of Suifeng's insect-slaying feats had spread throughout the school. It was hard not to hear his name. Though Kai Su was unsure what had caused his good friend to go a bit mad, he remained steadfastly by his side, bringing him meals whenever possible. Suifeng, ignoring the grime on his clothes, seized the lunchbox and began to eat. "Thanks, Brother G." Kai Su waved away the buzzing insects around his ears and queried, "Old Lee, you're so ruthless in exterminating pests. Why ignore these mosquitoes?" "Because ordinary flies and mosquitoes haven't mutated and won't grant me any talent points," Suifeng retorted inwardly, while outwardly he replied, "Mosquitoes are too small, making them difficult to catch." Kai Su acknowledged this with an "oh" and casually asked, "By the way, Old Lee, were you in the small grove 3 days ago after school?" "Why do you ask?" Suifeng in Kirat Pujlat. Director Zhang, who oversees the training facility, mentioned that an unidentified student visited the training facility that afternoon and left a record of 1,000 kilograms on the strength tester. "You want to know if you had seen that person?" "Old Lee, do you know what that implies? Half of our senior class consists of awakened superhumans. Yet there are only a handful capable of producing 500 kilograms of force, even among the gifted with the enhancement from superhuman talents. The highest anyone has managed so far is 320 kilograms, which is still far from 1,000. Gaisu lamentet, noticing a peculiar expression on his friend's face. "What is wrong, Old Lee?" "Brother G, what if I told you that the one who set that record was me? Would you believe it?" "Ha ha ha." Kaisu couldn't help but laugh, wrapping an arm around Suifeng. "Old Lee, I never realized you were this humorous." Suifeng siga. "If Brother G doesn't believe me, then there's nothing I can do." However, he pondered whether Director Zhang was displeased with his reckless entry into the training facility or if he was intrigued by his high potential and wished to explore it further. As Suifeng contemplated, Kai Su clapped his hands. "Old Lee, it's getting late. We should head back." "Let us go," Suifeng nodded, walking alongside Kai Su to the school gate. As they parted ways, Kai Su said earnestly, "Old Lee, with less than a month until the college entrance exam, even an ordinary university isn't a bad option." Faced with his friend's gentle persuasion, Suifeng merely smiled. "Brother G, rest assured, I have it all under control. I won't jeopardize my future." With that, Kai Su left, feeling lighthearted. Suifeng turned and headed in another direction. When he was about a kilometer from home, Suifeng suddenly halted, gazing up at the building adorned with the sign of the Zhengqi Martial Arts Hall. In a world where martial prowess determines one's fate, parents who aspire for their children to soar academically often arrange for extracurricular tutoring. The martial arts hall serves as a venue for students' external training. Across the globe, various martial arts halls have proliferated like mushrooms after rain. In this small city of Xingho alone, there are over 1,000 such establishments. The Zhengxi Martial Arts Hall ranks among the top 10 in the city, holding a notable position. "Excuse me, young man, how may I assist you?" As Li Suifeng entered the Zhengxi Martial Arts Hall, a girl in a short skirt greeted him with a smile. "I wish to join the Zhengxi Martial Arts Hall." Li Suifeng replied. Although he had enjoyed hunting monsters in the grove these past few days, the high efficiency had nearly depleted the mutated insects there. To continue accruing ability points, Li Suifeng began to contemplate alternative avenues. The Zhengxi Martial Art Hall was his new path. "Are you aiming to become a student and prepare for the entrance exam? Please proceed to the lobby and wait. A martial arts instructor will be with you shortly." The girl guided Li Suifeng through a passageway into the training hall within the martial arts facility. Inside the hall stood a throng of youthful faces, easily numbering over 100, all high school students aspiring to join the martial arts hall. "Brother, who is here? Make way." Just as Li Suifeng merged into the crowd, a commotion erupted from behind. The students quickly retreated to the walls, clearing a path. A youth, towering at nearly 2 meters, with a complexion as dark as polished ebony and a physique as robust as an iron tower, strode forth with an impassive demeanor. Trailing behind him was a scrawny, timid boy, all bravado and bluster, who was none other than the sycophantic Yan Hao and his master, Tang Hu. Rumor has it that Tang Hu was originally a student from the 3rd high school, who, just days ago, awakened an A-grade talent in the form of earth element condensation, and was subsequently lured away with a substantial sum by the dojo master to represent the Zhengxi Martial Arts Academy in the upcoming martial arts examination. It is no wonder he carries himself with such arrogance at such a young age. Whispers of admiration and envy rippled through the assembled crowd as they cast glances toward Tang Hu. The academy students were divided into ordinary and representative candidates. Ordinary students were those who came solely to hone their skills in preparation for the college entrance examinations, while representative students were those chosen to participate on behalf of the dojo, possessing the potential to gain admission to prestigious universities, even the famed 8 great schools. Success in a martial arts examination would not only bring them renown throughout the city, but also significantly enhance the dojo's reputation, attracting more students and fostering a positive cycle. At this moment, as the representative disciple Tang Hu approached a corner of the training hall, he shed his outer garment, revealing a body sculpted with rippling muscles. A chorus of awestruck gasps erupted from the female students, their eyes sparkling with admiration. The aloof Tang Hu, undeterred by the surrounding commotion, suddenly exuded an earthy aura that coalesced into a tangible armor enveloping his towering frame. An A-grade talent, earth element condensation. With a bellow, Tang Hu unleashed a powerful punch. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom as the training dummy soared into the air, landing perilously close to the crowd, swaying precariously and causing the floor to tremble violently. The students were momentarily rendered speechless. In a corner of the assembly, Li Suifeng nodded quietly. The earth element condensation was indeed deserving of its A-grade status. In the instant of his strike, it not only provided seamless protection to Tang Hu's physique, but also bestowed upon him formidable explosive power. The dummy, weighing at least 100 kilograms, was sent flying by Tang Hu's single punch, a testament to his incredible strength. My own radiant fury is not to be underestimated. Li Suifeng musha. Unlike the other students who felt a pang of jealousy, he remained unperturbed. Due to space constraints, the dojo was currently limited in the number of members it could enroll, and students with C-grade talents or below were politely requested to leave. After a brief interlude, the robust and vibrant dojo master, Zhang Daong, made his grand entrance, immediately disappointing many students with his opening remarks. In no time, the spacious training hall was reduced to a mere 26 individuals. Zhang Daong continued, stating that although the remaining students met the dojo's talent requirements, they would still be required to pay a tuition fee of 1,000 yuan to join. Prepared students approached the assistant beside Zhang Daong in an orderly fashion to submit their fees. However, upon collecting the payments, the assistant noticed a strikingly handsome youth standing still at the side and inquired, "Student, where is your tuition fee?" All eyes turned to the boy who remained stationary. Calmly, he replied, "I did not bring any money." "Then what are you doing here to enroll?" The assistant frowned, perplexed. Ignoring the assistant, The boy fixed his earnest gaze on Zhang Daong and declared, "Master Zhang, I wish to represent your dojo in this upcoming examination." "Young man, are you jesting?" the assistant exclaimed, eyes widening in disbelief. The martial arts examination selection in Xuanwu was not exclusively open to public school students. Some dojos could also recommend students for participation. However, dojos, akin to private schools, lack the resources of public institutions, often necessitating the recruitment of talent from public schools at a cost. Take the proud Tang, for instance, who chose to join Zhengqi Martial Arts Academy only after being lured by substantial financial incentives. He was indeed a representative student of Zhengqi. Now, this youth had the audacity to wish to become a representative student of the dojo? It seemed absurd. After all, true talent was usually discovered rather than volunteered. Those who offered themselves often turn out to be inept. "Young man, this is not a place for jokes. You'd best take your leave," the assistant said dismissively, only to be halted by an outstretched hand. It was Zhang Daong, who regarded the boy with a serious expression. "Young man, it is not impossible to become a representative disciple, but you must demonstrate your talent." Before he could finish, the boy strode toward the training dummy that had been sent flying by Tang Hu. Under the gaze of all present, he raised an arm, enveloped in a radiant golden glow. "What is this?" Zhang Daong's eyelids twitched, his stern demeanor shifting to one of anticipation. At that moment, the youth's fist, shrouded in golden light, struck the dummy's chest with tremendous force. Boom! The heavy dummy flew more than 20 meters, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, and did not rise again, for its upper half had shattered under the might of Li Suifeng's ferocious blow. Chapter 6. Joining Zhengqi Martial Arts Academy earned me 20,000 yuan. What on earth? At that instant, both the assistant and the assembled students stood agape, astonished. While they may not have known the finer details of the youth, it was clear that he had just showcased an extraordinary talent. In a distant training area, Tang, who had been striking another, larger dummy, paused, his expression grave as he focused intently on the boy. This was the first time since entering the training hall that he had truly regarded another. The most animated among them was undoubtedly Zhang Daong. He rushed to the youth's side, his excitement palpable as he inquired, "Young man, what is your name?" "Li Suifeng," he replied, dispelling the golden glow. "What is the name of the talent you just demonstrated?" Zhang Daong asked, his breath quickening. In this world, talents came in myriad forms, and even he could not immediately discern the nature of Li Suifeng's abilities. Yet he was certain this was undeniably an A-grade talent. An A-grade talent akin to Tang Hu's. A-grade light talent, Radiant Fury. As Li Suifeng spoke, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The gazes directed towards him were now charged with envy and admiration. According to relevant statistics, approximately 58 of high school students awaken B-grade talents, while only 13 awaken A-grade talents. This meant that any student capable of awakening an A-grade talent could be considered a rare gem among the masses. "Li Xiaoyou, are you interested in joining our Zhengqi Martial Arts Academy as a representative disciple?" Zhang Daong asked, his curiosity piqued. "Otherwise, I wouldn't be here," Li Suifeng replied coolly. "Excellent, excellent." Zhang Daong beamed with joy. Not only did they have a genius like Tang Hu, but now, out of the blue, a second genius, Li Suifeng, had emerged. Zhengqi Martial Arts Academy was destined to regain its former glory in this upcoming martial arts examination. "Li Xiaoyu, shall we discuss this further in my office?" Once his emotions settled, Zhang Daong inquired again. Li Suifeng nodded, following Zhang Daong into the office. "Li Xiao, I must apologize for my earlier lack of discernment. Please do not take offense." The assistant, who had accompanied Zhang Daong, now wore a sycophantic expression, entirely transformed from his previous demeanor. Li Suifeng shook his head dismissively, while the assistant exhaled in relief and, at Zhang Daong's gesture, departed. Zhang Daong spoke earnestly. "Li Xiaoyu, may I inquire what your conditions are for joining us?" Li Suifeng, maintaining his composed demeanor, replied, "Master, you may decide." Zhang Daong nodded with determination, stating, "I am a straightforward person, disliking convolutions and negotiations. Typically, my assistant handles such matters, but his recent oversight has left me somewhat displeased. Hence, I shall take full responsibility for the discussions with Li Xiaoyu." He paused momentarily before declaring with gravity, 20,000. Should Li Xiaoyu secure admission to a prestigious university, an additional bonus of 20,000 will be awarded if he gains entry to one of the 8 esteemed institutions. A bonus of 200,000 shall follow. What do you think? Li Suifeng's breath quickened at this revelation. This meant that by merely becoming a proxy examinee for the Zhengqi Martial Arts Academy, he would directly receive 20,000 in commission, and upon gaining admission to a reputable university, even more bonuses awaited. The ease of earning such money was astonishing. Li Suifeng extended his hand, exclaiming, "Master, may our collaboration be fruitful. Delightful young friend. May our partnership prosper." Zhang Daong laughed heartily as he shook hands with Li Suifeng. After their handshake, Zhang Daong personally drafted a contract, presenting it to Li Suifeng for his perusal. The document stipulated that Li Suifeng would participate in a martial examination as a recommended student of the academy. Should he achieve notable results, he would earn a reward from the academy. Conversely, if his performance fell short, the academy would not hold him accountable. This contract was remarkably disadvantageous to the party of the first part, yet Li Suifeng, as the second party, faced no risks, only benefits. Though this seemingly inequitable contract reflected the societal reality, it was evident that numerous extraordinarily talented individuals were constrained within public educational institutions. For private academies, to recruit talent from these public schools was an arduous task. Without substantial financial incentives, they would not come. Despite Li Suifeng's self-recommendation, his displayed talent was undoubtedly on par with Tang Hu's, prompting Zhang Daong to generously afford him the same treatment. Upon signing the contract, Zhang Daong presented Li Suifeng with a card engraved with the words Zhengqi Martial Arts Academy, serving as both identification and examination permit for the proxy examinee. On the day of the martial examination, Li Suifeng merely needed to carry this item to gain entry to the examination hall. While Li Suifeng toyed with the identification card, Zhang Daong added with a smile, "Before the martial examination arrives, I must trouble you, young friend, to withdraw from your current school. As you have become a proxy student of Zhengqi Martial Arts Academy, you can no longer represent your previous institution in the examination. It is a rule." "I understand." Li Suifeng nodded in agreement, having already been aware of this principle. After all, he was enrolled in a liberal arts class at his previous school and was unable to participate in the martial examination. Transitioning to Zhengqi Martial Arts Academy to engage in a martial examination was his audacious and decisive choice. "Have you had the opportunity to study martial arts at your school?" Zhang Daong inquired with a smile. "Not yet," Li Suifeng replied, fabricating a lie. The truth was, he lacked the qualifications to join the awakening class and thus had not learned any martial arts. "That is of no consequence. We still have over 20 days, which is sufficient for you to grasp a basic martial art." Zhang Daong smiled, handing Li Suifeng a tablet. On it were various book covers, each inscribed with the names of different martial arts techniques: Bahuang Lialeg, Ling Si Fengyu Finger, Ling Shi Jubu, Paisan Palm, and Taizu Changquan. Some of these techniques were commonly taught in public schools, while others were exclusive to Zhengqi Martial Arts Academy. In this technologically advanced world, even martial arts manuals were available in electronic format. Li Suifeng did not rush to make a choice. Instead, he asked, "Master, my talent Fierce Radiance can enhance my strength and agility for a limited time. Which martial art do you believe would suit me best to simultaneously augment both strength and speed?" This natural talent was peculiar, boasting effects comparable to superhuman abilities, both remarkable and powerful. Zhang Daong felt a pang of envy. Despite being the head of a martial arts academy, his awakened talent was merely of B-grade superhuman quality and could not be compared to the effects of Fierce Radiance. He had diligently cultivated his skills to reach his current standing, and in comparison, his starting point was indeed much lower than that of Li Suifeng. "Considering your talent, I would recommend focusing on martial arts that emphasize striking techniques," Zhang Daong advised. Li Suifeng nodded thoughtfully. With the impending examination, it was prudent to learn techniques that were straightforward to master. Throughout history, striking with fists and feet has been an inherent human instinct, and such martial arts are often the easiest to grasp. Having made his decision, Li Suifeng tapped on the cover of Taizu Changquan. Soon, the content of Taizu Changquan was presented on the tablet in a visual format. Zhang Daong remarked, "Young friend, let's add each other as friends. I will transmit the contents of Taizu Changquan to you. However, the material is encrypted, and you may only study it privately, without sharing it with others." "I understand." Li Suifeng nodded, recognizing that Taizu Changquan was an exclusive martial art of the academy, thus necessitating such precautions. If it were a common martial art taught in public schools, there would be no need for such vigilance. After adding each other as friends, Zhang Deong promptly sent the contents of Taizu Changquan to Li Suifeng and requested his bank account number to directly transfer the 20,000 commission. Upon receiving the substantial sum, Li Suifeng felt a surge of excitement, though he restrained himself, feigning deep concentration as he delved into the text of Taizu Changquan. One need not fear a genius who works hard. Rather, one should fear a genius who is lazy, Zhang Deong observed with satisfaction. If you require it, I can provide you with a private practice room. Training at home can be quite inconvenient, so it will be best for you to come to the academy for training more often. He spoke at length, yet Li Suifeng remained engrossed in his reading, seemingly indifferent to the conversation. Zhang Deong's admiration for him deepened, and he chose not to interrupt further. Half an hour later, Li Suifeng completed his thorough reading of Taizu Changquan and was astonished to notice some changes on the interface. Chapter 7. Buying Medicine Outside the City. Li Suifeng. Realm, none. En physique. En mentalité, 17. Talent. Fierce Radiance, A grade. Martial Arts, none. Technique, Taizu Changquan, Novice. Talent points, 690. The interface now displayed the option for Taizu Changquan under the martial arts section, complete with a plus sign. Could it be? Li Suifeng's eyes brightened as he instinctively whispered in his mind, System, enhance Taizu Changquan for me. In the next moment, System text appeared. Consume 1 talent point. Taizu Changquan upgraded to Novice, Physique 1. Already at the Novice level, Li Suifeng's heart soared with joy, according to the documentation. While Taizu Changquan was merely a foundational martial art, it typically took an average person about a week to reach the Novice level. Even those with higher comprehension would require around 3 days. To have reached this level immediately after reading the content was extraordinary. System, max out Taizu Changquan for me. Having tasted the sweetness of progress, Li Suifeng fervently wished for further enhancement. Consume 100 talent points. Taizu Changquan upgraded to Proficient, Personal Physique 5. The text flickered once more, and suddenly, a surge of power coursed through Li Suifeng's body, primarily concentrating in his arms. Under his long sleeves, his arms visibly thickened. Li Suifeng. Realm, en physique, 7. Mentality, 17. Talent. Fierce Radiance, A grade. Martial Arts, none. Technique, Taizu Changquan, Proficie. Talent points, 589. Examining the interface, Li Suifeng confirmed that Taizu Changquan had indeed been upgraded to Proficient, and his physique had correspondingly increased to 7 points, resulting in a monumental transformation. The enhancement of physical techniques can bolster one's physique. Therefore, beyond merely pursuing the augmentation of innate talent, I must not neglect the improvement of my physical skills. By enhancing my talent to amplify my spirit and refining my techniques to strengthen my body, this cycle of progression will undoubtedly lead me to possess both divine physique and extraordinary skills, devoid of any weaknesses. Li Suifeng's gaze shimmered with determination, yet deep within, he felt a tinge of regret. The Taizu Long Fist is merely a low-grade martial art, designed to provide students with a slight boost to their physical health and lay a solid foundation, with its pinnacle being mastery. In the realm of martial arts, techniques are classified into various tiers: mortal, spiritual, earthly, and heavenly. Techniques of the same level are further distinguished by their ranks: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional, which denote their strength. Techniques above the mortal tier are typically divided into 6 stages: entry, minor success, mastery, great success, perfection, and comprehension. The deeper the stage, the greater the power exhibited by the technique. Master Zhang, may I learn an additional martial art? Li Suifeng, having tasted the sweetness of knowledge, eagerly inquired. Zhang Deong firmly refused, stating, no. The practice of martial arts is no trivial matter. It demands diligent study and rigorous training to achieve success. Currently, you have yet to even grasp the basics of the Taizu Long Fist. Pursuing a second technique now would only scatter your focus, leading to a situation where you master none. With the impending college entrance examination, your priority should be to become proficient in the Taizu Long Fist to enhance your hand-to-hand combat abilities. Only then will you have a chance to excel in the martial arts examination. Li Suifeng longed to demonstrate his mastery of the Taizu Long Fist to persuade Zhang Deong. However, considering he had only perused the text once, claiming to have attained mastery seemed utterly implausible. Were this to leak, It would surely cause a sensation worldwide and might even attract governmental scrutiny, jeopardizing the secret of his extraordinary abilities. He decided to bide his time, waiting for the opportune moment to showcase the Taizu Long Fist, at which point Zhang Daong would be astonished, but not perceive him as a monster. Suppressing his emotions, Li Suifeng excused himself under the pretense of going home for dinner. As Zhang Daong watched him leave, a flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. Did it seem to him that Li had suddenly grown taller and more robust, or was it merely an illusion? That night, within the confines of his bedroom, amidst the whistling wind, Li Suifeng, clad only in a pair of boxer shorts, was vigorously practicing the Taizu Long Fist. The essence of this technique lies in its bold and expansive movements, executed with a swift and forceful precision. With the memory of mastering the Taizu Long Fist, Li Suifeng executed the techniques flawlessly. Clang! As he unleashed a punch into the air, a nearby desk lamp, 3 meters away, was caught by the force and fell, its lampshade cracking upon impact. From outside, his mother called out, "Suifeng, what is happening?" "Nothing, Mom. I accidentally knocked over the lamp, but it's fine," Li Suifeng replied, a hint of embarrassment on his face as he picked up the lamp. "Oh, just be careful," his mother muttered before falling silent. Li Suifeng adjusted the lamp, his gaze gazing longingly out the window. With the mastery of the Taizu Long Fist and the A-grade talent of the fiery light, I have now acquired a basic level of self-defense capability. I should be able to venture outside the city to hunt some monsters. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast prepared by his mother, Li Suifeng shouldered his camouflage backpack and left home. Unlike his usual routine of heading to the second high school, he took an opposite route. Passing through the bustling city, he entered a department store named Xuanwu Pavilion. Xuanwu Pavilion is one of the 6 major department store giants in the Dragon Kingdom, renowned for selling supplies essential for martial artists, with branches throughout major cities. Upon entering the building, a female sales associate approached him, inquiring, "May I assist you with your purchase?" Li Suifeng pulled out his phone and read from a prepared list. "I would like 5 units each of nutritional potions and energy pills. Additionally, 2 sticks of beast-repelling incense, as well as 3 units each of compressed biscuits and canned food." The sales associate was taken aback by the sheer quantity of items the young customer was purchasing. Is he preparing to leave the city? She quickly donned a smile. "Dear customer, please wait a moment while I fetch your items." 5 minutes later, she returned with a military green carrying case. "Here are the items you requested, totaling 18,000 yuan. The carrying case is complimentary. Please see the price list." Li Suifeng examined the list, confirming that the prices match his online research. And after ensuring the items were correct, he scanned the QR code to make the payment. Just like that, 18,000 yuan was spent. An inexplicable emptiness washed over him, that some could sustain his family for at least 6 months. And yet, it had been squandered in one fell swoop. The path to becoming a martial artist is indeed costly. He stowed the carrying case in his camouflage bag and, with the sales associate's cheerful farewell, made his way out of the building, heading towards the western outskirts of Xingho City. Half an hour later, Li Suifeng arrived at the western gate of Xingho City. It was morning, and a throng of people were leaving the city, most of whom were robust martial artists. Li Suifeng blended into the crowd, and, when it was his turn, the guard on duty raised a hand to stop him. "Please present your exit permit. Beyond the city lies a wilderness teeming with beasts, fraught with peril. To prevent the weak from venturing out to their demise and to thwart vile monsters from infiltrating human settlements, the government had long since enacted a decree prohibiting indiscriminate exits from the city. From high-ranking martial officials to ordinary citizens, all must possess a permit to enter or exit any city." Li Suifeng produced his identity card from Zhengqi Martial Arts Academy, stating, "I am a candidate from Zhengqi Martial Arts Academy, planning to venture out for training before the martial examination." After inspecting the identity card, the guard expressed surprise. "Young man, are you alone? Where are your companions?" "They're waiting outside," Li Suifeng lied, primarily to avoid drawing too much attention that might hinder his solo exit. "Then please be safe." The guard returned his identity card and allowed him to pass. Li Suifeng followed the passage out of the city and soon encountered a vast expanse of wilderness woven with greenery. Various small, mutated beasts lay in ambush within the foliage. Some humans were engaged in fierce battles with them, while powerful martial artists raced through the fields, delving deeper into the wilderness, evidently dismissing these lowly beasts that lingered on the outskirts of the city. Indeed, as the books described, the area outside the city is rife with monsters. Suifeng observed the diverse creatures in the field, pondering if I can gain 1 to 3 points of talent value by slaying a slightly mutated insect. How much would I earn by defeating a genuine beast? With so many monsters nearby, how much talent value could I accumulate by clearing them all out? Could this be my opportunity for a substantial gain? Chapter 8. Slaying 4 Black Gold Hounds. A gentle breeze rustled through the wilderness as the vegetation swayed in unison. Beneath a lush, sprawling tree, a 2-meter-long, robust black gold hound, with long limbs and a sharp snout, was gnawing on the remains of a beast. Its ears perked up, and it suddenly lifted its head, focusing on a figure approaching in the distance. There, a youth with a camouflage backpack was walking slowly towards it. Grr! The black gold hound, its blood-stained jaws agape, revealed its sharp teeth and emitted a low growl, its ravenous eyes fixating greedily on the boy. A human, a weak and young human. The flesh and blood of this human must be delectably tender and sweet. Suddenly, the food in its mouth lost its appeal. Thud, thud, thud. The agitated black gold hound spat out the remnants of its meal, paws pounding the ground as it charged towards the boy at breakneck speed, creating gusts of wind in its wake. Suifeng was taken aback by the speed, yet as the black gold hound approached, he swiftly regained his composure. A golden aura emanating from his body. Talent, fiery light. In that fleeting moment, Suifeng's aura surged to its zenith. A punch enveloped in golden energy was unleashed, akin to a cannonball fired from its chamber, striking precisely at the lower jaw of the approaching black gold hyena. The technique employed was Taizu Longquan, with a resounding crack. The sound of bones shattering echoed, and the black gold hyena was sent sprawling backwards, landing on the ground, its body rigid and motionless, blood quietly seeping from its 7 orifices. The notification flashed across the system. The hyena had perished. Suifeng gazed at his fist, disbelief etched across his face. Although the black gold hyena occupied the lowest tier among wild beasts, it was still a demonic creature, posing a modicum of danger to the untrained. Yet, it had been dispatched with a single punch? My explosive power exceeded my expectations. Before he could fully process this revelation, a commotion arose nearby. Suifeng lifted his gaze to behold 3 black gold hyenas emerging from their slumber in a hollow behind the trees. Upon noticing the demise of their companion, their visages twisted into grotesque masks of fury, their dark eyes ablaze with murderous intent. A low, mournful growl emanated from them. The trio of black gold hyenas darted forward with alarming speed, but instead of launching an immediate attack on Suifeng, they circled him, baring their teeth menacingly. Suifeng remained impassive. After years of study, he possessed considerable knowledge regarding demonic beasts. Like martial artists, demonic creatures were categorized by ranks: ordinary, elite, lord, and king, with each rank further divided into 9 tiers. The black gold hyenas typically fell into the first tier of the ordinary rank, being the most common demonic beasts outside Starfire City, renowned for their speed and powerful bites, though their defenses were rather feeble. Their jet-black fur reflected light under the sun, resembling black gold, hence their name. To survive in the wild, these relatively weaker hyenas often attacked in packs, employing tactics of flanking and exploiting vulnerabilities. Am I not a fine specimen, standing tall and handsome, delectable and appealing? Should your first instinct as beasts be to devour me, rather than to seek my demise? Damn it! Suifeng cursed under his breath, and once again activated the frantic radiance. As golden brilliance coursed through him like flames, he surged forward like an arrow, reaching one of the black gold hyenas in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. The beast had no time to react. With a crack, its head exploded like a watermelon, the massive headless corpse crashing to the ground. The remaining 2 black gold hyenas, witnessing the demise of their companion, let out terrified shrieks before turning tail to flee, abandoning their pursuit of Suifeng. Thinking to escape? It was already too late. Suifeng's expression hardened. He dashed forward with the swiftness of a breeze, swiftly catching up to the 2 hyenas and striking them down. With crisp sounds of bones splintering, both black gold hyenas fell lifelessly to the ground, their lives extinguished. Slaying the black gold hyena granted him 10 points of aptitude, another 10 points for the second hyena, and yet another 10 for the third. A total of 30 points of aptitude were added to his tally. Yet Li Suifeng barely glanced at his status panel as he produced a small knife and began to dismember the carcasses of the black gold hyenas. The remains of advanced demonic beasts often held treasures. However, due to the overwhelming numbers of low-tier beasts, their worth was negligible, comparable to the price of pork or beef. Li Suifeng had little interest in the flesh of these 4 hyenas. His primary focus lay in harvesting their teeth. The hyenas' teeth, being robust, could be integrated into iron to forge weapons, fetching a decent price of around 50 Dragon Kingdom coins per gram. After meticulously extracting the teeth from all 4 hyenas and stowing them in his camouflage pack, Li Suifeng estimated that if sold, this batch of hyena teeth would yield several hundred coins, a modest windfall. Once he finished processing the remains, a wave of dizziness washed over him, prompting him to rub his temples. A touch of lightheadedness indicated that he had overexerted himself with the frantic radiance, his energy waning. The duration of the natural aptitude depended on one's mental state. Li Suifeng had continuously employed the frantic radiance for nearly a minute. His current energy levels fell short of a martial artist standard, hence his vitality quickly diminished, plunging him into mental fatigue. Thankfully, he had previously purchased a recovery elixir. After consuming it, within a minute, the dizziness dissipated, replaced by a refreshing clarity. This energy elixir was astonishingly effective. No wonder it was priced at 1,500 coins apiece. Li Suifeng marveled at its efficacy. Items related to martial artists often bore exorbitant prices. This modest energy elixir was composed of 36 rare herbs, with a market value typically around 1,500 coins each. Additionally, the nutritional potion he had procured contained various vitality elements, capable of not only restoring energy, but also enhancing nourishment and satiety, an essential supplement for budding martial practitioners. It was said that the wealthy scions in the awakening classes consumed these daily. The brief skirmish with the 4 demonic beasts not only drained Li Suifeng's energy, but also left him with aches throughout his body and a pronounced sense of hunger. Without hesitation, he retrieved a vial of nutritional potion and drank it down. As the green liquid filled his stomach, a wave of warmth enveloped him. The lost strength seemed to revive within every fiber of his being. Li Suifeng soon felt rejuvenated and ready for action once more. There was no time to waste. It was time to continue hunting. Li Suifeng rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed into the distance. There, more ordinary tier, demonic beasts gathered in droves. Because awakening martial artists had set their sights too high, they overlooked these creatures, left behind. These beasts had now become Li Suifeng's experienced treasures. Let the hunt begin. Chapter 9. The Evolution of the Taiguang Long Punch. Becoming a prospective martial artist. The sun ascended high in the sky. The fierce sunlight draped the verdant fields outside in a golden veil. In the wilderness near Starfire City, dismembered bodies of demonic beasts lay strewn about. Most were black gold hyenas, along with bloodthirsty mountain cats and golden diamond rats, a variety of smaller demonic creatures. Their deaths were gruesome. Some had their skulls shattered, others bore gaping wounds in their midsections, and some had even been skinned. Among the multitude of carcasses, a mere half-meter-long golden diamond rat squeaked in terror, trembling as it burrowed into the ground. Suddenly, a figure bathed in golden light dashed forward, appearing 10 meters away one moment and in front of the golden diamond rat the next. With a thud, a fist enshrined in golden radiance descended like a cannonball. The unfortunate golden diamond rat emitted a pitiful squeak as its bones shattered, blood spraying forth, transforming it into a puddle of flesh. The 36th beast. As the golden light faded, Li Suifeng murmured to himself. Since leaving the city, he had fought for 4 hours, successfully hunting down 36 demonic beasts. Although they were all ordinary first-tier creatures like the black gold hyena, each one yielded between 10 to 30 points of aptitude. Calculating his gains, he had amassed an astonishing total of aptitude points. Li Suifeng. Realm 1. Physique, 7. Mentality, 17. Aptitude. Frantic Radiance a grade. Martial Arts, none. Technique, Proficient Taizu Long Quan Common, can be evolved. Aptitude Points, 1889, is a talent value of 1,700 insufficient for upgrading the Fierce Radiance? Li Suifeng felt a twinge of frustration. He was uncertain how many talent points were required for the next upgrade of the Fierce Radiance. His estimation suggested the number would be staggering, perhaps 2,000, 3,000, or even 5,000 or more. Yet, even if it were 5,000 or 10,000, what of it? With so many beasts outside the city, as long as he continued to slay them, he would inevitably accumulate enough talent points. Li Suifeng quickly regained his fighting spirit, his gaze shifting to the Taizu long fist. System, can you simulate the situation? He silently contemplated, and to his surprise, he received a response. Consuming 1,500 talent points, the Taizu long fist can be simulated into the superior grade ordinary martial art, Radiant Fist. The compatibility of Radiant Fist with the talent Fierce Radiance is 100. Ah, the system possesses such a feature? Li Suifeng's eyes gleamed with excitement. In this world, talents are diverse, and martial arts are ever-evolving. There is indeed a notion of compatibility between martial arts and talents. For instance, if Li Suifeng were to possess a water-type talent characterized by gentleness and tranquility while practicing a forceful martial art, the synergy between the two would be suboptimal, resulting in mediocre power output. Currently, the Fierce Radiance and Taizu Long Fist share a similar style, yet a compatibility of 100 is unlikely. It might hover around 80 or 90, but never 100. At present, according to the system, by consuming 1,500 talent points, Li Suifeng could simulate a new martial art, Radiant Fist. This new technique would surpass the original fist technique by 2 ranks and achieve perfect compatibility with the Fierce Radiance. In conjunction with the Fierce Radiance, it would undoubtedly unleash all of Li Suifeng's potential, delivering the utmost damage. Should he proceed with the simulation? The opportunity lay before him. Yet Li Suifeng felt the familiar headache return. He had diligently accumulated talent points to elevate the A-grade ability, Fierce Radiance, to S-grade as swiftly as possible. However, if he chose to simulate the new martial art now, his talent points would be depleted to 0. It would likely be a long time before he could enhance the Fierce Radiance again. System, how many talent points are required to elevate the A-grade talent to S-grade? Li Suifeng inquired again in his mind, but the system remained silent, evidently unwilling to answer his query. With examinations approaching, he needed to focus on enhancing his immediate combat prowess to excel in the upcoming assessments. An A-grade talent, combined with a superior grade ordinary martial art, should suffice for him to stand out in the martial arts examination. As for the S-grade talent, he could continue to accumulate talent points once he reached university. After deep contemplation, Li Suifeng swiftly clarified his thoughts and declared, System, simulate the Taizu Long Fist for me, consuming 1,500 talent points. The Taizu Long Fist is simulated into the Heavenly Light Fist. As the system's text flashed, the martial arts section of his panel displayed the Taizu Long Fist had transformed into the Heavenly Light Fist. However, the rank of the Heavenly Light Fist was marked as uninitiated. Clearly, the simulated Heavenly Light Fist now belonged to a new martial art, and mastering it would require spending talent points. Is this system intent on draining my talent points? Li Suifeng grumbled internally before fervently exclaiming, System, max out the Heavenly Light Fist for me. Consuming 300 talent points, the Heavenly Light Fist is upgraded to proficiency. Personal physique. 6. The system's text flashed once more. And a rush of memories regarding the Heavenly Light Fist surged into Li Suifeng's mind, leaving him momentarily dizzy. After a moment, as the memories settled, he regained his clarity and instinctively threw a punch. Golden radiance enveloped his fingers. The punch he delivered felt less like a mere fist and more akin to a golden cannonball. Boom! The fierce wind dissipated, replaced by the sound of air friction. Li Suifeng's face lit up with joy. He could ascertain that the power of the minor proficiency Heavenly Light Fist was at least twice as strong as the proficient Taizu Long Fist. Though he had exhausted all his talent points, the output had doubled, which he found acceptable. Li Suifeng grinned widely, yet a hint of confusion lingered. The proficiency upgrade of the Taizu Long Fist yielded an increase of 6 points in physique. Given that the Heavenly Light Fist is a more advanced technique, it should have granted even more physique points upon reaching proficiency. Why then did it also only yield 6 points? Contemplating deeply, Li Suifeng recalled the martial arts knowledge he had acquired in class and soon arrived at a conclusion. Strength, agility, endurance, explosive power, and vitality all constitute aspects of physique. Enhancing these attributes contributes to an increase in physique. Martial arts belong to the realm of combat, but they also pertain to physical training, effectively honing the body. The Taizu Long Fist, being a fist technique, would have a refining effect on the upper limbs during training. As Li Suifeng allocated points, his upper limbs underwent an invisible refinement, growing robust and consequently enhancing his physique. Before training the Taizu Long Fist, Li Suifeng was akin to a novice with no strength. Therefore, even a slight amount of training would yield rapid progress. However, upon allocating points to the Heavenly Light Fist, his upper limbs already possessed a foundation, which meant that even with continuous training, the increase would be limited compared to before. This phenomenon resembles a novice in the early stages of fitness, where progress is astonishingly rapid. Conversely, once a certain foundation is established, subsequent gains in fitness cannot compare to the initial surge. My upper limb strength is nearing its limits. Further training with other fist techniques or palm techniques to refine the upper body will yield minimal improvements, and, consequently, the increase in physique will also be modest. Unless you were to practice leg techniques or core martial arts, significant gains in physique would be difficult to achieve. Li Suifeng's understanding deepened. The initial path of a superhuman martial artist involves training various martial arts, leg techniques, fist techniques, finger techniques, core techniques, to refine every part of the body to its limits. Only after reaching a commendable level of physique can they then practice blood techniques to further refine their physical form, breaking through limits and enhancing their physique. A slight decrease in physique is acceptable as long as there is progress. First, let me check the panel status. Li Suifeng regained his composure and opened the panel. Li Suifeng, Realm, Awakening Stage 0, Physique, 13 Mentality, 17 Talent, Fierce Radiance, A grade. Martial Art, None Technique, Heavenly Light Fist, Proficient, Talent Points, 89 on the panel. With the arrival of the new martial art, his physique had reached 13 points, gradually catching up to his rapidly growing mental power. The Heavenly Light Fist still bore a plus sign, indicating it could be upgraded further, but due to the depletion of his talent points, he could not continue the enhancement at present. I have officially become a preparatory martial artist. Li Suifeng's eyes sparkled brightly, with his physique surpassing 13 points. And combined with his original 17 points of mental power, his vitality had crossed the threshold of 30. Thus, he met the official criteria and could be regarded as a competent preparatory martial artist. In just a few days, I have transformed from a mere novice into a preparatory martial artist. Such a leap is truly remarkable. No, being a preparatory martial artist is merely the beginning of my illustrious journey. I must not grow complacent, but continue to strive for excellence. After a moment of excitement, Li Suifeng endeavored to calm his emotions, greedily gazing at the beasts in the distance. Onward. Chapter 10. Team Invitation. Sister Rue, can we truly slay that saber-toothed tiger? Outside the city of Starfire, a stout young boy, adorned with a camouflage cap and 2 short axes hanging from his waist, surveyed his surroundings with a vigilant demeanor. Beside him stood 3 companions, 2 boys and a girl, who appeared to be high school students. The 2 boys bore a striking resemblance to each other, being identical twins. Their faces, though seemingly calm, betrayed their anxiety with beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. The lone girl, standing at a height of 1.75 meters and clad in military-style short boots, possessed a striking figure that was accentuated by her form-fitting combat attire. She raised a pair of binoculars to scan the horizon, reflecting on their previous encounter with a saber-toothed tiger, where their lack of preparation nearly led to disaster. This time, however, they had learned from their past mistakes and were well prepared to eliminate the beast. Rue, let us not deceive ourselves, shall we? That saber-toothed tiger is a second-level beast. Last time, we couldn't even break its skin, and even with the Zhang brothers' assistance, it will be a formidable challenge to take it down. As he spoke, the stout boy anxiously patted his chest. I can't fathom what our teacher was thinking, making the hunt for a saber-toothed tiger our graduation exam. With the college entrance exams looming, the pressure is utterly intolerable. Enough, Wang Jun, spare us your lamentations. We all have smartwatches. If we truly face a life-threatening situation, the guard within the city will undoubtedly come to our aid, interjected Zhang Shui, the elder of the twins. Indeed, Wang Jun, your shouting might attract a horde of beasts. Let us not waste our energy on others when our objective is the saber-toothed tiger, his brother Zhang Shuren added, but the girl raised a hand, signaling for calm, then expressed her suspicion. Do you detect a scent of blood? A scent of blood? It does seem to be present, Wang Jun remarked, his nose twitching as he pointed in a certain direction. Shall we investigate? Rue lowered her binoculars and led the group towards the source of the pungent odor. Moments later, their line of sight cleared, revealing a scene of devastation. Tall grasses lay flattened, and amidst the remnants, the carcasses of various beasts, flayed and dismembered, littered the ground. Under a tree, a boy clad in camouflage was crouched, skillfully prying a tooth from the jaw of a black golden hyena, his technique reminiscent of a master butcher. What? Rue was momentarily taken aback. Has this boy single-handedly dispatched all these beasts? Is this for real? Van Yun exclaimed, Who goes there? The boy, Suifeng, had just removed the last tooth from the hyena when he caught sight of the newcomers, rising abruptly with an imposing expression. Instantly, an aura of menace radiated from him, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. This person exudes an overwhelming presence. Zhang Shui whispered, visibly shaken. Wang Jun instinctively raised his hands and called out, Brother, we mean no harm. Please remain calm and do not harm us. Harm you? Li Suifeng responded with a bemused expression, questioning whether he truly appeared that fearsome. However, he quickly recognized that Wang Jun and his companions were likely students like himself. If you're merely passing through, then be on your way, he waved dismissively, uninterested in conversing further. Wang Jun sighed in relief and exchanged glances with Rue, signaling for them to retreat. Yet Rue displayed a keen curiosity, approaching Li Suifeng with a smile. Greetings, fellow student. I am Tian Rue, a senior from Starfire City's 4th High. You appear to be a student as well. Which school do you attend? 2nd High, Li Suifeng replied casually. Could you be Su Kai? Tian Rue's eyes sparkled with recognition. No, Li Suifeng shook his head. Su Kai is one of the 2 prodigies with an S-level awakening at 2nd High, currently training under the principal alongside Lan Aoshue. His prowess renders him the foremost combatant at 2nd High and a strong contender for the upcoming martial arts examination. Is there another expert like you at 2nd High? Wang Jun interjected, eyes wide with astonishment. What is your name, esteemed brother? Li Suifeng, feeling a sense of satisfaction from the compliment, replied, Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng? What a splendid name. Wang Jun clapped enthusiastically, whispering to Tian Rue, Rue, our team is 1 short. With this expert joining us, our chances of defeating the saber-toothed tiger will undoubtedly soar. Tian Rue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although she had claimed that defeating the saber-toothed tiger would be manageable, she felt an underlying uncertainty. Wang Jun was right. Li Suifeng's ability to slay so many beasts marked him as one of the top contenders among the current students. Li, we are preparing to hunt the 2nd-level saber-toothed tiger. Would you be interested in joining us? Tian Rue extended an invitation with a sweet smile. A 2nd-level beast? Li Suifeng's interest peaked. As an aspiring warrior, his remaining talent points were dwindling, and he was eager to hunt creatures to bolster his abilities. What will happen to the carcass post-hunt? 2nd-level beasts are not as common as black golden hyenas. Their flesh holds considerable value. The saber-toothed tiger's carcass is a requirement for our assignment, which we must submit to our teacher, so we cannot offer it to you. However, we can compensate you for your assistance. Tian Rue maintained her cheerful demeanor. 20,000. Li Suifeng raised a hand, ready to negotiate. To his surprise, Tian Rue smiled and nodded. Deal. What? Are these individuals affluent heirs? Li Suifeng thought incredulously, as they readily offered 20,000 without hesitation. I should have asked for more. Tian Rue approached him, fiddling with her smartwatch. Li, what is your contact information? Within mere seconds, she transferred the sum of 20,000 to him. How generous! Li Suifeng feigned calm, while internally lamenting that he had undersold himself. Li, the saber-toothed tiger is likely nearby. Will you rest or join us immediately? Tian Rue inquired with a smile. Li Suifeng consumed a vial of nutrient potion and decisively stated, The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return home. Then let us proceed. Tian Rue nodded with a smile, leading the group deeper into the wilderness while frequently checking the precise map on her smartwatch. After a while, the underbrush thickened, further obstructing their view. Yet Tian Rue remained vigilant, spotting traces on the ground. Crouching down to inspect, she warned, These are saber-toothed tiger tracks, indicating it is very close. We must be prepared for battle at any moment. No sooner had she spoken than a roar, akin to a thundering engine, erupted from less than 10 meters away. A massive shadow sprang from the grass, lunging ferociously towards them. Chapter 11. Striking down the saber-toothed tiger. This is the expert. Be careful, it's the saber-toothed tiger. The sudden turn of events elicited an exclamation from Xuanwu. Despite her delicate appearance, she was, in fact, a formidable woman of decisive action. With her hands clasped protectively over her chest, she invoked Vine Wall. This B-grade wood-type talent summoned the power of the Earth's flora, transforming into vines that coalesced into a protective barrier. Bang! A massive shadow collided with the vine wall, sending a violent tremor coursing through it. In an instant, as the wall shattered, the shadow descended to the ground, growling fiercely and revealing its true form. A gigantic tiger, 5 meters in length. Its robust limbs covered in a coat of yellow and black fur. Its menacing eyes glinted with malice, and its gaping maw revealed saber-like fangs, half a meter long. This was indeed their target, the second-tier demon beast, the saber-toothed tiger. Damn! Not only did this saber-toothed tiger spot us first, but it also launched a surprise attack. How cunning and despicable, exclaimed the chubby Wang Jun thankfully. Sister Rue had reacted swiftly and used the vine wall to shield them. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. However, Sister Rue, your wooden wall has been breached. It seems we are now without any defensive measures. Zhang Shuyi and his brother exchanged anxious glances. However, as invited guests, they had prepared adequately. Steeling himself, the elder brother Zhang Shuyi's physique swelled significantly, transforming his formerly slender frame into that of a muscular giant, weighing nearly 300 pounds, nearly bursting his clothing. This was the B-grade superhuman talent known as body expansion, which allowed him to inflate like a balloon while simultaneously enhancing his strength. Bang! Now, a hulking figure, Zhang Shuyi charged forward like a bulldozer, his massive fist hurtling towards the saber-toothed tiger's face. Clearly, he had unleashed a martial technique. Meanwhile, his younger brother Zhang Shoren wielded his hands, summoning wind blades shaped like willow leaves that coalesced in the air, striking the saber-toothed tiger's body before Zhang Shuyi could land his blow. This was the B-grade wind talent, wind manipulation. Clang! Despite its flesh and blood, the saber-toothed tiger's hide was as resilient as armor. Thus, when struck by the wind blades, it remained unscathed. Seizing the opportunity presented by the wind blades to distract the tiger, Zhang Shuyi rushed in, his fist aimed directly at the tiger's skull. Bang! The dull thud resonated as the saber-toothed tiger bowed its head from the impact. Nice! Wang Jun exclaimed, leaping in excitement, but his expression quickly shifted to horror. The forced bow of the saber-toothed tiger was quickly followed by a resurgence of its proud demeanor, its eyes ablaze with rage and ferocity. Suddenly, its massive paw struck Zhang Shuyi's chest. Crack! Zhang Shuyi was sent flying, landing with his arms lacerated and covered in deep gashes. One forearm was grotesquely bent, broken by the strike. Had he not instinctively raised his hands to block, the tiger's claw would have inflicted far more grievous injuries to his chest. My brother's arm is broken. He can't take the lead anymore. Zhang Shoren's face turned anxious as he looked at Xuanwu. As Wang Jun helped Zhang Shuyi to his feet, Xuanwu's complexion paled. I can take on the main offensive with my second talent, but doing so will severely drain my mental energy, and I fear I won't be able to use the vine wall for defense again. She turned to Li Suifeng. Li, what's your talent? Can you take on the responsibility of defending against the saber-toothed tiger? At this juncture, Li Suifeng discerned the situation. Although his 4 companions were not particularly strong, their execution and coordination were commendable, as evidenced by Zhang Shuyi's recent attack on the tiger. In truth, had the saber-toothed tiger's defenses been slightly weaker, or if Zhang Shuyi's explosive power had been a tad stronger, the situation might not have escalated to this point. I am not interested in being a tank. I shall take the offensive, Li Suifeng declared, striding purposefully toward the saber-toothed tiger under Xuanwu's gaze. Li, wait! Xuanwu called out in alarm, her heart racing. With Zhang Shuyi's misfortune fresh in their minds, how could he dare to confront the saber-toothed tiger head-on? Such audacity was reckless. If he too were injured, the team would face dire straits with 2 wounded members, jeopardizing their chances of defeating the tiger and even their own escape. Li, hold on! Xuanwu shouted desperately, hoping to dissuade him. Yet, Li Suifeng charged forth like Jing Ku on a fateful mission, resolute in his course. Zhang Shoren, attack from the side and distract the saber-toothed tiger to create an opportunity for Li. Tianrui could only direct Zhang Shuren, who nodded in bewilderment, preparing to unleash his wind blades. As Li Suifeng sprinted toward the beast, a golden aura enveloped him, blazing like fire. In an instant his speed surged, and he became a blur, colliding with the saber-toothed tiger. So swift was his movement that neither Tianrui nor Zhang Shuren could react in time. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed as, to their astonishment, the formidable saber-toothed tiger collapsed, its jaw resting on the ground, defeated. What on earth? Tianrui and her companions were utterly bewildered. The saber-toothed tiger had fallen? What was happening? What were you all standing around for? Come help me loot the corpse. Otherwise, don't blame me for seizing the opportunity. With the golden glow dissipating from his body, Li Suifeng called out as he stood before the fallen beast. Tianrui instinctively moved closer, cautiously approaching the massive saber-toothed tiger, which lay prostrate, its eyes vacant, its sharp teeth embedded in the earth, its skull punctured, blood and brain matter oozing forth. It lay motionless, irrevocably dead. How'd you do that? Tianrui trembled as she gazed at the tiger's corpse, then at the composed Li Suifeng. The saber-toothed tiger was dead. It had been slain by a single punch from Li Suifeng. Approach, and then deliver a punch to its head. It was that simple, Li Suifeng explained, relishing the experience. However, the strength of this second-tier demon beast is indeed far superior to that of a first-tier beast. The sensation of killing, it was quite different. Thrilling. Tianrui's lips twitched. This saber-toothed tiger had caused them immense hardship, yet he had dispatched it with a mere punch. And he deemed it simple. Were they students or seasoned warriors? As Tianrui mused, Wang Jun rushed over and hugged Li Suifeng's leg, exclaiming, "Master, after this battle, we are brothers forged in the fires of adversity. From now on, we shall share both fortune and misfortune." Wang Jun was clearly intent on clinging to the victor. Li Suifeng shrugged. "Wang, there's no need for theatrics. We can discuss things properly. Master, you saved our team. It is only right that I show my gratitude." Wang Yun insisted. "From now on, we are Iron Brothers, right? If I ever find myself in trouble, will you come to my aid?" Li Suifeng rolled his eyes, thinking he could go far away with that attitude. His gaze then fell upon Zhang Shuyi, who was being supported by Zhang Shuren. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, Master. Thank you for saving us," Zhang Shuyi replied, his complexion pale, awe and admiration written across his face. Although he too had launched an attack, his punch had done little damage to the saber-toothed tiger. Yet, Li Suifeng's singular blow had felled the beast. It was clear that his strength and speed far surpassed Zhang Shuyi's own, instilling in him a deep respect for Li Suifeng. "That is good," Li Suifeng acknowledged. Li Suifeng nodded and addressed Tianrui. "Now that the prey has been dealt with, our transaction is complete. I shall take my leave, and perhaps fate will allow us to meet again." He then turned to depart in the opposite direction of the group. "Hey, Master," Wang Jun called out reluctantly. Tianrui stood up, her expression a mixture of complexity as she gazed at Li Suifeng's retreating figure. "Did you all notice what talent he just utilized? I couldn't discern the specifics, but it seemed to be a light-based talent. Its rank appeared to be quite high." Zhang Shuren speculated. Zhang Shuyi, however, was more certain. In addition to his talent, he also employed a formidable martial technique that enhanced his explosive power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to slay the saber-toothed tiger with a single punch. It was unexpected that aside from Su Kai, there was such a prodigious talent like Master in the second high school. "It seems this year's martial arts examination will bring renown to our school." Wang Jun sighed in awe, then smacked his forehead in frustration. "I forgot to ask for Master's contact information. Damn it." Chapter 12. New Talent, Golden Jade Skin. After a day of monster hunting, Li Suifeng returned home, feeling both physically and mentally fatigued. His mother had just finished preparing dinner and was waiting in the dining room. His younger sister, Li Jiayue, was engrossed in a television show. Upon hearing him, she turned off the TV and ran to hug his leg, exclaiming, "Brother, you're home so punctually today." "I got out of school a bit earlier today," Li Suifeng replied with a smile, ruffling her hair as he led her to the dining table. After dinner, Li Suifeng returned to his bedroom, locked the door tightly, and a line of text materialized before him. "Kill the saber-toothed tiger. Personal talent points, 200. Acquired rank talent. Resilient skin. Personal physique, 1. Resilient skin, a superhuman talent that fortifies the skin, enhancing physical defense. The system's notification had appeared the moment he defeated the saber-toothed tiger, but amidst the crowd, he dared to investigate further. Now, in the solitude of his bedroom, he felt emboldened to explore. So, after slaying the saber-toothed tiger, I actually acquired a new talent? Is it possible that this saber-toothed tiger was akin to a boss for me, and defeating it granted me superior rewards? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Li Suifeng's face lit up with excitement. It seemed he had underestimated the power of the system. Not only did killing monsters yield talent points, but also granted talents directly. This essentially opened the door to an infinite potential for acquiring talents. Noticing the plus sign next to his new talent, Li Suifeng wasted no time. System, upgrade me, consuming 200 talent points. D-rank talent, resilient skin, upgraded to B-rank talent, golden jade skin. Personal physique, 5. Golden jade skin, a superhuman talent that endows the skin with exceptional resilience. Capable of withstanding blunt and sharp attacks without breaking, significantly enhancing physical defense. To his astonishment, it was a defensive talent. Eager to test its efficacy, Li Suifeng picked up a fruit knife from his desk and drew it across his left forearm. As he concentrated, the skin on his forearm tightened, akin to hardened leather. The knife's tip struck down, yet the skin remained unpierced. With a firm swipe, a faint white mark appeared on his forearm, but still, there was no break in the skin. This is impressive. Li Suifeng's eyes brightened as he relentlessly sliced at his forearm with the fruit knife. After a flurry of self-inflicted scratches, his forearm bore several white lines, yet not a single break appeared. Golden jade skin seemed extraordinarily potent. Li Suifeng's heart swelled with joy. As a natural system martial artist, he pursued the path of refining the spirit, engaging in close combat where defense was often a weakness. Such martial artists typically invested in various protective gear to shield their bodies from harm. Clearly, this would not be a concern for Li Suifeng in the future. With golden jade skin, even without protective equipment, his body would be exceptionally resilient. Considering that golden jade skin was merely a B-rank talent, it could further evolve given enough talent points. Perhaps before long, with his escalating defenses, he could withstand spiritual weapons, magical artifacts, and even Dao weapons with his flesh and blood. The thought alone sent shivers of excitement down his spine. With a broad grin, Li Suifeng turned his attention back to the panel. Li Suifeng, Realm, Awakening Stage 0, Physique, 19 Mentality, 17 Talent, Raging Light A rank, Golden Jade Skin, B rank, Martial Arts, None, Martial Techniques, Heavenly Light Long Fist, Mastered, Talent Points, 310, with the emergence of Golden Jade Skin. His physique had risen to 19 points, finally surpassing his mental capacity. After deducting talent points, he was left with 310. Insufficient to upgrade Golden Jade Skin, but ample to elevate the realm of Heavenly Light Long Fist. However, Li Suifeng had no intention of expending all his talent points. The mastered Heavenly Light Long Fist was already capable of dispatching the saber-toothed tiger. At this stage, it was evidently sufficient. It would be wiser to continue accumulating talent points and enhance Golden Jade Skin to A rank for further defensive fortification. Immovable as a mountain, merging offense and defense. That was the martial path Li Suifeng aspired to follow. Time swiftly passed, and a week had flown by, with less than 3 days remaining until the martial arts examination. On this day, at Zhengxi Martial Arts Hall, Li Suifeng had just exited the private training room when numerous pairs of eyes turned toward him. The senior students from various schools, among whom several had recently joined the hall. The youth were all competitive, and the students present were no exception. Their gazes toward Li Suifeng were filled with curiosity and a fighting spirit. What kind of prowess did this youth named Li Suifeng possess to be selected as a representative student for the examination? Creak! Just then, the door to another private training room swung open. Standing at a towering height of 9 meters, a robust figure resembling an iron tower, Tang Hu, emerged, accompanied by his sycophant, Yan Hao. Li Suifeng, with the martial arts examination approaching, do you wish to spar with Brother Tang to test your strength? Yan Hao shouted loudly, causing Li Suifeng, who was about to leave the hall, to halt and turn around, inquiring, why would I entertain such an idea? Yan Hao continued, as fellow representative disciples, do you not wish to know who is stronger between you and Brother Tang? Such matters are obvious without the need for a match. Naturally, I'm the stronger one. Li Suifeng replied confidently. Tang Hu frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction with a scoff. Yan Hao promptly added, what a coincidence. Personally, I believe Brother Tang is stronger. Do you dare to spar with him so I can validate my hypothesis? Upon hearing this, the surrounding students erupted in chatter. They were already intrigued by the rivalry between Li Suifeng and Tang Hu, and now, with the opportunity to witness their true strengths, they were eager not to miss it. Li Suifeng, however, responded nonchalantly. Who are you to demand such a thing from me? The discussions within the martial arts hall regarding who was stronger between Li Suifeng and Tang, who had flourished over the past few days. Yan Hao, whenever he heard such topics, would insistently argue that Tang Hu was superior and Li Suifeng was unimpressive. Unbeknownst to him, these disparaging comments had long reached Li Suifeng's ears, and he held no fondness for the sycophantic Yan Hao. You? Yan Hao's face flushed crimson, wanting to retort but hesitating due to Li Suifeng's status as a representative disciple. Tang Hu, if you wish to challenge me, why not speak for yourself? Li Suifeng then turned his gaze toward Tang Hu. Tang Hu pointed at Li Suifeng, his expression fierce. You and I shall spar, then? Is it necessary to prolong this? What a pretentious display Tang Hu was putting on, Li Suifeng thought to himself. Though both he and Tang Hu were representative disciples, they had kept to themselves, with no interactions whatsoever. In truth, this marked the first occasion he engaged in conversation with Tang Hu. Come if you dare. Li Suifeng strode purposefully towards Tang Hu. Under the pressure of his imposing presence, Yan Hao took a step back, exclaiming, Li Suifeng, according to the dojo's regulations, formal sparring requires us to ascend the arena. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Li Suifeng suddenly quickened his pace, each footfall resonating with a thundering sound upon the floor. As he drew near, his fist, akin to a cannonball, hurtled towards Tang Hu's face. The gust of wind howled, causing Tang Hu's breath to quicken, yet his gaze shone with a fierce brilliance, imbued with a fervent battle spirit. Chapter 13. A decisive victory over Tang Hu. Gulme. Tang Hu roared, a dust-colored aura emanating from him. As he raised his hands to block, this earthy essence coalesced into a shield before him, successfully intercepting Li Suifeng's punch. With a resounding impact, the dust-colored shield remained unscathed, while Li Suifeng staggered back 3 steps from the force of the collision. Was this the legendary A-grade talent of Tang Hu, the ability to condense earth elements? His defense appeared remarkably formidable, rivaling that of common shield-type spiritual weapons. If I possessed such a talent, achieving a high score in a martial arts examination would be a mere formality. The exchange between the two drew the attention of onlookers. At a distance, near the entrance of an office, the dojo master, Zhang Daong, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by a rather slender assistant. Master, it seems Tang Hu has the upper hand, the assistant murmured. Li Xiaoyu has yet to employ his talent. It remains uncertain who holds superiority. However, the martial technique Li Xiaoyu just utilized bore resemblance to Taizu Changquan, though not entirely so. What could this signify? Zhang Daong pondered. In the arena, Li Suifeng laughed heartily. Tang Hu, you possess some real skill. Let us see how long you can endure against me. He charged once more at Tang Hu, his arms flailing in a frenzy, each punch executed with overwhelming force and astonishing speed. Each strike against Tang Hu's earth element shield elicited reverberations. To the students watching, while Li Suifeng's punches displayed tremendous power, Tang Hu seemed to effortlessly parry them with his earth element shield, evidently prevailing in this confrontation. They marveled at Tang Hu's prowess, believing he had gained the upper hand in this bout. However, Zhang Daong held a contrary opinion. He gazed at Li Suifeng in astonishment. The intensity of that martial technique is extraordinary. It is by no means Taizu Changquan. When did Li Xiaoyu master such a formidable art? The assistant appeared perplexed. Master, is Li Suifeng's martial technique truly that strong? To my eyes, it seems as if his punches merely tickle Tang Hu, incapable of breaching his defense. How could he possibly secure victory in this battle? Zhang Daong smiled faintly. You seem to have forgotten that Li Xiaoyu has yet to unveil his talent. Ah, indeed. The assistant smacked his forehead. Up until now, Li Suifeng's relentless onslaught appeared fruitless. Yet this was predicated on the fact that he had not invoked his light-based talent. Were he to do so, the potency of his strikes would undoubtedly surge. Could Tang Hu withstand such an assault? Within the arena, Tang Hu, besieged by Li Suifeng's relentless barrage, simmered with frustration. With a contorted expression, he roared, yearning to abandon his defense and retaliate against Li Suifeng. At that moment, a brilliant golden radiance erupted from Li Suifeng's body, exuding an ineffable aura of danger. With a swift punch, the golden light illuminated the scene, dazzling the onlookers. Talent activated, blazing light. With a thunderous crash, the earth element shield crumbled like glass, and Tang Hu's body was propelled backward like a marionette with severed strings, colliding against the wall before collapsing to the ground. Gasping, Tang Hu braced himself with one hand, struggling to rise. But the agony in his chest forced forth a spurt of blood. Upon lowering his gaze, he discovered a slight indentation in his chest. 3 ribs had been fractured. I have been defeated? Tang Hu's pupils constricted, his brow furrowed with disbelief and shock. Driven by his competitive nature, since Li Suifeng's arrival at the dojo, he had exerted himself diligently in training. Anticipating a triumphant showdown today, he had believed he would triumph over Li Suifeng. Yet to his astonishment, he had been vanquished. The defeat was swift and decisive. In hindsight, he realized he had lacked even the strength to retaliate. The disparity was insurmountable. Outside the arena, many students who had supported Tang Hu were left in a state of bewilderment. Had not Tang Hu seemed to effortlessly withstand Li Suifeng's assaults moments prior? How could he suddenly be so thoroughly overpowered? Was Tang Hu truly weak, or was Li Suifeng simply extraordinary? All right, both of you, since this is a sparring match, let's call it a day. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Zhang Daong swiftly entered the arena, assisting Tang Hu to his feet and offering him a vial of nutritional medicine along with a healing pill. Regardless of the circumstances, Tang Hu was a representative of the dojo, and with the imminent examination approaching, he could not afford to compete in a compromised state. Tang Hu's face bore a look of disbelief, still reeling from his defeat. Li Xiaoyu, you have won this battle. However, the examination is approaching, and I have heard you have yet to withdraw from your studies? Zhang Daong inquired, handing Tang Hu over to the assistant for comfort. Li Suifeng, Ruplia. I've been rather busy lately. I'll withdraw tomorrow. Very well. Li Xiaoyu, should you require anything further, do not hesitate to seek me out. Zhang Daong said, with a gentle demeanor, concealing his excitement within. According to his estimations, Tang Hu's capabilities would secure him a spot at a prestigious university without issue. Yet, Li Suifeng's ability to effortlessly dominate someone of Tang Hu's caliber was astonishing, certainly placing him in contention for admission to one of the esteemed 8 academies. The dojo stood to gain immensely from this. Master, should there be a need, I will reach out to you, Li Suifeng nodded, then made his way towards the dojo's exit. As he departed, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, with the excited students animatedly discussing the recent battle. I'm fine now, Master. Tang Hu snapped back to reality, consuming the nutritional potion and healing pill, speaking softly. Tang Xiaoyu, would you like me to escort you home? Zhang Daong asked. No, that won't be necessary, Tang Hu declined, lowering his head and hastily exiting the dojo. As night deepened, Lan Aoshua, having completed her additional training, approached the entrance of a villa district and unexpectedly spotted a burly youth standing at the gate. The young man appeared troubled, a look of unrest etched across his face. Xiaohu, what brings you here? Lan As, Inquit, Pudao, Shuejia, you're back, the youth replied, lifting his head, his face marred by anguish. I lost him. Lost to whom? Another candidate from your dojo? Lan Aoshua stepped closer, brushing the dirt off the youth, expressing her concern. The burly youth was Tang Hu, her neighbor and cousin, with whom she had grown up, sharing a deep bond. Whenever Lan Aoshua faced challenges, she would confide in Tang Hu, and vice versa. Yes, it was him, Tang Hu spoke slowly, stammering slightly, a congenital flaw that rendered him reticent and aloof within the dojo. Lan Aoshua chuckled lightly. A loss is merely a loss. You can reclaim your victory next time. With the examination just days away, do not let this dampen your spirits. Focus on adjusting both your body and mindset to achieve a good result. The path of martial arts is akin to ascending the celestial mountains. There are no shortcuts or easy paths. Just because you start at the foot of the mountain does not mean you cannot reach the summit. Lan Aoshua's soothing words lifted Tang Hu's spirits considerably. Thank you, Shuejia. Now, you should return home and rest properly, she advised. Lan Aoshua pinched Tang Hu's cheek, causing the latter's face to flush crimson as he sulkily trudged towards the nearby mansion. By the way, little tiger, What is the name of the person who defeated you? Lan as Sudeli Inquit, with Tang, whose innate physical prowess, complemented by an A-grade talent. He had the potential to rank among the top 20 in this year's college entrance examination. The young man who managed to overcome Tang, who might just secure a spot in the top 10. Such a figure certainly warranted attention. Li Suifeng, Tamungria Rablia. Li Suifeng? Is that for real? Lan Aoshue's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly him, or is he from your school? Tang, who stuttered, noticing Lan Aoshue's eyes bulging in disbelief. He then asked, "What's wrong, Sister Xue? I have a classmate named Li Suifeng as well." Lan Aoshu sighed, "But he awakened an E-grade talent and is in a regular class. It must be mere coincidence that there are 2 students named Li Suifeng in our small school, both of whom are seniors." Tang, who chose not to delve deeper into the topic. Defeating him, Li Suifeng not only possessed an A-grade talent, but also executed a martial arts technique that was both fluid and domineering, leaving him filled with trepidation. Such a prodigy could not possibly be the same inept deskmate Sister Xue had once mentioned. It was merely a case of coincidental nomenclature. Chapter 14. School Withdrawal and Strength Assessment Morning. Inside the administrative office of No. 2 High School, the teachers were diligently engaged in their work. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a casually dressed youth stepped inside. "Is Director Sun available?" The bespectacled Director Sun squinted and asked, "Young man, what brings you here?" "Hello, Director Sunday. My name is Li Suifeng, a student from Class 222, and I am here to process my withdrawal from school." As Li Suifeng approached, Director Sun's eyes widened in disbelief. "Li, are you serious? You can't be joking." The other teachers paused, equally astonished. With only 2 days remaining until the college entrance exams, every senior in the city was tirelessly preparing for this crucial moment. Yet here was Li Suifeng, seemingly unfazed, seeking to withdraw. Had he lost his mind? "Director Sun, I assure you, I am not joking. Look." Li Suifeng produced a card. Director Sun took it, adjusted his glasses, and his eyes grew even wider. "This is an identification card for students representing the Zhengqi Martial Arts Institute during the exams, essentially serving as your admission ticket. But isn't Class 222 a regular cultural class? How could Li Suifeng from that class become a candidate for the Zhengqi Martial Arts Institute?" Despite his lingering doubts, Director Sun refrained from questioning further and returned the card to Li Suifeng, saying, "I wish you the best of luck in your exams." "Thank you, Director Sunday. Here is my withdrawal letter." Director Sun produced a seal and firmly stamped the document. Noon. Soaked in sweat and panting heavily, Kaisu emerged from the fitness center, unexpectedly spotting a familiar figure standing at the base of the stairs. "Old Li, were you waiting for me?" Kaisu Galim. His spirits instantly lifted as he quickened his pace, a smile spreading across his face. "I haven't seen you around the grove lately. I see you've been diligently studying?" "Yes, I've been focused on my studies, Brother G. I'm here to say goodbye," Li Suifeng replied, throwing an arm around Kaisu's shoulder, disregarding his sweaty odor. "Goodbye? In a couple of days, I will be representing the Zhengqi Martial Arts Institute in the college entrance exams, so I may not be able to meet you at school." Upon hearing this, Kaisu nodded. "Oh, then I wish you success in your exams." But before he could finish, his eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, Old Li, did you just say you're representing the Zhengqi Martial Arts Institute in the exams?" Indeed, Li Suifeng revealed the identification card for the Zhengqi Martial Arts Institute. Kaisu snatched it, scrutinizing it closely, then pulled out his phone to search for information, ultimately confirming that it was indeed a legitimate card from the Zhengqi Martial Arts Institute. "Isn't your talent only E-grade? How did you become a candidate for the Zhengqi Martial Arts Institute?" Kaisu asked, his expression one of confusion. "Old Li, what is going on?" Li Suifeng Shukalat. "There might have been a mistake during the awakening ceremony. My talent is actually A-grade. The people from the Zhengqi Martial Arts Institute discovered my potential and invited me to be their candidate." Kaisu was taken aback for a full 5 seconds before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. I knew my genius friend couldn't he possibly be a slacker. Old Li, I never doubted you." The genuine thoughts of many often oscillate between fearing for their friends' hardships and wishing for their friends' prosperity. Yet Kaisu was not of such a disposition. He sincerely hoped that his friend could escape adversity and thrive. Upon learning of his friend's A-grade talent, he felt more elated than anyone else. "Old Li, what is your A-grade talent exactly?" Kaisu, beaming with joy, placed his arm around Li Suifeng's shoulder. "Brother G, if you wish to know, I can demonstrate it for you in the fitness center. Do you have that kind of access? Li Suifeng gestured towards the entrance. Sure, let us go. Kai Su readily agreed, leading Li Suifeng to the fitness center entrance. He presented his student ID, tapping it on the scanner at the entrance, which opened the gate to reveal a passage. Kai Su ushered Li Suifeng inside, quickly following him, and they seamlessly entered the hall. The fitness center was vast, with a single hall larger than the Zhengqi Martial Arts Institute itself, accommodating over 2,000 senior students for simultaneous training. At the most prominent spot in the hall stood the familiar strength testing machine. Li Suifeng pointed at the device and asked, Brother G, what is your current punching strength? My baseline punching strength is over 700 kilograms, and with my talent and techniques, I've achieved a peak punching strength of 300 kilograms. My efforts have been remarkable. This score places me among the top 10 in this year's superhuman cohort. Kai Su replied with a proud smile, but then his expression turned inquisitive. Wait, old Li, are you asking about my punching strength because your A-grade talent is related to the superhuman category? It's actually of the natural type, but it can enhance explosive power. Li Suifeng explained as he removed his outerwear and approached the strength testing machine. At that moment, a few students still lingered in the hall. As they noticed Li Suifeng approaching the testing machine, their curiosity was piqued. Natural type? Enhances explosive power? That is quite a unique talent. Kai Su Muset. Only to realize that his friend had already reached the testing apparatus, his muscles taut and defined. His eyes widened in disbelief. When had his friend become so muscular? He seemed even more robust than himself. Just then, Li Suifeng's fist struck the sandbag with a resounding thud. The bag indented, displaying a staggering figure of 469 kilograms on the screen. What? Kai Su's mouth fell agape, his eyes filled with intense astonishment. Who was this person? So powerful? The other students who had been eavesdropping wore expressions of shock. Nearly 500 kilograms of punching strength. Such a result would place him 6th among the superhuman students in number 2 high school. Yet the 6th-ranked student, Yin Jiqiang, was short and stocky. Clearly not the individual before them. Who exactly was he? Old Li, have you been taking something? You just casually punched far beyond my record? Kai Su rushed over, staring at Li Suifeng as though he had seen a ghost. Soon, he recalled something and abruptly asked, Old Li, just now you exhibited no elemental fluctuations. You have yet to utilize your A-grade talent, have you? Not yet. This was merely a punch combining my basic strength with martial arts techniques. Li Suifeng replied with a slight nod. His intention for this visit was to assess his latest capabilities. Without employing the Radiant Fury, his basic strength combined with a light fist already yielded a force of 2,000 kilograms. What then, one might ponder, would be the result when augmented by the power of Radiant Fury? Li Suifeng's heart began to race at the exhilarating prospect of that staggering figure. Old Li, why not further test your talent? Kai Su spoke, instinctively holding his breath. For Li Suifeng once again raised his arm. The same motion was executed, yet this time, a golden aura flowed from his body like flames. At the moment his fist struck, a dazzling golden radiance filled the space between his fingers, coinciding perfectly with the impact on the sandbag. Bang! The sandbag, which had withstood countless strikes from students without yielding, suddenly erupted. The splattering sand forced Kai Su to retreat in a frenzy, his skin prickling. Once he steadied himself and regained his composure, he gazed at the display screen, his mind momentarily blank. Chapter 15. Director Zhang in shock. Is Li Suifeng the person I've been searching for? What appeared on the screen was not a number, but 3 question marks. This indicated that Li Suifeng's punch had surpassed the instrument's weight limit, resulting in such a display. Did this formidable individual just obliterate the testing sandbag with a single blow? It was said that the sandbag's threshold was 20,000 kilograms. Had this fellow's punch truly exceeded that limit? Goodness, is he even human? The students in the distance could not help but gasp in astonishment. The sound jolted Kai Su back to reality, staring at Li Suifeng as if he had seen a ghost, his voice trembling. Old Li. Before he could finish his thought, Li Suifeng awkwardly took a step back. Brother G, it seems I might have broken the machine. I hope I won't have to compensate for it. Kai Su was speechless. Is the question of compensation the issue at hand? Old Li, your punch shattered the sandbag and caused the machine to malfunction. It clearly exceeded 20,000 kilograms. When did you become so formidable? After a full minute, Kai Su finally managed to swallow his saliva and attempted to calm his racing heart. Old Li, not only have you suddenly become this powerful, But you've also kept it a secret from me for so long. You're simply unbelievable. Li Suifeng Shuja. Brother G, when did I ever keep anything from you? I thought I had told you before. Kai-Su suddenly recalled a few days prior when he had inquired about the mysterious student who had recorded a 1,000-kilogram mark on the machine. Li Suifeng had mentioned that the student was him. He had thought Old Li was joking, but it turned out to be true. The one who set that record was indeed Old Li. Gasp. Kai-Su inhaled sharply, giving Li Suifeng a thumbs up. Old Li, you're truly impressive. Brother G, do I need to compensate for the machine? Li Suifeng inquired. Compensate? Nonsense. Our school isn't that stingy. If they demand compensation, I'll cover it for you. But Old Li, your sudden surge in power has shattered my resolve. Kai-Su lamented with a pained expression. In recent days, he had worked harder than ever, even earning the title of King of Effort. Yet despite his relentless efforts, the gap between his strength and that of Li Suifeng had exceeded tenfold. This was a crushing blow. This is unacceptable. Old Li, you've wrecked my mindset. You're treating me to lunch today. Kai-Su in-seat, linking his arm with Li Suifeng as they headed out of the fitness center. I'm going to Sister A.S. Spicy Hot Pot and ordering a 100 yuan set meal. You are not allowed to refuse. All right, Brother G, no problem. Kai-Su's friend, who bore the surname Li, seemed somewhat familiar. Wasn't he called Li Suifeng? Yes, it appeared to be this very Li Suifeng. Wasn't he the pest exterminator from the Grove, a mere nobody from the ordinary class? How had he become so powerful? What on earth was going on? As Li Suifeng and Kai-Su departed, the remaining students gradually emerged from their state of shock, though a sense of confusion lingered within them. They were engaged in discussion when a middle-aged man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of refinement, emerged from an office. Upon witnessing the scattered yellow sand and the display screen bearing 3 question marks, the man paused, looking toward the students. What transpired here? Good day, Director Zhang. The students greeted, some bowing respectfully. One student exaggeratedly recounted the events that had just unfolded. You can't be serious? Director Zhang's expression turned incredulous as he absorbed the entire narrative. The occurrence of a student obliterating a sandbag had only happened once in the history of Second High School. The individual who had achieved this feat had since become a renowned martial artist in Long Country. Not long ago, he had slain a king-tier beast in the frigid tundra, earning global acclaim. Now, someone had replicated this miracle? Director Zhang, seeing is believing. Here, as the evidence. A student produced a phone and handed it over, revealing that he had recorded a video just before Li Suifeng's second strike on the sandbag. Upon viewing the footage of Li Suifeng, enveloped in golden light as he shattered the sandbag with a single punch, Director Zhang's blood surged with excitement. It's real. Just now, a prodigious talent named Li Suifeng surpassed 20,000 kilograms of punching power, creating an astonishing miracle. Don't linger here. Go have your meals and prepare for the afternoon classes, he instructed the students briskly before dashing out of the fitness center towards the adjacent archives building. Old Zhang, what is the matter? The teacher in charge of the archives, preparing to leave for the day, looked puzzled at Director Zhang's frantic demeanor. Old Su, help me look up a student, quickly. Director Zhang exclaimed, his voice taut with urgency. He had begun to sense that this student, named Li Suifeng, might very well be the one who had recorded 1,000 kilograms just a day after the awakening ceremony. The genius he had been searching for. What a remarkable talent to only be discovered so close to the college entrance exam. What a pity. However, he mused, if such extraordinary growth could be achieved without my dedicated guidance, then this talent was truly exceptional. This year's entrance examination would likely yield impressive results for him. Perhaps even a chance to gain admission to one of the 8 prestigious universities? As Director Zhang's thoughts raced, Old Su handed him a tablet displaying Li Suifeng's detailed profile. What in the world? After reviewing Li Suifeng's records, Director Zhang was left dumbfounded. The archives indicated that Li Suifeng had awakened an E-grade talent and had been relegated to the ordinary class, wasting his potential. If it weren't for the matching photograph in the archives and the youth in the video, Director Zhang would have doubted that Old Su had made a mistake. Could it be a second awakening? Director Zhang snapped back to reality. The accuracy of the awakening ceremony's assessments was roughly 90%, not 100. A minority might be misclassified during the awakening, while some could achieve a second awakening afterward. Though such cases were exceedingly rare, they were, without exception, geniuses. It appeared that Li Suifeng was likely one of these exceptional individuals. If all went well, his talent should be around A grade. Yet his physical prowess and martial arts skills were astonishingly remarkable. His overall strength might not be inferior to Su Kai's. There may yet be hope for Su Kai and me to sprint towards the top 3 in the city. Who would have anticipated that our second school in this cohort would not only boast Su Kai, but also a prodigy like Li Suifeng? What remarkable fortune! Director Zhang, lost in his joyous reverie, was suddenly jolted when old Su took the tablet, fiddled with it for a moment, and then expressed his bewilderment. I just received an update on the records. The Li Suifeng you wish to inquire about has already withdrawn from school. Withdrawn? Is this some sort of mistake? Director Zhang's expression froze in disbelief as he gripped old Su's arm tightly, his face contorting in rage. Oh, come on, old Zhang, you're going to break my arm. Old Su cried out in pain, prompting Director Zhang to finally release him, exclaiming, Old Su, is it true that Li Suifeng has really withdrawn? Yes, it happened this morning. What on earth is going on? Why would he provoke your investigation and, on the brink of the college entrance examination, dare to withdraw? Old Su inquired, increasingly puzzled. Director Zhang dashed out of the records room with a swift motion. Old Zhang, where are you going? To find Li Suifeng. I demand he return to school. Chapter 16. A failed recruitment, Director Zhang's disappointment, and Li Suifeng's fame spreads throughout the second school. In a bustling, spicy hot pot restaurant across from the second school, Kai Su cradled a bowl brimming with rice noodles, shrimp paste, meat slices, boiled eggs, and other delectable ingredients, and placed it on a table in the corner with a smile. Old Li, you're extravagant. Li Suifeng savored his hot pot heartily, occasionally sipping on a cola. Brother G, after mooching off your meals for years, is this all you could muster for me in return? 3 portions of rice noodles, 5 servings of shrimp paste, 10 slices of beef, and 20 eggs. Does that seem insufficient? Old Li, I'm a human, not a hippopotamus. Kai Su relished his hot pot for a moment before his eyes widened in surprise as he spotted someone outside. Isn't that Director Zhang? The one in charge of the physical training center? Li Suifeng glanced back and immediately buried his head in his hot pot. I hope he is not here to demand money from me. I doubt it, Kai Su muttered, just as Director Zhang entered the restaurant, calling out, Are Li Suifeng and Kai Su here? The lively atmosphere fell into a hush. Students exchanged puzzled glances. What could Director Zhang possibly want with Kai Su and Li Suifeng? In the corner, Li Suifeng lowered his head even further, while Kai Su wore an awkward expression, debating whether to respond to Director Zhang. What if he truly was here to collect money from old Li? Kai Su, Director Zhang, is looking for you. Why aren't you responding? At that moment, a student at a nearby table recognized Kai Su and shouted out. With a swift motion, Director Zhang's gaze, like a laser, swept across the corner table, landing on Kai Su's face before shifting to the youth across the table. The casual attire of that youth perfectly matched the Li Suifeng from the videos. Found you. Director Zhang's eyes sparkled as he strode over. Oh no. If Director Zhang is indeed here for compensation, I currently don't have enough money to repay him. This is going to be embarrassing. Kai Su's mind raced. Anxiety etched on his face. Director Zhang halted before their table, cleared his throat twice, and then smiled. Hello, Li Suifeng. Feigning ignorance was no longer an option. Li Suifeng reluctantly lifted his head and forced a smile. Hello, Director Zhang. Can you tell me why you withdrew from the second school? So he is not here to demand payment, but rather to discuss my withdrawal? Director Zhang's inquiry eased the tension in Li Suifeng's heart, and he replied, Because I joined the Zhengqi Dojo. The Zhengqi Dojo? Director Zhang realized that Li Suifeng had no intention of giving up on the college entrance examination. He merely wished to represent the Zhengqi Dojo in it. Li, if you return to school, I can offer you conditions that exceed those of the Zhengqi Dojo by tenfold. Director Zhang's grand proclamation left the surrounding students dumbfounded. It had always been the dojo's poaching from public schools. How could it be the other way around today? Especially with the head of the physical training center personally doing the recruiting? What extraordinary allure does Li Suifeng possess? Director Zhang, I genuinely appreciate your esteem, but I've already signed a contract with the Zhengqi Dojo, and thus cannot return to school. A pang of regret washed over Li Suifeng. Had he known how highly Director Zhang regarded him, he would have never signed with the Zhengqi Dojo, but sought out the director directly. The figure of 200,000 Longwu coins was sufficient to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment in Xingho City. But alas, it was all too late. Having signed a contract, Director Zhang's face fell in disappointment. This was a talent capable of shattering sandbags. He was undoubtedly qualified to compete alongside Sukai for the top 3 in the city. Now, however, he could only watch as Li Suifeng joined another dojo. The loss to the second school was monumental. Well, there's nothing we can do now. However, Li, let us exchange contact information. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to reach out to me, Director Zhang said with a heavy heart, pulling out his phone. Li Suifeng nodded and used his phone to scan the QR code, adding the director as a contact. As Director Zhang departed, he appeared utterly despondent. Once he left, a cacophony erupted in the hot pot restaurant. All the students gazed at Li Suifeng as if they had seen a ghost, whispering among themselves about what had just transpired. With no need to worry about compensation for the sandbags, Li Suifeng relaxed and methodically finished his hot pot before leaving with Kai Su. The students' curiosity about the gossip was more fervent than anticipated. In the following hours, Li Suifeng's name swiftly spread throughout the second school, igniting discussions regarding his exploits. After school that afternoon, Lan Aoshua, looking weary, walked alongside a slim youth clad in a white tank top. Lan Aoshua, you've been admitted to Tianwan University through special consideration. Why would you still choose to participate in the college entrance examination? The slender youth inquired, perplexed. Gan Li, Lan As Viplit, Sukai. People say that the illusion department possesses the weakest initial talent. I wish to prove them wrong. Moreover, if I can rightfully gain admission to one of the 8 prestigious universities, why would I resort to backdoor methods? Lan As. I never imagined that beneath your composed exterior lay such fierce ambition. It seems we shall be competing for the top spot in this martial arts examination. Sukai remarked with newfound respect, his gaze fervent. Lan Aoshua chose not to respond, but Sukai suddenly chuckled. However, this afternoon, a rumor circulated around campus. A student named Li Suifeng is said to possess the potential to contend for the top spot as well. Li Suifeng. Lan Aoshua's eyes widened. Sukai continued, oblivious. I've heard this individual shattered the sandbag of the strength testing device. And due to his association with the dojo as a substitute examinee, the head of the physical training center personally approached him, urging him to return to school. Curiously, it seems this person was once in your class? Buzz. As Sukai's words reached her ears, Lan Aoshua felt as if flies were buzzing incessantly, her mind going blank. The Li Suifeng Sukai spoke of was undoubtedly her former deskmate. But that deskmate only possessed E-level talent. How could he suddenly transform into a genius capable of shattering sandbags and competing for the top spot? Wait a moment. Could the Li Suifeng Kai Su mentioned be the same one who defeated Tang Hu? Lan Aoshua jolted back to reality and quickly pulled out her phone to message her childhood friend Tang Hu. Tang Hu, are you at the Jingxi dojo? Please send me a photo of Li Suifeng. Moments later, Tang Hu sent a photo. As Lan Aoshua gazed at the youth in the picture, her pupils widened in astonishment. Indeed, the Li Suifeng who had defeated Tang, who was none other than her former deskmate. The very same individual Sukai referred to as a contender for the top spot? What on earth had transpired? Lan Aoshua stood in a daze, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. How could her underachieving classmate suddenly transform into a prodigious genius? In the Xuanwu Hall, as Li Suifeng emerged from the independent training room, a flash of light flickered in the distance. Tang Hu, I can overlook you taking my picture. But did you really have to use a flash? What does that even mean? Li Suifeng glared toward the corner. Tang Hu hastily shoved his phone into his pocket, his face betraying a mix of panic and hesitation, struggling to articulate a response while fearing the revelation of his awkwardness. Beside him, Yan Hao trembled slightly as he mustered a forced smile. Li Xiao, brother who just thought you looked exceptionally handsome and wanted a photo for his screensaver. Next time, just ask me, and I'll strike a few cool poses for you. Li Suifeng waved dismissively, causing Tang Hu wins in frustration. I don't think you're handsome at all. If it weren't for Sister Shui wanting your photo, I wouldn't have taken it. Ignoring Tang Hu's embarrassment, Li Suifeng approached the home master's office and knocked on the door, calling out, Master Zhang, I need to discuss something with you. Chapter 17. The changes in the defensive body technique, Iron Stake Skill Young Li, come in. Zhang Diyong opened the door and welcomed Li Suifeng with warmth. Pouring a cup of tea. What brings you here today? Master, I have mastered the Grand Ancestor Long Fist and wish to learn a new body technique to enhance my strength, aiming for a commendable performance in the martial arts examination. Li Suifeng stated directly. Zhang Diyong was not taken aback by this request. He had observed the exquisite finesse of Li Suifeng's martial arts during his battle with Tang Hu, leaving a lasting impression on him. Young Li, the techniques you demonstrated were even more refined than the Grand Ancestor Long Fist, harmonizing splendidly with your innate talent. May I inquire about the origin of that technique? Zhang Diyong asked with a smile. After mastering the Grand Ancestor Long Fist, I began experimenting, attempting to fuse my techniques with my innate abilities, which unexpectedly yielded some modest results. Li Suifeng recounted the premeditated fabrication. Zhang Diyong's eyes lit up. The reason why the world's basic body techniques have only 2 levels is because the government deliberately limits them. This strategy aims to stimulate students' competitive spirit and thirst for knowledge, encouraging them to deduce and innovate the subsequent evolution of body techniques. The simplicity of these low-level techniques makes them easy to understand, and their modifications are not as challenging as one might think. Each year, a number of students possess the ability to innovate upon these basic techniques. Such individuals often demonstrate exceptional martial wisdom, making them invaluable assets to the nation. To think that besides your extraordinary talent, your martial comprehension is also exceptional. You are destined to become a pillar of our Dragon Kingdom. San De Yong beamed sincerely. I can now confidently assert that your probability of being admitted to one of the top 8 academies is at least 70%. Only 70%? I believe it's 100%. Li Suifeng mused inwardly, though he inquired aloud, what about the new body technique? That poses no issue. Although there are only 2 days until the examination, given your martial comprehension, you might just manage to learn a new body technique to bolster your strength. San De Yong replied, retrieving a tablet. Li Suifeng perused the content, his gaze settling on a technique known as Iron Stake Skill. This defensive body technique, once mastered, would allow one's lower body to stabilize like a stake, immovable as a mountain. Upon achieving minor or full mastery, one's resistance to impact would continually improve. Isn't this the essence of foundational training? Li Suifeng thought, realizing that due to the compatibility of body techniques with innate talents, he couldn't choose indiscriminately. He had to consider whether the two would complement each other. Coincidentally, his new talent, Golden Skin, enhances skin resistance, enabling him to withstand simple blade attacks. If paired with the defense-oriented Iron Stake skill, his resilience could potentially increase, perhaps rendering him impervious to blades and spears. Master, I wish to select the Iron Stake skill. Li Suifeng declared. That is certainly feasible, Zhang Diyong nodded. With a solid foundation in his fist techniques, Li Suifeng's optimal choice would indeed be to master a leg technique, achieving a balanced development. While the Iron Stake skill is predominantly defensive, it also necessitates the strengthening of lower body power to ensure comprehensive protection. This aligns well with Li Suifeng's needs. After transmitting the encrypted Iron Stake skill to Li Suifeng, Zhang Diyong remarked, if you can grasp the Iron Stake skill in 2 days, that would be splendid. However, if it proves too challenging, do not fret. With your current capabilities, you are assured a top 5 finish in this examination. Mark my words, an A-level talent, an unparalleled martial comprehension. In fact, based on the previous 3 examinations, you are guaranteed a top 3 finish. Sang de Yong conservatively assist. Considering the presence of numerous formidable candidates in this year's examination. With the Master's encouraging words, I shall strive diligently. Li Suifeng expressed his gratitude before taking his leave. As night fell, he opted to return home rather than head back to the independent training room. After savoring his mother's delicious braised pig trotters, he retreated to his bedroom to begin studying the Iron Stake skill. Half an hour later, having memorized the fundamental concepts, Li Suifeng promptly opened his panel. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Level 0. Constitution, 21. Mental Strength, 17. Talent, Blazing Light, A-level. Golden Skin, B-level. Techniques, none. Body techniques, Tianguang Long Fist, great accomplishment. Iron Stake skill, not yet mastered. Talent value, 2,360. In the past few days, aside from spending time at the dojo, Li Suifeng had frequently ventured outside the city to defeat monsters. His talent value had reached a new high, accumulating to 2,400 points. Even after investing some to elevate the Tianguang Long Fist to great accomplishment. Had he not enhanced the Tianguang Long Fist, his talent value would have been close to 3,000. As a result of reaching great accomplishment with the Tianguang Long Fist, combined with natural bodily progress. His constitution had risen to 21, surpassing his mental strength. System: how many talent points are required to elevate the Iron Stake skill to proficiency? Li Suifeng silently inquired. System: 200 talent points are required. 200? That's quite manageable. Let us proceed with the upgrade. Li Suifeng decisively mattered. Upon consuming 200 talent points, the Iron Stake skill was elevated to proficiency. Constitution increased by 6. As the system's message flashed, Li Suifeng visibly noticed his lower limbs expanding, transforming his previously loose athletic pants into something akin to leggings. Such a substantial increase in constitution. It seems I made the right choice with the Iron Stake skill. Li Suifeng's eyes brightened, though he soon faced a dilemma. Should he prioritize fully upgrading Golden Skin first? When his talent value reached 1,000 points, Golden Skin would qualify for an upgrade. Li Suifeng had been holding off on this upgrade, still harboring hopes of elevating his A-level talent, Blazing Light, to S-level before considering other enhancements. However, it appeared that even if he accumulated 3,000 points, it might not suffice to elevate Blazing Light. He had heard that the practical assessment of the martial arts examination involved hunting demon beasts in a trial area. He could potentially accumulate talent points while sitting for the exam, perhaps even reaching 5,000 points. For now, patience is key. Li Suifeng resolved to forego upgrading Golden Skin, glanced at his panel once more, and smiled. With a constitution of 27 and mental strength of 17, his total life force now stood at 44 points, well exceeding the requirements for aspiring martial artists. Once his total life force surpasses 70, he would meet the criteria for a formal martial artist, marking his entry into the ranks of first-tier martial artists. At that point, he could claim the government-issued martial artist subsidies each month. Li Suifeng wore an expression of eager anticipation. The martial artist subsidy is a monetary reward dispensed monthly by the government to honor martial artists. A first-tier martial artist receives a stipend of 5,000 yuan each month. While this sum may not be substantial, its stability is its greatest virtue. As long as Li Suifeng remains alive, these funds will continue to flow. Although this money may not greatly benefit him, it would undoubtedly enhance his family's quality of life if given to his mother. After relying on his parents for so long, Li Suifeng yearned to repay them and assist his family. Chapter 18. The first day of the literature exam. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. The highly anticipated day of the college entrance examination finally arrived. In the early morning, Li Suifeng emerged from his bedroom to find his mother had prepared an elaborate breakfast. His father, with graying hair and clad in work attire, was unusually present, sitting at the dining table waiting. Xuanwu, today is the college entrance examination. Did you oversleep because of excessive pressure? Li Jiaming inquired with a serious demeanor. It's merely a liberal arts exam. How much pressure could there possibly be? Li Suifeng shrugged as he took a seat at the table. At that moment, his younger sister, Li Jiayue, was still dozing off against her chair. Upon noticing Li Suifeng's arrival, she rubbed her eyes and, looking quite dazed, asked, "Brother, is it time to eat?" "Yes, it's time to eat, little sister." Li Suifeng smiled and playfully tapped her on the nose. Xuanwu rose from the table to serve rice from the kitchen, filling Li Suifeng's bowl to the brim. "Son, don't feel pressured. Just do your best in the exam. Even if you don't get into a martial arts university, it's perfectly fine. After you graduate, you can work at your father's factory, where you'll earn a decent monthly salary sufficient to support the family," she reassured him as she served him more dishes. It was evident that his parents remained unaware of his current transformation, still perceiving him as a mediocre student with only E-level talent. Li Suifeng chocolat quietly, opting not to clarify. He was already prepared to astonish his parents on the day of the martial arts examination live broadcast. After breakfast, the family of four descended the stairs together. His father unlocked the small electric scooter, patting the back seat. "Xuanwu, I took leave from work today. We can arrive late by an hour. I'll take you to the examination site first." Li Suifeng accepted the offer without hesitation, enjoying the rare opportunity to ride on the back of the scooter. "Good luck, brother." Li Jiayue cheered, waving her tiny fists in encouragement, her demeanor adorably spirited. Xuanwu, smiling, remained silent but instinctively clenched her fists, visibly anxious. "Are you sure you don't want me to wait for you outside the examination hall?" "Mom, it's just a small exam. There's no need to wait. You should stay home with Yaya." Li Suifeng encouraged her with a confident smile. Xuanwu nodded, refraining from further comments. primarily concerned that excessive talking might irritate him and affect his performance. The small electric scooter sped along, and after half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the third high school. Upon disembarking, Li Suifeng noticed that there was still ample time before the examination hall closed, so he asked, "Dad, if I had 200,000 yuan, what kind of house could I buy in Xingho City?" Li Jiaming widened his eyes in surprise. "Why do you ask that, child?" "Oh, just a casual inquiry." "Well, with 200,000, you could afford a second-hand 2-bedroom apartment in the old town without any issues. However, a new 3-bedroom apartment in the new district would likely start at 50 or 60,000. Li Suifeng gained a clear understanding of the housing market in this world and nodded thoughtfully. "Dad, once the college entrance examination is over, I'll work hard so that we can upgrade to a larger house." "What nonsense are you talking about? Right now, you should focus on your studies. Your mother and I will handle the family affairs," Li Jiaming replied with a firmer tone, though he felt deeply moved. His son, still a high school student, was already contemplating family matters. It pained him to realize that, as an ordinary worker, he had not provided his son with a life of comfort, leading to such early maturity. "All right, Dad, I'll listen to you." Li Suifeng grinned and chatted with his father for a while before entering the examination hall. Watching his son depart, Li Jiaming wiped his slightly moist eyes and rode the electric scooter towards the factory. Student ID. Navigating through the throngs of parents, Li Suifeng was halted by the security guard. He presented his identity card from the Zhengqi dojo, which elicited a surprised glance from the guard. A student chosen by the dojo may not necessarily be a super genius, but they are certainly not lacking in ability. After all, the various dojos are not naive. They would not allocate limited college entrance examination slots to mediocre individuals. They, too, wish for their candidates to achieve impressive results to bolster their reputation. "Go ahead," the guard permitted, and Li Suifeng entered the school and made his way to the examination hall. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the examination officially commenced. Similar to the college entrance examination in Blue Star, the liberal arts exam consisted of 6 subjects: Chinese, mathematics, foreign language, cultural studies, and physics. However, in this world, where martial prowess is prioritized over academic achievement, the liberal arts exams were conducted within a single day rather than spanning 2 days. The total score for liberal arts was 750 points, and students needed to score over 500 to gain admission to a liberal arts university. However, for students in martial arts programs, even scoring 0 in liberal arts would not hinder their future, as the liberal arts scores only accounted for less than 10 of the total score for martial arts examinations. Hypothetically, achieving full marks in all 6 subjects would only translate to a mere 75 points in terms of martial arts evaluations. In the morning, they tested Chinese, mathematics, and foreign language. Li Suifeng, who had not reviewed at all, had little knowledge to draw upon. He relied on instinct for fill-in-the-blank questions and multiple-choice items, bypassing any he did not comprehend. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the first day of the liberal arts examination concluded. Li Suifeng exited the examination hall with a relaxed expression. Some students, like him, appeared nonchalant, unconcerned about the examination results. These were students from martial arts programs, where the emphasis was on martial assessments. Others were either anxious or frustrated. These were the ordinary class students who lacked awakened talents or had poor abilities, relying on the liberal arts examination for their prospects. Upon returning home, Xuanwu rose from the sofa, her anxiety palpable. "Son, how did you do?" "Not too bad." Li Suifeng fabricated to alleviate his mother-esque concerns. Deep down, he anticipated his liberal arts score would not exceed 500. "That's good to hear." Xuanwu smiled with relief. "Your father has to work overtime today and won't be back until 9. I'll go prepare dinner." She hurried into the kitchen to get busy. After dinner, Li Suifeng returned to his room, still feeling hungry. As his physique improved, his body's demand for food grew increasingly substantial. Unbeknownst to his mother, who continued to prepare the same amount of food as always, this quantity was barely sufficient to satisfy Li Suifeng's appetite. Gulugulu. Li Suifeng rummaged through his drawer for the only vial of nutritional supplement he possessed and gulped it down, finally achieving a sense of fullness. Isekai. The system notification flashed before his eyes, but Li Suifeng was not surprised. The nutritional supplement contained potent energy that not only satiated hunger, but also enhanced the physical attributes of the consumer. Li Suifeng had been consuming these supplements over the past few days, occasionally gaining a point in physique, which explained why his physique had surpassed his spirit so rapidly. No wonder affluent scions are robust and formidable. With ample nutritional supplements at their disposal, their bodies find it difficult to weaken. Li Suifeng couldn't help but reflect. He was not a wealthy heir, and acquiring nutritional supplements depended solely on his own efforts. After vanquishing the demonic beasts in the wilderness, he would sever some valuable parts and return to the city to sell them. Coupled with the rewards previously bestowed by the Zhengqi dojo, this was how he managed to consume nutritional potions daily. The nutritional potion he had just ingested was his last tube of stock. At present, he had merely over 1,000 Dragon Kingdom coins left in his account. Once he achieved commendable results in the upcoming college entrance examination, Zhang Daong would grant him a bonus of 200,000. At that time, he would seek out additional means to earn money, striving to purchase a larger house for his family before embarking on his university journey. Li Suifeng's eyes sparkled with determination as he made a silent vow. Chapter 19. The Genius of Comprehension. The following morning, as Wang Wen prepared breakfast, she heard some commotion and walked into the kitchen, only to see Li Suifeng leisurely emerging from his bedroom. "Son, why are you up so early?" Wang Wen inquired with curiosity. As a student in the ordinary class, he was only required to participate in the written examination. Thus, with yesterday's conclusion, his college entrance examination was ostensibly over. Logically, he should have been resting well. So why was he still awake at this hour? "Mom, there's only an hour left until the exam. Is this really early?" Li Suifeng grinned, peering into the kitchen. "Have you been slacking off this morning? Breakfast isn't ready yet?" "Almost done," Wang Wen replied, retreating back into the kitchen, and soon emerged with a bowl of egg noodles. While Li Suifeng savored his meal, Wang Wen sighed inwardly. She believed her son had risen early to cheer on Kai Su at the examination. Kai Su, the scion of a wealthy family, exhibited none of the typical traits associated with the privileged, and he shared a close bond with her son. Though her son, being a humanities student, was ineligible to participate in the martial arts examination, it was only right for him to support his close friend. "Mom, do you have any plans tonight?" Li Suifeng asked between slurps. "Nothing in particular. Why do you ask?" Wang Wen responded, puzzled. Li Suifeng flashed a mysterious smile. "In that case, remember to tune into Starfire Education channel this afternoon to watch the martial arts examination in action. There will be a surprise." "A surprise?" Wang Wen's face betrayed skepticism. But by the time she looked up, Li Suifeng had already set down his bowl and announced, "I'm off to the examination hall, Mom." What could this surprise be? As she watched her son leave home, Wang Wen remained somewhat bewildered. Without his father's small electric scooter to accompany him, Li Suifeng swiftly arrived at the examination venue at the 3rd secondary school. After verifying his identity card, he followed the crowd into the physical training hall. The hall was divided into several areas: the comprehension examination area, the physical fitness examination area, and the mental examination area. Following the directional signs, Li Suifeng soon reached the comprehension examination area, where numerous students were queuing. He found himself near the back of the line. After a half-hour wait, Li Suifeng finally approached the front of the queue. Before him stood a makeshift warehouse, partitioned into several rooms, each guarded by multiple examiners. Li Suifeng approached the nearby Channel 3, produced his identity card, and verified his identity in front of the machine's camera. Only then did the examiner grant him passage. Following the corridor, Li Suifeng entered one of the rooms within the warehouse. Inside was a long table, a wooden bench, and a helmet resting atop the table. "This is a virtual reality helmet. Candidates, please wear it," a stern voice from an elderly man with white hair commanded as he sat opposite the table. Li Suifeng took a seat on the wooden bench and donned the virtual helmet. The helmet allowed the wearer's consciousness to enter a vast network space, making the virtual experience strikingly akin to reality, one of the greatest inventions of the Kanglin realm. In the next moment, Li Suifeng's consciousness found itself in a realm resembling an artist's studio. This was the virtual examination arena for martial arts comprehension. The environment possessed a unique magnetic field capable of disrupting and pressuring the candidates' minds. Suddenly, a massive blackboard materialized before him, displaying a painting of an indescribably majestic man standing atop a high mountain, gazing into the brilliant starry sky, leaving Li Suifeng in awe of his commanding silhouette. Martial god of the starry sky, Xuanwu. Li Suifeng felt a surge of fervor. Xuanwu was the first and unparalleled champion in human history, a pioneer among warriors who awakened their talents through the cleansing of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. He established the martial arts practice within this realm, enabling countless awakened successors to embark on the martial path. He also defeated the Demon Emperor, founding a free nation for humanity that endures to this day. His remarkable deeds are chronicled in textbooks across the globe, with tales so extensive they could span 7 days and nights without conclusion. Li Suifeng was a fervent admirer of Xuanwu. The candidate, Li Suifeng, will have 1 minute before the image of the martial god disappears from your sight. You must use your will as a brush to recreate the image of the martial god on the blackboard. The system will assign a martial arts comprehension score based on your reproduction's fidelity. The examiner's voice echoed in his ears. Then, a countdown timer of 60 seconds appeared before him. Li Suifeng's eyes widened as he fixated on the image of the martial god, attempting to imprint every detail of the painting into his memory. A minute passed, and indeed, the image on the blackboard vanished. The examination has begun. You have 30 minutes to replicate the image of the martial god. Please proceed promptly, the examiner's cold voice concluded, and the 30-minute countdown commenced. Had a minute really passed so swiftly? It seemed he had yet to fully memorize the details of the martial god's image. Though Li Suifeng felt a twinge of insecurity, he nonetheless began to replicate the image on the blackboard with his will as the brush. As he sketched out each line, the outline of the martial god's magnificent form gradually emerged on the blackboard. 10 minutes later, the image of the martial god had taken on a three-dimensional quality. However, compared to the original, it still lacked color and certain details of attire. The replication accuracy displayed above the blackboard reads 70. This indicated that Li Suifeng could at least secure 70% of the total martial arts comprehension score. Yet this paltry score was insufficient. Li Suifeng continued to replicate with his will, only to be astonished to find that his speed began to markedly diminish. Furthermore, his head began to throb, and his eyes stung with discomfort. The closer he got to completion, the more arduous it became, testing the limits of one's comprehension. Although a replication accuracy of 70 signified that his comprehension was above average for someone of his caliber, this score was far from satisfactory. Gritting his teeth, Li Suifeng endured the discomfort in his head and eyes, forcing himself to continue the replication. Time continued to elapse. The martial goddess image on the blackboard had reached an accuracy of 85. At this moment, Li Suifeng's memory became exceedingly chaotic. He struggled to recall the martial god's visage. His eyes began to bleed, and his head throbbed as if pierced by needles. This is it. While others might have succumbed to pain and given up, Li Suifeng's expression hardened, and he let out a silent roar within his heart. Then, details like stars, the moon, and clouds began to emerge on the martial god's image. The replication accuracy climbed to 90. Should Li Suifeng relent now, he would still achieve a comprehension score of 180. This score, historically speaking, will be quite remarkable. After all, those who attained 150 points were already considered to possess exceptional comprehension talent. A score of 180 would undoubtedly denote outstanding comprehension. It was not enough. Still insufficient. Keep going. Li Suifeng fixated on the black and white, his will acting as a brush, moving frantically. Gradually, blood stained his vision, obscuring his sight of the martial god's image on the blackboard. At that moment, the examiner's voice abruptly echoed. Time's up. The comprehension test is concluded. Candidate Li Suifeng has achieved a mimicry rate of 96, scoring 192 points. Please remove your helmet. Is this it? The blackboard and the image of the martial deity vanished in an instant. The agony in my head dissipated into thin air. As Li Suifeng took off the helmet, he realized that his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He felt weaker than after battling 100 wild beasts. Across the table, the elderly examiner displayed a hint of admiration. Young man, to achieve a mimicry rate of 96 in such a high-pressure, chaotic virtual environment places your comprehension level on par with the top score from the last college entrance examination. Impressive indeed. As an examiner, he had no obligation to converse with students. Yet, having witnessed the birth of a prodigy, he could hardly contain his emotions. Chapter 20. 2 subjects, 368 points. Foundational skills not to be underestimated. If only I had persevered a little longer, perhaps I could have reached a mimicry rate of 97 or 98. Alas, I cannot hold on. The examiner was quite pleased with Li Suifeng's results. Yet Li Suifeng himself felt a tinge of regret. The examiner handed him a vial of red potion. This is a restorative elixir. It will swiftly replenish your energy. After consuming it, Proceed to the next examination hall. By the way, you are a natural system candidate, correct? Yes, sir, Li Suifeng replied, accepting the potion and feeling his vitality rapidly returning. Your next round will be in the mental examination hall. Upon exiting, turn left. For a genius like Li Suifeng, even the aloof examiner was more talkative. Thank you, sir. Li Suifeng expressed his gratitude before leaving the examination room and returning to the hall through the back door. It seems that martial comprehension is not directly related to mental strength. Rather, it appears to test creativity more. As Li Suifeng made his way to the next examination hall, he reflected on the recent events. During the latter part of the comprehension test, he could scarcely recall the appearance of the martial deity. All mimicry was instinctual. According to the examiner, my martial comprehension is exceptionally rare, yet there is no comprehension value displayed on the panel, and I have never enhanced my comprehension through the system. So my ability is purely innate? Although my talent may be mediocre, my martial comprehension is astonishing and gratifying. With a sense of small satisfaction, Li Suifeng arrived at the mental examination hall. The second phase of the martial examination differs for natural system and superhuman system candidates. The superhuman system focuses on physical attributes, assessing strength, endurance, and agility to determine scores. The natural system, however, relies solely on evaluating mental strength for scoring. After waiting in line for a while, Li Suifeng verified his identity card and entered the mental examination hall. It was a sealed chamber, devoid of examiners. Yet, 10 cameras were positioned in various corners, monitoring Li Suifeng from all angles. At the top of the chamber hovered a half-meter diameter, cyberpunk-inspired psychic sensing orb. Candidate Li Suifeng, the countdown will begin in 30 seconds. You must showcase your talent without reservation. The voice of an examiner resonated from the speakers, followed by the countdown sound. As the countdown reached 0, the well-prepared Li Suifeng grimaced, his muscles taut and gleaming with a golden luminescence akin to flames. Talent, the blazing light. At the moment his talent manifested, Li Suifeng's energy began to deplete rapidly. The sensing orb above flickered with a cold glow. After 30 seconds, the golden sheen on his body started to fade uncontrollably. Li Suifeng's expression turned to one of bewilderment. To fully concentrate and unleash my talent without reservation, I can only maintain this state for 30 seconds with my current energy. In his usual practice, Li Suifeng would also employ his talent during battles, but not to such an unreserved extent. Thus, the rate of energy consumption would slow, allowing the state of the blazing light to be extended for approximately 2 to 3 minutes. Once his energy was exhausted, he was compelled to relinquish his talent. However, with the aid of energy potions and other supplements, he could swiftly restore his energy and utilize his talent once more. In the wilderness, this was often his strategy. As the examination concluded, candidate Li Suifeng's mental strength registered at 176, earning him 176 points. You may exit the examination hall now, the cold voice declared. Li Suifeng nodded slightly. The psychic sensing orb in this chamber was surprisingly more precise than the system's evaluations, even assessing his mental strength down to the decimal point. Remarkable. After leaving the mental examination hall, Li Suifeng felt rather pleased. The total score for the martial examination was 1,000 points, with foundational cultural scores accounting for 75 points. Comprehension scores for 200 points, and both mental and physical attributes contributing 200 points each. The remaining 525 points would need to be acquired through practical assessments. Up to this point, excluding the cultural scores, Li Suifeng's combined comprehension and mental scores had reached 368 points. This score was close to the cutoff for a second-tier martial arts university, which typically required around 400 points. Furthermore, practical assessments were Li Suifeng's forte, where he could easily accrue points. Why? Quite simply, over the past few days, Li Suifeng had spent his time either at the dojo or hunting monsters outside the city. He had accumulated combat experience far surpassing that of any other student. He was well aware of the hardness and softness of various beasts, even the density of their fur. Therefore, if he failed to achieve full marks in the practical assessment, it would be considered a significant underperformance. It seemed that admission to the 8 major academies was virtually guaranteed. Now, he merely needed to contemplate which university to attend. While other candidates were still anxiously fretting over their performances in the ongoing examinations, Li Suifeng was already envisioning his future, preparing to pop the champagne. He was not afraid of setting such expectations. After all, success requires solid foundations. As long as his strength was formidable, what was there to fear? At noon, Suifeng opted to avoid troubling his mother and decided to have lunch at a nearby food stall. He ordered a large serving of pork chop rice and, while eating, took out his phone. "Old Lee, how did you fare in today's examinations?" "I only scored 100 in comprehension and a mere 150 in physical attributes. My performance was rather mediocre." "Damn it, I heard that Sukai, that monster, scored 157 in comprehension and achieved full marks in physical attributes, making him one of only 2 in our school to do so." "Old Lee, you must be curious why Sukai is one of the 2 to achieve full marks, right? It's simple. Lan Aoshue also participated in the entrance examination. Not only did she score 180 in comprehension, but she also secured full marks in mental strength. This girl is outrageous. She has already been exempted from the entrance exams by Tianwan University, yet she still chooses to take the entrance examination, stealing the limelight from us little geniuses and leaving us no room to breathe." Kaisu had completed his 2 subjects long ago and sent messages periodically. Suifeng was quite surprised. Sukai's physical attributes were indeed astonishing, but due to his mediocre comprehension, his total score was still overshadowed by Suifeng's. However, what about Lan Aoshue? While her mental strength was impressive, her comprehension score was not far behind his. Currently, she led him by 12 points in total score, her mental strength exceeding 20. Lan Aoshue truly lived up to her reputation as a special recruit. After some reflection, Suifeng gradually regained his composure. If his talent value were sufficient to elevate the blazing light to an S-level talent, his mental strength would likely surpass 20, securing him full marks. Unfortunately, his talent value currently fell short, making it impossible to upgrade his talent for the time being. However, as long as he continues to accumulate his talents, elevating them to an S grade will merely be a matter of time. It won't be long before he can match the mental fortitude of Lan Aoshue. "Old Lee, what score did you achieve?" At this moment, Kaisu sent another message inquiring. Suifeng calmly replied, "I'm unsure about the cultural score, but I obtained a 192 in comprehension and a 176 in mental strength." "What? You actually surpassed Sukai? Damn, doesn't that make you the second in the second high school, only behind Lan Aoshue?" Kaisu exclaimed, astonished by Suifeng's score. "Old Lee, what have you been up to lately? Have you been consuming brain-enhancing supplements daily? This is utterly terrifying." Kaisu was profoundly shocked by Suifeng's results. Suifeng, however, remained unfazed. "Brother G, it's merely basic operations, nothing to fuss over." "Kaisu, are you trying to put on airs?" Chapter 21. Practical examination at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The entrance of First High School was teeming with people. Why are there so many people? Damn the Ministry of Education. I feel like I'm going to be crushed. Are they trying to incite a stampede? Why couldn't they set up 2 more examination venues? Stop complaining. The teleportation array to the secret realm is exorbitantly priced. Aside from First High, no other school has it. Just bear with it. As Suifeng arrived, he was surrounded by a cacophony of complaints. Ignoring the surrounding tumult, he raised a hand and called out, "Brother G, Ni Babi, Kaisu," who was confronting a towering student over 2 meters tall, sighed with relief. "Kid, it's not that I can't push past you, but my brother has arrived. And I don't wish to argue. Consider yourself fortunate." After delivering his retort, Kaisu hastily made his way to Suifeng. "Old Lee, once we enter the trial's secret realm, I'll take on the beast horde, and you just need to cheer from the back." Kaisu appeared quite confident. "All right, let's enter the examination venue first. It's too crowded here, and I'm starting to feel oxygen deprived." Suifeng patted Kaisu on the shoulder, causing the latter's muscles to tense, veins bulging like worms as he pushed through the crowd toward the entrance of First High. "Old Lee, I've activated my talent for immense strength. Time is of the essence. Keep up." Without needing Kaisu's reminder, the moment he cleared a path, Suifeng closely followed him, arriving at the entrance of First High. "Are you out of your mind? Activating your talent before entering the examination room? What kind of lunatic are you? Do you really think you can handle it?" Kaisu's domineering behavior attracted considerable ire from fellow students. Once they passed the inspection and entered the campus, he immediately popped a recovery pill into his mouth, chewing it like a bean, and scoffed, "I have strength and wealth. If you're not satisfied, go ahead and activate your talent too." The crowd fell silent, with some cursing him. "You fatso, once we reach the trial's secret realm, I'm going to mess you up. Count me in. This fat guy is infuriating." We must teach him a lesson. Kai Su prepared to retaliate verbally, but Li Suifeng quickly pulled him back. Forget it, Brother G. According to the rules of the practical examination, candidates are permitted to battle each other. The more animosity you attract, the greater our pressure will be once we reach the examination room. Old Li, that seems to be the case, but why didn't you mention it earlier? Kai Su's expression changed. The final phase of the martial arts examination would teleport all candidates to the trial's secret realm. Within the realm, countless beasts cultivated by the government awaited. Candidates would enter, hunt the beasts, and earn examination points. This was the main premise. However, the Ministry of Education had not explicitly prohibited candidates from battling within the secret realm. Consequently, some students would actively attack others during the examination. Some did so out of revenge, while others aimed to reduce their competition, allowing themselves to accumulate more points. At this moment, attracting such animosity before the examination had even begun was undoubtedly unwise. Kai Su suddenly felt apprehensive and donned a mask. So now you realize the gravity of the situation? I've memorized your face. You're bound to suffer later. Ha ha ha. That'll teach you to put on airs earlier. Some students began to mock him, causing Kai Su's face to flush with anger as he dragged Li Suifeng toward the teleportation point. Soon, Li Suifeng and Kai Su arrived outside the playground of First High. The ground was entirely paved with expensive spiritual energy stones. In the center and at the edges, 8 invaluable spatial spiritual energy stones formed a colossal teleportation array encompassing the playground. The area was surrounded by examiners and security personnel. After verifying their identities, Li Suifeng and Kai Su donned the scoring wristbands handed to them by the officials before stepping inside. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, it was nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At that moment, a minister from the Ministry of Education, clad in a Zhongshan suit, his hair graying and his fingers robust, stepped forward to address the crowd. His hawk-like gaze swept across the assembly, and after a solemn nod, he spoke aloud. Esteemed students, the practical examination is about to commence. You will be teleported to the trial's secret realm. The examination will last for 1 day, meaning you will spend a full 24 hours within the realm. Enduring both day and night, countless beasts reside within the secret realm, each possessing varying amounts of examination points. You may hunt them individually or in teams to earn points. The total score for this practical assessment is 525 points. I wish you all the best of luck. With that, the minister strode away, and the teleportation array erupted in blinding white light, engulfing all the students. Once the light dissipated, every student had vanished from their original spot. Simultaneously, after experiencing a disorienting sensation of weightlessness, Li Suifeng opened his eyes to find himself no longer on the playground of First High, but instead on a vast plain. To the south lay a dense, sprawling forest. To the north, snow-capped mountains loomed, while to the west, a sea of yellow sand met the blazing sun. Including the plain he currently occupied, 4 distinct environments coexisted within this secret realm, which was quite extraordinary. So this is the legendary secret realm? Truly remarkable, Li Suifeng Musa, nodding inwardly as he gazed skyward. High above, drones flitted about like flocks of birds, equipped with high-definition cameras that rotated continuously. Every corner of the secret realm was under the watchful surveillance of these drones. With the drones monitoring, this high-stakes examination will be broadcast live. If his mother turned on the Starfire platform, she might just catch a glimpse of him. My first live broadcast. I must put on a grand performance for my mom. Li Suifeng pumped his fist and glanced at the red wristband on his arm. This wristband was equipped with functions for location tracking, score calculation, and monitoring physical condition. If anyone sustained an injury, the wristband would promptly provide a health assessment to determine if they could continue the examination. Should the evaluation indicate a risk of death, staff will be dispatched to escort the candidate away. This was also to prevent fatalities during the examination. Engaging in combat with beasts was no trivial matter. In fact, every year during the college entrance examination, despite thorough security measures, 1 or 2 candidates inevitably suffered fatal outcomes. Injuries were likewise an unavoidable experience for many students. In such a perilous scenario, the Ministry of Education had yet to amend the rules of the practical assessment, and the reason was straightforward. In this world, beasts ran rampant. Demons wreaked havoc, and alien races posed a threat. Ordinary humans were akin to ants before them. Only those with formidable strength could stand a chance against these entities. Thus, Martial artists bore a greater societal responsibility and were tasked with the duty of safeguarding their nation and the world, especially the powerful martial artists, who would inevitably confront these monsters in the future. While practical assessments might increase the mortality rate among students, they would also temper the students' willpower, providing them with invaluable experience in battling monsters. Only through such trials could students enhance their survival rates in the life-and-death struggles they would face as true martial artists. The path of martial arts is certainly fraught with challenges. Contemplating various matters, Suifeng couldn't help but express his sentiments. At that moment, a voice suddenly reached his ears. "Brother, what level of talent do you possess? Would you be interested in forming a team?" Chapter 22. Actions speak louder than words. Suifeng turned to see a tall youth clad in Nike combat gear, confidently approaching with a smile. Beside him stood a petite girl dressed in Versace combat attire. "Where could Brother G be? It seems he has been teleported away." Suifeng surveyed his surroundings but found no trace of Kai-Su. To prevent candidates from clustering together beforehand, the teleportation array scatters their arrival locations. Brother G might have been sent to some obscure corner. Finding him in this vast secret realm would not be an easy task. However, even if he couldn't team up with Brother G, Suifeng had little interest in joining forces with others. "I'm not keen on teaming up." With that, he turned to walk away. The boy's smile froze, and glancing at the girl beside him, he felt humiliated. His face reddened as he shouted, "Hey you, stop right there." Suifeng turned back. "What do you want?" "Daring to refuse me, Ting Yunlong? Which school are you from?" The boy, struggling to contain his anger, shouted through gritted teeth. Suifeng, with a cold expression, replied, "My school is irrelevant. What matters is that if you dare to waste my time hunting monsters, I will turn you into a worm. You seek death." Ting Yunlong roared in fury, flames flickering around him, his muscles taut and menacing, exuding a fierce aura. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the nearby grass, striking Suifeng's arm before Ting Yunlong could act. It was a vine snake, highly venomous. The petite girl screamed, retreating behind Ting Yunlong. "I'm terrified of snakes." This kid was bitten by a vine snake right at the start. He is bound to be eliminated. "Haha, serve him right." Ting Yunlong's anger morphed into schadenfreude. The vine snake, a first-tier demon beast, though small, harbored potent venom. A single bite would spread poison throughout the body within 10 minutes, and without timely treatment, death was certain. In every previous examination, any student bitten by a vine snake was typically doomed. The snake's venom was nearly insurmountable unless the student possessed an antidote talent, which was exceedingly rare. "Kid, daring to act tough in front of me, this is your fate." Ting Yunlong sneered mockingly. Yet in the next moment, a massive hand struck the vine snake's head. With a crack, its skull burst, blood and venom splattering everywhere, the snake's corpse thudding to the ground. Suifeng shook his hand, revealing only 2 minor puncture marks where the fangs had grazed the skin, devoid of any other injury, let alone signs of poisoning. The vine snake's fangs had not even pierced his arm? How could this be possible? The petite girl gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "You weren't poisoned?" Ting Yunlong's expression shifted slightly. Suifeng coldly stated, "If you don't wish to taste my iron fist, then get lost. You scoundrel." Ting Yunlong gritted his teeth in anger. But Suifeng had already turned to leave. He contemplated pursuing, but the image of Suifeng smashing the vine snake made him inexplicably uneasy. "Classmate Ting, if he doesn't want to team up, let it be." The petite girl tugged at Ting Yunlong's sleeve. "Chow, I'll let it slide this time." But the commotion he is causing indicates there are plenty of demon beasts around. "Let us follow him and see," Ting Yunlong replied, descending the steps and trailing after Suifeng. Killing the vine snake, talent points 10. Meanwhile, Suifeng strode swiftly across the plain, glancing at the system notification with satisfaction. Indeed, the demon beasts within the trial's secret realm, though specially raised by the government, lacked the wildness and strength of their wild counterparts. Yet they could still grant me talent points. This trial secret realm was akin to a vast treasure trove for monster hunting. I am destined to strike it rich. Suifeng's heart surged with excitement as he looked at the wristband, which displayed the number 5. This indicated that the deceased vine snake had awarded him 5 exam points. If a first-tier demon beast yields 5 points, then if I slay 105 more first-tier demon beasts, I achieve a perfect score? This exam is too easy. Suifeng shook his head slightly, feeling somewhat disinterested. He had already slain more than this number of demon beasts in the wild over the past few days. Killing 105 demon beasts was too simple for him, lacking any challenge. A new discovery. Continuing his path, Suifeng spotted 5 large toads, each over a meter wide, with stout limbs and covered in fleshy lumps, lying in the grass ahead. The black mist toad, a first-tier demon beast, could release toxic black mist from the lumps on its back, containing traces of paralyzing toxin that could obscure vision. As the basic knowledge about the black mist toads surfaced in his mind, Suifeng did not rush to attack, but instead crouched low, slowly approaching the 5 toads. Facing so many black mist toads he dares to approach? Such audacity. Not far away, Xiao Xiao displayed a tense expression. It could be seen as bravery, but less charitably. It was sheer recklessness. Xiao Xiao, keep an eye on him. This kid is about to be in trouble, Tung Yunlong said with contempt, his words barely finished when, in the distance, whoosh, a layer of golden light enveloped Li Suifeng's body. He ceased his cautious approach and instead dashed forward. In an instant, he crossed the 10-meter distance. With a fist wrapped in golden light, he struck the forehead of one black mist toad. Bang! The toad had yet to react. Its forehead caved in, blood oozing from its eyes and ears. The remaining 4 black mist toads shrieked in fury, their backs opening like flower buds. Swish, swish, swish. Black mist erupted from their poison sacs, spreading through the air. Bang! Bang! Suifeng leaped into the mist, his fists hammering down. 2 more black mist toads fell to the ground with a thud. The remaining 2, croaking in panic, abandoned their assault on Suifeng and leapt away in frenzy. They were scared off. What? Tung Yunlong's pupils constricted, his jaw dropping in shock, unable to close for a long while. 5 black mist toads. And in a mere encounter, 3 were dead while 2 fled? Is this kid a monster? Beside him, the petite girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. This classmate is truly formidable. Is he Sukai from the 2nd school? Or Sunyu from a 6th? Tung Yunlong's face flushed crimson, feeling a surge of heat. Just a moment ago, he had claimed Suifeng would meet a grim fate. Yet in the next instant, the latter showcased his prowess. This slap to the face was faster than a tornado. The talent points he had hoped to gain were now slipping away. Within the mist, Suifeng glared at the 2 retreating black mist toads, eager to pursue. However, he was astonished to find the black mist imparting a chilling sensation, stiffening his limbs. The trace amounts of paralyzing toxin were invading his body. I must vacate this area. Suifeng leaped out of the black mist, the stiffness in his limbs slowly dissipating. When he raised his head, the 2 toads had vanished beneath the tall grass. Frustrated, he stomped his foot and turned to glare at Tung Yunlong. With just a single glance, Tung Yunlong's heart nearly stopped, his feet instinctively retreating. Suifeng cursed. Damn it, you bad luck star. You made me miss 2 monsters. Tung Yunlong felt utterly humiliated. Could he really shift the blame onto me? How unreasonable can he be? Nevertheless, having witnessed Li Suifeng's terrifying prowess, he dared not retort and instead swallowed his indignation, glancing at the girl, Xiao Xiao. There are too few monsters here. We should change locations. Little did he know, a fragrant breeze wafted by as a girl named Xiao Xiao breezed past Tung Yunlong, her face alight with enthusiasm as she approached Li Suifeng. Classmate, you're so impressive. I'm Zhong Xiao Xiao from Class 7. Can we team up? Tung Yunlong was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Was he being completely overshadowed here? Chapter 23. An encounter with Tian Rue and the annihilation of beasts. As Tung Yunlong endured the humiliation, Zhong Xiao Xiao gazed at Li Suifeng with admiration, awaiting his response. She prided herself on her unmatched charm, convinced that she could make any student bow before her. However, to her surprise, Li Suifeng replied coldly, "Women only distract me from drawing my blade. I have no interest in women, especially those who engage in fleeting relationships." Fleeting relationships? I haven't done anything like that. We've merely just met. Zhong Xiao Xiao protested, her expression one of grievance. Li Suifeng, uninterested, dismissed, giving Tung Yunlong a look that warned him not to follow and strode deeper into the plains. She truly abandoned me? You must be gay. Zhong Xiao Xiao never expected Li Suifeng would ignore her so completely, and in her anger, she stomped her foot and cursed. After a moment, she composed herself and approached Tung Yunlong. Tung, I think the 2 of us have better chemistry. Shall we continue to team up? Get lost. Amidst the rigorous practical examination, Many citizens of Xingho City tuned in to the Xingho Education Channel to witness this pivotal examination that would determine the fates of numerous students. Through the aerial perspective provided by drones, the television broadcasted the gallant figures of various youths. In a quaint, time-worn living room, Li Jiayue, enjoying a lollipop, watched the television intently. "Mom, why hasn't my brother appeared yet?" After waiting for a while, without seeing Li Suifeng, Li Jiayue turned to Wang. The little girl, oblivious to the intricacies of the rules, only knew that today was the college entrance examination, and her brother was a participant who should be featured on screen. Yeah, your brother is unwell and will not participate in this examination. He won't appear on the television. Wang replied with a wry smile, stroking her daughter's forehead. But Li Jiayue pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "Mom, you're lying? Isn't that my brother?" Wang instinctively looked at the screen, where a familiar figure appeared. Although it lasted but 3 seconds, she was certain it was her son. Is that really Suifeng? Isn't he unable to participate in the martial examination? How could he be in the trial's secret realm? Wang was momentarily stunned, her thoughts swirling chaotically like cotton balls. Soon, she regained her composure, recalling Li Suifeng's words from that morning, her fists clenching, her expression turning anxious and excited. "Suifeng, is this the surprise you prepared for me? But this practical examination is fraught with danger. You must be cautious." In the trial's secret realm, in the western region of the plains, a rumble echoed as over 30 monsters gathered in a frenzied charge. 2 figures were desperately fleeing in the direction of the oncoming beasts. One, slightly plump with prominent features, shouted in alarm, "Sister Rue, aren't the monsters in this trial's secret realm supposed to be scattered? Why are we so unlucky to encounter a beast tide right at the start?" Tian Rue's expression was grim. "Wang Yun, I too wish to know why our luck is so dire. Is it that your recent misfortunes have infected me?" "It's not me, Sister Rue. I've been praying to the gods. This bad luck has nothing to do with me." "Then you're implying it's my bad luck?" "That's not what I meant." Sister Rue, Wang Jun, his face a portrait of despair, suddenly noticed movement in the grass ahead, revealing a snarling, menacing white giant wolf. "Sister Rue, we might be done for." Wang Jun skidded to a halt, his face pale with terror. Boom! Tian Rue's expression turned steely as they both halted. With hands intertwined, she summoned tendrils from the ground, which surged forth to ensnare the wind spirit wolf. "Howl!" The wind spirit wolf roared in defiance, but Tian Rue, undeterred, summoned another vine that struck like a whip against the wolf's abdomen. Crack! A brutal gash appeared on the wolf's belly. It did not howl in pain, but instead regarded Tian Rue and Wang Jun with a cruel, mocking gaze. "Trouble! The beast horde is behind us." As Wang Jun's scream echoed, Tian Rue's face turned ashen, realizing that the wind spirit wolf's intent was not to kill them, but to delay them, allowing the horde to close in. This secret realm's monsters actually employ delaying tactics? They evolved. Wang Jun cried out in frustration, while Tian Rue's heart sank in despair. Knowing the encroaching horde meant their elimination was imminent, and they might be forced to withdraw from the practical examination. Just as she was engulfed in despair, suddenly, whoosh, a golden radiance flashed from the side, dazzling as the sun. Tian Rui turned to see, her face filled with disbelief, a youth clad in ordinary athletic wear, radiating a fiery golden glow, charging fiercely into the horde of beasts. Boom! 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 The youth swung his arms, delivering punches, each golden fist strike sending monsters soaring through the air, falling lifelessly to the ground. In mere moments, 5 beasts had been dispatched. Roar! Initially, the beasts had ignored the youth, their focus solely on Wang Jun and Tian Rue. But as their comrades fell, their rage turned toward him. Thud! 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 The ferocious attacks of the beasts rained down upon the youth. Yet, he stood firm, unyielding as a mountain, without a single visible injury, unfazed by their sharp claws. Instead, he retaliated, thrusting his arms forward to repel a bear-like beast. Then sinking low, his fist launched like a cannon, crashing into the bear's chest. Boom! Crack! The thick layer of fat and fur failed to protect the bear's body, which collapsed with a resounding thud, crushing a smaller wolf beneath it. With a whimper, the wolf was instantly killed. The youth followed up with another punch to the giant bear's chest. Crack! The bear's ribs shattered, blood gushed forth, and its eyes glazed over as it succumbed. Such a bloody scene left the remaining beasts rooted in place. Their eyes filled with overwhelming dread as they gazed upon the youth. The giant bear he had slain, though merely a first-tier beast, was the strongest among the horde. Akin to a leader, the youth's swift execution of the bear was undoubtedly a strategic move to intimidate the entire pack. This is exhilarating. The youth laughed heartily, still enveloped in golden luminescence, and charged back into the fray, fists blazing a path of destruction. Heavens! Wang Jun and Tian Rue stood utterly stunned nearby. The malevolent youth, akin to a demon, was none other than the formidable figure they had encountered outside Starfire City, the illustrious Master Brother. But how little time had passed since then. It seemed that Master Brother had grown even stronger. Not only could he withstand the savage claws and bites of the demonic beasts without faltering, but he could also effortlessly dispatch them with a single punch. Such a terrifying prowess in both offense and defense. Was he truly just a candidate from the same cohort? Was he not a seasoned warrior descended from one of the 8 prestigious academies? On another front, amidst the carnage wrought by Suifeng, numerous demonic beasts lay lifeless. With only 6 remaining, their survival was not due to mere fortune. Rather, it was their cunning that allowed them to instinctively maintain a safe distance from Suifeng and avoid becoming mere cannon fodder. A wind spirit wolf, having snagged its tail, let out a mournful howl before abandoning the scene strewn with corpses and fleeing deeper into the grasslands. The other 5 beasts, witnessing this, naturally followed suit and made their escape. Chapter 24. Solo Onslaught Against the Beast Horde, Stirring the Upper Echelons of Starfire City. How long will you two remain in a stupor? Quickly, apprehend these remaining demonic beasts. As Tian Rue and Wang Jun were still in shock, Li Suifeng's voice suddenly rang out. Tian Rue quickly snapped back to her senses, forming hand seals. Halt! With a rustling sound, vines erupted beneath the fleeing beasts, ensnaring their waists and limbs like ropes. Caught off guard, the beasts stumbled and fell. Seizing this opportunity, Li Suifeng arrived just in time to deliver fatal blows to each of them. Regrettably, one managed to escape. After the slaughter, Li Suifeng gazed into the distance, still feeling a tinge of regret. Tian Rue twitched her lips. You've annihilated 99% of this horde, and only one escaped, yet you still feel regret? You are truly a butcher of demonic beasts. On the top floor of a grand office building within the first high school, over 100 notable figures from Starfire City convened. At the helm sat an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire, his face lined with deep, knife-like wrinkles, and a scar extending from the corner of his eye to his chin, lending him a fearsome appearance. He was none other than the paramount leader of Starfire City, Lord Suifeng. Suifeng scrutinized the LCD screen at the end of the conference room, nodding frequently. This year's college entrance examination has indeed revealed a plethora of talent from Starfire City. The massive screen, exceeding 200 inches, displayed 4 split screens. In one frame, the fair-skinned Lan Aoshue strolled beneath a glacier, commanding a legion of demonic beasts whose eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, compelling them to turn on one another. In another, the first-ranked Su Kai, ensconced in scales, wielded claws as sharp as daggers, darting among a throng of beasts, swiftly reducing them to mere fragments. The remaining 2 screens showcased other prodigies employing various methods to slay the demonic beasts. In the upper right corner of the screen, a ranking appeared. First, Su Kai, having slain 34 demonic beasts, scored 198 points. Second, Sun Yu, with 31 kills, scored 184 points. Third, Lan Aoshue, with 25 kills, scored 172 points. Fourth, Zhuang Tianxiang, with 21 kills, scored 156 points. The top 4 candidates were already well known throughout the city, regarded as frontrunners for the coveted title. Such results were indeed unsurprising. If this trend continued, it was conceivable that someone from Starfire City might even contend for the provincial top scholar. The Minister of Education wore an expression of anticipation. The provincial top scholar? The competition is fierce, but at present, it appears Su Kai still has a chance. Nodded Suifeng with a smile. Suddenly, the rankings in the upper right corner shifted. First, Li Suifeng, having slain 46 demonic beasts, scored 230 points. This unexpected development left both the city lord and the Minister of Education momentarily speechless. The other dignitaries present gaped in disbelief. Wasn't the first place held by Su Kai? How had it suddenly changed to Li Suifeng? Who exactly was Li Suifeng? Director, what is happening? Why is the camera not switched to Li Suifeng as perspective? The principal of the first high school rose, bellowing. The LCD display revealed a fifth split screen, showcasing a youth clad in ordinary sportswear from Zhengqi Martial Arts School, resting amidst a sea of corpses. Had this mini demonic beast truly fallen at his hands? Why had the director not tracked his perspective timely? The Minister of Education frowned, feeling dissatisfied. Cold sweat broke out on the principal's forehead. To salvage the situation, he decisively called out, "Rewind to Li Suifeng's perspective." Soon, time reversed. The screen displayed Li Suifeng's exploits against the beast horde. Bathed in golden light, he remained composed amidst the onslaught of beasts, each punch striking with lethal precision to slay a demonic beast with unerring accuracy. Such a display of skill in slaying demonic beasts left the dignitaries wide-eyed. Setting talent and strength aside, was his method of hunting demonic beasts not exceedingly smooth? Indeed, each of his strikes found the soft underbelly of the beasts, suggesting an extensive experience in such combat. Moreover, the golden sheen enveloping him seemed indicative of a natural attribute, presumably of A grade. Yet, his ability to withstand the beast's assaults without injury could not solely hinge upon this attribute. Could it? It appeared he possessed dual talents, one for offense and one for defense. The dignitaries exchanged glances, quickly discerning the implications. Dual talents aside, his mastery of physical techniques and prowess in slaying beasts were top tier. Such an individual, why had he previously remained in obscurity? I demand Li Suifeng's background information. The Minister of Education called out. A staff member promptly brought forth a tablet. After perusing it, the minister glanced at the principal of the second high school, Old Yang. How could your school harbor such a dark horse without a word of it? This is quite underhanded. All eyes turned toward the principal of the second high school, filled with envy and jealousy. So, this prodigious talent, named Li Suifeng, hailed from their institution? Hadn't second high already produced Su Kai? Now, another Li Suifeng emerged? Truly, a flourishing lineage. The principal of second high was momentarily taken aback. It was his first time hearing the name Li Suifeng, and no one had reported such a talent to him previously. Wait, that's not right, he mused, scrutinizing the information on the tablet. It indicated that Li Suifeng had dropped out of second high to participate in the examination on behalf of Zhengqi Martial Arts School. Old Yang, what is going on here? The Minister of Education re-examined the tablet, his expression turning peculiar. Dropped out? That cannot be. The principal of second high stood up, agitated. Though he had not heard of Li Suifeng, such a figure must surely be a treasure for the school. There was no reason for him to have been allowed to drop out. Take a look for yourself. The Minister of Education handed the tablet to the principal of second high. Upon seeing the bottom of Li Suifeng's information, which indicated his withdrawal from second high and his representation of Zhengqi Martial Arts School, the principal felt darkness cloud his vision, nearly fainting on the spot. Who the hell allowed this Li Suifeng to drop out? I will have them dealt with. On the plains of the examination site, after a fierce battle, Li Suifeng, having exhausted much of his energy from prolonged use of his talents, sat down to rest. 46 demonic beasts slain, examination score, 230 points. Glancing at his wristband, Li Suifeng felt a sense of satisfaction. Only an hour had passed since the examination commenced, and he had already secured half of the full score. It was an excellent start. Looking once more at his personal panel, his talent points had accumulated to 2,700, tantalizingly close to the 3,000 threshold. Master brother, come and enjoy some nutritional elixir. The sycophantic Wang Jun presented a vial of nutritional elixir, his countenance exuding servility. Li Suifeng, unceremoniously, accepted the elixir and consumed it. The examination stretched over a grueling 24 hours, and the Ministry of Education did not prohibit candidates from bringing nutritional supplements or restorative items. The consumption of such supplements was well within the bounds of the regulations. Master, the fact that we can encounter one another in the examination hall is a fortuitous twist of fate. Why not form a team? Wang Jun expressed his eagerness. Li Suifeng shook his head. Joining forces with you would only dilute my examination scores. It is simply not advantageous. If a single beast was worth 5 points, teaming up to slay it would mean he would only earn 25 points. Adding another companion would further diminish the score by a third. While teaming up could indeed enhance efficiency in monster hunting, it would also result in the division of examination points. Given Li Suifeng's prowess, He could easily tackle a horde of beasts alone. Except for his close friend Kai Su, he had little interest in guiding others. Chapter 25, 500,000 Commission. Teaming up to assist the boss in the examination. Master, please. I possess an auxiliary talent, and my combat prowess is rather limited. Relying solely on Sister Rue to guide me is exceedingly difficult. Would you be so kind as to assist me? Wang Jun implored with a woeful expression. Li Suifeng inquired curiously, what is your talent? Previously, in the wilderness, the Zhang brothers had rendered some assistance, while Wang Jun had merely coasted through. My talent is akin to yours, Master, a light attribute, albeit a B-class resurgence light, Wang Jun replied, raising his hand to reveal a glowing orb the size of a walnut, reminiscent of Li Suifeng's initial skill, light stream, yet radiating a sanctified aura. If you were to sustain an injury, the resurgence light I conjure could swiftly staunch your bleeding and mend your wounds. Manhwaedit. Li Suifeng was inwardly astonished. Auxiliary talents were indeed quite rare. While lacking in direct combat capabilities, they could be invaluable in supporting other warriors. On the battlefield, such talents might seem inconsequential. However, they were indispensable within the logistical teams of nations, often referred to as support warriors, akin to healers in a team. I never imagined this little chubby fellow would possess an auxiliary talent. How remarkable! Die Suifeng mused, Prompting van Yunis hopefully. Not only is my talent auxiliary, but it also belongs to the light attribute, akin to yours, Master. Given the peculiarities of fate, I beseech you to take me under your wing. Before he could finish, Li Suifeng firmly declinat, y refugia. Master, please don't. Wang Jun's face fell, nearly in tears. Tian Rue glanced around and lowered her voice, Master. If we were to offer you a commission, akin to last time, would you consider aiding us? Li Suifeng's expression softened slightly, casually inquiring, what is the price? Tian Rue gestured figure. Only 50,000? Li Suifeng immediately shook his head. This was a pivotal examination that could alter one's fate. With his assistance, they might achieve a perfect score. 50,000 for such a life-changing opportunity? Absolutely not. No. Master, we understand the significance of practical assessments and how they could potentially reshape our destinies. We wouldn't dream of offering such a meager sum. Tian Rue shook her head vigorously, adding, we're prepared to offer you 500,000. Nanny? Li Suifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Clearly, he had underestimated these affluent second-generation heirs. With no need for parental consent, they could casually procure 500,000 to enlist his services? Truly extravagant. Casting a glance at the drones hovering in the sky, he opted against haggling, stating deal. Thank you, Master. Wang Jun beamed with joy, while Tian Rue quietly remarked, although our actions may constitute cheating, they are protected by law. Once this is concluded, I will transfer the funds to you. You may record our conversation for assurance. To establish profound trust, her foresight was commendable. I have already recorded it. Li Suifeng replied nonchalantly. Then that settles it. Tian Rue nodded, subsequently tapping on her wrist device. With a beep, a team formation notification appeared on Li Suifeng's wrist device. He confirmed, and a message indicated that the team was successfully formed. Li Suifeng, Xuanwu, and Wang Jun would be allies within the trial's secret realm, sharing equally in the examination points accrued from slaying monsters. Let us proceed and continue hunting, Li Suifeng beckoned. Master, from this moment forth, you are our leader. If you command us eastward, we shall not venture west. If you instruct us to consume excrement, we shall not drink urine. Wang Jun transformed back into a sycophantic admirer, lavishing praise. Li Suifeng was left speechless, thinking to himself that this lad lacked ambition. However, upon further reflection, he acknowledged that the Ministry of Education's allowance for students to form teams during practical examinations likely aimed to support auxiliary warriors like Wang Jun, due to their lower combat effectiveness, would struggle to achieve the same monster hunting efficiency as others. Their participation in practical assessments inherently placed them at a disadvantage, which could only be mitigated through teamwork. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, dusk descended. For hours had elapsed since the commencement of the practical examination. In the western desert region, an army of jet-black scorpions, resembling forged steel and measuring half a meter in size, had infested the area. Observed from above, these scorpions, due to their overwhelming numbers, coalesced into a massive, ominous black cloud, an eerie sight. As Li Suifeng and his companions approached the swarm, Wang Jun's expression turned pale. Master, these rattlesnake black scorpions, while less toxic than the blue vine snake, possess tails that can detach like a bee's stinger, allowing them to launch remote attacks. More terrifying still, there is likely a second-tier scorpion queen among them. A second-tier scorpion queen? Li Suifeng's eyes gleamed with excitement. After slaying the second-tier beast, the saber-toothed tiger, he had received an additional talent reward. The prospect of acquiring yet another new talent thrilled him. Wang Jun, if I sustain injuries or become poisoned, you can assist me with the resurgence light, correct? Li Suifeng inkida tearnasli. Wang Jun scratched his head, a hint of uncertainty shadowing his features. Generally, external wounds are no problem, and I can dispel ordinary toxins. However, I may not be able to handle excessively potent poisons. That will suffice. I will engage the scorpions, monitor the situation, and provide healing as necessary. Tian Rue, you will create vines to control them. Li Suifeng, fantasyaudiobook gaming enthusiast, was well-versed in monster hunting and team dynamics. Master, rest assured, I will be your steadfast support, Wang Jun declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Steadfast support? Li Suifeng murmured to himself, somewhat perplexed, before dashing towards the swarm of scorpions. The scorpions, previously engaged in their own activities, turned in unison at the sound, their cold, lifeless eyes locking onto him. Their tails, adorned with silver stingers, rose like whips, emitting a menacing hiss reminiscent of a rattlesnake. As Li Suifeng neared the swarm, a radiant golden aura enveloped his form, and bolstered by his formidable talent, his speed surged dramatically. With a swift swoosh, he plunged into the midst of the scorpion horde. The swarm stirred restlessly as the black scorpions raised their tails, aiming to sting Li Suifeng. While unleashing the radiant fury, Li Suifeng did not neglect to activate the golden jade skin. His skin tightened, becoming as resilient as leather armor. Amidst the sound of clattering, he successfully deflected most of the poisonous scorpion's attacks, with only a few fine white dots appearing on his skin, without breaking through. Boom! 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 Much like the beast pack he had hunted before, Li Suifeng executed the heavenly light long fist, each punch striking down with tremendous force, akin to meteorites descending from the heavens, effectively flattening each black scorpion in his path. Blood and venom splattered as over a dozen scorpion corpses littered the ground. Just then, with a hissing sound, Li Suifeng looked down to discover a 10-centimeter-long venomous needle embedded in a shoulder blade. It turned out that a black scorpion nearby had utilized its long-range stinger to breach Li Suifeng's defenses. Chapter 26. A-class talent, Crocodile Skin. The Scorpion Queen appears. How could this black scorpion's stinger pierce through my golden jade skin? Li Suifeng was taken aback, feeling his shoulders stiffen as the scorpion venom spread through his body, beginning to impact him. Master, I shall assist you. Wang Jun raised his hand, casting a beam of resurgence light that landed precisely on the wound on Li Suifeng's shoulder. With a clang, the needle fell to the ground, the blood hole healed, and Li Suifeng's stiff shoulder gradually regained sensation. So this is Wang Jun's supportive talent? Quite marvelous, Li Suifeng thought, nodding to himself, abandoning the idea of retreat, and charged back into the scorpion swarm, recklessly clashing through. In the ensuing moments, more black scorpions perished at Li Suifeng's hands. However, correspondingly, he paid a certain price. His body was riddled with over 10 scorpion needles, and he began to feel the effects of the venom, rendering him stiff and sluggish. Fortunately, Wang Jun was quite reliable, periodically providing Li Suifeng with healing, purging toxins, and ensuring that his condition remained within a stable range. Master, I'm feeling a bit drained. Unfortunately, this good fortune was short-lived, as Wang Jun's complexion turned pale, his movements filled with a sense of weakness from prolonged use of his talent. Such a brief endurance? Li Suifeng furrowed his brow, realizing that less than a third of the scorpions had been dealt with. Without Wang Jun's support, extinguishing the swarm seemed a daunting task. Ultimately, one cannot rely on outsiders. They must depend on themselves. Li Suifeng's gaze sharpened as he focused on upgrading his golden jade skin. System, upgrade my golden jade skin. Unbeknownst to him, the talent points on his panel had accumulated to over 3,500. However, no upgrade icon had appeared for the Radiant Fury. Suifeng was thus compelled to discard his original plan and temporarily enhance his golden jade skin, consuming 1,000 talent points. The B-class talent golden jade skin was upgraded to A-class talent crocodile skin. Personal physique 5. Crocodile skin, a superhuman talent. The skin resembles that of the mythical beast. The crocodile, exhibiting exceptional elasticity and a robust resistance to sharp objects, along with some degree of fire and cold resistance. Excellent. As the system notification flashed, Suifeng's eyes gleamed with renewed vigor. The A-class talent crocodile skin not only strengthened the elasticity and defense of his skin, but also endowed him with fire and cold resistance. This would propel him further down the path of invincibility. Let us test its effectiveness. Without further contemplation, Suifeng concentrated on his entire body, allowing his skin to tighten naturally. Clatter! Just as the swarm stirred, needles shot toward Suifeng's skin. Yet this time, his skin remained unpierced. Instead, the scorpion needles, akin to iron nails, bent and fell to the ground upon impact. This A-class defensive talent can indeed withstand the scorpion stingers. Suifeng felt an ecstatic thrill, instinctively declaring, "System, continue upgrading the Heavenly Light Long Fist." Consuming 500 talent points, the Heavenly Light Long Fist was perfected. Personal physique 1. Now exhilarated, Suifeng was eager to eliminate the scorpion horde, neglecting financial considerations as he continued to expend talent points to maximize the Heavenly Light Long Fist. Since the Heavenly Light Long Fist was not yet classified as a spiritual level technique, the pinnacle of its mastery was perfection. A deeper understanding of the Heavenly Light Long Fist flooded his mind, and Suifeng instinctively unleashed punches with remarkable speed and ferocity. The pace at which the scorpion horde was vanquished significantly increased. Finally, under Suifeng's relentless slaughter, the number of scorpions dwindled to a mere quarter of their original count. The remaining black scorpions, witnessing the demise of their kin, developed a profound fear of Suifeng, instinctively recoiling from him. Suifeng, now energized, surged towards the remaining black scorpions. With a cacophony of screeches, the black scorpions burrowed into the ground, their tails resembling drills as they attempted to escape underground. They were actually fleeing. "Damn, don't run!" Suifeng roared in frustration, having already spent 1,500 talent points on upgrades. The remaining black scorpions represented not only exam points, but also valuable talent points that Suifeng was determined not to let slip away. "Master, watch your feet." As he pursued, Wang Jun's voice echoed from behind. Suifeng instinctively looked down, only to see the sand beneath him rupture as a long, whip-like black scorpion tail erupted from the ground, aiming for one of his eyes. What the hell? Suifeng's pupils constricted, every hair on his body standing on end. Driven by survival instinct, he instinctively leaped back, narrowly evading the massive scorpion tail's assault. Thud! As he landed, Suifeng's face paled in shock as he observed the emergence point of the scorpion tail. The Scorpion Queen? Before him, amidst the swirling yellow sand, stood a 2-meter-long black scorpion. Its tail was as thick as an infant's arm, nearly a meter in length. The stinger at its tip was sharp and menacing, resembling a short dagger rather than a mere needle. Its enormous eyes were devoid of emotion, coldly fixated on Suifeng. With a cacophony of hisses, the colossal black scorpion flicked its tail, suddenly opening its mouth to expel a drop of fist-sized, dark green venom. Swoosh! Suifeng sidestepped and leaped, narrowly avoiding the attack. Sizzle! The venom splashed onto the sand, releasing scalding smoke as it melted grains into liquid. This queen's saliva is still highly toxic? How utterly bizarre! Wang Jun exclaimed in dismay from a distance. Tian Rue shouted, "Master, this scorpion queen is a second-tier beast. Engaging it poses great risk. Should we retreat?" Suifeng's afternoon of monster hunting had allowed both her and Wang Jun to accumulate over 200 exam points. At this rate, continuing to hunt first-tier beasts would make achieving full marks before the exams and quite feasible, while battling a second-tier beast would yield more points in one go. It also bore a higher risk of elimination. Tian Rue believed that since this was an exam, their primary focus should be on seizing exam points rather than entangling with formidable beasts, lest they find themselves in dire straits. Retreat? Qionghui, do you have any idea how long I have awaited the Scorpion Queen? A playful smile danced upon Li Suifeng's lips, his fiery gaze fixated on the Scorpion Queen. It seemed that this creature had transformed from a mere monstrosity into an alluring, naked beauty. "Master you?" Tian Rue uttered in astonishment, only to hear a whoosh as Li Suifeng unleashed his fierce radiance once more, darting toward the Scorpion Queen like a streak of light. By the time she comprehended the situation, a resounding thud echoed as Li Suifeng's golden-tinged fist struck the Scorpion Queen with tremendous force. Chapter 27. First explode the genius, then slay the Scorpion Queen. Bam! Li Suifeng's mighty punch, if it had landed on an ordinary rattlesnake scorpion, would have surely crushed it to a pulp. Yet, upon striking the Scorpion Queen's back, it only left a dented impression. The Scorpion Queen did not succumb to this blow. Instead, her elongated tail jabbed fiercely into Li Suifeng's chest. Clang! Fortified by the hide of a ferocious crocodile, Li Suifeng's skin had become as resilient as soft armor. Even though the Scorpion Queen's tail possessed several times the piercing power of an ordinary rattlesnake scorpion, it failed to penetrate Li Suifeng's flesh. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The tremendous impact forced Li Suifeng to stagger back several steps before he regained his footing. Upon inspecting the spot where the tail had struck, he noticed a purplish bruise forming. The Scorpion Queen not only boasted formidable defenses, but also exhibited a striking offensive prowess. Li Suifeng clicked his tongue in amazement, yet he remained unfazed, calling out to Tian Rue behind him. "Tian Rue, ensnare this Scorpion Queen with your vines, and create an opportunity for me. I intend to shatter its eyes." "Understood, master." Tian Rue took a deep breath, her hands forming intricate seals from the earth beneath the Scorpion Queen. For vines of what element coalesced, ensnaring its form. Squeak! The Scorpion Queen, enraged, thrashed her tail violently, just as Li Suifeng prepared to press his advantage. A sound of disdain echoed nearby. Suddenly, a shadow approached like a specter, an arm slicing down toward one of the Scorpion Queen's eyes. Swish! One of the Scorpion Queen's eyes was cleaved open, blood gushing forth as it emitted a piercing, wretched cry, breaking free from the vines. The Scorpion Queen angrily aimed her tail at the unexpected assailant. The figure reacted with astonishing swiftness, retreating just in time to evade the tail's strike, coming to a halt and revealing a youth clad in silver battle attire. Though the youth was not tall, his limbs were exceptionally long, and a layer of azure energy enveloped him. "That Scorpion Queen's head belongs to me, Xuanwu. You three, vacate the area at once." The silver-clad youth turned, barking at Li Suifeng and his companions. Wang Jun's expression shifted. "The top student of 6 High? Xuanwu?" Tian Rue's face paled. It is said he has triumphed over all challengers in his senior year at 6 High. His awakened S-rank talent, Fury of the Gale, not only allows him to accelerate with the wind, but also to summon wind blades and manipulate wind elements into weapons. He is exceedingly formidable. She turned her gaze and was taken aback to find Li Suifeng's expression as frigid as eternal ice, an aura of chilling menace emanating from him. "Master," Tian Rue was about to comfort him, but before she could, Li Suifeng erupted in golden brilliance, unleashing his full radiance and charging at Xuanwu like a blazing sun. "You?" Xuanwu's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively raised an arm. The wind coalesced before him, forming a solid shield. Boom! A resounding impact shattered the windshield, causing Xuanwu to stagger backward, his arms feeling as though they had been struck by hammers. This fellow's strength, Xuanwu's eyes widened in horror. Yet Li Suifeng did not relent. After breaking through the windshield, he pressed the attack, his fists striking like cannonballs. Whoosh! Each punch sliced through the air, generating a fierce wind. Xuanwu's expression changed dramatically as he wrapped himself in wind, retreating rapidly as his speed surged. The essence of the wind talent often symbolized sharpness and swiftness. The more powerful the talent, the more pronounced its characteristics. It was the very speed granted by Fury of the Gale that had allowed Xuanwu to dominate 6th High. However, to his astonishment, he realized that this golden glow youth before him was nearly as swift as he. Even more alarming was that as the youth relentlessly pursued him, each punch was exceptionally fierce, akin to meteors raining down, leaving him breathless. As Xuanwu desperately retreated, he found himself unable to shake off the relentless pursuit. Boom! At last, Li Suifeng's fist landed on Xuanwu's shoulder. With a crack, Sun Yu's shoulder dislocated, launching him into the air before he fell to the sandy ground in an arc. Have you lost your mind? Sun Yu groaned in pain, staring incredulously at the Suifeng. Dare to steal my wild monster? You must be prepared to be beaten to death. Suifeng roared, charging at Sun Yu. Stop. I concede. That Scorpion Queen is yours. Sun Yu shouted in a panic, backing away hastily. Under normal circumstances, his temperament would not allow him to be so cowardly. But the overwhelming aura emanating from Suifeng felt as though it belonged to a madman escaped from an asylum, making him feel utterly defenseless. He secretly regretted provoking Suifeng. After posturing, you think you can flee? It is too late. Suifeng's visage twisted in fury as he lunged forward. You lunatic! I will fight back. Sun Yu roared, his pride as an S-rank talent igniting his defiance. Enduring this humiliation had reached its limit. With Suifeng closing in, he refused to be subservient any longer. Whoosh! A gust of wind enveloped Sun Yu completely as he readied to strike back. Yet, before he could respond, Suifeng's incredible speed allowed him to land a punch squarely on Sun Yu's face. Bam! Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as Sun Yu fell to the ground like a broken kite. This time, he did not rise again. His eyes rolled back, and his body convulsed before he succumbed to unconsciousness. What? Nearby, Wang Jun and Tian Rue stared in disbelief at Sun Yu's bloodied, swollen visage. Master actually knocked Sun Yu out with a single punch? Damn it! A furious shout rang out as Suifeng approached Sun Yu, raising his arm once more, poised to strike the latter's face. Is Master truly intent on finishing Sun Yu off? This is far too ruthless. Wang Jun and Tian Rue's expressions twitched in unison. At that moment, Sun Yu's wristband began to flicker with red light, followed by an announcement. Candidate Sun Yu has fallen into unconsciousness and is disqualified. Candidate Suifeng. Please remain calm and refrain from further attacking Sun Yu, or you'll be deemed in violation and expelled from the examination area. Suifeng's colossal fist halted midair, his countenance darkening. How could they prohibit him from continuing to teach Sun Yu a lesson? This is utterly tyrannical. A flash of white light appeared before him, revealing a man clad in examination officer attire who suddenly materialized. He lifted Sun Yu and cast a deep glance at Suifeng before grasping a jade stone, and the two vanished without a trace. Had it not been for the examiner's intervention, I would have certainly beaten Sun Yu to a pulp. Suifeng's face was filled with resentment as he continued to curse. Master, you have just defeated Sun Yu, the top student of 6 High, who is also one of the leading candidates for the top score in this examination. You are truly remarkable. At that moment, Wang Jun approached, his face brimming with excitement, nearly bowing to Suifeng. Tian Rue, however, appeared suddenly alarmed, exclaiming, "It seems the Scorpion Queen is attempting to flee." Upon hearing the words, Suifeng turned his gaze and, to his astonishment, discovered that during his fierce battle with Sun Yu, the cunning Scorpion Queen, having had her eyes obliterated and sensing impending doom, was attempting to burrow into the ground and escape. Xuanwu, Suifeng Baluba. Tian Rue, quick to respond. Form hand seals. Vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring the Scorpion Queen in a tight embrace. Before she could fully dig into the ground, Suifeng had already flashed forward, his fists raining down upon the Scorpion Queen's head with tremendous force. Bang, 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 crack. At long last, after an onslaught of relentless strikes, the Scorpion Queen's head was utterly obliterated, lying motionless on the ground, unmistakably deceased. The system notification chimed, killing the tail-rattling Black Scorpion Queen grants 500 talent points. However, Nojoi Iuminata Suifeng esa kuntanansa. Why did I not receive any talent? He pondered. Is it possible that this Scorpion Queen is simply too feeble for me at this stage? Or perhaps the acquisition of talent is contingent upon probability? Disappointment welled within him as he glanced at the spot where Sun Yu had fallen, cursing, that bastard must have jinxed me with his bad luck. Damn him. Thus, he unleashed a tirade upon Sun Yu's entire family. Chapter 28. A surge in talent points. In the conference room, due to Suifeng's meteoric rise, a 5th screen was added to the enormous LCD display, with the spotlight naturally on Suifeng. Upon witnessing the duo of Suifeng and Tian Rue teaming up, the Minister of Education furrowed his brow, Is Li Suifeng unaware that he currently ranks first in the practical examination? By teaming up with someone, his examination score will inevitably diminish, thus harming his own interests. The city lord, Suifeng, chuckled. Perhaps he has his own reasoning. The scene shifted. Li Suifeng had plunged into a throng of scorpions, battling numerous tail-rattling black scorpions. As the image displayed, Li Suifeng mercilessly crushing one scorpion after another. The eyes of the prominent figures grew ever more luminous. Someone exclaimed, "I can assure you, Li Suifeng has undoubtedly hunted monsters in the wild before. His combat skills are remarkably refined. Each of his punches accurately strikes the vulnerable spots of the tail-rattling black scorpions, resulting in instant kills. He is certainly trained." The experts deliberated, while an assistant presented a report for City Lord Suifeng's review. This child possesses an A-grade talent, with a mental strength of 176. Yet his comprehension stands at an astonishing 192 points, the highest in the Starfire City examination. As Suifeng expressed his surprise, the crowd's astonishment deepened. His combat skills are exceptional, and his mental prowess is commendable. Although his talent is slightly lacking, his martial comprehension is truly extraordinary. Taken together, Li Suifeng is undoubtedly a prodigy. Such a genius, one might wonder, why did he drop out of second high school? Why did he join the Zhengqi dojo? Buzzing with agitation, the principal of the second high school felt his face flush crimson, nearly fainting from rage. He sensed the mocking gazes of his peers, clearly deriding him for allowing such a talent as Li Suifeng to slip away. Enduring the heartache, he relentlessly texted his subordinates, gradually learning the entire sequence of events. That fool, the homeroom teacher of class 222, actually let a super genius like Li Suifeng escape. I must ensure he is punished. The principal of the second high school silently vowed, his heart aching. Soon, the scene shifted again. The Scorpion Queen reappeared, and Li Suifeng engaged her in a fierce struggle, yet found himself at a disadvantage. At that moment, another screen revealed a genius from the 6th high school, Xuanwu, currently ranked 3rd in the practical examination. He unexpectedly crossed paths with Li Suifeng. Would sparks fly between the two? As the prominent figures watched with eager anticipation, Li Suifeng indeed clashed with Xuanwu. When they observed Xuanwu being mercilessly beaten by Li Suifeng, unable to retaliate, shock rippled through the audience. The S-grade genius, Xuanwu, was being dominated by Li Suifeng, who merely held an A-grade talent. How could the disparity between them be so vast? Ultimately, when Xuanwu was thoroughly defeated and eliminated prematurely, the expressions of the onlookers appeared calm, though their hearts roiled with turmoil. The favored contender, Xuanwu, had fallen to the dark horse, Li Suifeng, and was directly disqualified. This would undoubtedly impact Xuanwu's final examination score. It might even jeopardize his chances of gaining admission to one of the 8 prestigious academies. With a resounding clap, someone struck the conference table. The dignitaries turned their attention to see the principal of the 6th high school rising in indignation. Li Suifeng is brazenly overstepping. His character is deplorable, a prime example of a talented individual lacking virtue. Such a person participating in this sacred examination is a disgrace to our educational system. The expressions of the dignitaries turned to incredulity. How hypocritical and brazen. Was it not simply because your own Xuanwu had been eliminated? Where were your words when Xuanwu was bullying other candidates in the secret realm? Old Wang, quiet down, City Lord Suifeng interjected lightly, causing the principal of the 6th high school to feel a jolt of realization and swiftly regain his composure. His face flushed as he sat down, agony racking his heart. Because of Li Suifeng, their 6th high school had suffered tremendous losses. How brief the time since. Li Suifeng's score was nearing 300. I am curious to see how many monsters he ultimately slays, whether he can break the historical record, fulfill the expectations set by Senior Sun, and earn the special reward he left behind. In the ensuing silence, Suifeng smiled and spoke, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The Minister of Education maintained his composure. Attempting to surpass Senior Sun's record is exceedingly difficult, especially since I still believe that the strongest contender in this examination is Sukai. Should Li Suifeng encounter Sukai, his chances of victory are slim. Speculation is merely speculation. The true outcome will only be revealed through combat. Perhaps Li Suifeng might even triumph over Sukai. Suifeng smiled, and the Minister of Education chose not to elaborate further. Once again, the group's fervent gaze fixated upon Li Suifeng. As time passed, the examination continued deep into the night. With the moon obscured by clouds, darkness enveloped the land, limiting the candidate's visibility, prompting many to choose cautious approaches. Some even sought refuge in caves or atop trees to evade the monster's attacks. However, Li Suifeng was undeterred. Having missed the Scorpion Queen, his rage was nearly overflowing. Even in the depths of night, he tirelessly led Tianrue and Wang Jun in their hunt for monsters. Master, my examination score is nearing 400. If we continue like this in the morning, we should easily secure a perfect score. Shall we take a break? Wang Jun, exhausted after slaying more monsters, wore a wry smile. Tianrue wholeheartedly concurred. Master, as Wang Jun said, should we not rest for a while? Upon hearing their words, Li Suifeng halted, glancing at his wristwatch. Monsters slain, 127. Examination score, 460 points. Only 65 points remained to achieve a perfect score, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. If they could locate another group of beasts to eliminate, they would essentially secure full marks. Li Suifeng felt a sense of satisfaction and declared, "Let us set up camp here." "Hooray!" Wang Jun exclaimed with excitement, promptly collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Tianrue produced a flint and, using some dried grass collected along the way, ignited a small campfire. Leaning against the campfire, Tianrue retrieved some provisions from her backpack, not forgetting to offer a portion to Li Suifeng. As Li Suifeng chewed on the rations, he perused his personal status panel. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Level 0. En physique, 33. Mentality, 17. Talent, Fiery Light, a level. Frenzied Crocodile Skin, a level. Martial Arts, none. Body Techniques, Heavenly Light, Long Fist, perfected. Iron Post Technique, proficient, capable of derivation. Talent points, 3,760. On the panel, his physique had indeed surpassed 33 points. With the advent of the Frenzied Crocodile Skin, the option for derivation had also emerged for the Iron Post Technique. His talent points, having accumulated once more, were nearing 3,800. Once this examination concluded, he should be able to amass 5,000 talent points, which would likely suffice to elevate the fiery light to a higher level. Wouldn't it? A look of anticipation crossed Li Suifeng's face. Even with merely an A-level talent, his combat prowess could already sweep aside prodigies like Xuanwu. If his talent were to ascend to S-level, would he not be able to dispatch several opponents of Xuanwu's caliber? The thought alone filled him with eagerness. Chapter 29. A mere modicum of effort could resolve the crisis with Chicken Brother. The night had deepened. The campfire flickered softly, casting a warm glow as Li Suifeng and his companions slumbered peacefully. Suddenly, a piercing cry resonated from afar. "Do not pursue any further. Wangyun-tose-tuik." Are there beasts approaching? Tianrue, still half asleep, rubbed her eyes, realizing it was not the roar of a beast, but rather the cry of a human. Who could be causing such a commotion at this hour? Only Li Suifeng bore an odd expression. Chicken Brother? The voice in the darkness sounded vaguely familiar, as if it belonged to Chicken Brother. Chicken Brother? What are you talking about, Master Brother? Wangyun quirit pilplix. Let's go take a look, Li Suifeng replied, rising swiftly towards the source of the sound. Tianrue and Wang Jun exchanged glances, and though they were confused, they decisively followed suit. "Brothers, I bear no grudge against you. Why must you act this way?" In a forest less than half a mile from the campsite, Kai Su leaned against a large tree, his face a mask of despair. Before him stood over 10 candidates clad in various combat attire, all seething with rage. "You fat fool. Before the examination even began, you shoved me, leaving my hand numb. Now that I seek retribution, is that so wrong? That fiery ostrich was nearly within my grasp, and yet you swooped in and killed it, robbing me of my spoils. You despicable fatso, can't we unite against you?" The pursuing candidates, evidently harboring grudges from both inside and outside the secret realm, closed in on Kai Su. "Brothers, there are many people outside the school, and my constitution is frail. Without my talent, I cannot even enter the examination hall. As for the matter of stealing kills, there are countless beasts in this secret realm. Isn't it only natural that the capable claim the spoils? My actions are entirely legal. Otherwise, the Ministry of Education would have eliminated me long ago." Kai Su imlot lao li. One candidate, cracking his knuckles, advanced menacingly. "You fat fool, no amount of excuses will save you this time. If I don't make you cry, I'll change my surname." "Brother, what does your happiness have to do with me?" Kai-Su replied, his face a picture of despair. The student, enraged, retorted, "How dare you mock my accent? I'll end you." With that, he unleashed his talent, one arm transforming into a gleaming black gold, striking towards Wang Jun's face. Bang! Kai-Su raised his hand to block, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, yet was soon overwhelmed by the sheer number of attackers and was quickly brought to the ground. Thud! 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 The relentless barrage of fists and kicks rained down upon Kai-Su from all directions, leaving him in excruciating agony. "Stop!" In Kai-Su's moment of despair, a commanding voice rang out. The other candidates instinctively ceased their assault, turning to see a tall young man emerging from the shadows of the night. "Oldly!" Kai-Su trembled, tears streaming down his face. "If you had come a second later, I would have been beaten to death." "So this is the fatso's friend?" The candidates quickly recognized the identity of the newcomer. One of them turning pale, "Li, this fatso is receiving his just desserts for his actions. If you dare intervene, do not blame us for our ruthlessness." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a swift motion illuminated the dark forest as Suifeng charged into the fray, enveloped in radiant golden light. "How dare you?" The candidates' faces paled in disbelief. They had not anticipated Suifeng's audacity to strike first in such an uneven battle. "Take him down," one shouted, delivering a kick to Suifeng's midsection. Suifeng did not falter. Instead, the assailant stumbled, losing his footing and crashing to the ground. Before he could regain his composure, a fist of golden radiance descended with unrelenting force upon his cheek. Bang! The candidate had no time to scream as his eyes rolled back, losing consciousness instantly. A voice echoed, "Candidate Lu Jin has lost consciousness, eliminated." What? Such an unexpected turn left the remaining candidates momentarily stunned. In just a fleeting encounter, Li had eliminated one of their own? Bang! 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 As the sounds of impact reverberated through the air, amidst their shock, Suifeng struck with swift and decisive blows, toppling several more candidates to the ground. Each one fell, severely injured. In less than half a minute, out of the dozen candidates pursuing Kai-Su, 7 lay incapacitated on the ground. The 5 remaining stood paralyzed, their fighting spirit extinguished, faces pale with fear as they began to retreat. "Classmate, let us discuss this calmly. Please stay composed." The previously unruly candidate now appeared reasonable. Panic etched across his features. Suifeng refrained from pursuing further, instead helping Kai-Su to his feet. "Chicken brother, are you all right?" "Wah, old Li, I'm in pain. My whole body is injured. It hurts so much." Kai-Su pointed at the candidates, resembling a child reporting to a parent. "These rascals, out of jealousy for my talent and good looks, banded together to hunt me down, subjecting me to such humiliation. Old Li, you must avenge me." The candidates felt as though they might vomit blood from indignation. "Fatso, what talent and good looks do you possess? If you weren't so detestable, would we have banded together to hunt you down? Unbelievable." Suifeng's lips curled into a smirk at Chicken Brother's lament. "Chicken Brother, avenging you is truly a task best undertaken personally for satisfaction. So you go ahead and take action. I shall be your steadfast support." Kai-Su's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing Old Li was teasing him about his pre-examination bravado. "Old Li, we're brothers. I must share the thrill of this revenge with you. Shall we strike together?" Kai-Su asked weakly. At that moment, Wang Jun and Tianrue arrived, just in time, grasping the situation. "Master Brother, this examination is pivotal for many students. If we eliminate them all, we might incur the wrath of the supervising teachers, which could lead to trouble," Tianrue cautioned in a low voice. Kai-Su shot her a sidelong glance, thinking, who is this woman, and why does she seem so close to Old Li? A wave of unease washed over him as he draped an arm around Suifeng's shoulder, attempting to assert dominance. "As this beautiful lady has said, I, Kai-Su, do not wish to ruin anyone's future. However, you have humiliated me. I must be allowed a slap before you leave." "Kai-Su, do not go too far." The candidate surnamed whose face turned crimson. Kai-Su waved his hand and declared, "If you disagree, then let us get started. After all, my good brother is here. It's either your demise or ours." The expressions of the surrounding candidates twitched in response. Had Kai Su been alone, they would have pounced on him like fierce tigers, overwhelming him in a heartbeat. However, the formidable Li Suifeng was present. This student was as powerful as a beast, undoubtedly on par with Su Kai and Xuanwu. How could the ordinary candidates possibly contend with such strength? They could not help but wonder, when did such a formidable figure emerge in Spark City? And ironically, he was a close companion of that insufferable Kai Su. A true man knows when to yield and when to fight. Everyone, come over swiftly and let us appease this esteemed brother. Wang Jun began mediating, pulling a candidate with the surname who closer. Smack! Kai Su delivered a resounding slap to the face of the candidate who, unable to restrain his excitement as he exclaimed, "Delightful! Absolutely delightful!" Meanwhile, the candidate whose eyes turned red, nearly brought to tears. Smack, smack, smack! Following that, Kai Su consecutively slapped 4 candidates, his excitement causing him to tremble. The candidate who looked at Li Suifeng with tearful eyes, pleading, "Can we leave now?" "Let us go," Li Suifeng waved his hand. And the injured candidate who helped the others who had not been eliminated to make a hasty exit. Even though it was night, the conference hall was still teeming with people. As true warriors, they were accustomed to sleepless nights. Fasting was a fundamental skill. Thus, the city lord and his associates remained, continuing to observe the examination. Who is this Kai Su? He certainly knows how to stir up trouble. Luckily, Li Suifeng exercised restraint. Otherwise, this group of candidates would have been thoroughly beaten into submission. Li Suifeng's combat prowess was astonishing. Had he already become a prospective warrior? To become a prospective warrior before the college entrance examination? It was a pity that the 8 prestigious academies were unaware of this, for otherwise, they would surely extend an olive branch to Li Suifeng. Chapter 30. A Moderate Beast Tide? Let us engage. In the early morning, sunlight bathed the secret realm. By the extinguished campfire, Li Suifeng arose to find Wang Jun and Kai Su cozily entwined, sound asleep. Tian Rue was already awake, her expression grave as she gazed into the distance. Upon noticing Li Suifeng's movements, she immediately remarked, "Master, the tremors from the depths of the desert are unmistakable. This cannot be caused by a solitary beast. There may well be a moderate beast tide over there." A moderate beast tide? Does that not imply that there are at least 500 beasts gathered? Li Suifeng's eyes gleamed with excitement. A gathering of fewer than 100 beasts is termed a beast horde, while over 300 constitutes a beast tide. The scale of a beast tide can be categorized into small, moderate, large, and extra large. A moderate beast tide entails a minimum of 500 beasts. How much talent value could such a tide bestow upon him? Full of anticipation, Li Suifeng called to the 2 still slumbering. "Wake up, chicken brother, Wang Jun. What's going on? Has the exam concluded?" Kai Su opened his eyes, confusion etched on his face. Wang Yun lips up. Could it be that beasts are launching a surprise attack on us? It seems there's a moderate beast tide nearby. This is the perfect opportunity for us to farm some monsters. We must prepare to head over quickly, urged Li Suifeng. Wang Jun's expression turned alarmed. The textbooks say that even a low-level beast tide poses a threat to true warriors, and a moderate one requires at least 10 formal warriors to handle it. Kai Su also expressed concern. Indeed, old Li, even if the beasts in this secret realm have been weakened, they're still beasts. So many gathered together could be exceedingly dangerous. Li Suifeng dismissed their concerns. If there are too few beasts, it's hardly thrilling to hunt. A moderate beast tide is precisely what ignites my fighting spirit. Now, both of you, hurry and follow me. With that, he set off towards the direction of the beast tide. Wang Jun glanced at Kai Su and cautiously inquired, "Is your brother always this reckless? Dominating kindergarten at 5, sweeping through primary school at 7, invincible in middle school at 12, and daring to vie for a sister with Wang. My brother has always been bold." Kai Su bois stet et sitan li. 5 miles from the camp, a multitude of beasts had congregated, forming a dark tide that stretched across the horizon. By the time Li Suifeng and the others arrived, several hundred candidates had already gathered at the periphery of the beast tide. For the candidates, although the beast tide was perilous, it also presented opportunities. With a stroke of fortune, they could score several hundred points. Thus, many candidates willingly risked their lives to join. ISNT that Zhuang Tianqi from the 1st middle school, and Feng Riyue from the 7th, not to mention Chun Feixiang from the 1st. Wang Jun and Kai Su began discussing as they assessed the candidates surrounding the beast tide. "Even Lan Aoxue and Su Kai are here?" Kaisu pointed out a pair standing at the edge of the tide, a tall male clad in black martial attire, exuding a fierce aura reminiscent of an iron tower, and a graceful female, fair-skinned and beautiful, akin to a blue lotus atop a mountain. Suifeng noted the two as well, his eyes widening in surprise. The only two S-grade geniuses from their school are also present? Is there truly enough to share in this modest beast tide? He gazed upon the beast tide, which was vast and at least 1,000 beasts strong, evidently surpassing Tian Rue's estimates and approaching the scale of a high-level beast tide. Despite the seemingly numerous beasts, with so many candidates present, it felt as though there wouldn't be enough spoils to go around. Let us engage. Suifeng wasted no time, rolling up his sleeves and charging directly into the beast tide. At that moment, many candidates at the edge of the tide had banded together, battling the beasts. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed by, startling numerous candidates. They turned to see a figure charging into the heart of the beast tide. Who is this audacious individual? So reckless? While dozens of us only dare to probe the edges of the tide, he boldly ventures alone into the fray. Does he not know the meaning of danger? He is truly a madman. The candidates were astonished, yet they believed this student would soon be surrounded by beasts and face imminent peril. To their surprise, however, the roars of the beasts echoed as the sounds of relentless collisions filled the air. The beasts lunged at the young man. Strangely enough, he did not perish under the onslaught. Instead, his skin glowed with a chilling sheen, deflecting the beast's attacks effortlessly, unscathed. Roar! The young man bellowed, advancing through the relentless assaults. With every step he took, he unleashed a shockwave of punches. Amidst the booming sounds, numerous beasts were forced back and fell. In mere moments, dozens of beasts lay slain at his feet. What? The previously skeptical candidates were rendered speechless. Su Kai and Lan Aoshue, as well as Zhuang Tianqi, Fang Ruyue, and Chun Feixiang, the top-tier geniuses, were merely probing the edges of the fierce beast tide. Yet this young man, having charged into the heart of the tide, not only survived but annihilated so many beasts. Is he a monster? The beasts that troubled us are being dispatched as if they were mere dogs? Which school does he belong to? In just one encounter, these candidates were completely taken aback by Suifeng's prowess, silenced, and unwilling to utter another word of mockery. You have slain a Tianyue mouse, gaining 20 talent points. You have slain a Kangmang leopard, gaining 20 talent points. Slaying the Snow Mountain Marten granted him a talent value of 15. Amidst the onslaught of beasts, the system notifications flashed incessantly before Suifeng's eyes, intoxicating him further. He had lost count of the number of demonic creatures he had dispatched, only aware that with each punch he unleashed, the system's messages danced before him. The beauty of the team mode was that although his exam points would be divided among his 3 comrades, the talent value would remain solely his. Thus, within a mere few minutes, he had visibly amassed over 400 talent points. What ecstasy! The slaughter must continue. Once the beast tide was quelled, my talent value would surely exceed 10,000. Suifeng roared inwardly, simultaneously activating the talent skill Furious Radiance. Without the use of this skill, relying solely on the skin of the frenzied crocodile and the heavenly light fist, his destructive power had already left the horde of beasts in despair. With the activation of Furious Radiance and the augmentation of 20-fold strength and speed, Suifeng darted about like a streak of light amidst the beast tide, sending creatures soaring into the air before crashing down lifelessly. As time elapsed, due to Suifeng's relentless slaughter, the number of beasts began to dwindle rapidly. The beast tide no longer acted in a scattered manner. Many creatures, driven by the deaths of their companions, began charging towards Suifeng's vicinity, causing those in other directions to retreat. Why are these beasts fleeing? I was in the midst of a glorious rampage. Why are you running away? In the northeastern corner of the beast tide, Fang Ruyue, sporting twin ponytails and dressed in yoga pants, had just delivered a fatal kick to a demonic beast when she noticed the others that had been attacking her were now retreating. Nearby, the blood-soaked Chun Feixiang gazed into the distance and saw the western region of the beast tide, where beast heads were darting about, golden light shimmering, and occasionally, a beast would soar high into the air. Chapter 31. Frenzied Beast Slaughter. The geniuses stunned. The demonic beasts seemed to be flocking towards that direction. Chun Feixiang pointed towards the gleaming light and said, "What on earth is happening over there? It has drawn the beasts away." A look of confusion etched across Feng Riyue's face. I don't know, but we should go check it out. With a swift motion, Chun Feixiang dashed towards the direction where the beasts were headed. Hey, Chun Feixiang, wait for me. Feng Riyue called out, extending her arms, but Chun Feixiang paid no heed. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, only to hear commotion behind her. Turning around, she spotted Su Kai and Lan Aoshue approaching together. You two are here as well. Feng Riyue took a step back, her expression turning wary. Feng Riyue, I have no interest in bullying someone as weak as you, so you needn't be so tense. Do, que taunted. Feng Riyue's face flushed with anger. Su Kai, even if you're the top of the second school, I, Feng Riyue, am the best of the seventh. What gives you the right to call me weak? Because I'm stronger than you. Not convinced? Shall we have a match? Shu Kai grinned, emanating a fierce aura. You. Feng Riyue's face reddened further, yet she did not dare accept the challenge. Su Kai's talent was formidable at this stage, perfectly attuned to physical combat, his fighting capability far surpassing hers. Engaging him would undoubtedly lead to her defeat. Su Kai, tone it down a bit, Lan Aoshue interjected, glancing towards the direction the beasts were congregating. No wonder the beasts in our area are dwindling. It turns out they have all gone west. What could possibly be in the west? She pondered deeply. Whatever it is, we will find out by going to see. Su Kai headed toward the direction Chun Feixiang had taken. Feng Riyue, would you like to join us? Lan Aoshue extended an invitation. Believing that in such a massive beast tide, they could not rely solely on a handful of individuals to eliminate it. They would need to ally with other strong warriors. Absolutely, Feng Riyue exclaimed, taking Lan Aoshue's hand. I've heard of you for quite some time and truly admire you. You're even more beautiful than the photos online. Lan Aoshue's, you are quite lovely yourself. By the way, have you seen Xuanwu recently? Xuanwu? I saw him yesterday at 3 in the afternoon. But I don't know where he is now. Feng Riyue shook her head and inquired, what do you need him for? It was Su Kai who wanted to find him for a one-on-one match, to see who is stronger. Lan Aoshue explained. Oh, so this narcissist wants to find Xuanwu. But Lan Aoshue, are you possibly dating this narcissist? He is not worthy of you. Feng Riyue said earnestly. Lan Aoshue rolled her eyes. You're overthinking it. Su Kai and I are actually distant relatives, and we happen to be from the same school, so we are merely teaming up temporarily. That's fine then. Someone like him, a toad, is not worthy of swan like you, Feng Riyue teased. As the two women conversed, they spotted Chun Feixiang and Su Kai standing in place, their expressions filled with astonishment, as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. What are you two dawdling about? Feng Riyue approached them and clearly saw a figure not far from the center of the beast tide, standing resolutely among the horde, unyielding, shrouded in brilliance. That person appeared to be a divine warrior, relentlessly charging amidst the onslaught of beasts. Boom! The sounds of impact reverberated continuously. With each punch thrown by this figure, a sense of earth-shattering might emanated, sending the beasts scattering and crashing down. In an instant, Feng Riyue was utterly bewildered. She never imagined that the chaos of the beast tide could be instigated by a single individual. Li Suifeng? Beside her, Lan Aoshue's eyes widened in shock. This master is named Li Suifeng? Is he from your second school? Lan Aoshue, do you know him? Feng Riyue inquired curiously. Lan Aoshue's expression was exceedingly complex. Although recent news had confirmed that the awakening ceremony at their school was flawed and that Li Suifeng was not a failure, but a genius. Witnessing him dominate the beast tide, slaughtering countless beasts without mercy, still left her in profound shock. Despite being S-class, both she and Su Kai knew they must tread carefully in the face of such a massive beast tide, wary of the risk of being eliminated by sudden beast ambush. Yet, Li Suifeng, undeterred by the threats of the demonic beasts, charged into the heart of the horde, emerging unscathed while effortlessly slaughtering the creatures. Such prowess was simply beyond imagination. How could this fellow be so formidable? At that moment, Su Kai began to rouse from his stupor, a mix of embarrassment and unwillingness etched on his face. His S-class talent was derived from dragon lineage, which was easier to develop in the early stages and aligned seamlessly with physical combat, granting him overwhelming combat power. Thus, he had believed that at this stage, no other S-class genius in the city could compare to him. He was the undisputed number one. But now, Li Suifeng had emerged, mercilessly slaughtering beasts with such astonishing prowess that it instilled a sense of pressure even in Su Kai. My dragon lineage is invincible at this stage. I can only be stronger than Li Suifeng, not weaker. I must prove myself. Su Kai's expression transformed into one of determination as he stripped off his battle gear. Revealing his muscular torso, fine scales began to sprout across his skin, quickly enveloping his entire body. He resembled a warrior clad in dragon scale armor. Su Kai, what do you intend to do? Lan Aoshue's expression shifted, realizing that Su Kai might be losing control. Lan Aoshue, this top scorer of the college entrance examination is mine. You cannot take it away. Chen Feixiang cannot take it away, and neither can Li Suifeng. Su Kai roared, leaping into the air, soaring over 30 meters high. Boom! After falling into the midst of the beast horde, he crushed the bones of a monstrous creature beneath his dragon-scaled legs. The impact upon landing sent nearby beasts retreating in alarm. I, Su Kai, am the champion. Casting a glance at Li Suifeng not far away, Su Kai wielded his dragon-scaled arms like blades, wildly slashing amidst the tide of beasts. Slicing sounds echoed as one beast after another was cleaved in twain under his onslaught. In mere moments, Su Kai had slaughtered dozens of these creatures. Humph! With this sigh, Chen Feixiang can no longer remain inconspicuous. Otherwise, the limelight will be entirely stolen by these two, and how shall I navigate my future? Chen Feixiang's complexion fluctuated between shades of anger and determination, as flesh writhed on his back, bursting his battle suit to reveal a pair of wings adorned with azure feathers. With a whoosh, Chen Feixiang soared into the sky, his wings flapping as azure feathers descended like razor-sharp blades, piercing through the bodies of the rampaging beasts. Oh dear, this Li Suifeng is far too formidable. Has everyone opened their books? Lan Aoshue inquired. Should we also join the fray? At that moment, Feng Ryue adjusted herself, her face brimming with battle spirit. Let us make our move. Lan Aoshue nodded, her pupils suddenly transforming into a brilliant blue. Immediately, several nearby beasts, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light, began attacking each other. Feng Ryue laughed, her palms striking through the air. With a resounding crash, the elemental energies of the space coalesced into a tidal wave, surging into the beast tide. Chapter 32, Astonishing Leap, a single punch to Chen Feixiang. Who would have thought that Li Suifeng's valiant display would ignite the fighting spirit of the other prodigies? This examination is reaching its climax. The dark horse Li Suifeng, the favored champion Su Kai, the sole aerial prodigy Chen Feixiang, and the special recruit Lan Aoshue. Who among them shall emerge victorious? Truly, this is a gathering of stars in this year's entrance examination. I find myself filled with fervor in the vast conference room as the battles in the secret realm intensified. The prominent figures were aglow with excitement, their expressions expectant. Although they sat in high positions, distanced from the battlefield, and were hindered by age and injuries, they remained martial artists at heart, driven by a fundamental desire to compete. In this moment, their long-dormant passions were reignited by the brilliance of these young talents. Old one, who do you believe will seize the crown? The city lord, Suifeng, asked with a cheerful demeanor, glancing at the Minister of Education. After a moment's thought, the minister replied, still Su Kai. Do you not think Li Suifeng can triumph over him? Suifeng inquit, supit. Li Suifeng possesses formidable strength, insight, and experience, but his innate talents still fall short. The Minister of Education stated calmly. Su Kai's dragon lineage ranks among the top 5 S-class talents, especially in the initial stages where he is virtually unbeatable. His talent alone surpasses Li Suifeng's by 2 grades, provided he performs at his usual level. There is no reason he should lose to Li Suifeng. Old one, I never expected that after so many years of cooperation, we would finally disagree. Suifeng's words caught the minister off guard. City Lord, you favor Li Suifeng more? Indeed, this child reminds me of elder son. Despite lacking the talents of others, claimed victory and set remarkable records. As Suifeng spoke, the Minister of Education shook his head decisively. No, elder son's insight and will are unparalleled. While Li Suifeng is indeed an exceptional talent, he cannot be compared to him. He cannot defeat Su Kai. Old one, since you are so confident, shall we make a wager? If Su Kai wins, I will fully support your next policy, regardless of its merit. Should Li Suifeng prevail, you must relinquish that treasure jar of demon blood wine to me. What say you? A radiant smile adorned Suifeng's face. The Minister of Education pondered for a moment before nodding. Agreed. In the trial's secret realm, amidst the beast tide, Suifeng continued his relentless slaughter. However, as he fought, he began to notice a dwindling number of beasts around him. Such a large-scale beast tide should not be wiped out so swiftly. Why were the beasts in his vicinity decreasing so rapidly? Pausing in battle, Suifeng looked up and saw a group of youths in the distance, energetically dispatching the monsters. Among them, one boy clad in scaled armor was killing beasts with an efficiency that rivaled his own. Su Kai and Lan Aoshue had arrived, and they were snatching my kills? Damn it, those are my talent points. How can they be taken from me? Suifeng Isa Anje Surja, disregarding the surrounding beasts as he charged towards the nearest individual. What does this Suifeng intend to do? In the sky above the beast tide, Chun Feixiang, soaring on his wings, caught sight of Suifeng approaching. His expression one of surprise. All the beasts here are mine. You leave, Suifeng declared, glaring up at Chun Feixiang, ignoring the roars of the beasts. Are you out of your mind? The beasts in this secret realm are for all to share. What gives you the audacity to claim them as your own? Chun Feixiang nearly exploded with rage. For such a vast beast tide was far beyond the capability of a single individual to manage. By the strength of my fist, if you wish to test it, I can oblige, Suifeng retorted, his gaze fierce, emanating an imposing aura. Huh, you think I fear you? Chun Feixiang's expression turned furious. You do not seem to grasp your own insignificance. Before he could finish, a flash of golden light appeared before him as Suifeng suddenly materialized. What? Chun Feixiang's eyes widened in shock. With his wings, he soared to a height of 30 meters. Did Suifeng just leap to 30 meters in a single bound? Is such a jump even humanly possible? With a fierce gust of wind, Suifeng's fist hurtled toward him. No! Panic surged within Chun Feixiang as he flapped his wings, attempting to flee the high altitude, but it was too late. Bang! The impact of Suifeng's fist, as hard as rock, smashed into his face, sending him crashing to the ground beyond the beast tide, sliding several dozen meters along the ground before coming to a stop. Subsequently, Chun Feixiang's wings vanished, and he fell unconscious. What? A few students, while grinding through the beasts, had been secretly observing the battle, and they were stunned to see the conflict end so abruptly. Suifeng knocked out Chun Feixiang with a single punch? How terrifying. Damn, old Li, you are incredible. Are you even human? All are carbon-based life forms. Why do you stand alone in brilliance? At the back of the beast horde, Kai Su stared at his wristband, realizing his exam score was nearing perfection, and he was exceedingly thrilled. Witnessing his friend deliver a devastating punch to Chun Feixiang only heightened his exhilaration. Wang Jun and Tian Rue exchanged glances. Despite having witnessed Suifeng's power time and again, they had never anticipated he could truly treat a championship contender like a punching bag. It was utterly ruthless. With a thud, as Suifeng descended from the sky, he created a gust of wind that sent surrounding beasts flying. Without pausing, he barreled forward, colliding with numerous beasts along the way, heading straight for Su Kai, without even throwing a punch. Before long, he found himself face to face with a girl in yoga pants, sporting twin ponytails. Suifeng felt a strange familiarity with the young girl before him. Suspecting she was likely a top student from a certain high school, he bellowed, "Young lady, all the demonic beasts here belong to me. If you wish to avoid disfigurement, I suggest you depart at once." Expecting her to resist, he was taken aback when her eyes sparkled with delight as she replied, "Li, you are so domineering. I shall heed your advice and leave immediately." As Suifeng stood in astonishment, the girl cheerfully introduced herself. "I am Feng Ryue from Qizhong, and I have long been enamored by your impressive feats. Once the college entrance examination concludes, may we exchange contact information? I greatly admire individuals of your strength." With that, her eyes glimmered with adoration, as if she wished to devour him whole. Suifeng was left speechless, yet nodded in acquiescence. "Very well. You may withdraw for now." "All right, Brother Suifeng," Feng Ryue chirped sweetly, her long legs gracefully crossing as she darted towards the horde of beasts. "What a self-aware girl," Suifeng mused. Suddenly, he sensed a fierce wind rushing from behind. He swiftly turned around, only to see a bizarre shadow approaching at an indescribable speed. With a whoosh, a fist, encased in fine scales, struck his chest with tremendous force. Chapter 33. Upgrading to S-Class Talent. Knocking out the top student Su Kai. Pain. Excruciating pain. a sensation he had not felt since awakening the skin of the frenzied crocodile. He was certain that the power behind that punch exceeded 20,000 kilograms, rivaling his own explosive strength. Staggering back several steps, Suifeng regained his footing to see Sukai, covered in scales, glaring fiercely at him. Suifeng, if you wish for me, Sukai, to leave, you'll have to see how well you can take a beating. Upon learning of Suifeng's intentions, he had not chosen to retreat, but instead launched a preemptive strike. Suifeng, enraged yet amused, retorted, I have encountered countless reckless beasts, but you, my friend, are the first reckless human. Sukai roared, charging towards him like a ghost, his fingers tipped with razor-sharp nails aimed directly at Suifeng's face. Iron stake technique. Frenzied crocodile skin. Suifeng screamed internally, raising his arms to block. With a swish, 5 horrifying gashes appeared beneath his arms, blood streaming forth as his countenance darkened. Sukai laughed maniacally. My nails can transform into dragon claws, shattering all that exists. Do you really think your coarse wild boar skin can stand up to me? Dream on. With a flurry of strikes, each of Sukai's fingers, sharp as blades, left shallow yet stinging cuts on Suifeng's flesh. While the wounds were not fatal, they burned fiercely, igniting a fire of fury within him. Frenzied radiance. As he shouted within his heart, golden light enveloped him, his aura surging 20-fold. Ignoring Sukai's relentless assault, he delivered a punch to his chest. With a crack, Suifeng's sportswear tore apart, revealing 5 new wounds. Yet Sukai was likewise suffering. Though his dragon scales provided formidable defense, more effective than the frenzied crocodile skin, the force of Suifeng's punch reverberated within him, displacing his internal organs. If that's all you've got, you won't last long. Sukai grimaced through the pain, bearing a sinister smile. Without granting Suifeng a moment's respite, he charged again. Boom! The two engaged in a furious exchange, oblivious to the concept of defense. After 30 seconds, both fighters retreated. Sukai remained unscathed beneath his layers of dragon scales, while Suifeng was marred with ghastly gashes. In comparison, the outcome seemed all but decided. City Lord, it appears you are on the verge of defeat, remarked the Minister of Education, casting a sidelong glance at Suifeng. However, the latter remained unfazed, chuckling, the battle is not yet concluded. The victor is still uncertain. The Minister of Education shook his head with a smile, seemingly confident in his victory. In the trial's secret realm, he noted his combat skills are on par with mine, and his physique nearly matches as well. Yet I cannot breach his defenses. In plain terms, his talent is simply too high. Is this the strength of S-class talent? Indeed, it is monstrous. Panting heavily, Suifeng gazed at Sukai, yet his heart was not filled with anger. His attention shifted to his personal panel, where he saw the talent value exceeding 7,000. Behind the frenzied radiance talent was a newly added plus sign. Suifeng grinned widely, his heart rejoicing. So engrossed in battling, I nearly forgot my talent value had reached the threshold for an upgrade. System, upgrade, frenzied radiance. In the next instant, the long-awaited system text flashed before him. Consuming 5,000 talent points, A-class talent frenzied radiance is upgraded to S-class talent Great Sun Radiance. Personal Spirit 10. Great Sun Radiance, S-class light element talent. Once activated, strength and speed can soar by 30-fold. Possesses a degree of physical self-repair capability and can manipulate light elements in combat. With a myriad of uses for this talent instinctively entering his mind, Suifeng's eyes widened, radiating a brilliant golden light. His aura surged, akin to a setting sun rising anew, transforming into the most scorching sun of midday. The unparalleled momentum sent a chill down Sukai's spine. What is happening? This boy feels different now. What is going on? Before he could process the changes, Suifeng suddenly unleashed a punch, though they were still 10 meters apart. The punch's brilliance surged through the air, landing squarely on Sukai's chest. Boom! With an explosive sound, Sukai was propelled into the air, crashing to the ground and spewing forth a torrent of blood. Upon looking down, he found the flesh on his chest blurred, with scales vanishing, some even shattered. How is this possible? Sukai's pupils constricted. Just moments ago, he had been mercilessly beating Suifeng, yet now a single punch had severely wounded him. In a fleeting moment, what transformation had Suifeng undergone? With a whoosh, the winds howled in his ears as he raised his gaze. Spotting the golden-hued Li Suifeng closing in, his face a mask of ferocity, arms raised as if wielding the hammer of divine judgment. No, Su Kai's heart screamed. Yet he could not halt the unfolding events. Li Suifeng's fists rained down upon him like a torrential storm. With the sound of thuds, Su Kai curled up, racked with pain, trembling incessantly. The sound of bones snapping echoed as one after another fractured. In the end, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious from the agony. At his wrist, a crimson light flickered, and a tense voice emanated from his wristband. Candidate Su Kai has fallen into unconsciousness, deemed eliminated. Candidate Li Suifeng, please cease your attacks, or you will be disqualified from the college entrance examination. At this moment, Li Suifeng finally halted, casting one last glance at the fallen Su Kai before raising his head to survey his surroundings. Wherever his gaze fell, countless demonic beasts recoiled in terror. The beasts confined within the secret realm possessed a modicum of intelligence. They sensed that the young man adorned in dragon scales had become as formidable as a demon. Yet this golden-hued youth had effortlessly knocked him unconscious. The terrifying might is evident, instilling an instinctive fear in all the monstrous beasts. Oh my! All around, countless candidates have succumbed to shock, rendered momentarily catatonic. Su Kai, the presumed champion recognized by over 80% of industry insiders, has been eliminated prematurely, simply because he could not withstand Li Suifeng's fist and was left battered? Just how formidable is this Li Suifeng? Su Kai has truly been defeated? On one side of the beast tide, Lan Aoshue's beautiful eyes widened. Having shared countless days and nights with Su Kai, she was acutely aware of his current prowess. She had thought that the title of champion in Xinghu City was already secured for Su Kai, and that he could even contend for the provincial champion. Yet, unexpectedly, he was ousted by Li Suifeng mid-battle. Not long ago, Li Suifeng could barely defeat Tang Hu. How has he now managed to overpower Su Kai? What could have transpired? In the vast conference hall where experts convened, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. This was solely due to the astonishing sight of Li Suifeng incapacitating Su Kai, a spectacle beyond the imagination of the dignitaries present. Suddenly, a peal of laughter erupted. It was from the city Lord Su Sifeng. He sprang to his feet, slamming his palm on the table, his face alight with unrestrained joy. Wonderful, wonderful. Who would have thought that after so many years, Xinghu City would once again produce a super genius? Truly, the heavens favor our Xinghu City. The heavens favor our dragon nation. Although this examination was not yet concluded, he could already affirm that Li Suifeng possessed the strength to seize the title of champion in Xinghu City. Furthermore, with a stroke of good fortune, competing for the provincial champion might not be beyond his grasp. Old One, the beaming Su Sifeng, turned to the Minister of Education beside him. The Minister of Education appeared somewhat dazed, still struggling to comprehend that Su Kai had lost to Li Suifeng, and in such a devastating manner. After a long silence, he finally sighed. My judgment was generally sound. Su Kai remains a dragon. The only error I made was failing to recognize that Li Suifeng is also a dragon, a true dragon, one in a million. Chapter 34. Astonishing Record of Slaying Beasts. In the trial's secret realm, as both Xuanwu and Su Kai were eliminated, the two examiners swiftly descended upon the scene. Roar! A beast howled, charging at the examiners. Retreat! One of them raised an arm, unleashing an overwhelming aura characteristic of a martial artist. Instantly, all the beasts froze, their malicious intent replaced by terror, trembling in place. Too frightened to move. The two examiners lifted Su Kai and Xuanwu, casting a lingering glance at Li Suifeng before vanishing in a flash of white light. Li Suifeng, by eliminating that narcissistic Su Kai, you have avenged me. I now owe you a favor. Once the examiners departed, Fangruyue rushed over, her delicate face brimming with delight. Moreover, you are truly powerful. What kind of talent have you awakened? What are your height and weight? What type of girl do you fancy? How about me? She chattered incessantly. Li Suifeng, exasperated, responded, Fangruyue, we are still in the examination. Let's discuss these matters after it concludes. All right, Brother Suifeng, I will heed your words, she replied sweetly, causing nearby Wang Jun and Kai Su to exchange incredulous glances. This Fangruyue, a paragon of beauty, had transformed into a smitten admirer in front of Li. My goodness, Kaisu, have never experienced such treatment in my life. Kaisu's expression was one of jealousy, while Wang Jun envied. When will I be able to exude such charisma as you, Brother Suifeng, drawing women to me? Come on. Wang Jun, strive to better yourself. When you become as formidable as iron, women will naturally line up, eager for your attention. Kaisu encouraged, also a form of self-motivation. You two have had enough. I am still here. Tian Rue chided, halting their frivolous banter. Roar, roar, roar. As the two examiners departed, the nearby beasts reverted to their ferocious state. They charged towards Li Suifeng, intent on a fierce confrontation. All right, Fan Rue, step back, Li Suifeng commanded. She obediently retreated, raising her delicate fists, urging, go for it, Brother Suifeng. Li Suifeng, inwardly exasperated, nevertheless shouted, channeling the power of light within him to his arm. Heavenly Light Fist. With a roar in his heart, he unleashed a punch from a distance, golden elemental energy coalescing into a fist beam, striking the horde of beasts. With a thunderous boom, the golden light erupted, engulfing numerous monsters. As the brilliance faded, the beasts lay motionless, lifeless. Indeed, it is worthy of being an S-grade talent. Not only does it augment my physical strength, but it also allows me to manipulate the hidden light elements of the world, condensing them into fist beams for ranged attacks. Li Suifeng's eyes gleamed with realization. In the heat of battle, he had not taken the time to fully appreciate his new talent, but now, with a calm demeanor, he observed its formidable power. He confirmed that his combat prowess had multiplied at least 3 to 5 times from its original state. Particularly, the ability to manipulate light elements to form fist beams diversified his attack methods. When facing formidable foes, he could avoid close combat, creating fist beams for ranged annihilation. Boom! 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 Li Suifeng, reveling in the taste of combat, combined the heavenly light fist with his talent, the great daylight, relentlessly bombarding with fist beams. On one hand, he was mercilessly slaying monsters, while on the other, he was testing the limits of the fist beam's flight. Hundreds of beasts fell lifeless beneath the barrage of fist beams. Through repeated testing, Li Suifeng discovered that the range of the fist beam's attacks was approximately 15 meters, with 10 meters being the optimal range for maximum lethality. The explosive effect of the fist beams was nearly equivalent to his most powerful punch, capable of effortlessly slaying any first-tier beast. Slain Firebird, talent value, 10. Slain Hurricane Crab, talent value, 20. As time flowed, the once massive beast tide had dwindled to less than 1/10 of its original size. Those initially fierce and volatile beasts, now overwhelmed by the deaths of their companions, fell into a state of panic. They disregarded the candidates and fled deep into the desert. Don't run. Li Suifeng attempted to pursue, but after prolonged combat, his energy was severely depleted, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Reluctantly, he halted, raising his wristwatch. Beast slain, 866, exam score, 525. Long before, Li Suifeng's exam score had already reached perfection. Thus, the subsequent beasts he killed could no longer augment his score. However, the tally of slain beasts continued to accumulate, now standing at 866. This count of slain beasts should set a historical record for Xingho City, right? He mused, nodding in satisfaction before opening his personal panel. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Level 0. Au Physique, 33. Mentality, 27. Talent, Great Daylight, S grade. Frenzied Crocodile Skin, A grade. Martial Arts, none. Body Techniques, Heavenly Light Fist, perfect. Iron Stake Technique, proficient can be deduced. Talent value, 3,920. On the panel, the A-grade talent Frenzied Light had long been overshadowed by the S-grade talent Great Daylight. After a corresponding increase of 10 points in mental strength, it reached 27 points. Narrowing the gap with physical constitution, the accumulated talent points remained close to 4,000, which was quite sufficient. Li Suifeng nodded in satisfaction. Such a generous endowment of talent points would be ample for him to pursue new martial arts and techniques after the examinations. The practical assessments, which had caused countless candidates great distress, transformed into a grand opportunity for Li Suifeng, allowing him to experience a windfall. Unfortunately, each examination cycle only featured a single beast tide, implying that no new beast tides would materialize in the near future. However, the conclusion of the exams was imminent, wasn't it? The time displayed on his wristband had unwittingly reached noon, with merely 2 hours remaining until the end of the examination. A voice reached Li Suifeng's ears. Turning, he was met by a complex expression on Lan Aoshue's face. She seemed troubled, biting her lip, as if she wished to speak yet was uncertain how to begin. Lan Aoshue, did you achieve a perfect score? Li Suifeng inquired directly. I did, she replied. Then, it seems you have secured the top position. He expressed with a hint of regret. Despite having hunted 866 demon beasts, he could only attain a maximum score of 525 in the practical assessment. He was unable to surpass this score limit. Thus his final total could not exceed Lan Aoshue's. After all, her comprehension and mental points were significantly superior, exceeding his by a full 12 points. Of course, if Li Suifeng's cultural score were to surpass Lan Aoshue's by 12 points, he might still have a chance at claiming the title of top student in Xingho City. However, such a possibility was slim, as he had answered the cultural examination questions haphazardly. Given Lan Aoshue's usual diligence and intelligence, it was improbable that her scores would be inferior to his. Li Suifeng, how many demon beasts did you slay? Lan Aoshue suddenly asked. 866, he responded. Indeed, you have surpassed that record. Lan Aoshue's face reflected envy. What record? Li Suifeng Kudia, Pujlat. I am not entirely certain. I only heard my father mention it. My intent in participating in this examination was not only to prove myself, but also to break that record. Alas, I have failed, Lan Aoshue explained, then smiled, regardless. Li Suifeng, I can congratulate you in advance on your acceptance into one of the 8 prestigious academies. Although the admissions for the 8 academies placed significant emphasis on total scores, certain candidates with exceptional talents might be granted admission despite their scores. Among all of Xingho City, none could rival Li Suifeng in his prowess at slaying beasts. Even if his final score were subpar, he would undoubtedly be recruited by one of the 8 academies. And congratulations to you as well on entering Tianwan University. Our lives are still long ahead. Let us meet again in a larger city. Li Suifeng smilat, feeling a fondness for his former deskmate. Chapter 35. The end of the examination, parent surprise. At 1:50 p.m., enormous glowing orbs of barrier appeared above the 4 regions of the secret realm. The candidates finally realized that the practical examination had concluded. My exam score is only in the 300s, far from my expectations. I am worse off. My practical score is barely over 230. I envied at least Suifeng. Not everyone possessed the ability to slaughter demon beasts. Most candidates not only needed to collaborate with others, but also had to endure fierce battles to have any chance of slaying a beast. Even when faced with slightly stronger demon beasts, they might emerge exhausted and forced to retreat without achieving their goal. Thus, the practical scores of the majority of candidates remained similar to those from previous years, averaging only 200 to 300 points. Achieving 400 points was already considered exceptional, while those scoring over 500 were either S-grade talent geniuses or A-grade talents with formidable martial skills. Is it time to leave? Beneath the ice mountain, Li Suifeng gazed at the glowing barrier orb a mile away, feeling a sense of regret. After concluding his conversation with Lan Aoshue, he had not idled, but instead pursued the beast tide with Wang Jun and others to the icy terrain. Unfortunately, with the beast tide dispersing, Li Suifeng no longer had the opportunity for a glorious slaughter, having to hunt demon beasts individually, which proved far less efficient than before. Nevertheless, he ultimately managed to slay 921 beasts, raising his talent points to 4860, just a step away from the 5,000 threshold. As the examination neared its conclusion, a voice echoed through the trial's secret realm. All candidates must return through the barrier by 2 p.m. Those who exceed this time will be deemed in violation of the rules and will incur a deduction of 100 exam points. The candidates, sensing the urgency, abandoned their pursuits of slaying beasts and hurried towards the barrier orb to teleport away. Brother Suifeng, shouldn't we be leaving soon? A sweet voice chimed from behind him. Turning, Li Suifeng saw Feng Riyue pouting adorably. Upon learning that Li Suifeng had teamed up with Kai Su and the others, she had promptly requested to join their group. Considering that he had already secured full points, Li Suifeng agreed to let her join. However, to maximize talent points, he established a rule forbidding Feng Riyue from directly killing any demon beasts. She could only injure or weaken them, leaving the final strikes to him. Having already achieved full marks, Feng Riyue complied obediently, allowing Li Suifeng to reap the rewards more swiftly. Her contribution significantly enhanced Li Suifeng's efficiency in the subsequent tests. All right, brothers, let's head to the barrier for our departure, Li Suifeng announced, pulling out his wristband to send a message to his teammates. He then led Feng Ruyue towards the barrier. On the playground of the first high school, flashes of white light continued to appear as candidates materialized. Li Suifeng and his companions also successfully emerged onto the playground. The Minister of Education stood on the high platform, accompanied by several prominent figures. Among them was a kindly old man with a radiant smile. Is it the City Lord? Wow, it really is the City Lord. Many candidates recognized the elderly man's identity and gasped in astonishment. Li Suifeng, however, wore a peculiar expression. Is the City Lord watching me? Or is it just my imagination? It can't be mere imagination. Brother Suifeng, you slaughtered over 900 demon beasts, setting a historical record. It would be impossible for the City Lord not to take notice. Feng Ruyue praised sweetly. Brother Suifeng, after this battle, you will be renowned throughout Xingho City. I hope that when you achieve greatness in the future, you will not forget that it was I, Feng Ruyue, who steadfastly followed you through your lowest moments. What nonsense! Feng Ruyue, cease your foolishness. The ones who have been following the master are Wang Jun and Sister Rue, not you, the latecomer. Wang Yun shouted loudly. With a charming smile, Feng Ruyue retorted. Wang Jun, if it weren't for Brother Suifeng being present, you might have already been slapped to death for disrupting my ladylike image. Wan Dun Hudid and Hit Bin Kai Su. Calling out, Brother Kai, save me. You two have learned to misbehave like Old Li, calling me Brother Chicken? By the way, why does Old Li refer to me as Brother Chicken? Esteemed candidates, this practical assessment has come to a successful conclusion, and your total scores for the college entrance examination will be announced tomorrow morning. At that time, you may log onto the Academic Credit Network to check your results. At this moment, the City Lord, Suifeng, delivers a speech on behalf of the Minister of Education, officially declaring the end of the examination. Cheers erupt from the candidates on the playground, marking the formal conclusion of the college entrance examination. At the entrance of the first high school, countless parents gather. As the school gates open, students emerge one by one, greeted by the enthusiastic shouts of their parents. When Li Suifeng and his teammates exit, he is unexpectedly met with a message from his mother. Son, your father and I are waiting for you outside the first high school. What? Mom and Dad are here? Isn't Dad at work? Li Suifeng is taken aback, but bids farewell to Brother Chicken and his companions, hastily making his way to the location mentioned by his mother. After a while, he spots his parents standing amidst the throng of people. Xiaofeng, Wang Wen rushes over and envelopes him in a tight embrace, overwhelmed with emotion, rendering her speechless. Son, you were able to participate in the martial arts examination. Such an important matter. Why didn't you inform your mother and me? Li Jiaming inquired. Though there is no indication of anger in his tone, his eyes are red, his body trembling, and his heart brimming with excitement. I didn't want to worry you two old ladies, leaving it as a surprise. Thankfully, the outcome was favorable. Li Suifeng grins widely. Mom and Dad, your son is now a distinguished student of the martial arts university. Excellent, excellent. Li Suifeng beams with exhilaration. For no man wishes for anything less than his son to achieve greatness, nor does any man turn away from the prospect of his descendants bringing honor to the family. Li Jiaming is no exception. Young man, you must be Li Suifeng. You performed exceptionally well in this practical assessment. Congratulations. Voices of admiration arise from the crowd, as one parent recognizes Li Suifeng. Soon, more and more parents approach with their children. Li Suifeng, you truly are remarkable. At such a young age, you were able to defeat those monstrous beasts. Once you become a warrior, you will undoubtedly lead our human race to subdue those wretched creatures. Our dragon kingdom will gain another pillar of strength. You two have raised an outstanding son. The practical assessment was live-streamed, and countless parents witnessed Li Suifeng's performance on television. While Wang Wen and Li Jiaming felt joy from the praise of other parents, they also experienced a twinge of guilt, recognizing that their son's growth was primarily due to his own efforts, with little influence from them. Li Xiaoyo. At that moment, a familiar voice calls out. Li Suifeng turns to see a luxurious black car parked on the street beyond the crowd, its door opening to reveal Zhang Deong, who waves his hand with uncontainable excitement. Li Suifeng immediately ushers his parents into the car. Once the door closes, both Wang Wen and Li Jiaming find themselves momentarily stunned. They had never ridden in such a luxurious vehicle in their lives, and could tell that Zhang Daong was certainly no ordinary person. How could their son, merely a student, know someone of such stature? Chapter 36. College Entrance Examination Results. High School Top Scholar. Mom and Dad, this is Master Zhang from the Zhengqi Dojo, Li Suifeng introduces. Noticing the confusion on their faces, their expressions deepen in astonishment. The Zhengqi Dojo is well known in the vicinity, reputed for its steep tuition fees and students hailing from affluent backgrounds. My participation in the martial arts examination was made possible by Master Zhang granting me the status of a candidate. Li Suifeng gives a brief explanation, allowing his parents to understand the situation. Unbeknownst to them, their son had dropped out of school and joined the Zhengqi Dojo, securing an opportunity for the martial arts examination. Master Zhang, thank you for your assistance with Xiaofeng. Li Jianming and Wang Wen expressed their heartfelt gratitude. It is I who should be thanking you, for you have raised a fine son. Our Zhengqi Dojo will also achieve renown through Li Xiaoyou's remarkable performance in this examination. Zhang Daong praises with a smile, then turns to Li Suifeng. Li Xiaoyu, what are your scores in comprehension and spirit? 192 and 176, Li Suifeng replies. Zhang Daong's heart finally settles, for with a total of 368 points in those two subjects, combined with a perfect score of 525 in practical performance, without counting the cultural scores, Li Suifeng's total already stands at 893 points. Wonderful. Zhang Daong laughs heartily, his exuberance radiating an aura befitting a warrior, causing the entire vehicle to tremble slightly. Noticing Wang Wen and Li Jianming's startled expressions, Zhang Daong quickly apologizes. I apologize, I was simply too excited and lost control of my emotions. It's quite all right. Li Jianming chuckles, uncertainly asking, Master Zhang, does that mean my son's exam scores qualify him for admission to the 8 great academies? Absolutely. Zhang Daong affirms with certainty. Li Jianming and Wang Wen exchange glances, their eyes brimming with tears. The 8 great academies, the cradle of all martial arts elites in the Dragon Kingdom. Those who graduate from the 8 great academies are typically the cream of the crop in society. This signifies that their son has accomplished the extraordinary feat of leaping over the Dragon Gate, destined to become a societal elite. What a source of pride for their family. In the midst of their overwhelming excitement, Zhang Daong pulls out his phone and begins tapping away. Ding! A text notification pings on Li Suifeng's phone, revealing a transfer of 300,000. Master Zhang? Li Suifeng is puzzled. Wasn't it agreed upon for 20,000? How did it become 30,000? Li Xiaoyu. The additional 10,000 is my personal reward. Please accept it. Zhang Daong replies, his face aglow with warmth. Previously, he had assumed Li Suifeng hailed from an affluent family. But upon seeing his parents' attire, he realized the young man came from humble beginnings. In such circumstances, a talented individual could easily fade into obscurity. Yet Li Suifeng had risen through the ranks, surpassing numerous second-generation martial artists from wealthy families. Such exceptional talent is beyond imagination and promises boundless future achievements. A generous gesture serves as a prudent investment, fostering goodwill. Who wouldn't embrace that? Thank you, Master Zhang. Li Suifeng expresses his gratitude, knowing he is in dire need of funds, and this performance will undoubtedly bring significant attention to the Zhengqi Dojo. An additional 10,000 bears no burden on his conscience. Mom and Dad, we're rich now. We should find an opportunity to move into a bigger house. With that, Li Suifeng decides to no longer conceal the truth from his parents and hands over his phone. They are utterly astonished by the balance displayed in Li Suifeng's account. Left utterly speechless, with Zhang Daong's escort, the family of 3 returns home smoothly. Wang Wen, filled with excitement, takes out her phone and begins sending messages. She's reporting their son's accomplishments to the family group. Although Wang Wen and her husband usually maintain a low profile, their deepest desire has always been for their son to achieve greatness. With their wish now fulfilled and their son becoming a source of pride, they certainly have reason to celebrate. Li Jianming also seizes the moment, generously distributing red envelopes in his work group. Brother, you're amazing. Yaya rushes over and hugs Li Suifeng's leg. Li Suifeng lifts her up and plants a big kiss on her cheek. Brother, you're so smelly. Li Jiaoyue scrunches her face in distaste. Li Suifeng finally realized that after an intense battle, he had sweated profusely and had become stained with the blood of demonic beasts, leaving him with a strong metallic scent. After playfully pinching his sister's nose, he took a refreshing bath before returning to his bedroom. Just as he picked up his phone, a message caught his eye. Your bank account has been credited with 500,000 Longwu coins. Available balance: 80,125, 677 yuan. Was this the commission from Wang Jun and Tian Rue? These two little tycoons certainly knew how to be generous. Li Suifeng nodded in approval. According to his father, with 800,000 yuan in savings, one could purchase a nice 3-bedroom apartment in Xinghu City. Now that the college entrance examination was over, he planned to take his parents to view properties when time allowed, so they could enjoy a middle-class lifestyle moving forward. For Wang Wen and Li Jiaming, that night was sleepless, while Li Suifeng slumbered soundly. The following morning, Li Suifeng quickly retrieved his phone and logged onto the academic credit website to check his exam results. Receiving an unexpected outcome. Candidate: Li Suifeng. Arts, 45 points. Comprehension, 192 points. Mental strength, 176 points. Practical assessment, 525 points. Total score, 938 points. Ranked first in Xinghu City. What was going on? How could he possibly be first? Shouldn't it have been Lan Aoshue? Li Suifeng stared at his phone in disbelief. Old Li, the results are out. You are the top scorer. Congratulations, Master Li, on claiming the top spot. Master Li is forever a legend. Master Li, Wang Jun and I have already transferred the money. Congratulations on your triumph. His phone buzzed incessantly with congratulatory messages from Kai Su, Wang Jun, and Tian Rue. Not rushing to reply, he clicked on Lan Aoshue's contact and sent her a message. Lan Aoshue, what is your score in arts? Lan Aoshue responded promptly. I did not participate in the arts examination. What? Li Suifeng's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder his total score unexpectedly surpassed Lan Aoshue's, allowing him to claim the top position. It turned out she had not even taken the arts exam. I merely aimed to showcase my combat examination skills while attempting to break the record of 801 demonic beasts slain by a predecessor, Lan Aoshue explained. And Li Suifeng was enlightened further. Li Suifeng, congratulations on becoming the top scorer in Xinghu City. However, it appears you are one step away from being the provincial top scorer, Lan Aoshue added. She evidently had insider knowledge about the scores of all candidates in the province. Not achieving provincial top scorer was a slight disappointment for Li Suifeng, yet he did not dwell on it. At the time of the examination, his innate talent had not yet reached the S level, and thus his mental prowess could not compare with that of S-level geniuses, placing him at a disadvantage. Additionally, his art score was low due to a lack of revision. Given these circumstances, achieving the top score in Xinghu City was already commendable. After chatting briefly with Lan Aoshue and others, a knock sounded at the bedroom door. Xiaofeng, are you awake? There are guests here to see you. Guests? Upon opening the door, Li Suifeng entered the living room and discovered 4 distinguished visitors seated on the old sofa. Chapter 37. A visit from prominent figures and a gift from a predecessor. Under the hospitality of Wang Wen, tea, fruits, and snacks were laid out on the coffee table. Li Suifeng immediately recognized his guests. City Lord Suifeng, the Minister of Education, the principal of the second high school, and Zhang Jingyi, the head of the physical training center. Suifeng rose from the sofa and greeted. Hello, student Li. Li Suifeng was taken aback. Was he truly not dreaming? The city lord was visiting his home? Huh. Young Li, you truly possess a sense of humor. Suifeng chuckled as the other 3 greeted him warmly. Young Li, please take a seat. Let us converse. Suifeng gets the easily. After sitting beside him, Li Suifeng noticed Wang Wen had grown anxious and retreated to the living room, while Li Jiaming, having taken the day off, sat quietly in a corner, too intimidated to speak. The city lord Suifeng was indeed the most significant figure in Xinghu City, and a high-ranking martial artist at that. Such a person could easily command respect from their factory owners with merely a word. As a mere commoner, Li Suifeng felt the weight of their presence and dared not speak out. Young Li, as you have achieved the top score in the college entrance examination, it is customary for our government to grant you a scholarship of 100,000 yuan, Suifeng said, producing a bank card. This card contains precisely 100,000 yuan, with a password of 123,456. Without hesitation, Li Suifeng accepted the bank card, not pausing to consider, not only in Xinghu City, but in major cities throughout the province. The tradition of awarding a scholarship to top scorers was well established. In addition to the reward, there was another matter. The Demon Slayer General, Sun Wanzhong, one of the 8 generals of Longhua, hails from our Xingho city. Are you aware of this, young Li? Suifeng inquired with a smile. Of course I am aware, Li Suifeng replied with a respectful demeanor. The 8 generals of Longhua were all extraordinary martial artists, their prowess unmatched, and their achievements monumental. Each general had at least 1,000,000 demonic beast blood on their hands. They were truly the backbone of Longhua and the entire human race. Such figures not only appeared in textbooks, but were also renowned throughout Longhua. Suifeng continued. In his time, Senior Sun also emerged as the top scorer in the college entrance examination, setting a record of 801 demonic beasts slain during the practical assessments. To encourage future generations, he established an unwritten rule. Any successors who can break this record will receive a gift from him. Li Suifeng understood now. The record that Lan Aoshue had mentioned was indeed this. However, the illustrious General Sun, who could sweep across the province with unmatched might, was undoubtedly a remarkable figure of his generation. The gift he left behind must be something extraordinary. Student Li, this is the gift left by that esteemed predecessor, Suifeng said as the Minister of Education handed over a square black box. Li Suifeng took it, instinctively asking what is inside. We have adhered to Senior Sun's wishes and have never opened it. Only you will know its contents, Student Li, Suifeng replied confidently. However, it is certain that it will be something beneficial for your martial arts career. Is that so? Thank you, everyone. Li Suifeng expressed his gratitude with a fist salute. In addition to the aforementioned matters, young Li, our Xingho city government wishes to propose a transaction with you, the Minister of Education interjected. What kind of transaction? Li Suifeng inquired. To better cultivate your talents, our government can offer you a contract stipulating that after you graduate, you will return to Xingho City to work for 2 years, and in return, we will provide you with an investment of 3 million yuan upfront. The Minister of Education presented the drafted contract. Li Suifeng glanced over it and promptly stated, I cannot accept this contract at this time. The offer from the Xingho City government was indeed generous, with an immediate 3 million yuan cash injection, which could fund his martial arts resources during university. Yet, the condition to return to Xingho City to serve the government for 2 years felt akin to a brief indenture. While the benefits were substantial, Li Suifeng was not particularly interested. After becoming a martial artist, there were numerous ways to earn money. He was confident that by the time he graduated, he could easily make millions. Why sign a contract of servitude? The Minister of Education replied, Wouldn't you like to show this to your parents? There is no need to rush into a refusal. Li Jianming hurriedly remarked, My son has already reached adulthood. I trust him to make his own decisions. The Minister of Education and Suifeng exchanged glances, their expressions revealing no surprise. A truly proud genius, upon entering university, would venture in a broader horizons, engaging in battles against beasts, demons, and alien races. Rarely would one hesitate to embrace risk and return to serve in their hometown government. The contract they presented was intended to lay the groundwork for the future of Xingho City. It was evident that Suifeng could not remain the city lord indefinitely. He too needed a successor. Clearly, Li Suifeng had no desire to assume that role. He aspired to realize his potential in a more expansive realm. Suifeng and the others felt a sense of regret, but held no objections. If he did not wish to accept, that was his prerogative. They merely hoped for a bright future for the young Li, wishing him great success in his endeavors. Suifeng cheerfully took the contract back. At that moment, the principal of No. 2 High School stood up, his face etched with sorrow, saying, Young Li, it is my failure not to have recognized your talent sooner, resulting in your forced withdrawal from school. I sincerely apologize. Zhang Jingyi also rose, his expression filled with remorse and regret. He had been among the first to recognize Li Suifeng's potential and had earnestly tried to retain him. Unfortunately, due to a series of unfortunate events, he had been one step too late, culminating in today as tragedy. You, principal, are too modest. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. No, 2 High School has acted according to protocol and has not wronged me, Li Suifeng replied, expressing no ill feelings toward the school. At that time, he had indeed only awakened an E-level talent, and the school's refusal to allow him into the martial arts class was merely a matter of procedure. I admire your broad-mindedness, young man, said the principal with a compliment before returning to the main point. Young Li, you will ultimately represent the Zhengqi Dojo in the college entrance examination. but you have also spent 5.5 years at number 2 high school. Might we be fortunate enough to promote you? Li Suifeng immediately understood the implication. Every high school yearns for its students to achieve great success. Once a student excels, it brings significant exposure to the school, often resulting in commendations, such as banners and photographs displayed prominently. However, since he would represent the Zhengqi dojo in the examination, the achievements he garnered would rightfully belong to the dojo, not to number 2 high school. If the school were to leverage his success for promotion, it would seem rather unjust. It was reasonable for the principal to engage in such persuasion. Child, we must not forget those who dug the well while we drink the water. You must agree with the principal, Li Jiaming suddenly interjected. Though he was an honest man, he was not entirely naive. He sensed the underlying motives and worried that his son might reject and offend them, prompting him to speak up. Li Suifeng nodded, saying, "As my father mentioned, number 2 high school is also my alma mater. If the principal can promote me, it would indeed bring me great honor. Thank you for your understanding, young Li." The principal of number 2 high school sighed in relief. Zhang Jingyi also cast a grateful glance at Li Suifeng. In the time that followed, Su Sifeng conversed with Li Suifeng about future matters, primarily inquiring which university he wished to attend. In this world, college entrance applications are filled out after the examination. Given Li Suifeng's results, he would be accepted by any university he chose. Nevertheless, Su Sifeng offered suggestions based on Li Suifeng's talents and insights, hoping he would apply to the Shinkong Academy and the Wujing Academy. Li Suifeng expressed his intention to consider his options carefully. After a round of polite exchanges, Su Sifeng and the others departed. Once the 4 had left, Li Jiaming, beaming with pride, exclaimed, "Xuanwu, you've made quite an impression." Typically, common folk would feel reserved and anxious in the presence of a figure such as the city lord. Yet, his son had conversed with ease, maintaining his composure throughout. Lost in thought, Li Jiaming felt tears welling up in his eyes. The little one who had once caused him so much worry had grown up, now capable of standing on his own. Chapter 38. Elevating the 8 Desolate Infinite Technique and becoming a first-level martial artist. In the bedroom, Li Suifeng opened the black box left by the city lord, discovering a book resting inside. The cover read 8 Desolate Infinite Technique, a gift from Elder Sun, and it turns out to be a martial arts manual. Li Suifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. With the advancement of technology, many physical techniques and martial arts are now primarily stored in cloud-based formats. The number of manuals preserved in printed form has dwindled significantly, and those that are presented as books are often of exceptional quality. What kind of technique could a national general have left behind? Filled with anticipation, Li Suifeng opened the cover to find written on the first page, "This technique was created during my youth. It is a terrestrial-level cultivation art suitable for those who have awakened, specially left for Xingho City to encourage future generations. Sun Wansheng. It is indeed the technique created by Elder Sun, and it's a terrestrial-level technique?" Li Suifeng's face lit up with joy. Terrestrial-level cultivation methods belong to the realm of advanced practices, and those that circulate in the world are exceedingly rare. Only the 8 major academies possess a more substantial collection of techniques at this level. Yet even within those institutions, students find it difficult to study them. It is said that one must complete numerous university tasks and accumulate a certain amount of contribution points to qualify for learning. Furthermore, it is rumored that secondary and third-tier universities do not have such techniques at all. Even if they do, there is at most one. A terrestrial-level technique is akin to an unparalleled divine skill. Even wealth cannot procure it. Elder Sun is truly generous in nurturing future talents. Li Suifeng felt a fervor in his heart as he perused the 8 Desolate Infinite Technique. Time slipped away, and before long, it was nearly noon. Closing the book, Li Suifeng pondered, "Is this the cultivation method for formal martial artists? The content is indeed profound and obscure. With my comprehension, I have only grasped half of it." Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Level 0. Au Physique, 33. Mentality, 27. Talent, Radiant Sunlight, S level. Frenzied Crocodile Skin, A level. Technique, 8 Désolate Infinite Technique. Body Technique, Heavenly Light, Long Fist, Perfect. Iron Post Technique, Proficient, can be deduced. Talent points, 4,860. Upon opening the panel, the 8 Desolate Infinite Technique now appeared in the technique section. Li Suifeng smilat finely, fortunatelli. I have the system. No matter how profound the technique, I can directly invest points to upgrade it. System, Enhance the 8 Desolate Infinite technique. With a thought, the system S text materialized. Consuming 3,000 talent points, the 8 Desolate Infinite technique has been upgraded to level 1. Personal physique increased by 20. An upgrade costs 3,000 points? My goodness, that price is exorbitant. Suifeng's face turned bitter. He was just 140 points shy of reaching the 5,000 mark. He had initially planned to elevate his defensive talent, Frenzied Crocodile Skin, to S level once he hit the threshold. However, with the emergence of the 8 Desolate Infinite technique, he would need to postpone that plan. Fortunately, the 8 Desolate Infinite technique, being a terrestrial level martial art, provides a significant enhancement to the body. Merely practicing it up to the first level has already increased Suifeng's physique by 20 points. The version left to him by Elder Sun is only the first volume, comprising 9 levels, corresponding directly to the 9 minor realms of martial artists. Now that I have cultivated it to the first level, can I consider myself a first-level awakened martial artist? With hopeful eyes, Suifeng glanced at the panel once more. Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Level 1. En physique, 53. Mentality, 27. Innate talent. Radiant Sun, S rank. Skin of the Frenzied Crocodile, A rank. Cultivation method, Infinite Chaos technique, first level. Physical techniques, Heavenly Light Long Fist perfected, Iron Post technique proficient, can be derived. Innate talent value, 1860. As anticipated, with the Infinite Chaos technique reaching the first level, Suifeng's physique surged dramatically, transforming him beyond the realm of a mere preparatory martial artist. He could now be regarded as a bona fide martial artist. Quite splendid. Suifeng felt elated, no longer lamenting the deduction of his innate talent value. However, considering that this cultivation method is divided into 9 levels, the difficulty of advancement would inevitably escalate, necessitating a greater amount of innate talent value. How much innate talent value would it require to refine this technique to its 9th level? He would need to strive diligently to slay monsters and accumulate more innate talent value in the years to come. The road ahead was long and arduous. Suifeng's gaze sparkled with determination and zeal. At 2:30 in the afternoon, in the Martial Artist Administrative Hall at the city center, Suifeng entered the hall, where numerous individuals of remarkable stature and presence were standing, almost all of whom were legitimate martial artists. According to the laws of the Dragon Nation, anyone who meets the qualifications of a martial artist simply needs to register at the Administrative Hall to receive martial artist subsidies. The monthly subsidy for a first-tier martial artist is 5,000 Dragon Nation coins. Though it may seem modest, one must consider that in Starfire City, the average salary of the populace hovers around 2,000 Dragon Nation coins. Thus, a monthly stipend of 5,000 coins is indeed substantial. Young man, what brings you here? Upon reaching the registration window, the clerk inquired with a hint of perplexity, observing Suifeng's youthful appearance. She assumed he was still a high school student and wondered what he was doing in a gathering place for martial artists. Suifeng raplia. I have become a martial artist and am here to register. The clerk's eyes widened in astonishment as she scrutinized Suifeng. Suddenly recalling something, she exclaimed, "You are the top scorer of the college entrance examination, Suifeng." "Indeed, that is me," Suifeng responded with a smile. The clerk's face flushed with excitement. "Hello, Li, could you please give me an autograph?" Following yesterday's practical examination, where Suifeng showcased his extraordinary skills, he became renowned throughout Starfire City. Many communication groups and online forums were abuzz with discussions about him, and he had undoubtedly become a local celebrity. "An autograph?" Suifeng responded, somewhat taken aback, but smiled and said, "Of course." Accepting the pen handed to him by the clerk, he inscribed his name on a blank sheet of paper. Satisfied and beaming with enthusiasm, she remarked, "You completed the college entrance examination and have already become a legitimate martial artist? Truly, a prodigy whose cultivation speed defies conventional understanding." As she spoke, she produced a device resembling a blood pressure monitor. "Li, please wrap this around your arm. This device will assess your vitality. If it exceeds 70, you will be recognized as a first-tier martial artist within the Dragon Nation martial artist system and will be eligible for the monthly subsidy." Very well. Suifeng secured the band around his arm, and as the device operated, he felt a pressure constricting his arm, causing his blood to nearly freeze. Once the band released, the device displayed a reading of 80. The clerk gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Your vitality exceeds the requirement for first-tier martial artists by 10 points? Good heavens, Lee. How did you accomplish this? Or were you already a first-tier martial artist during the practical examination? No wonder you were able to vanquish those monstrous beasts. Li Suifeng maralismilat ishakavega. The clerk continued to praise him warmly while she busily entered data on her computer, finally handing him a green booklet. This is your martial artist certificate, which also serves as your identification. Now you may provide your identity information and bank account number. On the first of every month, the government will promptly deposit your stipend of 5,000 Dragon Nation coins. Li Suifeng nodded, entering information on the keyboard. But instead of his own bank account number, he provided his mother's. After tallying the various rewards, his wealth now exceeded 800,000. Even after purchasing a house for his family, he would still have some left over, enough to sustain him through the early years of university. As for tuition in the later stages, Li Suifeng was determined not to burden his family. He must earn it himself. Thus, this martial artist stipend was ideally suited to supplement household expenses, a plan he had devised beforehand. Chapter 39. What does it matter to be a formal martial artist? One punch to victory. After completing the registration, Li Suifeng intended to leave the administrative hall when suddenly, a figure obstructed his path. Friend, would you be interested in visiting the fighting arena? Li Suifeng turned to see a man with a hawk-like nose, narrow eyes, and a small mustache. Wearing a rather lewd grin, judging by the aura emanating from him, he appeared to be more than just a first-tier martial artist. Perhaps he was at the second or even third tier. What exactly is a fighting arena? Li Suifeng inquired. I cannot explain it adequately. You must witness it with your own eyes to understand. The martial artist gestured towards the exit. It's just across the street. Want to come and see? Let us take a look, Li Suifeng replied. The martial artist's face brightened as he led Li Suifeng out of the administrative hall and into a building across the street. Upon entering, the hall was bustling with activity, filled with martial artists. The air was thick with the intertwining energies of vitality, elemental power, and fierce intent, creating an atmosphere that felt almost palpable. Non-martial artists would experience an immense pressure akin to shackles while moving within. Fortunately, as a martial artist, Li Suifeng could disregard this oppressive ambience and walk with ease. He noticed at the center of the crowd, there was an octagonal cage arena where martial artists were engaged in combat. One participant clearly belonged to the elemental category, skillfully manipulating a torrent of water elements with great vigor. The other was a superhuman martial artist, his physique exceptionally developed. Each punch he threw seemed to distort the very fabric of space. Boom! Amidst the explosive sounds, the elemental martial artist ultimately succumbed, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The surrounding martial artists erupted in cheers. Some expressed joy, others anger, while a few cursed vociferously. It dawned on Li Suifeng that this so-called fighting arena also functioned as a gambling den. Friend, you can choose to step onto the stage to fight. Winning a match not only earns you a reward, but also garners the admiration of your peers. Alternatively, you can bet like the other patrons and make a profit. The hawk-nosed martial artist grinned. Li Suifeng's expression turned quizzical. Is this even legal? Absolutely legal. The hawk-nosed martial artist asserted confidently. We martial artists, in our battles to protect the city and the nation from monstrous beasts and otherworldly threats, endure immense pressure. As compensation, the government grants us certain privileges. While this mixed martial arts arena may be deemed illegal for civilians, it is perfectly legitimate for martial artists. Otherwise, will we dare to operate it right across from the administrative hall? Li Suifeng decisively pulled out his phone. What are you doing? Checking online for its legality. What? You're actually going to do it? The hawk-nosed man's mouth twitched in disbelief. Young man, you're really something. Li Suifeng searched online and was surprised to discover that the mixed martial arts arena was indeed lawful. As the hawk-nosed man had stated, due to the immense pressures faced by martial artists, the government had extended certain privileges to allow them appropriate outlets for their stress, to prevent unnecessary casualties. The arena also had numerous rules, the most fundamental being that while combat is permitted, life and death struggles are strictly prohibited. Cases of fatalities in the mixed martial arts arena are exceedingly rare. Putting away his phone, Li Suifeng had yet to utter a word when the hawk-nosed warrior forced a smile and said, "My friend, do you now believe me?" "Ido," Li Suifeng replied. "Would you be interested in placing a bet?" "I have no interest in betting. May I step onto the stage for a match?" Li Suifeng rubbed his fists together. his expression gradually transforming into one of excitement. Originally, he intended to register as a warrior and then test his prowess at the Zhengqi dojo. After all, he had already mastered the 8 desolations and infinite skill, yet he remained unaware of its true strength. The temptation was undeniably palpable. The opportunity to engage in a legitimate battle lay before him. How could he let it slip away? The hawk-nosed warrior paused, observing Li Suifeng's youthful appearance. Suspecting he was a newly promoted warrior, he had initially hoped to recruit him as a gambler, yet was taken aback by the young man's desire to fight. Are you certain? Even though the fighting arena does not concern itself with life and death, if your opponent is reckless, you might find yourself bedridden for 10 days or more. The hawk-nosed warrior's eyes widened. Li Suifeng grinned. I will bear all consequences myself. The warrior felt somewhat embarrassed. Most of our fighters here start at level 2. Level 1 warriors are rare, and it may be difficult to find you an opponent. Just as Li Suifeng was about to respond, a gambler suddenly recognized him and exclaimed, "Young man, are you that top scorer from the college entrance examination?" The surrounding warriors turned, their eyes sparkling with interest. The representative candidate from Zhengqi dojo? The one named Li Suifeng? Indeed, it was he. How did he end up at the fighting arena? Upon hearing the commotion, the hawk-nosed warrior slapped his forehead. No wonder I found you so familiar. Turns out you are the top scorer. Only just realizing that now. Li Suifeng's expression conveyed his lack of words. Li, my friend, if you were a nobody, it would be challenging for me to match you with a level 1 warrior, but with the title of top scorer, it should be no trouble at all. The hawk-nosed warrior's face lit up with excitement, and he fumbled with his phone. Soon after, a man clad in a suit, quite rotund in stature, approached with a look of surprise. Xuanwu, are you certain this young Li wants to step into the ring? Yes, Brother Lei. After the college entrance examination, Li has successfully broken through to become a level 1 warrior and wishes to spar and enhance his skills. Xuanwu fabricated a reason, eagerly inquiring, could you help him find an opponent? Of course. It is an honor for our fighting arena to host a top scorer. The man named Brother Lei laughed heartily and gestured. From the crowd emerged a man clad in fighting shorts, his torso bare and wearing a headband. He was known as the Skull Crusher, a substitute fighter for our arena. Brother Lei introduced him with a grin. The Skull Crusher glared menacingly at Li Suifeng and mimicked cutting his own throat with his hand. Li Suifeng smiled broadly. Let us start right away. As he walked towards the stage, Brother Lei cautioned, do hold back a bit. Let him feel some hardship, but be careful not to injure him. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain later. Brother Lei whispered to the Skull Crusher. The top scorer, Li Suifeng, had become a hot topic in Xingho City. And if he were to be injured, the city lord would surely demand accountability, making it a troublesome situation. Brother Lei's agreement to let Li Suifeng fight was also an attempt to leverage the young man's status for publicity. I will be as gentle as possible. Perhaps just breaking one of his arms, the Skull Crusher replied with a sinister smile. Brother Lei's expression shifted slightly, wanting to advise further, but it was already too late. The Skull Crusher had dashed onto the stage amidst the cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, the top scorer will soon battle the Skull Crusher. Feel free to place your bets. At that moment, an official within the arena shouted. The warriors present were keenly interested and began to place their wagers. Even Xuanwu, who had accompanied Li Suifeng, chose to bet, but his target was not Li Suifeng, but the Skull Crusher. Although Li Suifeng had performed remarkably in the college entrance examination, he was facing a seasoned warrior with considerable combat experience. Under equal circumstances, the likelihood of victory favored the more experienced fighter, regardless of Li Suifeng's superior potential. Once most bets were placed, a referee ascended the stage, announced the rules, and declared, the match between the top scorer and the Skull Crusher begins now. As the referee's voice echoed, Brother Lei's expression turned anxious. If the Skull Crusher were to injure Li Suifeng, would he face repercussions? On the stage, the Skull Crusher did not launch an immediate attack, but instead sneered at Li Suifeng. Kid, in consideration of Brother Lei, I will only break one of your arms. No sooner had he spoken than a sound of air splitting filled the air. Before the Skull Crusher could react, a fist approached with lightning speed, leaving him no opportunity to evade. Bang! As the Skull Crusher's face met the fist, his body flew backward like a broken kite, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing to the ground. He did not rise again, for his face was swollen and purple, his eyes glazed over in unconsciousness. The once animated arena fell into a hushed silence. All the onlooking warriors displayed expressions of disbelief. Brother Lei's eyes widened as if witnessing a ghost. The Skull Crusher was defeated in an instant? What was happening? Chapter 40. This child is a super genius. What have I just witnessed? The top scorer has annihilated the Skull Crusher? Even if the Skull Crusher had never stepped onto the stage before, he was still a preparatory fighter. Yet he was so easily vanquished before the top scorer? Was it that the top scorer was too strong, or that the Skull Crusher was merely a facade of strength? After a brief silence, the arena erupted into a frenzy, with warriors excitedly discussing the astonishing spectacle they had just witnessed. Brother Lei gradually regained his composure. His expression complex. To have just broken through as a warrior and so effortlessly defeat an opponent of the same level. Is this the talent and strength of a city's top scorer? The Skull Crusher, whom I invested over 20,000 Dragon Country coins to train, turned out to be so utterly incompetent. What a waste. The gamblers, all of whom were warriors themselves, naturally possessed discerning eyes. Fights of such low caliber could hardly pique their interest. Thus, the fighting arena would preemptively sign some level 1 warriors as preparatory fighters, investing resources in their combat abilities, personal branding, and character development. The Skull Crusher was one such preparatory fighter. It was anticipated that once he became a level 2 warrior, he would shine in the fighting arena. Little did anyone know that today his career would be obliterated by Li Suifeng's singular blow. A promising venture cut short before it even began. I'm finished. I'm finished. Beside him, Xiao Ying's face turned ashen, lamenting continuously. Brother Lei glanced over, realizing that Xiao Ying had placed his bet on the Skull Crusher, leaving him speechless. Li Suifeng was the one you brought in, yet you didn't bet on him? Xiao Ying, filled with despair, replied, how was I to know Li Suifeng possessed such extraordinary strength? The Skull Crusher was so easily defeated. Brother Lei chose not to comment further. Like Xiao Ying, the majority of bets favored the Skull Crusher, while only a small fraction were placed on Li Suifeng, not out of genuine faith in him, but rather because the odds were heavily stacked against him, making it a tempting gamble for those seeking to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Is it truly over? I still yearn for more. Amidst the raucous noise, Li Suifeng shook his hands, revealing an expression of insatiable eagerness. The champion is truly audacious. Brother Lei, this is your arena. Should you not respond to the intrusion? Let the battle continue. Let us revel in the excitement. The onlookers among the martial artists below erupted in cheers. Brother Lei's expression was fraught with conflict. Does it seem that Li Suifeng intends to fight continuously? Should he send more fighters to contend with him? Brother Lei, the crowd is beginning to swell. A subordinate whispered urgently in his ear. Brother Lei's face paled slightly. In an effort to generate some buzz, he had already announced the champion's participation online. Little did he anticipate such a swift influx of martial artists drawn to witness the spectacle. Bring in the giant bear. Determined to seize this wave of attention, Brother Lei resolved to act. Soon, amidst the throng, a towering figure over 2.5 meters tall, with a physique as formidable as a steel tower and a classic muscle-bound frame, pushed through the crowd and ascended to the ring. Li Suifeng, the Crusher, had always provoked me during our time in the training camp. Alas, due to the camp's regulations, we were forbidden from engaging in private duels, or I would have long since snapped his neck. If you take care of him beforehand, you would be avenging me, the giant bear, and in return, I shall treat you kindly. The hulking giant bear flashed a cruel smile. I shall entertain you, but I will not harm you. Before he finished speaking, Li Suifeng turned to the referee. Referee, may we commence? The giant bear's expression shifted, his face flushing with anger. Li Suifeng's disregard for him was unmistakable. This was intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. Let us begin. The referee, slightly exasperated, noted that among all the matches he had overseen, Li Suifeng was indeed the most impatient fighter he had encountered. With a resounding shout, the combat resumed. Many gamblers in the audience, having yet to place their bets, grumbled in dissatisfaction. In the arena, Li Suifeng's mind stirred as he activated the 8 Desolations and Infinite Power technique, feeling a surge of potent energy akin to gunpowder exploding, coursing through his body. With a powerful push from his feet, he dashed forward, completing a 10-meter sprint in the blink of an eye, landing before the giant bear. Youth, behold my ultimate move. Mountain shifting. The giant bear's arms enveloped in a brown glow, lunged toward Li Suifeng's waist, intending to lift him up in a devastating throw. However, Li Suifeng's gaze sharpened as he unleashed another surge of strength, evading the giant bear's grasp and sidestepping to his flank. A perfectly timed hook landed squarely on the giant bear's midsection. Boom! A dull thud echoed, and silence enveloped the hall. The giant bear stared at the fist upon his waist and burst into laughter. Is this feeble punch meant to incapacitate me? Do you think my defense is as weak as that of the Crusher? Before he could finish, Suifeng drew back his fist and struck the same spot again. The grin on the giant bear's face froze, his pupils constricting in pain. Thud, thud, thud. Little did they know this was merely the beginning. In the ensuing 2 seconds, Suifeng unleashed a series of hooks, all targeting the same location. At last, the giant bear could no longer contain his agony, letting out a pained scream, saliva and blood spilling from his mouth. His eyes bulged, arms raised high like a giant axe aiming for Suifeng's shoulder. This time, Suifeng refrained from using the explosive hook. Instead, he delivered a powerful punch to the giant bear's chin. No matter how robust and fierce a human body may be, the jaw is always its most vulnerable point. The giant bear was taken by surprise. With a crack, his jaw shattered, his front teeth flying, his eyes glazing over, and his massive form collapsed, shaking the entire ring. The arena first fell into silence, then erupted into cheers. Suifeng had actually brought down the giant. Without a moment's rest, he had achieved 2 consecutive victories. This young lad is rather terrifying. How foolish I was. Why did I not believe in Suifeng? Why did I bet on the giant bear? I have suffered a terrible loss. All the martial artists were left in awe, their astonishment tinged with regret. Little Eagle wiped the sweat from his brow, his face pale with fear. Thank goodness I hadn't placed my bet for the second match. Otherwise, I would have been doomed. Brother Lei, on the other hand, was left breathless. There are indeed distinctions among first-tier martial artists and aspiring combatants. If the Crusher was merely of B-grade caliber, then the giant bear is of A-grade. Yet, this A-grade giant bear was easily defeated by Suifeng. The 18-year-old Suifeng possesses such ferocious combat prowess. Does this not imply he belongs to the S-grade tier of fighters? This is without any formal training. If he were to undergo systematic training, then his power, gasp. Brother Lei inhaled sharply, a hint of shock now visible in his gaze towards Suifeng. Undoubtedly, this youth is a born fighter, a true prodigy. Chapter 41. Unmatched in the same realm. Even second-tier warriors can compete. Next, on the ring, watching the giant bear being dragged away by the staff, Suifeng remained unfazed as he spoke up loudly. In an instant, the crowd erupted with even greater fervor. Brother Lei surveyed the surging sea of spectators around him, realizing that today's foot traffic at the fighting arena could very well break records. Bill, you're up, Brother Lei called out, his tone urging. The fighter named Bill appeared visibly anxious. Suifeng's victory over the Crusher might have been a stroke of luck, but the triumph over the giant bear was no mere coincidence. As fellow aspiring fighters, Bill felt immense pressure. Following Brother Lei's instructions, he deliberately took his time ascending the stage, allowing the gamblers ample opportunity to place their bets. Bet now, ladies and gentlemen, betting is now open. Due to Suifeng's 2 unexpected victories, the house had reaped the rewards from 90% of the gamblers, their coffers overflowing. Thus, they enthusiastically encouraged more wagers. I bet 20,000 Dragon Kingdom coins on Suifeng. Little Eagle, having suffered losses, decisively approached a bookmaker to place his bet. Initially, he had wagered on the Crusher due to his insufficient understanding of Suifeng's capabilities. Now realizing Suifeng's might, he saw no reason to hesitate. A reckless all-in on Suifeng was the way to go. Numerous martial artists like Little Eagle shared this sentiment. Thus, before the third match commenced, the betting dynamics had shifted dramatically from the first 2 rounds. Over 50% of the crowd was now betting on Suifeng, resulting in nearly even odds for both combatants. Once Bill took to the stage, he too had learned his lesson. Unlike his predecessors, he refrained from making bold statements and instead cautiously observed Suifeng's movements. As a referee called for the start, Suifeng surged forward once more, as if propelled by springs, instantly appearing before Bill. Despite Bill's prior preparations, the moment he raised his arm, Suifeng's fist struck swiftly against his chest. Bam! This time, Bill's defeat mirrored that of the Crusher, as he fell helplessly toward the edge of the ring, unable to rise again. Champion, you are a god. I have won. Finally, I have won. Many gamblers seem to have anticipated this outcome, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. Little Eagle, in particular, raised his arms in triumph, screaming with glee. Yet Brother Lei's expression grew grim. He had nurtured very few aspiring fighters, and now, with 3 eliminated, only 2 remained. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that these 2 individuals are, at best, on par with formidable bears. Can they truly impede Li Suifeng? As the guests erupted in exuberant screams, the atmosphere within the arena reached its zenith. In a moment of desperation, Brother Lei could only muster the courage to send more fighters into the fray. 5 minutes later, upon the stage, a resounding thud echoed, fueled by an explosive force within. Li Suifeng's fist struck the chest of the 5th combatant. As the man's ribcage caved in and he collapsed to the ground, the very floor beneath him shattered, prompting all the martial artists to raise their arms in jubilation. Ha ha ha! We won again. How delightful! Li Suifeng, you are my idol. In the midst of the celebration, Li Suifeng's gaze gleamed with intensity, his fighting spirit surging. In a series of 5 consecutive battles, he had unleashed the full potential of the 8 desolations and infinite technique. With each activation of this technique, a formidable power burgeoned within him, distinct from the elemental force of the great sun's radiance. It was a purer, more direct, and more visceral strength. When dormant, this power seemed to reside quietly within his dantian. Yet, once unleashed, it coursed through his limbs and sinews. Was this the unique essence of a martial artist's vital energy? Li Suifeng's understanding deepened. When a martial artist's body reaches its limits and seeks further evolution, transforming and transcending, it cannot merely rely on physical conditioning techniques. At such junctures, it becomes imperative to cultivate one's vital energy, harnessing its ferocity to further refine the internal organs, bones, acupoints, and blood, thus enhancing the physical form. The remarkable utility of vital energy extends beyond mere refinement. It can also be mobilized akin to the elements of nature, transforming into direct power that amplifies combat prowess. The ascension of superhuman martial artists hinges upon the cultivation of a more robust vital energy through disciplined practice, continuously refining and evolving their physical being. The more substantial the vital energy, the deeper the martial artist's realm, harmonizing splendidly with their innate talents, resulting in increasingly formidable combat capabilities. The 8 desolations and infinite technique is classified as an earth-level cultivation method, and the vital energy Li Suifeng garnered from his rigorous training far surpasses that of inferior techniques. This explains the extraordinary prowess he exhibited. General Sun, your 8 desolations and infinite technique has indeed laid an immensely solid foundation for me. Thanks to this technique, my combat strength is unmatched among those of the same realm. Li Suifeng felt a swell of pride within, filled with admiration and respect for the General Sun, whom he had yet to meet. However, corresponding to this, his fighting spirit flared even further as he fixed his piercing gaze on Brother Lei below. Continue. Brother Lei's pupils constricted, his breath momentarily halted. The intensity of Li Suifeng's gaze emanated a chilling aura that made him anxious. Furthermore, all 5 preparatory fighters had suffered grievous defeats. There were no first-tier martial artists left in the arena. How could they proceed to the next match? Unless they dispatched a second-tier fighter? Again. At this moment, the surrounding martial artists, inspired by Li Suifeng's fervor, echoed those words in excitement. Brother Lei raised his hand, urging calmness among the crowd, and with a pained expression, he said, "Scholar, I have no more first-tier fighters available. Umfaza, Li Suifeng, Rublia. If there are no first-tier martial artists, then send forth the second-tier fighters. I shall fight regardless." Gasp! A throng of martial artists regarded Li Suifeng with astonished eyes, akin to gazing upon a monster. The delineation between the realms of martial artists is vividly clear. First tier is an entirely different heaven. This is a consensus in martial arts. Typically, no matter how formidable a first-tier martial artist may be, against a second-tier opponent, they are reduced to mere prey, subject to inevitable defeat. Hence, while Li Suifeng demonstrated remarkable strength by vanquishing 5 first-tier fighters, the prospect of overcoming a second-tier warrior was utterly implausible, defying all logic. Brother Lei shared this sentiment. Chuckling ruefully, "Scholar, perhaps it would be best to reconsider? Should a second-tier martial artist unleash their full might, not only would you suffer defeat, but you could also sustain grievous injuries or even be crippled. My humble arena cannot bear such a weighty responsibility, an arena of such grandeur, yet unable to accommodate my desires? What is the point of its existence? Li Suifeng's countenance radiated with fighting spirit, resolute in his refusal to relent. His initial intention for participating in the combat was to assess his latest strength. However, with each successive battle, he became increasingly enamored with the thrill of victory. The odds of triumphing against a second-tier fighter were indeed slim, but so what? Winning would be a splendid gain. Losing would merely be a taste of failure, bearing no impact on his honor or confidence. Why not continue to fight? Splendid. A multitude of martial artists applauded. The path of martial arts resembles the ascent of a towering mountain, fraught with trials and tribulations. Without a relentless desire for victory, a martial artist cannot hope to scale the heights and reach the pinnacle. Throughout history, those extraordinary martial artists who have achieved greatness did so through an indomitable spirit that embraced challenges and refused to yield. Now, in the face of a second-tier warrior's might, Li Suifeng remained unflustered, his resolve unwavering. He evidently possessed the fearless, unyielding traits of the great sages of yore, qualities far rarer than mere talent. What a remarkable scholar. You have awakened my long-buried passion. Once, I fled in terror from a fearsome beast, my legs trembling. Had I possessed your indomitable spirit, then, perhaps I could have slain the beast and attained a greater stature than I do today. This comprehensive combat arena has operated for many years. Yet is it to be tarnished by this scholar today? If you cannot satisfy him, I shall no longer patronize this establishment in the future. The crowd of martial artists was deeply moved, rallying in support of Li Suifeng. Observing this, Brother Lei could only manage a wry smile, since the scholar is so resolute. Then I, Yuan, shall accompany you to the end. He glanced towards a youth beside him, whose pallid complexion and slender frame belied his dark, shadowy eyes. Serpent Swallower, are you prepared to enter this match? The Serpent Swallower revealed a sinister smile. To face the illustrious scholar in combat, I am most certainly intrigued. With that, he leapt gracefully over the heads of the multitude, landing upon the stage. Chapter 42, The Ascendant Battle, Shocking the Arena. It is indeed the Serpent Swallower. If memory serves, his current record stands at 3 victories and 1 defeat. Among second-tier warriors, his prowess is undeniably formidable. Scholar, you may find yourself in a predicament. With the Serpent Swallower's arrival, the surrounding martial artists engaged in fervent discussion and, of course, did not neglect to place their bets. Many had profited handsomely from Li Suifeng's consecutive victories. However, their current betting focus was predominantly on the Serpent Swallower. In their eyes, Li Suifeng's talent and combat prowess were extraordinary, far from mere reputation. Yet, the Serpent Swallower is too formidable. Numerous second-tier martial artists believed they had little chance against him, let alone Li Suifeng, who was still merely a first-tier fighter. Oh no, what should we do? Noticing that 95% of the bettors were backing the Serpent Swallower, Xiao Ying's expression was fraught with concern. He certainly supported Li Suifeng wholeheartedly, but the gulf in realms was akin to an insurmountable chasm. On paper, Li Suifeng's odds of victory were less than 10%. Wait, have you all noticed? The scholar has yet to showcase the extraordinary talent he displayed during the trial. Amidst the clamor, a martial artist's analysis rang out. This statement jolted Xiao Ying. Indeed, thus far, Li Suifeng appears to have yet to unleash the resplendent prowess of his talents. This suggests that, up to this moment, he has been holding back, not deploying his full capabilities. Perhaps in this battle, should he reveal his entire strength, there may be a glimmer of hope for him to vanquish the devourer of serpents. Contemplating this, the little eagle's heart surged with excitement, and he resolved without hesitation, although it may seem like a gamble, for the sake of this slim hope, I must place my bet on the champion, consider it my support for him. Thus, he wagered 1/3 of his winnings on Li Suifeng. In the arena, from a moment the devourer of serpents stepped onto the stage, Li Suifeng was engulfed in goosebumps. He sensed that the devourer bore no trace of a martial artist's virility. His emaciated figure and cold, languid eyes radiated an unsettling femininity, reminiscent of a serpent lurking in a deep well, coldly observing him. This sensation was profoundly discomforting for Li Suifeng, prompting him to address the referee directly. Can we commence? The referee, standing before him, reminded him that he was facing a second-tier martial artist, a formidable presence akin to a boss in a game. Are you so eager to receive a beating, young one? Truly, the fearless spirit of the newborn calf knows no fear of the tiger. Are you certain you do not wish to take a moment to rest? You have already fought 5 consecutive matches. The referee, having a favorable impression of Li Suifeng, offered this counsel. No need. Let us begin without delay, Li Suifeng asserted resolutely. The referee glanced at Brother Lei in the audience, receiving a nod of approval before announcing loudly. The champion faces the devourer of serpents, now commencing. As the words resonated, it was not Li Suifeng who made the first move, but rather the devourer. Having observed 5 matches, the devourer had gained a preliminary understanding of Li Suifeng's combat style. Li Suifeng's striking technique was formidable and his speed remarkable. He was undoubtedly an aggressive fighter who never defended. The optimal strategy against such an opponent was to strike first, disrupting their rhythm of attack and forcing them into a disadvantageous position to secure victory. In this contest, the devourer possessed absolute confidence, yet he sought not merely to win, but to achieve an overwhelming triumph, decisively overpowering Li Suifeng. After all, as the challenger, Li Suifeng had consecutively defeated 5 preliminary fighters, effectively challenging the arena's reputation. Only by swiftly and decisively defeating Li Suifeng could the arena restore its dignity. With a swift, serpentine motion, the devourer unleashed a hand strike aimed at Li Suifeng's neck. Li Suifeng raised his hand to block, but the impact sent him staggering back several steps. Once he managed to steady himself, the devourer advanced again, hands slicing like blades, employing a martial art surpassing the spiritual level. Though Li Suifeng possessed an A-grade defensive talent, the fundamental gap in their realms was glaringly apparent. Thus, each of the devourer's attacks bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, exceedingly difficult to withstand. After blocking continuously for half a minute, Li Suifeng's arms felt as though they would shatter, his entire body succumbing to a numbing fatigue. At that moment, the impatient devourer suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a stream of dark energy. A serpent? Li Suifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. It turned out that from the devourer's maw surged forth a slender black snake, measuring approximately 7 inches in length and 2 fingers in width. With a triangular head and sharp fangs, its lifeless eyes mirrored those of the devourer. The serpent struck unexpectedly, biting into Li Suifeng's shoulder. Despite the resilience granted by his crocodile skin talent, the razor-sharp fangs penetrated his skin, leaving 2 narrow punctures. Corrosive, dark venom oozed from the wounds, the triangular black snake clinging tenaciously to Li Suifeng's shoulder, akin to a rabid dog, unwilling to release its grip. Li Suifeng felt his body turn icy, gradually succumbing to paralysis. If he did not swiftly conclude this battle, he would undoubtedly fall victim to the serpent's venom. In desperation, Li Suifeng's rage ignited. His expression contorted, and golden light enveloped him instantaneously. Simultaneously, the vital energy within his dantian surged into his right arm. As he thrust it forward, his fingers coalesced into a fist, striking ferociously towards the devourer's face. Talent, radiant sunlight, martial technique, celestial long-fist, cultivation method, boundless infinity technique. Without prior rehearsal, Li Suifeng instinctively merged these 3 techniques, unleashing a punch that resonated through the air with a thunderous roar, unerringly striking the devourer's nose. With a sickening crunch, the sound of shattering bones echoed as the devourer was sent reeling to the edge of the arena, colliding against the wire mesh and collapsing like a puddle of mud upon the ground. Still biting me, you wretched serpent? Confirming that the devourer could no longer rise, Li Suifeng glanced at his shoulder, where the black snake remained clamped tightly, refusing to relent. Enraged, Li Suifeng summoned his remaining strength and smashed his palm against the serpent's head. With a sickening crack, the serpent's head was obliterated, its lifeless body slumping to the ground, dark blood pooling around it. At that very moment, Li Suifeng trembled throughout, the frigid venom taking its toll, causing the world around him to blur and sway. Slain the triangular cold-blooded snake, talent points 30. The system's message flickered and vanished, and Li Suifeng could no longer hold on. His consciousness faded into blankness as his body collapsed to the ground. Below the arena, thousands of martial artists exchanged incredulous glances, stunned and unable to comprehend the scene before them. The first to fall was the devourer of serpents. Thus, It could be concluded that Li Suifeng emerged victorious in this battle. How could a mere first-tier martial artist have triumphed over a second-tier martial artist, achieving the extraordinary feat of transcending realms? This was utterly absurd. Antidote. Save him. Quickly. Amidst the shock, Brother Lei's voice rang out, and several medical personnel rushed towards the arena, igniting a frenzy among the spectators. Chapter 43. Fame spreads, deposited 2 million. Am I in a hospital? Upon awakening, Li Suifeng discovered himself lying in a hospital bed, surrounded by a group of individuals, including doctors in white coats, Brother Lei, and various staff members. The little eagle was also present. Champion, you have awakened. Upon seeing Li Suifeng open his eyes, Brother Lei let out a sigh of relief, his concern evident. He had remained steadfast, fearing the worst for Li Suifeng and dreading the implications of any misfortune. Thankfully, Li Suifeng had awakened successfully, and all was well. What happened? Due to the lingering effects of the serpent's venom, Li Suifeng's neural faculties were still recovering, leaving his memory somewhat hazy. It was like this. You first knocked out the devourer of serpents and then succumbed to the poison, thus securing victory in that bout. The little eagle exclaimed, his face glowing with excitement. The odds for Li Suifeng had been 8-1. He had reaped an 8-fold profit, enough to acquire half a suite in Xuanwu City. He felt a pang of regret, wishing he had gone all in on Li Suifeng. Such a choice would have granted him a chance at financial freedom. Is that so? Then it is well. Li Suifeng, feeling a bit weak but in good spirits, rose from his bed. Brother Lei, his expression complex, remarked, Champion, you have truly shone brightly in our midst. Your name is now known throughout all of Xuanwu City. With his status as champion, Li Suifeng had become a familiar name among the city's populace. However, such an achievement pales in comparison to overcoming a second-tier martial artist. Only a true warrior comprehends the immense difficulty of transcending one's limits, not to mention scaling the heights of the heavens. Achieving such a feat is at least akin to crossing the ocean. Li Suifeng has accomplished this. Thus, his remarkable record today is destined to echo through the martial circles of Starfire City. When the time is ripe, his name will undoubtedly resound far and wide. Oh, may I take my leave now? Li Suifeng inquired nonchalantly, rising from the bed. Certainly, but esteemed champion, according to the regulations of our fighting arena, all participating fighters are entitled to an appearance fee. Though you are a newcomer, your influence is considerable, and you have brought us significant traffic. Hence, we must offer you a fair remuneration. Brother Lei gestured, and a staff member presented a suitcase, which he opened to reveal neatly stacked bundles of 100 yuan notes. Li Suifeng's eyes brightened at the sight of such fortune. Reflecting on it, he realized that he had neglected to discuss the appearance fee with Brother Lei prior to taking the stage. He acknowledged his inexperience and vowed to avoid such oversights in the future. Esteemed champion, here lies 2 million with 600,000 allocated as the appearance fee for your 6 matches, and the remaining 600,000 as your victory bonus. Brother Lei elaborated, adding, considering your triumph over the Serpent Eater, your fame has surged. Should you choose to fight again, your appearance fee will rise to a minimum of 300,000. If you triumph over your opponent, you will receive an equivalent bonus. This was clearly an attempt to entice Li Suifeng to make regular appearances. This time, Li Suifeng's participation led to an unprecedented surge in traffic for the fighting arena. Brother Lei was eager to leverage this opportunity for further glory. I am heading off to university. Perhaps we shall discuss the fighting arena again when fate allows. Li Suifeng accepted the suitcase and made his way to the exit. Fighting arenas are not exclusive to Starfire City. Every city across the nation and the globe boasts corresponding establishments, with data being interconnected. Upon arriving in larger cities, one may also participate in the fighting arenas. Brother Lei called out from behind, yet received no response from Li Suifeng. Brother Lei, I shall take my leave now. Little Eagle greeted him briefly before swiftly following Li Suifeng outside the venue. Esteemed champion, you have been an immense help to me. Not only can I clear my gambling debts, but I now possess a substantial sum for my training. Little Eagle trailed behind, eagerly flattering Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng raturka. Gambling is a road of no return. It is wise to know when to stop. Understood, esteemed champion. However, should you wish to continue participating in the fighting arena, allow me to be your agent. I can negotiate higher appearance fees and bonuses on your behalf. Little Eagle enthusiastically offered. Li Suifeng bundarat. Recognizing that the battles in the fighting arena posed minimal risk to life, while honing his combat skills could serve as a fruitful avenue for growth and profit. Should he find himself in need of funds or a desire to practice, returning to the arena would be an appealing option. Thus, he exchanged contact information with Little Eagle. Esteemed champion, there is an ATM nearby. Would you like to deposit some money? Little Eagle's enthusiasm heightened. Li Suifeng nodded, and under his guidance, they approached the nearby ATM to make a deposit. Consequently, his bank balance surged to 2 million. Alas, it seems my modest 3-bedroom apartment in the city center no longer aligns with my worth. A spacious penthouse is now in order. As he gazed at the digits in his bank account, Li Suifeng's thoughts wandered. Little Eagle, still brimming with excitement, shared insights about the Serpent Eater while unabashedly extolling Li Suifeng's prowess. It turned out that the Serpent Eater possessed an A-class talent of being immune to all poisons. This talent, lacking any active abilities, could passively resist all toxins. Furthermore, being from the land of Xuanwu, the Serpent Eater practiced secret techniques to expand his internal organs, allowing him to harbor toxic beasts within his body and launch sudden assaults on his enemies. Such devious methods rendered him nearly impossible to defend against. Upon hearing this, Li Suifeng felt a shiver of apprehension. Although he had narrowly secured victory in their encounter, the odds of triumphing in a life-and-death struggle against the Serpent Eater were still slim. After all, the Serpent Eater had deliberately held back during their fight, refraining from unleashing his poisonous snake upon Li Suifeng's vulnerable areas, such as his eyes or nostrils, opting instead to attack his shoulder. The thick skin and flesh of the shoulder significantly slowed the spread of the poison, affording Li Suifeng the opportunity to eliminate the Serpent Eater. The path of martial arts is laden with challenges. One must not succumb to arrogance or complacency, but rather continue to learn and reflect in order to grow stronger. With a composed heart, Li Suifeng bid farewell to Little Eagle and made his way to the Xuanwu dojo. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a massive portrait of himself displayed prominently on one wall, alongside a banner congratulating him for being the top scorer from the dojo. Students queued at the entrance, a steady stream of younger pupils yet to take the college entrance examination, even including toddlers led by their parents. Is that not Li Suifeng? It appears so. Li Suifeng, could you sign an autograph for my child? Some parents in line, upon spotting Li Suifeng, approached him with astonished delight. Time to make my escape. Li Suifeng felt a twinge of anxiety and swiftly turned to enter the dojo through the back door. Ha! Young friendly, you have finally arrived. As he stepped into the dojo, Zhang Daong and an assistant approached him. Due to your growing reputation, the number of individuals enrolling at Xuanwu dojo has surged daily. To better cater to this influx, we have established various classes for toddlers, elementary, middle, and high school students, including intensive courses for seniors. The assistant beamed with delight. Zhang Daong, his face aglow with joy, added earnestly, young friendly, aside from this matter, a person claiming to be an admissions officer from the 8 great academies awaits you in my office. Li Suifeng raised an eyebrow, feeling unsurprised. It seemed the representatives from the 8 great academies had finally come, albeit a bit late. In the office of the headmaster, a woman dressed in a white blazer, with short hair giving her a rather androgynous appearance, was perched with her legs crossed, awaiting something. After a moment, the door swung open, and Zhang Daong led a poised young man into the room. At a glance, the woman recognized him. You are the top scorer of Starfire City, Li Suifeng? Indeed, that is I. Li Suifeng nodded, though discomfort stirred within him, for the woman's gaze was piercing, as if appraising him like a mere commodity. I am Ko, the admissions officer for Tianlan Academy. The woman tossed a document onto the desk, stating, I have reviewed your information, and it is acceptable. Therefore, I can offer you a C-level admission reward on behalf of Tianlan University. Certain institutions, eager to attract students, often provide admission rewards. These incentives encompass not only scholarships, but also cash and various resources. The reward are classified into 4 tiers: C, B, A, and S. As one of the 8 great academies, Tianlan Academy is located in the Nanyang province of Longhua. Due to its southern location, it faces threats from marine beasts and consistently supplies a multitude of talented individuals to the military stationed in Nanyang province to combat the sea monsters. Thus, Tianlan Academy contributes significantly to Longhua and ranks among the top 3 in influence among the 8 great academies. As an instructor from Tianlan Academy, this woman indeed held a prestigious position, which explained her air of superiority. If memory serves, the C-level admission reward is the lowest tier among the 8 great academies' offerings. Is it not? Li Suifeng regarded the woman with keen scrutiny. The woman surnamed Ku casually remarked, "Tuition is completely waived, amounting to 10,000 Longhua coins annually. This C-grade reward is perfectly suitable given your current potential rating. After all, I am a top scholar of the city." Just as Li Suifeng began to speak, the woman interrupted him, saying, "The GDP of Xinghu City ranks only 13th in the entire Xiangnan province. The difficulty of the college entrance examination here is incomparable to that of other cities. Previous top scholars from Xinghu City have even been deemed unworthy of our Tianlan University's admission rewards. Your recent performance has been particularly outstanding, which is why I have taken the initiative to come here." This statement caused Li Suifeng's expression to darken. It was one thing to occupy Zhang Diong's office. It was another to come to recruit him, yet maintain such a condescending demeanor, leaving no room for negotiation. This woman surnamed Ku was insufferably pretentious. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, she was secretly assessing him. The number of admission slots and rewards she possessed was exceedingly limited. Just yesterday, she had traveled to the provincial capital and, at the cost of an A-grade reward, successfully recruited the provincial top scholar, thus fulfilling her recruitment quota. In her eyes, Li Suifeng's potential was merely acceptable, just adequate enough to add a touch of distinction to her task. Thus, offering him a B-grade admission reward was her bottom line, contingent upon his negotiation skills to persuade her. If Li Suifeng lacked the eloquence, he would have to settle for the C-grade admission reward. Contrary to her expectations, Li Suifeng not only refrained from negotiating, but instead grinned and said, "Annie, if that is the case, then I must decline your offer from Tianlan University." The woman surnamed Ku was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, her countenance darkened. "What did you just call me?" The word auntie was particularly sensitive, especially for older women, and in her mind, it elevated her age to 50, while she was only 39. "Well, Auntie Ku, my exam score was the second highest in the province, and, in my view, joining one of the 8 prestigious universities should at least guarantee a B-grade admission reward as a baseline." As Li Suifeng spoke, the woman's expression became completely frosty, and she rose angrily to interrupt him. "Enough. There's nothing more to discuss." Given her status and age, she could hardly resort to outright cursing at Li Suifeng, but in her heart, he had already transformed into a student of talent without virtue. Such individuals were best left unacknowledged. Commissioner Ku, Zhang Diong attempted to stop her, but she sharply commanded, releasing an aura of intimidation that left him paralyzed. He dared not extend his hand, only able to watch her storm out in anger. "Li Xiaoyo, what have you done? Why did you drive Commissioner Ku away?" Zhang Diong expressed his helplessness. Li Suifeng remained unperturbed. "If she looks down on me and refuses to offer a higher admission reward, then it is only natural for me to decline her offer. I assent it. There is no need to call her auntie and offend her." Zhang Diong silently criticized this, but chose not to dwell on it. In his opinion, someone of Commissioner Ku's stature would not stoop to quarrel with a young man like Li Suifeng. "Li Xiaoyu, you represent our Zhongqi dojo in the college entrance examination. Thus, those university recruitment officers will come to the dojo seeking you. You might be quite busy in the coming days." Zhang Diong shifted the topic. In any city, a top scholar is a promising talent, provided their scores meet the standard. Not only will the 8 prestigious universities extend an olive branch, but so will the first-tier universities. As Zhang Diong had mentioned, the following day, Li Suifeng spent his time idly in the office, awaiting the arrival of various university recruitment officers. A total of 7 representatives from different first-tier universities came, each offering him the highest S-grade admission rewards, which included full tuition waivers and the most luxurious single dormitories. Furthermore, the annual scholarships started from 6 figures, with some even reaching 7 figures. Although there are not many examples of students with qualifying scores entering the 8 prestigious universities, the representatives from these first-tier universities came to symbolically attempt to persuade Li Suifeng, hoping for a miracle. Li Suifeng did not outright reject them, but merely indicated that he needed time to consider, though internally, he felt a pang of frustration. Why was it that only Annie Kuo from the 8 prestigious universities came? Where were the representatives from the other 7 institutions? Did they look down on him? Did they expect him to fill out his application voluntarily? Would that not forfeit the possibility of receiving admission rewards from the 8 prestigious universities? As the evening dusk quietly descended, Li Suifeng's patience wore thin, and just as he was preparing to leave, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Zhang Daong entered, accompanied by an elderly man clad in a black robe, exuding an air of dignified authority. Greetings, Li Xiuyo. I am Yuan Qiangang, here representing the Wuji Academy. The elder's demeanor was markedly more affable compared to the woman surnamed Ko. He not only introduced himself fully, but also smiled as he explained, I just arrived from the nearby Xingyue city, and my flight was delayed due to an attack by demon beasts. I hope you don't mind the inconvenience. Of course not, Senior Yuan. Please have a seat, Li Suifeng responded, rising to welcome Yuan Qiangang. He believed in the principle of reciprocity. Treating others with respect begets respect in return, while those who wrong him would face tenfold retribution. Yuan Qiangang's long journey and esteemed status were coupled with a humble demeanor, making him infinitely more likable than Annie Kuo. Li Suifeng naturally felt a favorable inclination towards him. Zhang Daong prepared tea for the two, sitting quietly to the side. I reviewed your information and examination videos during my flight, and frankly, I was quite impressed. Not only do you possess dual talents, but your combat skills are also remarkably proficient. After some pleasantries, Yuan Qiangang's expression turned serious. Before I present my terms, Li Xiaoyu, may I ask you a question? Please go ahead, Senior Yuan. Among the 18 weapons, which one would you choose to wield in the future? Li Suifeng was taken aback. Images of various weapons flooded his mind. Knives, spears, staffs, swords, halberds, axes, and more. Ultimately, he instinctively settled on one weapon and replied, Senior Yuan, I would choose the knife. The knife? Why the knife? Yuan Qiangang's eyes sparkled with interest. Because the knife is the most direct, possessing the greatest lethality, and is most efficient for slaying demon beasts. Li Suifeng stated earnestly. In his understanding, while the sword might be elegant and fierce, it lacked the knife's rawness and straightforwardness. Although the spear was long and sharp, its techniques such as sweeping, thrusting, and slicing had lower lethality and were less forgiving. Only the knife could directly stab, slice, cleave, and hack, making it compatible with almost any technique and capable of dispatching demon beasts in various ways. For a monster-slaying fanatic like Li Suifeng, is there a more fitting weapon than the knife? It seems Yuan did not come to Xingho City in vain. After a hearty laugh, Yuan Qiangang solemnly continued, Li Xiaoyu, the reason I asked this question is to gauge whether your character aligns with that of our Wuji Academy. Our academy, once known as the Extreme Path Academy, is founded upon the principle of pursuing excellence. Not only is there a limit to martial arts, but also a limit to slaughter. Whether it be demonic beasts or extraterrestrial fiends, they are all sworn enemies of humanity. The students we nurture must inevitably take the eradication of these foes as their life's mission, with no room for hesitation. Li Xiaoyu's choice of the blade signifies his aspiration to vanquish demons and pursue the ultimate limits of killing, aligning perfectly with the values of our institution. At this juncture, Yuan Qiangang retrieved a contract from his briefcase and handed it to Li Suifeng. Li Xiaoyu, this is a set of enrollment conditions Yuan am extending to you. Upon examining the document, Li Suifeng was astonished to find it contained an A-level enrollment reward, which was rather straightforward. Should Li Suifeng join the Wujizu Academy, his tuition for the first year would be waived entirely, and he would receive a scholarship of 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Additionally, he would enjoy the benefits of a single dormitory and 2 vials of nutritional potions each month. While this offer pales in comparison to the S-level rewards of other universities, it stands favorably against Ant Ku's C-level offerings. The terms of his contract were indeed quite commendable. Li Suifeng set down the contract and inquired, Senior Yuan, is there any possibility for further negotiation to elevate the enrollment reward to S-level? Li Xiaoyu was a forthright individual, so he refrained from holding back. Yuan Qianggang's expression shifted to one of seriousness. The requirements for proactive enrollment from the 8 major academies are inherently stringent. To attain S-level rewards is a feat even for typical geniuses. It necessitates an SS level or higher talent, or perhaps dual S-level talents. Moreover, one must achieve a perfect score on the martial arts examination. The multitude of requirements he laid forth sounded utterly absurd. Li Suifeng calculated his current capabilities and realized he could only meet the threshold of becoming a first-tier martial artist. As for the other stipulations, he truly could not fulfill them. However, considering that the 8 major academies dared to impose such outrageous demands, it indicated that there were indeed individuals capable of meeting them. Such talents must belong to the pinnacle echelon of geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom. But how numerous could they be? It became evident that this world was vast, and extraordinary prodigies were emerging incessantly. Presently, he did not belong to the most elite class of geniuses, but that was inconsequential. He possessed a system. Li Suifeng felt invigorated. As long as he continued to grind and confront foes, surpassing these geniuses would merely be a matter of time. A-level rewards are already the utmost I can offer you, Li Xiaoyu, Yuan Qiangang reiterated, his demeanor sincere. I understand, Li Suifeng nodded, taking up his pen to sign the contract. Yuan Qiangang was somewhat taken aback that Li Suifeng did not wait to consider offers from other academies. After signing, Li Suifeng kept one copy of the contract for himself and handed the other to Yuan Qiangang. Senior Yuan, I am honored to become a part of Wuxianovel Academy. Yuan Qianggang's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. Haha, Li Xiaoyu, on behalf of Wuxianovel Academy, I warmly welcome you. The two stood and shook hands, and Zhang Daong appeared quite exhilarated. The Wuxianovel Academy had experienced a degree of decline in recent years, with its ranking slipping. However, it still remained a coveted institution for many scholars across the Dragon Kingdom. Securing an A-level reward to join such an academy was indeed a splendid beginning. With limitless potential ahead, Li Xiaoyu, I have already transferred the 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins to you, Yuan Qiangang said, swiftly operating his phone with a smile. Li Suifeng glanced at his device and indeed received a prompt for the transfer of 100,000. Wuxianovel Academy was truly affluent. Li Xiaoyu, did you notice the stipulation in the contract regarding reporting to school within 7 days? Yuan Qiangang inquired cautiously. I saw it, and I have no objections, Li Suifeng replied. The summer vacation in this world also spans 2 months. The requirement to report to Wuxianovel Academy within 7 days did seem a tad excessive, but Li Suifeng could begrudgingly accept it. Having completed the college entrance examination, he had already embarked on the path of martial arts, and to ascend to greater heights and witness a more glorious martial world, he must venture to the big city and the grand stage. After all, he would be leaving Xingho City regardless. What difference did it make whether it was sooner or later? Very well, Yuan Qiangang nodded. Explaining further, we require exemplary candidates to arrive early because the abyssal barrier our academy guards has been experiencing frequent tremors lately, with various extraterrestrial beings attempting to breach it and threaten humanity. Although we have successfully vanquished these invaders, General Murong predicts that a great calamity will befall our Wuxianovel city within a year. To preemptively address this disaster, our academy will exert maximum effort to rapidly cultivate all students into true martial artists and warriors, preparing them for the unforeseen peril. The information he revealed left Li Suifeng astonished and perplexed. Zhang Daong, evidently well-versed in such matters, elaborated. Li Xiaoyu, this world is riddled with many abyssal barriers that appear randomly and cannot be sealed, scattered across various regions. Those extraterrestrial beings are transmitted to our human realm through these barriers. The cities housing the 8 major academies all harbor abyssal barriers, and the responsibility of these academies, aside from cultivating martial artists, is to suppress these barriers and safeguard the stability of our nation. Upon hearing this, Li Suifeng was enlightened. In comparison, the threat posed by extraterrestrial beings was evidently greater than that of demonic beasts. The latter merely roamed the uninhabited lands outside the city, while the former could transport themselves into human territories to slaughter and persecute humanity. General Murong, as mentioned by Professor Yuan, possessed SS-level talent to foresee the future, and she had evidently utilized this gift to glimpse the impending crisis facing Wuxianovel City. Zhang Daong continued, but his expression suddenly turned to one of shock. However, is it truly acceptable for you, Professor Yuan, to disclose such confidential information to an outsider? Yuan Qiangang chuckled. This hardly qualifies as a secret. Currently, all faculty and students at Wuxianovel Academy are aware of this news. It is precisely for this reason that the students are more fervently motivated than ever. striving day and night to train diligently, all to become stronger and prepare for this impending disaster. Very well, Zhang Daong exhaled in relief. Li Suifeng, however, gazed intently. Senior Yuan, I now comprehend the entirety of the situation. I assure you, I will report to Wujizu Academy within 7 days. Chapter 46. Sukai faints. Aunt Ku stubbornly departs Xingho City. Nightfall. Upon entering the foyer of a villa, Xuanwu was warmly welcomed by a group of servants. At the forefront stood an elderly man with graying temples, portly in stature, who extended his hand with a sycophantic smile. Greetings, Commissioner Ku. I am Su Shonyan, the father of Su Kai. Xuanwu returned the gesture briefly, her gaze landing on the face of a young man beside Su Shonyan. You must be Su Kai? She inquired. Su Kai, bearing several bruises on his face, appeared dejected and replied flatly, Yes, it is I. Greetings, Commissioner Ku. Only then did Xuanwu nod, following Su Shonyan into the elegantly decorated living room. Commissioner Ku, this century-old Longjing tea boasts a delicate flavor, a specialty of our Xingho City. You must savor it. Su Shonyan introduced, presenting the tea before her. Xuanwu held little interest in tea and turned her focus to Su Kai. Su Kai, have you not yet submitted your application choices? Su Kai shook his head. Are you interested in joining the Tianlan Academy? As a representative of Tianlan Academy, I can offer you B-level enrollment rewards. Xuanwu spoke calmly. Su Kai remained silent, still mired in the sorrow of his poor examination performance and the beating he received from Li Suifeng, struggling to extricate himself from the anguish. Su Shonyan's eyes brightened. He was wealthy and indifferent to the magnitude of the enrollment rewards. What mattered to him was the attitude of the 8 major academies. With Xuanwu visiting specifically, it demonstrated that Tianlan Academy was expressing sufficient sincerity. It was indeed a fitting offer. Commissioner Ku, my son wishes to enroll in the Azure Sky Academy. Su Shonyan directly decided his son's future. Su Kai remained perpetually mute, offering no response. This left Xuanwu somewhat disheartened. This B-grade reward was originally intended for Li Suifeng. Unfortunately, Li Suifeng's caustic remarks had alienated her. She could only settle for pursuing Su Kai instead. At present, Su Kai appeared to lack any distinctive character, a disposition that often leads to a tumultuous path in martial arts. Originally a favored candidate for the top scholar in the city, Su Kai had unfortunately faced a setback at the hands of Li Suifeng, resulting in his current despondency, likely influenced by that incident. Nevertheless, his lineage from the Dragon clan endowed him with exceptional talent. Thus, his potential in martial arts might not be inferior to that of Li Suifeng. Provided he could regain his confidence and emerge from his predicament, opportunities to surpass Li Suifeng would undoubtedly arise. Xuanwu's thoughts were tumultuous, still harboring a grudge against the remark of Aunt Ku made by Li Suifeng. Both parties had signed a contract. Just as Xuanwu was about to take her leave, Su Shonyan's phone emitted a sound. He glanced at it quickly before hastily pocketing it, his expression becoming increasingly unnatural. Father, I saw it. Is it Li Suifeng? The usually taciturn Su Kai suddenly exclaimed. Son, you must be mistaken. Su Shonyan was about to calm him, but Su Kai swiftly snatched the phone, unlocking it with determination. Fixated on the video displayed on the screen. Upon hearing the name Li Suifeng, Xuanwu had already halted her steps, seizing the opportunity to approach Su Kai's side to peer the phone screen. At that moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. The video revealed a young man engaged in combat on the arena, facing off against a lean martial artist. The slender fighter was swift and fierce, showcasing considerable strength. Clearly a second-tier martial artist. Yet, at a critical juncture, the slender warrior was knocked unconscious by the young man. Although the young man ultimately succumbed to snake venom, the battle was undeniably won by him. Even more astonishingly, this young man was none other than Li Suifeng. How could this be possible? As the video concluded, Xuanwu was left utterly astounded. From the footage, it was clear that Li Suifeng had undoubtedly ascended to the rank of a first-tier martial artist, and shockingly, he had defeated a second-tier martial artist? Impossible. This cannot be. Did the texts not state that a disparity in martial artist ranks would lead to an insurmountable gap in strength? Why was Li Suifeng able to triumph over a second-tier martial artist? Just then, Su Kai snapped back to reality. His face flushed as he hurled the phone to the ground, shattering it to pieces. Initially, he had intended to diligently train and seek a rematch with Li Suifeng after entering the martial arts realm. But now what was the point? A first-tier Li Suifeng was already capable of battling second-tier martial artists. Among first-tier martial artists, who could possibly rival him? Contemplating these thoughts, the overwhelming shock caused Su Kai to lose consciousness, collapsing onto the sofa as he fainted from sheer frustration. Someone, Xiao Kai is exhausted. Help him to rest. Su Shunyan exclaimed, startled, checking his son's pulse to ensure he was unharmed before instructing others to take Su Kai away. Subsequently, he awkwardly turned his gaze towards Ku Xiaoman. Commissioner Ku, staying at a hotel may be inconvenient. Would you consider spending the night at my humble abode before departing? No need, Ku Xiaoman replied, swallowing hard before responding. Then I shall arrange for a driver to escort you, Su Shunyan said as he organized for a driver to take Ku Xiaoman away, his expression darkening. The martial artist community in Xingho City had been buzzing with the circulation of this video of Li Suifeng, and it was an unfortunate coincidence that Commissioner Ku had witnessed it. Would she now regard Li Suifeng with higher esteem and consequently overlook my son? Let's hope such a scenario does not unfold. Meanwhile, within the luxurious reception vehicle, Ku Xiaoman reflected on the video she had just witnessed, still in a daze. A genius possessing cross-realm combat prowess was a rarity throughout the Dragon Nation. Such talent was undoubtedly scarce. That foul-mouthed boy who had called her Aunt Ku was indeed such a prodigy. How lamentable that she had overlooked him. After a lengthy moment, as she gazed out the window, Ku Xiaoman gradually regained her composure, maintaining her stubbornness. While talent may be present, his character is profoundly flawed. Such a gifted individual without virtue often struggles to reach the pinnacle of martial arts and is not worth my concern. She could only comfort herself in this manner. In the dead of night, upon returning home, the dining room was brightly lit. Li Jianming, clad in work attire and covered in grime, was eating noodles. Wang Wen sat nearby, gazing at her husband with a mixture of affection and admiration. Dad, have you been working overtime? Li Suifeng entered the dining room. Indeed, just finished. Son, are you hungry? Your mother made noodles. Care to join? Li Jianming asked with a smile. I just ate. I'm not hungry. Li Suifeng replied as he sat beside his parents, his expression becoming complex. Son, what's the matter? Wang Wen noticed the unusual look on her son's face and promptly inquired. Mom and Dad, in 7 days, I will be heading to Wuxiang. Li Suifeng revealed the truth. The couple was momentarily taken aback, and Wang Wen quickly pressed for details. Li Suifeng explained the situation regarding his enrollment in the Wuxiang Academy. So, you've already joined Wuxiang Academy? That's wonderful news. Since the school requires it, you should simply report on time. The two elders responded with joy, although they felt a deep sense of reluctance and concern about their son's departure. The thought of him forging his own path in the future filled them with genuine happiness. But Mom and Dad, we won't be able to see each other every day anymore, Li Suifeng said, his expression growing somber. Silly child, with the internet being so advanced. We can video chat daily. Besides, when the holidays come, you can return to see us, Wang Wen replied with a radiant smile, though her eyes glistened with tears. Li Jianming, with a serious demeanor, added, since this is for your studies, you must work diligently. Don't listen to your mother. You need not worry about things here at home. Just take care of yourself. That night, Li Suifeng did not rush to retreat to his room for solitude, but instead engaged in conversation with his parents until the early hours. With the time to leave his hometown drawing near, he wished to cherish the limited moments spent with his family. The following morning, Li Suifeng requested his father to take a leave of absence from work, even threatening not to attend university as leverage. Left with no choice, Li Jianming agreed to take leave, departing with his wife and children. Half an hour later, the family of 4 arrived at the bustling city center by taxi. The skyscrapers here were evidently more numerous than in the old district. Li Suifeng guided his family to a nearby residential complex called Yinshao Houding, prompting Wang Wen to look around in confusion. Son, why have you brought us here? Li Suifeng smiled, saying, Mom and Dad, didn't I promise to get you a new house after the college entrance examination? A new house? Wang Wen gasped, then grasped Li Suifeng's arm, urgently whispering, Xiaofeng, do you have any idea how expensive the houses here are? No need to worry. Everything is under control, Li Suifeng replied with a smile, not allowing his parents to voice further concerns as he led them to the 16th floor of Building 1. Zhang Deong, dressed in a suit, awaited them at the elevator. Upon seeing Li Suifeng and his family, he promptly greeted the elders and opened the door, introducing the interior of the home. Esteemed guests, You're already familiar with the details of Yunshao Housing. The community features greenery, parks, and small gardens. The apartment you are viewing has been fully renovated, totaling 180 square meters, with all furnishings included. As he spoke, beads of sweat began to form on the foreheads of Xuanwu and Li Jiaming. The dilapidated old house they resided in spanned less than 70 square meters, and the surroundings were exceedingly filthy and disordered. Nevertheless, they had expended half a lifetime's savings to acquire it. The prospect of purchasing a property that could be deemed a mansion was beyond their wildest dreams. The elderly couple dared not contemplate the staggering amount required. Li Suifeng grasped Zhang Deyong's arm and said, "Master Zhang, the figure I proposed last night." Zhang Deyong chuckled softly. "My martial artist friend has vacated Xingho City. This property has been sitting idle, and upon learning it was you who wished to purchase it, he has graciously agreed to sell it for 1,560,000. Such promptness! Li Suifeng's eyes sparkled with delight. Earlier, he had broached the subject of buying a house with Zhang Deyong. As the owner of a dojo, Zhang Deyong had extensive connections within the city and had been keeping an eye out for opportunities for Li Suifeng. Last night, he learned that a friend was selling a property and promptly informed Li Suifeng. To his astonishment, the owner had accepted the offer. "Master Zhang, consider it a favor owed to me by your friend. Should he ever require assistance, he need only call upon me." Li Suifeng made a firm promise. According to his investigations, the Yunshao Mansion ranked among the top 2 residential complexes in Xingho City. The price for a bare shell apartment was already comparable to Li Suifeng's offer, let alone one that was exquisitely furnished. Securing this residence for 1,560,000 was undoubtedly a tremendous bargain. Rest assured, young Li, I shall convey your gratitude to my friend. He recognizes your limitless potential and wishes to forge a good relationship in advance, Zhang Deyong replied. With the house deal settled, Li Suifeng refrained from venturing outside the city to hunt monsters, choosing instead to spend the dwindling time he had left with his family. On the 4th day, under Li Suifeng's guidance, the family of 4 successfully relocated to their new home. That evening, Ye was brimming with excitement, while Xuanwu and Li Jiaming were moved to tears. On the 7th day, the day of departure arrived. Early in the morning, Li Suifeng, accompanied by his family, made his way to the airport on the outskirts of the city. In the waiting area, as he hefted his luggage and donned his backpack, Xuanwu forcibly thrust a plastic bag into his hands. "Son, inside are the boiled eggs and marinated beef I prepared for you. Eat them if you get hungry on the way." "All right, Mom," Li Suifeng replied cheerfully, ruffling his younger sister's hair. "Xiao Yi, while I'm away, you must be a good girl." "Why, okay, big brother. I'll be good." Li Yao whipped. Hartiv saw kink Li Suifeng's shirt. He then turned to his parents, advising, "Mom and Dad, once I reach university, I will earn my own money. The funds I leave you should be used to buy more supplements for Ye. Additionally, enroll her in Zhengqi Dojo to enhance her physical fitness. Children from affluent families begin their training during their developmental years. Scientific studies have shown that students who train from a young age have a higher probability of awakening their talents by the age of 17 compared to those who do not. With a solid economic foundation, Li Suifeng hoped that his sister's path in martial arts would be smoother than his own. "Don't worry, dear. I will nurture Xiao Yu well," Xuanwu promised earnestly. Li Suifeng then turned to Li Jiaming, his expression grave. "Your son is now financially independent, so you need not be exploited any longer. You are only permitted to work 8 hours a day, and should I discover you are working overtime, I will withdraw from school immediately." Li Jiaming couldn't help but chuckle, retorting, "You threaten your old man with those words every day. Do you want to be eating?" Li Suifeng flexed his bicep, declaring, "Wake up, Dad. You are no match for me, you little rascal." Li Jiaming laughed, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. As Flight M732 prepared for takeoff, the boarding announcement echoed through the cabin. Li Suifeng embraced his family and waved goodbye, "Mom and Dad. See you, Ye." He hurriedly entered the boarding tunnel with his suitcase in tow. Watching their son depart, Ye sobbed uncontrollably, while Xuanwu and Li Jiaming quietly wept. "Why is this airplane so small?" Inside the M732 aircraft, as Li Suifeng entered with a suitcase, he realized the cabin was quite cramped, with only about 20 seats. Most of the seats were already occupied by teenagers roughly his age. "Classmate, this plane has been chartered by Wuxianovel Academy. After takeoff, we want TNE to transfer. It will take us straight to Wuxianovel Academy," a smiling flight attendant explained. Li Suifeng understood. This was not a large commercial aircraft, but rather a private small plane. The other youths aboard were also exceptional students from various cities within the same province, having been recruited by Yuan Xiangang to report to Wuxian Academy early. Just like Li Suifeng. Finding an empty seat, Li Suifeng sat down. Moments later, the cabin shook as the plane taxied down the runway, soaring into the sky, leaving Xinghu City beneath the azure sky and white clouds. Chapter 47. The Super Crow's Mouth, Ma Zhanghao. Within the bustling cabin, some youths donned headphones, closing their eyes in repose, while others curiously gazed out the window, savoring the novel experience. They hailed from various cities, all victors of the recent college entrance examination. Not only did they achieve outstanding scores, but they were also lured by Wuxian Academy's enticing offers, truly the pride of their respective realms. Seated by the window, Li Suifeng gazed dreamily at the scenery outside, lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice broke through his reverie. "Bro, are you the top scorer from Xinghu City, Li Suifeng?" Turning to his side, he found a youth wearing a baseball cap and trendy attire. "That's me," Li Suifeng replied calmly. "Wow, it's really you. Bro, I watched your practical exam video. You apparently shattered the record for Xinghu City? That's incredible." The boy was exuberant, eager to introduce himself. "I'm Ma Zhanghao, the second-place finisher from Luyin City in this year's exam." "Oh, hello," Li Suifeng responded. Ma Zhanghao continued unabated. "Bro, is this your first time on a plane?" "Yes." "Then do you know that the best travel method in our human realm is actually through teleportation arrays?" "I do. But do you know why we aren't taking a teleportation array to Wuxian City this time?" "I don't." "That's because our Xiangnan province lacks interprovincial teleportation arrays. We only have inter-city ones at most." "I see." Besides teleportation arrays, the second best travel option is, in fact, flying. The wilderness is often overrun by demon beasts, and road and rail infrastructures are frequently destroyed by them, making construction exceedingly challenging. Airplanes, however, require only a runway to ascend and soar through the skies. Truly a magnificent invention, Ma Zhanghao exclaimed, filled with awe. Li Suifeng discerned that this boy was quite the chatterbox. However, with nothing pressing at the moment, engaging in conversation was perfectly agreeable. "Are there flying demon beasts in the air? Won't they attack our plane?" Every aircraft in our Dragon Country is equipped with sound wave arrays that emit powerful sonic frequencies. While humans cannot hear them, these frequencies are intensely disruptive to creatures with acute hearing, causing them considerable discomfort. Thus, any flying demon beasts that detect these sound waves instinctively steer clear. This is why our planes can operate safely. As Ma Zhanghao elaborated, a nearby youth interjected, "Ma Zhanghao, every time you discuss a topic, it seems to veer in the opposite direction. Please close your crow's mouth." Ma Zhanghao curled his lips in disdain. You, isn't it just that I snatched the runner-up position from you? Must you slander me so? I'm not slandering you. Yu's face turned tense. "Stop discussing the topic of the aircraft." "Absolutely not. Who do you think you are?" With a dismissive snort, Ma Zhanghao continued to smile at Li Suifeng. "Brother Li, are you aware that the safety rate for air travel in our country is 98? "I was not aware of that," Li replied. "So, that means on average, only 2 out of every 100 aircraft are subject to attacks from demon beasts? Indeed, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. However, even if they were to happen, it poses no great concern, for according to national law, every aircraft must have a transcendent level warrior aboard. This signifies that there is certainly a concealed, transcendent level warrior on our flight." Matsangao exuded confidence. Li Suifeng felt a surge of astonishment. The mayor of Xinghu City, Suifeng, along with high-ranking officials such as the Minister of Education, the Vice Mayor, and the Commander of the City Guard, were reportedly all at the second realm of martial arts, known as the Realm of Extraordinary Beings. The Transcendent Realm, on the other hand, belongs to the third realm of martial arts, where warriors possess the capability of flight without relying on innate talent, wielding formidable power akin to that of a small nuclear weapon. Such individuals would undoubtedly hold high positions in the provincial capital. Yet, here they were, assigned as guardians aboard an aircraft. It was no wonder that air travel had become a safe and popular means of transportation in this nation plagued by demon beasts. Now it all made sense. Even disregarding the presence of transcendent-level experts, with a mere 2 probability of being attacked, our aircraft would surely be safe. Therefore, Brother Li, there is no need for you to be anxious. Fearing that Li Suifeng might grow alarmed, Ma Zhonghao was attempting to reassure him. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed from outside the cabin. Oh no! The jinx of Ma Zhonghao is at work. Yu roared as he rushed to the window to check the situation outside. Li Suifeng also immediately glanced outside, noticing a dozen tiny black dots appearing above the distant clouds. As they drew nearer, those black dots quickly transformed into a flock of azure avian demons. From afar, these avian demons appeared to be the size of a palm, yet their true size was comparable to that of an adult. Could it be that we have encountered the second-tier demon beast, the Azure Falcon? They possess the ability to self-seal their eardrums, effectively blocking external sounds, making them one of the few demon beasts capable of ignoring sound wave formations in the air. What a stroke of bad luck to have crossed paths with a flock of azure falcons. Upon witnessing this scene, Ma Zhonghao remained unfazed, instead wearing a playful expression. The azure falcon excels in speed, but its attack power is relatively weak. Given their capabilities, inflicting damage on the aircraft is simply unrealistic. Unless another type of avian demon, the Gale Giant Eagle, appears, one that can withstand sound wave formations, but the likelihood of that is exceedingly slim, as Gale Giant Eagles are far too rare. There are hardly any in the entire Xiangnan province. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp bird call emanated from behind the flock of azure falcons. Then, another black dot surged forth, transforming into a giant eagle that was twice the size of the azure falcons. The giant eagle's feathers were as black as armor, glinting with a chilling sheen under the sunlight. Its piercing eyes, even from a distance, exuded a captivating ferocity, resembling two glowing orbs. Gazing at the giant eagle, Li Suifeng abruptly turned to Ma Zhonghao, only to find him wearing an awkward expression. How did the Gale Giant Eagle actually appear? Is our luck truly this unfortunate? But never mind, unless... Shut your mouth. Li Suifeng shouted as he rushed over to cover Ma Zhonghao's mouth, though he did not believe Yu's claim. Every time Ma Zhonghao made a proclamation, it was invariably followed by a swift reversal of fortune. This was simply too uncanny. For the sake of the aircraft's safety, he could not allow him to continue speaking. A flustered Yu yelled, I told you this guy is a jinx. The moment he opens his mouth, calamity is sure to follow. Do you believe me now? That brother, you must silence Ma Zhonghao immediately to prevent the situation from worsening. Chapter 48. The Transcendent Warrior Strikes a Frenzied Plan. Muffled and unable to speak, Ma Zhonghao blinked insistently at Li Suifeng. Brother, though I do not truly believe you possess a jinx, the situation is dire, and for everyone's safety, we must proceed with caution. Therefore, once I release my hand, you must maintain silence, understood? After receiving a nod of acknowledgement from Ma Zhonghao, Li Suifeng released his grip and looked out the window, discovering that the azure falcons continued to soar alongside the passenger aircraft, showing no intention of leaving. The enormous Gale Giant Eagle flapped its colossal wings, generating a tempestuous wind as it charged toward the aircraft with ferocious intensity. Attention, students, we are under attack by demon beasts. Please remain seated and fasten your seatbelts. The flight attendant's gentle voice echoed through the intercom. Li Suifeng swiftly sat down, gripping the armrests and his seatbelt tightly. Just then, a thunderous crash resounded. The entire cabin shook violently as if struck by a colossal hammer. The force of the impact left everyone inside feeling lightheaded and disoriented. How uncomfortable. Sitting by the window, Li Suifeng tasted blood in his mouth and, through the reflection in the glass, noticed blood trickling from the corner of his lips. Had this giant eagle caused internal injuries with just one assault? This was under the premise that the aircraft's shielding had mitigated the impact. If my flesh had been struck, would I not have instantly turned to a mist of blood? Wiping the blood from his lips, Li Suifeng glanced anxiously to the side. The jinx, Ma Zhonghao, had closed his eyes, his face contorted in pain, seemingly fainting from the recent impact. All the other students were displaying expressions of agony, with some even vomiting and coughing up blood. With a clang, the cabin door at the end of the aisle swung open, revealing the flight attendant, who had discarded her uniform in favor of a form-fitting silver combat suit. The softness that had characterized her features was now replaced by a stern demeanor. Beside her stood an elderly man with a full white beard. His massive frame nearly filled the entire aisle, draped in loose cloth, resembling a squat mountain. Students, regardless of what transpires next, you must remain seated. As long as Elder Gong is present, we will not face any danger, the flight attendant reassured. pulling the cabin door open. A frigid wind rushed into the cabin, distorting everyone's faces and vibrating their eardrums. With a slam, the cabin door shut, and the imposing figure of the elder had vanished within the aircraft. Suifeng, seated by the window, was the first to see a towering silhouette appear before the charging gale giant eagle. It was none other than Elder Gong. Are we about to engage in battle? The clash between a transcendent warrior and a lord-level demon beast. Suifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as his blood surged with adrenaline. Under his watchful gaze, the gale giant eagle launched a fierce assault on Elder Gong. Elder Gong awakened with an unknown talent. A long blade unexpectedly materialized in his hand, and with each swing, he unleashed a streak of azure blade energy that struck the gale giant eagle. Though the gale giant eagle's charge could wreak havoc on the aircraft, its impact on Elder Gong was negligible. The blade of the latter loomed majestically, akin to a towering mountain, consistently repelling the colossal, tempestuous eagle, whose size rivaled that of a passenger aircraft. After a series of fierce exchanges, numerous feathers had shed from the tempestuous eagle, revealing gaping wounds etched by the blade's aura. Blood flowed profusely, cascading toward the ground. This sight alleviated the anxiety that had gripped Suifeng's heart. Yet in the next moment, a familiar voice cut through the atmosphere. It seems that in this battle, Elder Gong has emerged victorious. We should be safe now. Suifeng turned, his eyes widening, and discovered that Ma Zhonghao had awakened, anxiously observing the situation outside the window. Suddenly, a jarring tremor reverberated through the cabin. Suifeng glanced out once more, only to witness a flock of azure falcons relentlessly colliding against the aircraft, attempting to halt its progress. The aircraft's momentum often sent these azure falcons soaring far into the sky. Yet, they appeared oblivious to pain and fatigue, maintaining their formation in the air before charging again. Elder Gong noticed the precarious situation and prepared to assist. With a mocking glint in its eye, the tempestuous eagle shifted its immense body to block Elder Gong's path, its wings slicing down like dual blades, effectively restraining him in place. These beasts have even mastered tactics? They truly have evolved, Ma Zhonghao quipped, glancing toward a particular window, his expression hesitant. Following his gaze, Suifeng noticed a window that had developed cracks due to the azure falcon's repeated assaults, threatening to shatter. Should the window break, the rush of wind could hurl them out of the cabin. They needed to avert this disaster. Amidst the looming crisis, many gifted individuals felt a sense of trepidation. Yet Suifeng remained composed, reflecting calmly. His objective was to reach Wuji City and showcase his talents on a grander stage. He did not wish to meet his end at this altitude before his ascent. Soon, an ingenious plan took shape in his mind. He unbuckled his seatbelt and ventured into the aisle. "Classmate, what are you doing? This is not the time for foolishness. Return to your seat immediately." The flight attendant, mistaking Suifeng's intentions, scolded him in irritation. "This sister, Elder Gong has been ensnared and cannot come to our aid. The Azure Falcons are launching suicide attacks. We find ourselves at a disadvantage. If we do not take the initiative to turn the tide, should the aircraft spiral out of control, we will all perish." Suifeng's expression was grave, his gaze penetrating. The flight attendant hesitated, taken aback by his unwavering determination. "Do you have a plan?" she inquired. "These Azure Falcons are merely commander-level beasts, incomparable to the tempestuous eagle. If we engage them in the air, we cannot fly and will be no match for them. However, if we can lure them into the cabin for a face-to-face confrontation, we may still have a chance to slay them." Suifeng articulated his strategy, prompting the flight attendant to exclaim, "Classmate, these Azure Falcons are wild beasts, not the docile creatures you faced in the trial realm. Their combat prowess is formidable, and they are all commander level. Officially, commander level beasts are on par with martial artists. Their strength is akin to mini-bosses in the wild. While we could defeat one if drawn into the cabin, luring in a dozen would be courting disaster. This sister, based on my observations, all the windows will be shattered within minutes. At that point, the airflow will wreak havoc and some will undoubtedly be thrown from the aircraft to their demise. Rather than await our fate, I choose to strike first." Suifeng's eyes blazed with intensity. "I am confident in my ability to engage them, and I believe others share this conviction." At his declaration, "A boy named you shouted, as this classmate has said, rather than await our doom. We should take the initiative. If I must perish, let be with purpose. Indeed, I support this classmate's plan. Soon, a second and third voice joined in. Despite their unfamiliarity with Suifeng, they shared his youthful spirit, eager to determine their fates in this critical moment. Very well, I will accommodate your resolve. But let me make one thing clear. These beasts are exceedingly dangerous. If we cannot slay them, retreat swiftly and do not linger in battle. Influenced by the crowd's fervor, the flight attendant altered her stance, dramatically pulling open the cabin door. In an instant, a fierce wind surged into the cabin. One azure falcon ceased its assault on the window and transformed into a shadow, bursting through the door and into the cabin. Chapter 49. The Frenzied Slaughter Within the Cabin. Whoosh! The azure falcon that entered the cabin stood nearly as tall as an adult, around 175 centimeters. Its elongated wings brushed against both sides of the cabin as they unfurled. Clang, clang, clang. The wings sliced through the air like blades. The first azure falcon to breach the cabin attempted to tear it apart from within. How dare this fiend be so audacious? A sharp voice resounded as the tall flight attendant dashed toward the azure falcon like a leopard, arriving before it in an instant. With a flurry of swift strikes, the flight attendant's arm moved like a spear, inflicting deep gashes upon the azure falcon, blood spilling forth. As she sought to pursue, a cacophony of shrieks arose from behind. She quickly halted and turned, realizing that more azure falcons, 2, 3, and more, were flooding into the cabin. The once spacious cabin had become crowded in an instant due to the influx of these beasts. "Leave these beasts to me," a familiar voice echoed as Suifeng appeared at the flight attendant's back, blocking the oncoming azure falcons. "Classmate, get to safety. I do not need your assistance." The flight attendant felt a mix of gratitude and anxiety. To have someone stand behind her, sharing the burden in such perilous times, was a testament to Suifeng's integrity and kindness. Yet, such noble-hearted individuals often became reckless, unable to discern the gravity of the situation, and could meet their demise amidst chaos. The flight attendant feared this outcome, preferring to be surrounded by the beast herself than to expose Suifeng to danger. "Sister, we agreed to be teammates. How could I abandon you?" Suifeng's gaze fixated on the azure falcons, fervor and desire radiating from his eyes. In recent days, he had cherished every moment with his family, forsaking the chance to hunt beasts. His yearning to engage in battle had intensified. With the opportunity to confront these beasts now at hand, how could he let it slip away? However, before the flight attendant could voice her concerns, a sudden burst of brilliance enveloped Suifeng, flames igniting around him. Just as 3 azure falcons charged forth, he heard the flight attendant call out, "Classmate, quickly, come on my side." She grasped his arm, attempting to pull him back. Although there was another injured azure falcon behind them, it was no match for the ferocity of the 3 charging falcons Suifeng could manage. Yet to the flight attendant's astonishment, Suifeng, aglow with golden light, stood firm as an ancient tree, impervious to her attempts to pull him back. Instead, he broke free from her grasp and charged toward the 3 azure falcons. "Classmate, come back." The flight attendant's face was etched with terror as she cried out. These 3 azure falcons would pose a formidable challenge even for her. Suifeng, merely a student, daring to engage in combat with 3 azure falcons, was it not tantamount to courting death? Yet like an arrow loose from a bow, Suifeng advanced resolutely, disregarding the flight attendant's pleas. With unwavering determination, he unleashed a golden fist of energy. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, feathers scattered like autumn leaves, as one azure falcon was forced to retreat, colliding with a seat before finally halting. To the astonishment of the flight attendant, the spot on its chest where the fist had struck was stained crimson, revealing it had indeed sustained an injury. How could this be? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Against overwhelming odds, Suifeng managed to injure one of the azure falcons? How was such a feat possible? Swoosh! The remaining 2 azure falcons, enraged by their companion's plight, let out furious shrieks and lunged at Suifeng with their razor-like wings. The distance was too close for Suifeng to counterattack. He could only raise his arms in defense. The injured azure falcon roared and charged at him, joining the assault. With a commanding shout, Suifeng summoned radiant energy that coalesced into a shield-like barrier. Clang, clang, clang. The strikes from the azure falcon's wings were repelled by the luminous shield. Although Suifeng staggered backward, His defense held firm, leaving him unscathed. Could he truly have withstood their assault? The flight attendant stared, dumbfounded. As the sole crew member and guardian of the aircraft, her strength was not to be underestimated. She could handle 1 or 2 Azure Falcons in battle. Yet, facing 3 or more, even she would find herself at a disadvantage, struggling to defend. Suifeng, however, had not only injured 1 Azure Falcon, but had also demonstrated remarkable defense against their relentless attacks. Such a balance of offense and defense was extraordinary. This individual is incredibly powerful. Not far away, Yu watched in admiration. Though he was eager to fight the beast, he felt a primal trepidation upon witnessing the ferocity of the Azure Falcons entering the cabin. Yet here was Suifeng, not only taking the initiative, but engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 beasts. Truly remarkable. He was indeed the top scholar of Xingho City. His combat prowess exceeded that seen in the videos. On the other side, Ma Zhonghao, known for his pessimistic remarks, was equally astonished. It appeared that these 3 Azure Falcons would be unable to best Suifeng. Just as he spoke, a sharp sound pierced the air. 1 Azure Falcon had circled around Suifeng, its razor-sharp wings slicing through the luminous barrier, leaving a deep gash at his waist. Oblivious to Ma Zhonghao's ill-fated words, Suifeng remained focused on the escalating danger. He recognized that if he did not transition from defense to offense, he would become increasingly vulnerable, potentially facing life-threatening peril. "Someone cover me," Suifeng roared, startling Yu into action as he clapped his hands together. Flames surged forth, engulfing 1 Azure Falcon. Amidst the screeching, the falcon flailed desperately, attempting to extinguish the fire. Seizing the moment, Suifeng felt the pressure lift, and he dove towards the nearest Azure Falcon. Heavenly Light Fist. His golden fist, akin to a cannonball, struck the falcon's chest with devastating force. Thud! Though his fist did not penetrate its flesh, the overwhelming power of his light element energy wreaked havoc within, shattering its internal organs. With a mournful cry, the Azure Falcon collapsed. The long-awaited system notification materialized before him. Kill the Flame Falcon, talent points, 300. To claim 300 points for slaying just 1, that was equivalent to taking down a dozen or more ordinary beasts. Suifeng's expression brightened as he surveyed the area. If he could eliminate all the Azure Falcons here, he might amass 3,000 to 5,000 talent points. With renewed vigor, he charged toward the flaming Azure Falcon ignited by Yu. Clang! Clang! The remaining Azure Falcons, incensed that Suifeng had turned his back on them, retaliated fiercely. However, their blade-like wings merely left superficial scratches on his back, failing to harm his bones or impede his assault on the fiery falcon. Boom! The golden fist exploded against the engulfed Azure Falcon, propelling it from a cabin door and into the vast expanse of earth below. Kill the Azure Falcon, talent points, 300. The system prompt flashed again, marking the death of the Azure Falcon. While elated, Suifeng felt a trickle of blood on his back, indicating that the Azure Falcon, as a leader-class beast, had a formidable attack that exceeded the limits of his defenses. Fortunately, his resilient physique mitigated the damage, leaving him with only minor injuries. "Classmate, let me stop the bleeding," a voice called out, belonging to a girl in a pink, gauzy dress, exuding an air of cuteness. She clasped her hands together, and a green light descended upon Suifeng's back, halting the flow of blood. Miraculously, the flesh began to mend instantly. This girl was a healer too. Her healing prowess surpassed that of Wang Jun, the chubby boy. Feeling the rapid healing of his back, Suifeng's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Miss, my stamina and energy are waning. Could you assist me with a little boost?" The pink dress girl blushed and replied, "My talent can help restore some energy and vitality. But could you perhaps phrase it more elegantly?" "All right, my dear, please heal me," Suifeng exclaimed, charging toward the nearest Azure Falcon once more. The girl in pink thought to herself, what a brave yet brash individual. With a silent nod, she clasped her hands again, and more green light showered down upon Suifeng's head. In an instant, his energy and stamina surged back to life. The speed of recovery was astonishing, akin to a drug-induced high. Could it be that with this girl's support, his sunlight radiance could sustain him indefinitely? Suifeng's mind raced with possibilities. The sunlight radiance, a seemingly invincible talent, had the sole drawback of limited duration. The appearance of this healer had undoubtedly resolved the sustainability issue, rendering his talent nearly unbeatable. With a 30-fold surge in strength and speed, Li Suifeng moved like a phantom, smashing into yet another Azure Falcon's chest. Bam! The impact sent the Falcon crashing against the cabin wall, shaking the entire aircraft. The flight attendant gasped, "Classmate, take care. Don't destroy the cabin." Others echoed her sentiments, urging him to temper his strength. "My apologies, everyone," Li Suifeng muttered, glancing down to find the very first Azure Falcon that had entered the cabin lying on the ground, gasping for breath, on the brink of death. "Sister, could you possibly relinquish it to me?" Li Suifeng cast a pure gaze towards the flight attendant. The attendant, perplexed, noted that while the Azure Falcon was still alive, it had lost its combat prowess and posed no significant threat. With more Azure Falcons awaiting entry into the cabin, wouldn't it be more prudent to eliminate them instead? Why fixate on this doomed beast? Despite her confusion, the attendant nodded, "All right." No sooner had she spoken than Li Suifeng brushed past her, raising his foot to deliver a powerful kick. Thud! The Azure Falcon's head burst apart like a watermelon, leaving the attendant aghast, mouth agape, as she stared at Li Suifeng in disbelief. Was this boy a butcher? Did he derive pleasure from slaying monsters? How brutal! Suddenly, a sticky sensation washed over her, and upon looking down, she discovered that one of the exploded falcon's eyeballs was dangling from her chest. Ugh! Even with her training, the attendant couldn't suppress her urge to vomit. Li Suifeng, disregarding the need to comfort the attendant, dashed towards the cabin door. The deaths of 4 comrades had driven the remaining Azure Falcons into a frenzy, abandoning their plan to attack the aircraft and charging into the cabin. Seeking vengeance for their fallen brethren, let us exterminate them. Inspired by Li Suifeng, Yu and the others found their fighting spirit. Though many among them had yet to become warriors, their exceptional talents had earned them a place at the Wuxia Academy. As they unleashed their abilities, a dazzling array of light filled the cabin. The young men and women coordinated seamlessly, engaging the Azure Falcons in fierce combat. Just as the talented individuals were brimming with enthusiasm, a violent gust of wind swept through the cabin, rudely dispersing them as a lone figure surged forth towards the multitude of Azure Falcons. "These monster heads are mine. You shall not claim them." Li Suifeng's domineering voice echoed, leaving the other talented individuals exchanging glances. Was this brother perhaps unhinged? Did he possess antisocial tendencies, resorting to slaughter to manage his emotions? How ferocious! They thought it wise not to offend him. Since he sought the thrill of killing, they would accommodate him. Thus, the talented ones deliberately restrained themselves, attacking the Azure Falcons while avoiding excessive force that might snatch away the kills. Thanks to their cooperation, the threat posed by the Azure Falcons diminished considerably, allowing Li Suifeng to dispatch them with greater ease. Amidst the heated battle inside the cabin, high above, Elder Gong's expression twisted with concern for the aircraft, and he roared in fury. The long blade in his hand transformed into a bolt of lightning, piercing through the colossal body of the tempestuous giant eagle. Screech! In a cry of despair, a massive gash, half a meter in diameter, appeared in the eagle's chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. It could no longer afford to engage, flapping its wings in a frantic attempt to flee. Foolish beast! Elder Gong cursed, but he did not pursue. The battle was a high altitude, and although he could fly, his speed could not match that of the giant eagle. Moreover, with the aircraft under attack by Azure Falcons, the fate of the students was uncertain. Elder Gong could not afford to chase the giant eagle. After expending considerable effort, Elder Gong finally caught up to the aircraft. Seeing that it had not plummeted, he felt a slight relief. Yet the thought of potential casualties among the talented students weighed heavily on his heart. With a sense of trepidation, he reached the plane, pulled open the tightly shut cabin door, and leapt inside. The fierce wind abruptly ceased, and an unusual silence enveloped the surroundings. When Elder Gong raised his eyes, he was astonished to find the young men and women seated calmly in their places. Not a single one missing. Looking towards the cockpit door, he beheld the lifeless bodies of the monsters strewn about like refuse. Among the carcasses, the flight attendant, bloodied and exhausted, sat on the floor, while beside her, a young man wielding a small knife deftly dismembered a monster's corpse to extract its demon core. His movements so precise and efficient that Elder Gong was reminded of a professional butcher. He was momentarily stunned. What was happening here? Chapter 50. Elder Gong rewards the Super Ring, the senior's display of authority. Greetings, Elder Gong. With Elder Gong's appearance, the flight attendant greeted him joyfully. No need for formalities. What on earth transpired here? Elder Gong pointed towards the pile of corpses and the young man. Elder Gong, this student is named Suifeng. He assisted us in resolving the crisis. The flight attendant recounted the situation briefly. Elder Gong's eyes widened further. The aircraft was filled with fresh-faced high school students. At their age, he had known nothing of such matters. Yet this Suifeng, in a moment of peril, had devised a solution to save the aircraft and had successfully executed it, exterminating the entire group of Azure Falcons. Such a feat was indeed remarkable. Finally done. What a tiring endeavor. At that moment, Suifeng stood by the cabin door, stretching. His backpack was damp, smeared with yellow-white liquid and bits of flesh, containing items the size of apples, demon cores. Once a monster matures to the leader level, it generates a demon core within, which can store demonic energy and is fundamental to the beast's power. Even after death, the demon core retains its energy, and its essence is highly beneficial to humans, suitable for alchemy or culinary use, and commands a high price. Understanding this, Suifeng arranged all the falcon carcasses and began discussing the division of the demon cores with the flight attendant. Acknowledging his significant contribution in the battle, she agreed to let him take 50% of the cores, with the remainder to be allocated by Elder Gong. Elder Gong, upon hearing the flight attendant's proposal, found himself both amused and bewildered. Suifeng's strength and talent were undoubtedly exceptional, yet he seemed a bit too avaricious. Nonetheless, this was not entirely a negative trait. The phrase wealth in scholarship, strength in arms was not mere rhetoric. Any powerful warrior is often backed by financial resources. Those who are not financially motivated tend to reach their limits quickly. Only those who know how to manage and generate wealth can pave a brighter future. With this thought in mind, Elder Gong approached Suifeng with a warm smile. Student Li, I am Gong Junshan, serving as the captain of this aircraft. I thank you for saving everyone on board. Greetings, Elder Gong. Suifeng extended his hand for a shake, sizing him up. Why do you regard me so? Elder Gong asked, puzzled. I'm merely curious how someone of your substantial stature can fly so gracefully through the air, like a swallow. Suifeng replied earnestly. The flight attendant chuckled. Elder Gong also found it amusing, because I am a transcendent level warrior. ISNT, flying a standard feature for such warriors? Or do you think I should lose weight? Not at all. I have two good friends who are just as hefty as you, and I quite enjoy giving their bellies a good rub. The two engaged in light conversation, and Elder Gong grew increasingly pleased, despite being aware of his status. Suifeng's demeanor was neither subservient nor arrogant. He interacted with him as if they were old friends. Such a quality is quite rare in a student. After a while, Elder Gong produced a ring. This ring I initially intended to gift to my grandson, but today I present it to you as a token of gratitude for saving this aircraft. Is this a super ring? One that can monitor health status and also serve as a storage device? It is rumored that even the most ordinary piece is worth over 1 million Dragon Kingdom coins. Old Master Gong intends to gift it to his grandson. It must be something extraordinary, right? Suifeng has struck gold. The surrounding students displayed expressions of envy upon witnessing this scene. Suifeng had long heard of the renowned super bracelet, and as he accepted it, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Gong. Old Master Gong smiled. Just call me Grandpa Gong. All right, Grandpa Gong. Suifeng responded obediently. After all, who could resist such generosity? With the aircraft still in operation, Old Master Gong quickly made his way to the cockpit to take control. The remaining Azure Falcons, at Old Master Gong's indication, allowed the flight attendants to take a portion for themselves while distributing the rest among the students. Returning to his seat, Suifeng toyed with the bracelet, growing increasingly fond of it, and hastily donned it. With a click, the strap locked in place, and a line of text appeared on the display. Current vitality, 806. Quite accurate. Suifeng nodded, as his current physique combined with mental strength amounted to precisely 80 points. This super bracelet evidently bore a remarkable resemblance to the assessment bracelets used in practical tests, capable of accurately measuring vitality and aiding the wearer in determining their realm. As Suifeng navigated the display, he discovered that it could even measure his skeletal muscle, fat percentage, height, heart rate, and even stamina. More importantly, there was a final prompt on the bracelet indicating that if Suifeng focused his mind, he could unlock a storage space. Thus, he attempted to concentrate, and before he knew it, his consciousness entered a peculiar cubic space. This internal space exceeded 100 square meters and boasted a height of over 20 meters, resembling a remarkably expansive little world. Is this the storage space that comes with the bracelet? How wondrous! In amazement, Suifeng thought to himself, and with a mere thought, his backpack containing the demon essence materialized in this realm. Continuing to focus, his suitcase and other belongings also appeared seamlessly. From now on, when venturing out, his mother need not worry about him carrying too much. Exiting the storage space, Suifeng felt a surge of joy and looked down, astonished. The bracelet, despite its size, was as light as a feather, bearing no weight whatsoever, and would not hinder him in battle. In the afternoon, a city emerged beneath the aircraft. From the sky, it appeared to be more than 10 times larger than Starfire City. Above the city, a layer of translucent golden radiance enveloped it. According to his companion, Manhwaedit, this was a barrier released by the Grand Formation beneath Wuxianovel, capable of warding off attacks from external demon beasts. Soon after, the aircraft passed through the barrier and landed at the airport. Old Master Gong entered the cabin and, with a hint of reluctance, addressed the students. Dear students, I apologize for the hardships you faced during the flight, but fortunately, we did not suffer any losses. The path of martial arts is long and endless. I hope this experience strengthens your resolve in pursuing the martial way. Amidst a round of applause, old Master Gong returned to the cockpit. The flight attendants led everyone off the plane, waiting by the roadside outside. A bus designated for Wuxianovel Academy approached slowly. As the group boarded, they waved goodbye through the windows. The flight attendant rubbed her moist eyes, watching the bus depart before reluctantly turning back. On the bus, as Suifeng admired the scenery of Wuxianovel, he sensed a change in the atmosphere. Turning around, he discovered a group of students approaching with peculiar expressions. What? Are they looking for trouble? Suifeng rolled up his sleeves. Hero, you're overthinking it. We merely wish to express our gratitude, exclaimed a youth named Yu, his face brimming with excitement as he gave a thumbs up. Brother, you were absolutely incredible. You single-handedly saved us all. Indeed, I was nearly terrified to the point of losing control, but thanks to your decisive plan, we were saved. Without you, my life would have been lost. I just searched online. Hero, you hail from Starfire City, right? I'm Yanhao from Flower City. If you encounter any trouble at Wuxianovel Academy, seek me out first. I'm willing to risk my life for you. The youth brimmed with enthusiasm. Earlier on the plane, they had all kept to themselves, their attitudes cool and detached, as they were strangers and held differing views. However, having shared a life and death experience in the air, their previous reservations melted away, and they naturally became friends, particularly Suifeng, who had lured the monster into the cabin and unleashed a devastating assault. His series of astonishing maneuvers was reminiscent of divine intervention. The students were already in awe, and their emotions now compelled them to express their feelings. Suifeng sighed in relief, thinking that if they were to gang up on him, he might not withstand it. Thankfully, that was not the case. Subsequently, Suifeng chatted with everyone, learning their names and backgrounds. Yu and Manhwaedit were from the same city and had achieved remarkable results in their college entrance exams, awakening an S-grade talent called Inferno Fire. The healer who had generously healed him, named Shan, hailed from Yushi City and was the top student there. Not only awakening the S-grade talent restoration wind, but also being the sole student to receive an S-grade reward from Yuan Qiangang among all the students. Brother Li, you only received an A-grade reward? That is simply unbelievable. After hearing Li Suifeng's story, Yanhao was filled with indignation. What is going on with Commissioner Yuan? He gave me a B-grade reward, but why did he only grant Brother Li an A-grade reward? I refuse to accept this. I refuse as well. I want to file a complaint against Yuan Qiangang. Why did our savior only receive an A-grade contract? Seeing the students' faces flushed with anger, Suifeng found it amusing. I have no grievances with Elder Yuan. Please don't direct your ire towards me. All right, Brother Li, we'll take your word for it. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the bus gradually rolled into Wuxianovel Academy. Externally, Wuxianovel Academy bore little difference from universities on Blue Star. As the bus halted in the campus square, a few upperclassmen approached, brandishing signs. Hello, new students. I am Hu Junki, a second-year student. I am your senior. Does anyone need help with their bags? I have great strength and can assist the ladies. Like universities on Blue Star, Wuxianovel Academy had a welcoming atmosphere for new students. These upperclassmen appeared mature, being in their later years. After Li Suifeng and the others disembarked, Hu Junqi cheerfully declared, "Dear juniors, we have been tasked by our teachers to welcome you and provide a brief introduction to the school. However, before that, please wait here while we help the female students with their luggage." Without waiting for Li Suifeng and the others to respond, he began assisting Xuanwu and the other female students with their bags. "Come, ladies, the reporting building is over there, and your dormitories are this way. Allow me to escort you to drop off your luggage." Xuanwu and the others attempted to resist, but Hu Junqi's enthusiasm was overwhelming, and they had no choice but to comply. Are these rascals really that lecherous? Favoring girls over boys is one thing, but this is going too far. Yu and Yin Hao groused in indignation. Ma Zhonghao remarked seriously, "Greed and lust are human instincts. It's understandable. However, I believe these upperclassmen seem friendly and approachable." Just as he spoke, several piercing gazes landed on them. "What is up, brothers?" Ma Zhonghao asked, somewhat nervously. "You, with your ominous predictions, are setting the stage for trouble. I have a foreboding feeling that these rascals will soon cause us some grief." Yu declared with unwavering certainty. Yin Hao and the others raised their hands in unison. "We share the sentiment." TNT. Ma Zhonghao looked at Li Suifeng with a face full of grievance. "Brother Li, they are so prejudiced against me. Won't you say a few words in my defense?" Li Suifeng chuckled, "Litolma. As long as you promise to speak less in the future, I would be willing to relinquish the position of big brother to you." Ma Zhonghao's expression turned despondent as he covered his face with his hands. "Even brotherly thinks I have issues? I might as well not live anymore." Meanwhile, after watching Xuanwu and the others ascend the dormitory building, Hu Jun's smile abruptly faded, replaced by an air of arrogance. "Brothers, if any freshmen exhibit defiance, feel free to be a bit rough, just as long as they don't end up severely harmed," Hu Jun stated, his expression cold as he rubbed his hands together. "When I entered last year, I was thoroughly schooled by those third years. Just thinking about it brings me pain. This year, it's finally my turn to trample on others." Standing at 2 meters tall, clad in a white tank top and black shorts, with a thick coat of body hair resembling that of a baboon, Jean Leisure growled with excitement. It turns out that the management style and atmosphere at Wuji Academy are decidedly militaristic. Hazing the freshmen is a ritual that every cohort must partake in. Hu Jun and his companions awaited with enthusiasm in the square. Their true purpose not to flirt with pretty juniors, but rather to teach Li Suifeng and his group a lesson. How should I play with these naive fools? Perhaps after giving them a good beating, I can make them wash my underwear? Old John, are you deranged? Out of all the ways to have fun, you choose that? Several second-year students bantered as they approached the square, only to be struck by the stark emptiness of the area. All the freshmen had vanished. The group was momentarily taken aback, but Jean Leisure quickly snapped to attention, roaring in fury. "How dare these freshmen leave the square without our orders?" Hu Jun's tall and handsome visage twisted slightly in anger. "How dare they defy my command right after enrolling? This sets a dangerous precedent." He had instructed Li Suifeng and the others to wait as part of the initiation, but they had blatantly ignored him and simply walked away. They clearly held him in contempt. "I've changed my mind. I don't want them to wash my underwear anymore. I want them to clean up after me. Should they resist, I'll break their legs." Jean Leisure bellowed, pounding his chest like a raging baboon. Hu Jun's expression darkened as he glanced toward the registration building. "They must be there. Let us go." Considering Ma Zhonghao's uncanny predictions, Li Suifeng deliberated and ultimately decided against waiting for Hu Jun and the others. He led his companions to the registration building to complete their enrollment. Each received a student ID card, a pass granting them access to Wuji Academy and a symbol of their identity. The instructor in charge of registration also handed out a manual detailing the many regulations of the academy. After perusing the manual, Li Suifeng nodded slightly. The fundamental rules were clear: no mutual slaughter, no wrongdoing. Furthermore, the academy operated on a credit system, while the first year's tuition was payable in Dragon Country currency. Subsequent years would rely on credits instead. Credits functioned as a form of currency within the academy. They could be exchanged for martial arts techniques, physical training, medicinal pills, food, equipment, pets, and even for renting training rooms or posting tasks. Numerous avenues existed for students to earn credits, including completing missions, exchanging monster corpses, and participating in various school activities. Upon enrollment, students received varying amounts of credits based on their signed contracts. After linking their mobile phones and wristbands to their campus accounts, they could check their credit balances. Ma Zhonghao, Yu, and the others generally received 5 credits each. To his surprise, Li Suifeng discovered he possessed 7 credits. It appeared that due to his A-grade contract, his credit reward exceeded that of the average student by 2 points. One unexpected stroke of luck. As Li Suifeng and his companions exited the registration building, a figure suddenly charged down the steps like a tank. A group of insolent freshmen dared to defy my command. I will annihilate you all. Chapter 51. What the upperclassmen? Let us engage directly. With a roar like thunder, the figure launched a punch into the crowd. This punch bore no specific target, but the overwhelming energy coalesced into a massive fist of vitality, enveloping Li Suifeng and his group. What is happening? Is this person insane? Are they attacking us for no reason? Yu and the others were startled, instinctively wanting to defend themselves, but it was already too late. The immense fist was mere half a meter away, and they had no time to unleash their talents. Just then, a low sound echoed. A figure disregarded the oppressive force of the punch and charged forward, unleashing a golden fist of his own. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, the tremendous shockwave forced Yu and his companions back to the platform. Once they steadied themselves, they noticed that Li Suifeng had descended the steps and was striding purposefully towards the assailant. None other than the heavily furred John Li Shi. Brother Li is amazing. Thank you for saving us, Brother Li. We haven't chosen the wrong leader. The group erupted in excited cheers, realizing they had been rescued by Li Suifeng. However, Yu's expression shifted as he recognized the assailant was a second-year student. Is Brother Li really going to confront him? Can he win? He mused, rolling up his sleeves. Disregarding everything else, Brother Li, you can't fight without us. The others, influenced by his determination, rallied behind him, approaching John Li Shi. This kid? John Li Shi stared in astonishment at the advancing Li Suifeng. Moments ago, he had unleashed only 50% of his strength in that furious punch. Even so, eliminating 90% of the freshmen should have been a simple task. Yet, this individual, named Li Suifeng, had actually managed to block his attack. This defied logic. Even if this Li has talent, who in Wuji Academy isn't capable, anyone who dares defy our authority and challenge our dignity must be taught a lesson. John Li Shi quickly regained his composure, glaring at the approaching Li Suifeng. Kid, I ordered you to stay in the square. Why did you leave? Do you understand that freshmen must obey the orders of upperclassmen at Wuji Academy? Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Li Suifeng suddenly accelerated. With the sound of thundering footsteps, the ground trembled under his powerful strides. This tremor was felt not just by John Li Shi, but also by Hu Jun and others standing further away. This guy? Hu Jun and the others widened their eyes. Li Suifeng twisted his torso, drawing back his fist, his entire body resembling a drawn bow. You dare lay a hand on me? John Li Shi's expression shifted to one of shock upon witnessing Li Suifeng's movement. Almost simultaneously, Li Suifeng's fist, enveloped in a thick layer of vitality, shot forth like a cannonball aimed directly at John Li Shi's chest. Thud! Caught off guard, John Li Shi was propelled backward, blood spurting from his mouth midway. What the hell? Did I just see that correctly? Could this newcomer dare to take the initiative against the formidable James? The second-year students in the background stared wide-eyed, their expressions akin to those who have encountered a ghost. When they first entered the school, they were bullied by the second years and didn't dare to utter a sound, enduring in silence. Yet here was Li Suifeng, who, without a moment's hesitation, was ready to engage in a fierce confrontation with James the Mighty. Such audacity could hardly be described as bold. It bordered on madness, a complete and utter madness. If one is to fight, why dally? With a contemptuous expression, Li Suifeng landed a decisive blow. I'll put you out of commission. James wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face contorted in a savage roar, as his body seemed to swell, the hair on his body growing longer and more wild. He bore an uncanny resemblance to a massive gorilla, exuding an aura of pressure that was exponentially greater than before. Brother Li, this James is, after all, a second-year student. Should we not reconsider? The second-year students behind James, all seasoned martial artists of the second and third tiers, voiced their concerns, realizing the odds were not in their favor should a brawl ensue. Perhaps we should retreat? Seeing James transform, Yu and the others were filled with trepidation and began to urge Li Suifeng to withdraw. Their fervor was clearly insignificant in the face of the disparity in strength. However, Li Suifeng, with an air of dominance, declared, "Fear not, he is merely a curly-haired baboon. I can handle him alone. You all should step back." As Yu and the others attempted to persuade him further, he barked, "If you truly consider me your elder brother, then quickly step aside." Brotherly, the faces of Yu and the others were filled with emotion. They ceased their pleas and retreated in succession. Thus, a battlefield was formed solely for Li Suifeng and James the Mighty. Li, I will snap your neck. James, his chest heavy with pain, lost all reason and leaped into the air, descending upon Li Suifeng with the force of a mountain crashing down. The infinite void technique. Li Suifeng silently recited within, his vital energy surging, an immeasurable strength exploding through his limbs. Seizing the moment, he swiftly evaded the area. Boom! The next instant, James crashed down, creating a crater half a meter in diameter. Without hesitation, James leaped again, pursuing Li Suifeng. Boom! 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 As the battle raged on, James's unbridled ferocity combined with his formidable Tier 1 prowess made any direct confrontation risky, even for Li Suifeng employing the infinite void technique. Recognizing this, he evaded James's relentless pursuit, refraining from counterattacking. James, in his frenzy, left multiple depressions in the ground, yet after a full minute, he had not subdued this newcomer. How could this newcomer's evasion skills be so outrageous? Had he trained? To an observer, it appeared that Li Suifeng was being thoroughly suppressed by James. However, Hu Jun and the others exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched on their faces. One second-year student, eager to act, remarked, "At this rate, James will tire out. Should we intervene?" Their intention was never to engage in a fair fight with a newcomer, but rather to discipline him and instill obedience, as long as their goal could be achieved. Whether through a one-on-one or a group assault mattered little. Let us wait a moment. Knowing James's temperament, he would surely resent our intervention, and we would be in trouble afterward, Hu Jun said, just as his expression shifted to one of alarm. Oh no, James is in trouble. At that very moment, the tide of battle shifted unexpectedly. Due to his relentless assault, James's stamina visibly waned, his speed and momentum diminishing. Boom! After another heavy landing that created yet another crater, James had not yet leapt again. Suddenly, a burst of golden flame-like energy enveloped Li Suifeng's body. Amid the intertwining of golden elemental force and crimson vitality, Li Suifeng closed the distance to James in an instant, his fist striking with such rapidity that it seemed to defy perception, landing squarely on James's jaw. With a crack, James collapsed to the ground, his massive form quickly deflating like a punctured balloon, his once dense fur now appearing sparse. In the ensuing silence, James did not rise again, for he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 52. Capture the Thief, Pursue Hu Jun. Did I not see correctly? James was defeated by this newcomer? Am I dreaming? As James fell, the senior students exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe their eyes. James's strength, while not overwhelmingly powerful, was nonetheless respectable, having awakened to the second tier and honed his skills for a year at the Wuji Academy. To think he was bested by a mere freshman? This newcomer seemed only to have awakened to the first tier. This was utterly absurd. Brotherly is astonishing. My goodness, not only does he deal with beasts fiercely, but he can handle humans with equal ferocity? Brotherly, I wish to kneel and sing conquer for you. You seniors enjoy putting on airs, don't you? Continue to do so now. Initially, Yu and the others could hardly believe it, but as reality sank in, they became flushed with excitement, shouting in exuberance, some even mocking the seniors. The uproarious cheers left the older students red-faced. Hu Jun, gritting his teeth, retorted, "If James is ineffective, then we must take matters into our own hands. Everyone, let us attack." With that, his super hand ring glimmered, and a wooden flying sword materialized, shooting toward Li Suifeng with a whistling sound. Clang! The wooden sword sped forth, striking Li Suifeng squarely on the forehead, causing him to stagger back a few steps as he rubbed his brow, feeling a small bump form. This kid's head is remarkably hard. Didn't he even faint? Hu Jun was taken aback. His awakening was an S-class talent of mental amplification, taking the path of a nature-based martial artist. His mental prowess formidable, now reaching the stage where he could manipulate objects from a distance. though this wooden sword appeared to be a mere casual strike. Its actual force approached a ton and possessed significant penetrating power. Yet, it had struck Li Suifeng's forehead without breaking the skin. A real battle, is it? Damn it. With a throbbing forehead, Li Suifeng cursed and activated the Great Sun Radiance, charging toward Hujun. Li's overwhelming Yun, who recalled the image of James being struck down, realizing Li Suifeng was truly formidable and should not be underestimated. Cover me. Don't let this kid close in, he shouted. The remaining 3 seniors, eager to engage, quickly activated their talents and surrounded Li Suifeng. Attempting to overwhelm Brother Li with numbers? They think so little of us, do they? Brothers, let us take down these seniors. With exclamations of rage igniting their fighting spirit, Yu and the others joined the fray. They unleashed their talents and martial techniques, rushing toward the 3 seniors in a bid to outpace Li Suifeng. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 seniors were evidently no weaker than James. Not only did they possess remarkable talents, but their martial skills and combat techniques were also exceptionally high. Soon, several newcomers were sent flying, groaning in pain upon hitting the ground. Li Suifeng refrained from participating in the chaotic melee. In the gaps as his brothers assaulted the 3 seniors, he slipped through the edge of the battlefield and charged straight at Hujun. Li Suifeng was unafraid of single combat with any senior. However, in a group battle, he doubted his team's chances of victory. The primary issue lies with my teammates, who are significantly weaker, rendering them utterly ineffective. Hence, in order to avoid being ultimately beaten by the upperclassmen, one must capture the leader first. Among the 5, Hujun's reputation seems the most esteemed, likely positioning him as the ringleader. If I manage to subdue him, perhaps this conflict can be resolved? You rascal. Hujun was momentarily distracted by the battlefield when he felt a fierce wind approaching, only to suddenly see Li Suifeng charging towards him. Startled, he stumbled backward while desperately wielding his wooden sword to strike at Li Suifeng. Clang, clang, clang. As Li Suifeng surged forward, he activated his defensive talent, Crocodile Skin, enhancing the toughness of his skin to the maximum. With each casual swing, he effortlessly deflected the wooden sword. However, Hujun was cunning and remarkably swift. Each time Li Suifeng drew near, he would abruptly accelerate away, clearly adept in evasive maneuvers. The chase led them beyond the reporting building, arriving at a nearby playground. What is happening? Isn't that Hujun, the sword practitioner from the 2nd year? He appears to possess some skill. Yet why is he being pursued and attacked? Who is that assailant? I have never seen him before. On the playground, some students were engaged in conversation and exercise, and upon witnessing the commotion, their expressions shifted to confusion. Damn, what a disgrace. Hujun had initially felt a sense of pride, believing he had managed to distract Li Suifeng. But upon hearing the surrounding chatter, he became flushed with embarrassment. Li Suifeng had just enrolled, not even classified as a first-year student, yet here he was, overpowering a second-year student. If this situation escalated, his reputation would undoubtedly suffer irreparable damage. I must act swiftly to subdue Li Suifeng and salvage my dignity. With this thought, Hujun's expression hardened, and with a flicker of intent, a flying sword materialized before him. However, it was not the wooden sword, but a genuine blade forged from fine iron. This sword was Hujun's weapon of choice, reserved solely for battles against ferocious beasts or in genuine combat. By wielding it now, he did not intend to kill Li Suifeng, but rather to compel him to retreat and seize victory in the ensuing confrontation. Go! Under Hujun's command, the iron sword soared through the air, aimed directly at Li Suifeng's abdomen, expecting the latter to evade. Hujun was taken aback when Li Suifeng continued his relentless advance without flinching. Clang! The iron sword struck Li Suifeng's lower abdomen, an intense sensation of resistance flooding Hujun's mind, as though Li Suifeng's abdomen were encased in iron armor. Nevertheless, under Hujun's formidable mental control, the iron sword gradually penetrated the skin, embedding itself within flesh. Gosh, Hujun could even sense blood seeping from Li Suifeng's abdomen. Remarkably, even with the iron sword piercing through him, Li Suifeng pressed forward like a ferocious tiger, refusing to halt. Upon witnessing the icy glare in Li Suifeng's eyes, Hujun's heart raced, realizing that he was likely facing a ruthless individual hardened by battle. Such a person should never be judged by common standards. I must flee. As Li Suifeng closed the distance once more, Hujun's anxiety surged, prompting him to attempt another escape. However, this time, while still mid-flight, Li Suifeng unleashed a powerful punch. A golden fist radiance surged forth, crossing 5 meters in an instant, striking Hu Jun with tremendous force. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Hu Jun was launched 5 meters away, his garments stained with blood upon landing. Simultaneously, the wooden sword that had attacked Li Suifeng fell to the ground, and the iron sword no longer burrowed deeper into his body. Hiss! Li Suifeng gripped the sword's hilt and forcefully yanked the iron blade for his abdomen. Hiss! The sight sent shivers down the spines of numerous onlookers. The mere thought of such a blade embedded in flesh was agonizing, yet he managed to extract it. Was he not afraid of pain? On the ground, Hu Jun scrambled to his feet, his face ashen. This pallor was not solely due to his injury. It was also because Li Suifeng, despite suffering a grievous wound, had endured for so long without collapsing or uttering a cry of pain. Such unwavering resolve was rare, even among seasoned warriors. To witness it in a mere student? This fellow is a monster. I seem to have provoked the wrong person. Chapter 53. Hu Jun. I did not know Li Shuedi before this encounter. This fellow is a monster. I seem to have provoked the wrong person. At that moment, Hu Jun was filled with remorse. Li Suifeng was clearly no ordinary freshman, but a formidable opponent he could not easily defeat. Entering school with such strength, this lad's potential for growth would surely place him on par with the likes of Zhong Xianyuan, Gong Sun Xiao, and Yiling Tian. To have my first encounter with a freshman be with him, what a stroke of bad luck. As Hu Jun lamented, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed. He looked up to see Li Suifeng approaching, a fierce glint in his eyes that sent chills down Hu Jun's spine. Li Suifeng, what do you intend to do now? Hu Yun instinctively recoiled. Li Suifeng bared his teeth in a menacing grin. Of course, I intend to continue fighting, despite both sustaining serious injuries. He still wishes to press on? What began as a mere skirmish is escalating into a life-and-death struggle. What a madman. Hu Jun felt a deep sense of frustration, fully aware that once Li Suifeng made up his mind, he would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. To resolve this predicament, there were but two options: either knock Li Suifeng unconscious or kill him, rendering him utterly incapable of further combat, or alternatively, surrender. Li Suifeng, cease your assault. I concede. As Li Suifeng drew nearer, Hu Jun quickly made his decision, gritting his teeth as he shouted. Li Suifeng halted, raising an eyebrow. Wasn't this fellow rather boastful just moments ago? Now he seeks to surrender? Could it be a ruse? If you truly wish to capitulate, then transfer 20 credits to me first. Otherwise, there shall be no negotiations. Li Suifeng threatened, brandishing his sword. Do not push your luck. Hu Jun's face flushed with indignation. He hadn't even seized Li Suifeng's credits, and now this fellow sought to extort him? It was completely absurd. If you do not relinquish your credits, there will only be one standing between us by the end of today, Li Suifeng declared, exuding dominance. You. Hu Jun's expression grew more furious. Yet he ultimately gritted his teeth and said, Li Suifeng, you are indeed ruthless. Give me your campus account ID. Li Suifeng glanced at his student ID and recited the number. Hu Jun swiftly operated his wristband. Ding! A notification chimed, and Li Suifeng received a text message confirming the transfer of 20 credits, leaving him with a total of 25. The internal credits of the academy could be transferred online just like Dragon Kingdom currency. Li Suifeng, are you satisfied now? Hu Jun's face was ashen as he spoke. Instead of educating Li Suifeng, he had lost 20 credits. It was a complete failure. Very well, Li Suifeng nodded begrudgingly. Hu Jun pointed at the sword in Li Suifeng's hand. Return the Qingfeng sword to me. That is my trophy. Without hesitation, Li Suifeng tossed the sword into his super wristband. You! Hu Jun nearly fainted from rage. Not only had Li Suifeng extorted his credits, but now he was also seizing his weapon. Li Suifeng is indeed an extraordinary rogue. However, from the moment he surrendered, Hu Junkai completely discarded his pride. Though this long sword served as his weapon, it held little value to him. He could only grit his teeth and refrain from dwelling on it. Tossing a healing pill to Li Suifeng. What is this? Li Suifeng inquired. A hemostatic pill, Hu Junkai indicated towards Li Suifeng's abdomen. It was only then that Li Suifeng became aware that his wound was still oozing blood. How could he have felt nothing at all? Glug! As he swallowed the pill, a wave of warmth rapidly spread through the wound. The flesh twitched, visibly forming a scab and staunching the bleeding. The pain in his abdomen gradually subsided. Li Suifeng glanced at Hu Junkai. With so many people present, you still chose to surrender to me. Don't you feel ashamed? Hu Junkai snorted, offering no response. Surrendering in front of such a crowd was indeed humiliating. Yet, he was certain that Li Suifeng was no ordinary newcomer. His strength and potential were exceptionally high, and as long as he did not prematurely fall, he would undoubtedly become a prominent figure on the rankings across all grades. He might even rise to the same level as the likes of Zhong Xianyuan, Gong Sun Xiao, and Yiling Tian, those formidable talents. Due to school regulations, Hu Junkai could not entirely eliminate Li Suifeng today. At most, he could only injure him. If he did choose to do so, it would indeed salvage some face in the moment. But what would happen when Li Suifeng recovered and grew to a significant height before seeking vengeance? Would he truly be able to withstand the might of Li Suifeng then? Hu Junkai lacked that confidence. Within the confines of the Wuxianovel, he was merely an average talent. The gap between him and a genius like Li Suifeng was glaringly evident. Understanding this, Hu Junkai preferred to swallow his pride rather than confront Li Suifeng. All right, my brothers may have been severely beaten. Let us go and put an end to this, Li Suifeng said, heading towards the registration building. With a multitude of peculiar gazes around, Hu Junkai was eager to leave, promptly following behind. Outside the registration building, Yu and his companions crouched on the ground, hands clasped over their heads, each sporting bruised and battered faces. No one is allowed to raise their heads. You there, Ma Zhonghao, dare to spy on me again? I'll rip your ears off. Do you believe me? 3 senior students stood behind Yu and the others, resembling judges, exuding an air of intimidation. Yu and his companions felt humiliated yet powerless. The disparity in strength compared to the 3 second-year students was insurmountable, rendering their numbers useless against them. At this moment, Jean Leisure had also regained consciousness, sitting on the ground, his face twisted in irritation as he growled. Why isn't he old who returned yet? Could he have been defeated by that Li fellow? Old John, you're overthinking it. Old Hu's strength is undeniable. As long as he remains vigilant, there's no reason he should lose to Li Suifeng, a senior student remarked, but suddenly his smile froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? Jean Leisure and the other seniors followed his gaze to the playground, their expressions equally bewildered. There, Li Suifeng and Hu Junkai were walking side by side, their demeanor amicable, devoid of any animosity, creating an exceedingly strange scene. You there, release those junior students, Hu Junkai called out as he approached, jolting Jean Leisure and the others back to reality, their expressions a mix of confusion and frustration. Old Hu, what in the world is happening? Why does that Li fellow appear so relaxed? Did you even teach him a lesson? Faced with the barrage of questions from his companions, Hu Junkai feigned calmness. I and Junior Li have resolved our differences and are now friends. You should let the other junior students go. What? Old Hu, have you lost your mind? Jean Leisure exploded in rage. This brat attacked me, and you're calling him your brother? Are you trying to provoke me? Cough, cough. Old John, calm down. Hu Junkai attempted to persuade, but Jean Leisure was already beyond reason, charging towards Li Suifeng like a madman. Old John, stop. Hu Junkai shouted, and a wooden sword flew, striking Jean Leisure on the shoulder. Wincing in pain, Jean Leisure stepped back, staring incredulously at Hu Junkai. You would strike me for this newcomer? Old John, let me explain. Hu Junkai hadn't finished his words when Jean Leisure, with eyes aflame, stomped away. Hu Junkai, from this day forth, you and I are no longer brothers. Chapter 54. Li Suifeng's reputation begins to emerge, for professors compete to take him as a student. Old John, my friendship with Li Suifeng is for the future of our team. If we truly offend this formidable individual, how can we study in peace? Understanding that Jean Leisure was impulsive, Hu Junkai refrained from further explanation and turned to his 3 teammates. Quickly released the junior students. Reluctantly, the 3 complied, setting Yu and the others free. Brotherly, what on earth is happening? After regaining their freedom, Yu and his companions approached Li Suifeng, their battered faces reflecting bewilderment. Li Suifeng replied casually, as senior who mentioned, we have resolved our differences and become friends. Everyone, isn't what you said essentially meaningless? All right, Junior Li, if you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Farewell. Seeing that the situation had settled, Hu Junkai exchanged pleasantries and turned to leave. Brother Hu, now can you provide us with an explanation? Once outside the registration building, a senior student inquired with a frown. The two others nodded in agreement. With a sigh, Hu Junkai recounted, "Just now, during my battle with Li Suifeng, even after wounding him, he astonishingly pulled the Qing Feng's sword out of his own abdomen." The three teachers were momentarily stunned, one of them incredulously asking, "He pulled it out himself?" Indeed, Hu Junkai's face reflected his fear. If a sword pierced your body, would you have the courage to pull it out? Think of the pain. The three were left speechless, their expressions a mix of shock. For a sword to be embedded within one's body, any normal person would be in excruciating agony, possibly incapacitated. Yet Li Suifeng had managed to pull the sword out with sheer determination. Not to mention, this level of composure is something many seasoned warriors cannot possess. It can only be said that this Li Suifeng is truly formidable. Now do you understand why I risked losing face to reconcile with him? This fellow's combat prowess is not far behind mine, and his determination is fierce. When he grows stronger next year and seeks revenge, we will undoubtedly face significant trouble. Hu Junkai explained, filled with distress, as his three teammates could only smile wryly in agreement. "Brother Hu, you did the right thing. This Li Suifeng is indeed a peculiar individual. We cannot afford to offend him. In the Wujitsu Fu, where martial prowess is revered, the atmosphere is combative, with daily sparring and internal conflicts commonplace. Students have become desensitized to such events, often ignoring the skirmishes among lower-tier students. However, when a video of Li Suifeng's battle with Hu Junkai circulated on the campus network, it garnered considerable attention. I know that fellow manipulating the flying sword. His name is Hu Junkai, a second-year student from the Natural Sciences Academy. But who is he battling? He seems quite young, perhaps a freshman? This person's strength and combat style are remarkably seasoned. How could he possibly be a freshman? Furthermore, have you ever seen a freshman who could extract a weapon from his own body? That level of willpower is beyond that of a regular newcomer. Many questioned Li Suifeng's identity, but the campus network was a treasure trove of talent, and it wasn't too long before someone unearthed all of Li Suifeng's details. This fierce newcomer is named Li Suifeng. He truly is a freshman. At merely 18 years of age, has he already become so formidable? It appears that our Wuji Academy has gained yet another fierce talent. I can only wonder how far he will ascend in the future. With a resolute will as his foundation, as long as Li Suifeng's fortune remains favorable and he is not prematurely eliminated by demon beasts or foreign races, he is destined to become an extraordinary individual. Upon learning some fundamental details, many alumni, while expressing their astonishment, also hold great optimism for Li Suifeng's future. Within the central office building of Wuji Academy, the leadership convened an impromptu meeting to effectively arrange the future paths of the new students. As the meeting progressed, a scruffy leader remarked, "Speaking of which, there's a remarkable child among this cohort of new students. Is it Shan?" Someone inquired. The scruffy leader shook his head and replied, "No. While Shan's talent is indeed rare, she is still untested by adversity, inherently naive, and her will is not sufficiently steadfast. The child I refer to possesses a martial spirit so resolute that he ranks first among all the youths I have encountered." Who is this child? The interest of all the leaders was piqued. Talent may determine a martial artist's lower limits, yet their true potential is dictated by their will. A martial artist's life is fraught with life and death challenges and tribulations. Without a firm will, it is exceedingly difficult for one to realize their talent and reach the pinnacle of their capabilities. For those present, a student's talent is undeniably significant, but their martial comprehension and indomitable spirit are equally vital. His name is Li Suifeng. Not long ago, he accomplished a great feat aboard the aircraft we chartered. This afternoon, he faced off against a second-year student at the academy, compelling his opponent to surrender. The scruffy elder succinctly outlined the situation, leaving the leadership in a state of astonishment. "Old Zhao, are you certain you are not jesting?" Someone expressed skepticism. First, he vanquished numerous demon beasts to save the aircraft, and now he is engaged in combat with an upperclassman, forcing their surrender. The day in the life of Li Suifeng is so extraordinary that even fiction would hesitate to portray it. Surely, it cannot be fabricated? Old Zhao raised an eyebrow and pressed the remote control. The conference room's LCD screen displayed two video segments. In one video, Li Suifeng was seen slaughtering azure falcons aboard the aircraft. The other video was rather blurry, clearly recorded by a student's mobile phone. depicting Li Suifeng exhibiting similar ferocity as he struck a student wielding a sword with their mind, sending them flying, while suffering a grievous wound to his own abdomen. Remarkably, despite his injuries, Li Suifeng did not collapse. Instead, he resolutely extracted the sword from his gut and advanced towards the sword-wielding student. At the moment the blade tore free from flesh, many leaders instinctively felt a twinge of pain in their lower abdomens. Yet, Li Suifeng's expression remained unchanged. My heavens! Is this child made of iron? How can he endure such pain? Old Zhao, it is no wonder you are so focused on Li Suifeng. He remains unflinching in the face of demon beasts and bravely confronts formidable upperclassmen, embodying an unyielding spirit. Indeed, Li Suifeng's tenacity is astonishing. This young man is destined for greatness. After viewing the videos, the various leaders displayed fervent expressions, clearly admiring Li Suifeng. Old Zhao immediately stated, I share this information with you merely to announce that I have set my sights on Li Suifeng, and no one is permitted to snatch him away. Upon hearing this, the leaders exchanged glances. Within Wuji Academy, the majority of students lack formal mentorship. To learn, they must attend open classes held by instructors or earn credits to purchase martial arts manuals. However, a select few, due to their extraordinary talents, are noticed by professors and taken as personal disciples. Such individuals gain mentorship, accessing resources far beyond those available to ordinary students, thereby elevating their status. Old Zhao's implication was clear. He intended to take Li Suifeng as his personal disciple. Old Zhao, might you consider allowing me to have Li Suifeng? A middle-aged man with graying temples and an air of refinement inquired with a smile. This child reminds me of my younger self, and I wish to impart the returning heaven sword technique to him. Old Su, this child is far too vigorous to learn your delicate swordplay. He should study marksmanship with me, exclaimed a tall man wearing a fisherman's hat. Another bald man with prominent brows and large eyes interjected, Old Zhao, if you relinquish Li Suifeng to me, I shall present you with the third-tier demon core I previously acquired. The other leaders, initially eager to claim him, recognized that the four professors had already begun to bicker over Li Suifeng, realizing the challenge of securing him was formidable. Contemplating that Yu Shanshan and others had yet to be chosen, they fell silent, refraining from further comments. That paltry demon core is of no interest to me. Li Suifeng is destined to be my disciple, and no one can take him away. Old Zhao scoffed. The bald professor chuckled. Old Zhao, I am only maintaining civility due to our friendship. Do not forget, Li Suifeng has not formally become your disciple yet, and we all have an opportunity to win him over. You. Old Zhao glared in anger. At that moment, the man in the fisherman's hat suddenly rose, towering nearly 2.5 meters tall like a bamboo pole. Before anyone could respond, he swiftly dashed towards the exit. Lu, do you dare to snatch my disciple? Old Zhao roared in fury, also racing out of the conference room. Is it really necessary for such fervor over a mere student? Remarked the refined man, seizing the opportunity while his last rival was distracted to follow suit. The remaining mentors were left dumbfounded. Were these three treating Li Suifeng as a coveted delicacy, each eager to take a bite? Observing the bald professor remaining unfazed, someone curiously asked, Su Yan, weren't you particularly interested in Li Suifeng? Why haven't you made a move? Mentorship is not governed by the order of arrival. It is a matter of fate. With that, the bald man leisurely rose and strolled towards the hall's exit. That child's talent, combat skills, and physique mirror my own from years past. Should he meet me, he will undoubtedly be captivated and willingly submit to my tutelage. Hence, allowing these three a minute's grace is of no consequence. Chapter 55. Apprenticeship Li Suifeng. This will be your dormitory henceforth. Inside room 308 of the male dormitory building, a counselor guided Li Suifeng, beaming as he introduced. This dormitory encompasses 30 square meters and is equipped with air conditioning, wireless internet, a refrigerator, a television, a wardrobe, and a low-grade gathering array, representing the highest standard of single dormitories at our academy. Listening to the introduction, Li Suifeng explored the dormitory, nodding appreciatively. This accommodation exceeds my expectations in luxury. Thank you, Teacher Li, for the guidance. Earlier, he and Yu had arrived at the dormitory building, where they encountered the enthusiastic counselor, Li Guangyao, who escorted them here. We are of the same clan, so there is no need for formality. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. Li Guangyao smiled. having received an A-grade admission reward. It is evident that Li Suifeng possesses exceptional talent. Perhaps one day, he will become a prominent figure within the academy. Recognizing this, Li Guangyao exhibited considerable warmth. Li, you and your fellow new students are required to arrive at the number 3 physical training hall by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for collective training. I will send the location to your phone, Li Guangyao said while operating his device. What will the specific content of the training entail? Li Suifeng inquired with curiosity. Historically, each new cohort commenced with open classes. However, this cohort of new students has commenced their studies ahead of schedule during the summer break. Some mentors and professors, preoccupied with other commitments, are temporarily unable to conduct public lectures. Consequently, the school has arranged a training session for you, serving as an early class. Li Guangyao briefly introduced the situation and shook his head, saying, I am not entirely certain about the specifics of the training, but it will undoubtedly be of immense benefit to you new students. By the end of the session, each of you will surely have enhanced your abilities. Is that so? Li Suifeng's brows twitched, and he felt a flicker of anticipation for the training schedule for the morrow. Mr. Li, may I inquire where the library is? He asked again, recalling that his contract stipulated he could study 2 martial arts techniques free of charge during his enrollment. Li Guangyao pointed toward a building outside the window. It is that structure. You have just enrolled, and yet you are eager to delve into new techniques? Such a thirst for knowledge. With the training imminent, of course. I must study diligently and elevate my prowess as much as possible, Li Suifeng replied with a smile. Then, shall you set down your luggage? And I shall escort you there? Li Guangyao offered warmly. My belongings can be stored in my wristband. I would appreciate it if you could guide me there now, Mr. Li Suifeng, Raplia. Li Guangyao nodded and was about to lead Li Suifeng away when, suddenly, a rumbling sound erupted in the corridor, as if a ferocious beast were charging forth. The commotion drew out students from other dormitories, including Yu and Ma Zhonghao, who had also signed various enrollment agreements, granting them private or shared dormitories. Just as Li Guangyao peered out into the hallway, he spotted a towering figure, adorned with a fisherman's hat and standing 2 meters tall, sprinting towards them. Where is Li Suifeng, Deputy Director Dai Yuan of the Gun Arts Department? Li Guangyao was taken aback, pondering why such an eminent figure would suddenly seek out Li Suifeng in the male dormitory. What could this mean? Before he could raise a hand to respond, another figure shot past, overtaking Dai Yuan. Li Suifeng, come forth and kneel to become my disciple, Zhao Wangsun. Dai Yuan, flustered, exclaimed Li Suifeng, this Zhao Wangsun is illiterate. To become his disciple is tantamount to ruining your future. Following me, Dai Yuan, is the path to true success. At this moment, Li Guangyao was utterly dumbfounded. These 2 illustrious mentors had rushed here in a frenzy to recruit Li Suifeng as their apprentice. What extraordinary allure did Li Suifeng possess to captivate both individuals? Are you looking for me? Li Suifeng asked as he stepped past Li Guangyao and out the door. Zhao Wangsun immediately zeroed in on him, dashing forward to grip his shoulder. Li Suifeng, kneel before me and pledge your allegiance. Old Zhao, the act of becoming a disciple should be a mutual agreement. How can you resort to coercion? Dai Yuan bellowed, launching an attack towards Zhao Wangsun's back with an arm that resembled a spear. With a clang, Zhao Wangsun stood firm, unfazed, while Dai Yuan's expression shifted to one of alarm. Child, did you see that? This bamboo pole strength is no match for even a single hair of mine. Only by joining my ranks can you truly learn, Zhao Wangsun proclaimed proudly, his gaze on Li Suifeng intensifying with fervor. Dai Yuan, exasperated, revealed a long spear measuring 13 feet, its silver tip gleaming ominously, the shaft undulating like a dragon. It seemed poised to strike Zhao Wangsun at any moment. Unperturbed, Zhao Wangsun continued to disregard Dai Yuan, his eyes still locked onto Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng, I, Zhao Wangsun, am the strongest mentor in the body arts department. To study under me guarantees a brilliant future. Come, become my disciple. Do you truly believe I would shy away from you? Dai Yuan roared from behind. Zhao Wangsun dismissed him. You would resort to violence over a student? Bamboo pole, do you not fear losing your position? Dai Yuan's expression fluctuated between anger and contemplation. Ultimately, he sheathed his spear, seething. Zhao, I shall not engage with you on this matter, but Li Suifeng, whom will you choose? Me or this illiterate Zhao? At this juncture, Li Suifeng began to comprehend that these 2 men, embroiled in their heated exchange, were essentially vying for his allegiance. This was rather intriguing. Mentors, may I ask how you became aware of my existence? Li Suifeng inquired, choosing not to rush into a decision. Before either could respond, another voice chimed in with a laugh. In this age of advanced technology, discovering information about you is a simple task. Li Suifeng raised his gaze to see a suave gentleman in a suit approaching with a smile. Greetings, Li Suifeng. I am Su Yunji, a teacher in the sword arts department, and I find myself quite intrigued by you. Currently, I have 3 disciples, all of whom are exceptionally beautiful and charming young ladies. They would surely welcome you, their junior. Li Guangyao was at a loss for words, pondering the audacity of Zhao Wang's son and Dai Yuan competing for a student, only to have Professor Su from the sword arts department also appear, seemingly attempting to entice Li Suifeng with the allure of his enchanting female disciples. Was this not a tad underhanded? Li, you must choose the sword arts department. All the talk of captivating upperclassmen is mere distraction. Primarily, wielding a sword is undeniably dashing. Indeed, Li, when the time comes, do assist us in becoming disciples of Professor Su. Yu and Ma Zhonghao exclaimed, their faces flushed with excitement as they grasped the unfolding situation. As the elder brother, Li Suifeng was being contested by so many mentors, bringing pride to his younger peers. It seemed I have not arrived too late. At that moment, another voice drifted lightly through the air, followed by a bald man appearing as if by teleportation among Dai Yuan and the others. He grinned at Li Suifeng. Child, I've already contacted old Yuan. He mentioned you wish to practice knife techniques. Therefore, following me, Su Yin will be most suitable. Within the Wuji Academy, who does not know that I, Su Yin, am a flame blade god? What nonsense, flame blade god. Spare me your self-aggrandizement. After spending enough time on campus, who does not know you are a destitute drunkard? Dai Yuan scolded. Su Yin, unperturbed, maintained his cheerful demeanor. Li, my brother Yuan and I are sworn brothers. Should you not choose me, he would be quite disappointed. Li Suifeng's expression was one of incredulity, internally questioning why these 4 esteemed mentors would resort to threats, moral coercion, or seduction to win him over, behaving more like ruffians than dignified educators. Yet, it was evident that his talent had indeed captivated all 4. Li Suifeng felt a sense of satisfaction at this realization. Through the campus handbook, he had discerned that there existed a disparity among students at Wuji Academy. Many students, after 4 years, might never manage to secure a personal mentor, remaining solitary figures. Conversely, some students, valued by specific mentors, became their cherished disciples, receiving far superior educational resources compared to their unaligned peers. More importantly, they gained a formidable ally within the school, alleviating the need for undue concern in times of trouble. 4 esteemed mentors, as a responsible adult male. May I perhaps choose all of you? Li Suifeng cleared his throat and spoke, prompting all 4 men to widen their eyes in astonishment. Dai Yuan incredulously asked, what do you mean by all? I propose to equally share my allegiance, becoming a disciple under all 4 of your tutelage. I could attend Zhao's class on Mondays, Dai's on Wednesdays, and those of the other 2 on Fridays and Sundays, Li Suifeng explained, with a hint of greed in his voice. Dai Yuan, irate, retorted. You think you can simply attend as you please? Do you intend to treat me like a public transport vehicle? Child, this is not fair. If you wish to divide your apprenticeship among us, I shall not take you as a disciple. The proud Dai Yuan, displeased with Li Suifeng's attitude, stormed off in a huff. Su Yin, witnessing this, maintained his smile, seemingly unconcerned. Meanwhile, Su Yunji from the sword arts department found himself in a quandary, as his refined nature and swordsmanship style leaned towards the more delicate. A single phrase from Li Suifeng reveals his character, reflecting a carefree demeanor akin to Su Yun, Zhao Wangshuan, and others who are unrestrained and act with spontaneity. Should one choose to study under his tutelage, would their swordsmanship align sufficiently, allowing for meaningful growth? Li Suifeng remarked, we are not a bus that anyone can board. You must choose only one. Zhao Wangshuan, with a stern expression, interjected, I was the first to discover your potential and have long designated you as my successor. Should you opt against me, I shall be quite displeased. The repercussions would be severe. Zhao Laosher, I regret to inform you that I must decline, Li Suifeng stated firmly. His jest about wanting it all was merely a light-hearted quip. He understood that none of the 4 mentors could simultaneously take him on as a disciple. With Dai Yuan stepping back, Su Yun's dilemma intensified, and the threat from Zhao Wangshuan loomed larger. Li Suifeng swiftly made his decision. Zhao Wangshuan widened his eyes. Seething with indignation, "Child, are you truly going to refuse me?" Zhao Laoshe, "I detest being coerced." "I apologize," Li Suifeng replied with unwavering composure. Su Yin clapped his hands in approval. "Excellent. This is the spirit a martial artist should possess. Zhao, you have been dismissed. Depart." Zhao Wangshuan's face turned pale. Struck by the rejection. "I cannot believe this child has turned me down. This is my first time actively seeking a disciple." Regaining his composure, he bellowed in anger. Given his status, he could not retaliate against Li Suifeng. Unable to swallow his pride, he called out to Ma Zhonghao, "Child, come here and become my disciple." Ma Zhonghao, bewildered, thought, "Isn't the protagonist Li Ge?" Suddenly realizing that gaining a mentor within the academy was exceedingly challenging, he rushed forward and knelt. "Disciple Ma Zhonghao pays respects to the master. From this day forth, you will diligently study under me, and you must surpass Li Suifeng to become the top of this cohort. Failure to do so will result in severe consequences." Zhao Wangshuan tossed Ma Zhonghao a wooden token and left without a backward glance. Holding the token, Ma Zhonghao realized it was his initiation gift, and recalling Zhao Wangshuan's latter words, his face turned ashen. How could he possibly surpass Li Suifeng to become the top of the new students? This was an insurmountable task. One less competitor, Su Yin remarked, gazing at Li Suifeng. Su Yin scrutinized Li Suifeng for a moment before asking, "Li, have you made your decision?" Li Suifeng, Raplia. "Su Laoshe, I have indeed made my choice." Su Yin sighed, already anticipating Li Suifeng's preference. As a gentleman, he was self-aware and wished to preserve his dignity. Thus he stated, "In that case, congratulations to old Su for gaining a prize disciple." He then took his leave. "Li Suifeng, is your final choice me?" Su Zan Yin Guit. His expression filled with eager anticipation. Li Suifeng responded solemnly, "Of course, just as he had promised Yuan Qiangang before enrollment. If he were to center his life around a singular weapon, it would undoubtedly be the blade." Despite Dai Yuan, Zhao Wangshuan, and Su Yin being formidable in their respective fields, none were experts in the art of the blade. Only Su Yin possessed that expertise. Thus, Li Suifeng had made his choice long ago. "Good lad," Su Yin exclaimed, his countenance brightening. "So, why have you not yet paid your respects?" Without hesitation, Li Suifeng knelt. Performing the formal gesture of apprenticeship, disciple pays respects to the master. "Excellent." Su Yin assisted Li Suifeng to his feet, his gaze intense. "I am aware of your exploits. Your talent may not be the highest within Wujixu, but your martial will is undoubtedly unparalleled. I believe that with this will, you shall reach the limits of your martial journey." This affirmation was akin to a recognition of Li Suifeng, igniting fervor in those like Li Guangyao. To be acknowledged by a great figure, even at this early stage, is a dream for any young aspirant. Now that you are under my tutelage, it is only fitting that I grant you an initiation gift. This Demon Slayer blade is yours. With a flick of his wrist, Su Yin conjured a black blade, its presence commanding attention. The blade measured approximately 1.2 meters, its spine broad and its edge razor-sharp, the hilt wrapped in white bandages stained with dried blood. Although the weapon appeared antiquated, its mere emergence imbued the corridor with an aura of solemnity. Upon beholding the blade, Li Suifeng's gaze was transfixed. He sensed a familiarity with the blood that adorned the hilt. Could it be the blood of a demon beast? Not merely the ordinary beast he had slain, but the blood of a true, monstrous entity? As Su Yin placed the blade in Li Suifeng's hands, his expression shifted slightly. The weapon was extraordinarily heavy. Chapter 56. A frenzied investment in the Jinyu Mad Blade technique and the observation of the Tianshan refinement method. The moment he grasped the blade, Li Suifeng's entire arm tensed, astonished by its weight. Roughly estimating, the Demon Slayer blade must weigh at least 300 kilograms. "Disciple, can you wield this blade?" Su Yin inquired, observing Li Suifeng's reaction. Of course. Li Suifeng gradually acclimated to the blade's heft, took a deep breath, and began to swing it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Though the speed of his swings seemed slow, the blade's casual movements generated a noticeable gust of wind, striking the wall with a resounding crack. "This blade is extraordinary." Li Suifeng's eyes sparkled. His casual testing exerted little force, yet the blade was capable of producing a palpable wind. If you were to swing it with full strength, the intensity would surely increase. Could inflict harm? And what are the blade's inherent power? How terrifying could it be? To wield the Demon Slayer blade at only the first level? Disciple, your talent is remarkable. Suyin expressed his astonishment. The blade's weight was such that most first-level martial artists would struggle to handle it. He had anticipated that Li Suifeng would need to ascend to the second or third level to wield it. However, it seemed that was not the case. At merely the first level, Li Suifeng was already able to manipulate the blade. With further practice and adaptation, he would soon master its use. This Demon Slayer blade was a weapon from Su Yan's awakening period, of mid-grade spirit level, forged from 3 pieces of celestial iron, heavy and sturdy, yet sharp enough to sever a hair. Su Yan playfully tugged at Li Suifeng's hair. As Li Suifeng winced at the pain, he discovered that Su Yan had plucked a strand of his hair to place upon the blade's edge. I have no hair to spare, so I shall borrow yours. Su Yan chuckled and blew gently on the hair. In silence, the strand was effortlessly severed by the blade, drifting slowly to the ground. Li Suifeng was taken aback. A single strand of hair could be sliced through with a mere breath. The sharpness of this blade exceeded all expectations. If it struck a demon beast, how much suffering would it inflict? Could it cleave a beast in two? Filled with anticipation, Li Suifeng inquired, Master, I sense that this blade carries a scent of blood. Su Yan replied with pride, In my lifetime, I have endured 6 massive beast tides and fought against other races on the abyssal battlefield multiple times. It was with this blade that I reaped countless enemy lives. It is only natural for this blade to bear the scent of blood. I can assure you, this blade is not merely for combat. It is for slaughter. Upon hearing this, Li Suifeng's expression brightened further. To accumulate more talent points, he was destined to engage in relentless battles against demon beasts throughout his life. Relying solely on fists and feet to vanquish demons inevitably leads to inefficiency. However, with this demon-hunting blade in hand, the efficiency of slaying monsters will undoubtedly soar, and one shall also acquire greater talent points. Thank you, Master. Li Suifeng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. If you regard me as family, there is no need for excessive formality in the future. However, as your teacher, while I am aware of your talent from the documentation, my understanding is not complete. Please articulate your abilities to me, so that I may better assess your potential moving forward. Master, my talent is. Li Suifeng recounted the details of his brilliance in the Great Sun Radiance. Despite being classified as a natural talent, he possesses abilities akin to those of a superhuman. Disciple, your talent is indeed rare, Su Yan exclaimed in astonishment. Observing Li Suifeng's robust physique and fierce combat style, he had initially presumed him to be a superhuman warrior. Yet, it appears he is, in fact, a natural warrior? Master, is this truly peculiar? Li Suifeng inquired. Typically, the natural warriors in our academy focus primarily on refining their spirits, with physical training as a secondary pursuit. Their combat methods predominantly involve utilizing their spiritual prowess to activate their talents for long-range attacks against foes. It is quite uncommon for natural students like yourself to excel in close combat. Suzanne et la Bozette and Li Suifeng came to realize that superhuman talents often provide direct enhancements to physical capabilities, making such individuals best suited for melee combat. In contrast, natural talents manipulate the energies of the world, which is more advantageous for ranged assaults. To put it plainly, superhuman warriors tread the path of the close combat fighter, while natural warriors align with the roles of mages, archers, and psychics that favor ranged engagements. Yet, he finds himself a unique exception. Although his awakening is rooted in natural talents, he possesses the remarkable ability to instantaneously amplify his explosive power, coupled with exceptional close combat skills. Many natural warriors excel in ranged lethality, but falter in close quarters. However, you shall not experience such limitations, disciple. With this extraordinary talent, your future will know no shortcomings. Excited by this revelation about Li Suifeng, Su Yan's expression brightened. He foresaw that his disciple would undoubtedly become a remarkable figure in the future. Disciple, you have signed an A-level reward contract, correct? Thus, you now possess the privilege of free study for 2 martial arts techniques. My recommendation is that you first learn the Heavenly Light Blood method to embark on your path of cultivation, and then acquire a sword technique to establish your combat foundation. Shocking Prison Frenzy Blade technique, Blood Drinking Blade technique, and Heavenly Pivot Blade technique are all quite suitable for you. Suyin advised. Li Suifeng, eyes wide with disbelief, retorted, Master, are you suggesting that I go to the library to learn martial arts? Shouldn't you directly impart your teachings to me? Suyin grinned. Rest assured, I will indeed impart my teachings, but not at this moment. First, utilize this opportunity for free study. Once this training session concludes, I shall teach you further. Li Suifeng felt a tinge of disappointment, but refrained from pressing further, nodding in agreement. Then, Master, I shall proceed to the library. Good lad. Suyin patted Li Suifeng on the shoulder and provided additional instructions before taking his leave. Congratulations, Brother Li. Congratulations, Brother Li. Upon Suyin's departure, Yu and his companions flocked over to lavish praise. Brother Li, to have gained a mentor on your very first day at school? You're taking off like a rocket. From now on, you'll be our esteemed big brother. Witnessing this scene, Li Guangyao felt a pang of bitterness. After years of study at the Wuxian Academy, he had never captured a mentor's attention and had to settle for a position as a counselor. Meanwhile, Li Suifeng had only just enrolled and was already under Su Yan's tutelage. His future could hardly be described as anything less than radiant and resplendent. To claim he felt no envy would be disingenuous. Teacher Li, please guide me to the library. Ignoring the flattery from his peers, Li Suifeng approached Li Guangyao. Li Guangyao forced a smile. Li, please follow me. 10 minutes later, a whirlwind of activity filled the library as Li Suifeng and his entourage arrived. Yu and the others, newly enrolled and also possessing free learning opportunities, had followed in pursuit upon hearing of Li Suifeng's visit. Fellow students, this library has 3 levels. The first level primarily features spirit-level martial arts. The second level focuses on earth-level techniques, and the third level is dedicated to heaven-level arts. Since you are newly enrolled, you only have access to spirit-level techniques, and may only explore the first level. Over there is the physical arts section. That area is for cultivation techniques, and that section is for spiritual refinement. Li Guangyao provided a brief overview, and the group nodded in understanding. Given their diverse awakened talents, their paths in martial arts varied, prompting them to disperse in search of techniques that piqued their interest. Li Guangyao lingered by Li Suifeng's side, hoping to foster goodwill. Teacher Li, thank you for leading the way. I can manage from here. If you're busy, please feel free to leave, Li Suifeng stated. Li Guangyao, acknowledging his request, departed the library. Li Suifeng watched him leave and entered the martial arts section of the library. 10 minutes later, standing before a bookshelf, Li Suifeng shook his head repeatedly. From the descriptions, none of these spirit-level techniques could compare to the 8 Desolations and Infinity technique. For cultivation, the 8 Desolations and Infinity technique suffices for me. These 2 opportunities for study could indeed be better spent on blade techniques and spiritual refinement methods, he pondered. Li Suifeng proceeded to the blade technique section, perusing the shelves until he located the volumes recommended by Su Yan. Each of these techniques had its own merits. Some emphasized brute force, while others prioritized grand, sweeping movements, all aligning seamlessly with Li Suifeng's combat style. Su Yan's recommendations were evidently made with careful consideration. This one will do. Li Suifeng swiftly decided upon the shocking prison frenzy blade technique. This technique, classified as a high-quality spirit-level art, consists of 6 stages. Should one reach the final stage of comprehension, it would conjure the manifestation of hell descending upon the world, dramatically enhancing the blade's power while instilling fear in the hearts of enemies. Committing the book number of shocking prison frenzy blade technique to memory, Li Suifeng then approached the spiritual refinement section. As the name suggests, spiritual refinement techniques focus on the cultivation of the mind, and they exhibit considerable variety in style and approach. After careful consideration, Li Suifeng selected gazing at the Heavenly Mountain Refinement Method, another high-quality spirit-level text. Memorizing its book number before making his way to the library's exit, he presented his student ID to the staff member at the desk. After a brief inspection, the staff member remarked, "This student, you possess 2 opportunities to study spirit-level techniques for free. Once you utilize this opportunity, any future studies will require you to pay with credits equivalent to the books." Understood, Li Suifeng nodded, glancing at the computer screen, only to discover that both the blade technique and the spiritual refinement method required 5 credits each for study. Without this opportunity for free learning, he would have needed to expend all his credits to study just one of them. The contents of the techniques will be sent to your online mailbox in written form. You must memorize them within 3 months, after which the mailbox will automatically delete the records, the staff member instructed before returning his student ID. Subsequently, Suifeng waited at the library entrance for half an hour until all his companions had gathered. He had heard that even the most prestigious universities offered only a limited selection of spirit-level techniques, perhaps 100 or so. However, this vast library, particularly its first floor, boasted an impressive collection of such techniques, easily surpassing 10,000 in total. This is the profound heritage of the 8 great academies. It's no wonder that everyone is eager to gain admission. On their journey back to the dormitory, excitement buzzed among the group as they discussed their individual choices. Yet, upon arriving at the dormitory building, the once chattering group hastily retreated to their rooms for seclusion. Despite their outwardly flamboyant demeanor, all who had gained admission to the Wuxian Academy were truly among the elite of the elite. Not only did they possess talent, but they were also exceptionally diligent in their studies. It seemed they all aspired to master new techniques as swiftly as possible, preparing for the upcoming training session. A veritable assembly of overachievers. Suifeng sighed softly, indulging in a modest meal of nuts and bread for dinner, before retrieving his phone to immerse himself in the pages of Xuanwu Quangdao. After half an hour, he meticulously studied the content of the book. Given his remarkable comprehension, Suifeng was instantly compelled to practice the sword technique. After all, with my external assistance, why bother with arduous training when I could simply allocate points? He managed to suppress his eagerness and refrain from rising to practice the sword, instead flipping through Guantian Mountain Lian Shen Fa. As time passed, he completed his reading of the Lian Shen Fa and decisively opened his interface. Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Stage 1. En physique, 53. Mentality, 27. Talent, Sunlight of the Great Sun, S level. Skin of the Mad Crocodile, A level. Skill, 8 Desolations and Infinite Power, First level, Guantian Mountain Lian Shen Fa. Martial Arts, Xuanwu Quangdao, Tingguang Long Quan, Perfect. Iron Post Skill, Proficient can derive. Talent points, 7,010. Due to the carnage aboard the plane, his talent points had inadvertently accumulated to 7,000, granting him the qualification to enhance the skin of the Mad Crocodile and the 8 Desolations and Infinite Power. Now, both the Xuanwu Quangdao and Guantian Mountain Lian Shen Fa also appeared on his panel. Suifeng couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. There were simply too many things to enhance, and 7,000 talent points were insufficient. He resisted the urge to spend talent points, preferring instead to elevate the sunlight of the Great Sun to SS level. This talent was crucial for his survival. Theoretically, the higher the grade, the greater the augmentation to his combat prowess. However, with only 7,000 talent points, the upgrade prompt for the sunlight of the Great Sun had yet to materialize, indicating that perhaps over 10,000 or even 20 or 30,000 talent points were required. He had heard that within the Wuxian Academy, there were teleportation arrays leading to secret realms teeming with exotic beasts. After this training session, he would need to venture into these realms to gain substantial experience. Having mapped out his future, Suifeng's gaze fell upon the Xuanwu Quangdao. Upon entering university, relying solely on fist techniques would not suffice. He should first enhance his sword skills to diversify his offensive strategies. System: Enhance Xuanwu Quangdao, consuming 500 talent points. Xuanwu Quangdao was upgraded to entry level. Physique increased by 1. Only 500 points spent? Acceptable, though the increase in physique was rather meager. Indeed, after becoming a warrior, to rapidly enhance one's physique, one would primarily need to focus on upgrading cultivation techniques. After a moment of contemplation, he tried again. Let's try upgrading by another level. Consuming 1,000 talent points, Xuanwu Quangdao was elevated to minor proficiency. Physique increased by 1. Another surge of memories regarding Xuanwu Quangdao flooded his mind. Despite having done nothing, he achieved a profound mastery of this sword technique. The sensation of confidence surged within him, leading him to believe that when facing the likes of the Azure Falcon, dispatching one with a single strike would be absolutely effortless. Had he already expended 1,500 talent points? Then he might as well spend them all. Spending talent points felt akin to spending money. One could be frugal when not indulging, but once one experienced the joy of spending, it became impossible to halt. System: Enhance Guantian Mountain Lian Shen Fa. Consuming 1,000 talent points, Guantian Mountain Lian Shen Fa was upgraded to the first level. Personal mentality increased by 10. The system's text flickered. A torrent of formidable mental power surged through his mind, sharpening Li Suifeng's senses and enhancing his cognitive acuity. Thankfully, it was only 1,000 for the first level. Had it been like the 8 Desolations and Infinite Power, requiring 3,000 for each level, he would have struggled immensely. System. Upgrade Guantian Mountain Lian Shun FA by another level. The remainder of the talent points shall be used to enhance Jinyu Quangdao Ju. Li Suifeng continuously recited in his heart. After the system's text scrolled repeatedly, his personal panel underwent a significant transformation. Chapter 57. Training commences. A decapitation. Li Suifeng. Realm. Awakening Stage 1. Physique. 56. Mentality. 52. Talent. Sunlight of the Great Sun. S level. Skin of the Mad Crocodile. A level. Skill. 8 Desolations and Infinite Power. First level. Guantian Mountain Lian Shun FA. Second level. Martial Arts. Jinyu Quangdao Ju. Proficient. Tingguang Longquan. Perfect. Iron Post Skill. Proficient. Can derive. Talent points. 1,010. After an expenditure of talent points, only 1,000 remained. And his personal panel reflected notable changes, particularly in mental power. With the Guantian Mountain Lian Shun FA elevated to the second level, his mental power surged to 52 points, leaving only a 4-point gap with his physique. He found himself increasingly progressing along the path of balanced development. Li Suifeng nodded in satisfaction. As Suyin had mentioned, warriors with natural system talents and those with superhuman system talents pursued different paths, each possessing their respective strengths and weaknesses. However, Li Suifeng would not have to confront this dilemma in the future. Firstly, his physique and mentality were developing in harmony, without significant disparity. Secondly, the quantity of his talents was not fixed. In the future, upon slaying a formidable beast, he might acquire a third, fourth, or even more talents. With an abundance of talents, what weaknesses could he possibly have? With the Guantian Mountain Lian Shun FA now at the second level, yet his mental value still lagging behind his physique, it was evident that the 8 Desolations and Infinite Power was exceedingly potent, providing a physique boost far surpassing that of spiritual level techniques. The more powerful the cultivation technique, the greater the benefits reaped by the warrior. As a terrestrial level technique, the 8 Desolations and Infinite Power surpassed the spiritual level Guantian Mountain Lian Shun FA by a tier. Even at the first level, the augmentation to physique was remarkable, even exceeding the second level enhancement of the Guantian Mountain Lian Shun FA. For him, bridging the gap between his mental and physical attributes was not particularly difficult. He merely needed to learn additional Lian Shun FA techniques, provided he had enough credits. Li Suifeng's gaze shone with determination as he glanced at his wristband. The display indicated a vitality of 10,858. Below it were 2 lines of text. Second level warrior vitality requirement, 140. Estimated time to achieve, 3 months. This super wristband is quite advanced, capable of estimating the time required for my breakthrough. However, this estimate is not entirely accurate, for I possess external assistance. Li Suifeng smiled faintly, summoning the Demon Slayer blade into his hand. With a whoosh, memories of the proficient phase of the Jinyu Quangdao Ju flooded his mind. Li Suifeng swung his arm, executing a strike through the air. Whoosh! The force generated by the blade rippled through the air, traveling over 10 meters before impacting the wall. With a rustling sound, dust cascaded down, leaving a faint scratch on the surface. To think that mere blade energy could leave a mark upon the wall. If the blade were to strike flesh, would it not cleave a body in twain? Was this the terrifying power of the proficient Jinyu Quangdao Ju? Truly formidable. Li Suifeng grinned widely. The following morning, at the entrance of the number 3 physical training hall, all the freshmen gathered. Unlike the singular physical training hall of various high schools, the Wujing Academy was affluent enough to boast 9 physical training halls, each equipped with distinct facilities and functions. It was rumored that within the number 3 physical training hall, there existed a teleportation array leading to the 3rd secret realm trial ground controlled by the Academy. In one corner of the crowd, Yu craned his neck, glancing left and right in astonishment. There must be over 1,000 people here? Is this how many freshmen the Wujing Academy has admitted this year? Li Suifeng was equally taken aback. Alongside him, there were a total of 23 students from Xiangnan province. Yet, surrounding them were indeed thousands of students. Quite the exaggeration. The catastrophic disaster foretold by the Grand General of Dreams could strike at any moment. In light of this impending threat, our institution has relaxed its admission criteria, resulting in an unprecedented influx of students this year. Next to them, Counselor Li Guangyao elucidated. Among the 36 provinces of Longhua, the newcomers from Xiangnan province are the fewest. The other provinces boast nearly 30 new students each. A collective realization dawned upon the crowd, as Li Suifeng raised an eyebrow and inquired, "How many have received the S-level admission award this time?" Li Guangyao rubbed his nose and replied, "I'm unaware of the exact number, but I have heard that it exceeds previous years. Those who attain the S-level award typically possess SS-level talents." Li Suifeng's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. SS-level talent, you say? I wonder how formidable these students are. Can they withstand a single strike from me? Dear students, please proceed to the training hall. A voice echoed after a brief interval as the doors of the physical training center swung open. Li Suifeng and his companions bid farewell to their counselor and joined the throng entering the hall. The once bustling physical training center now lay empty, with all equipment removed, save for a solitary high platform. A group of school leaders stood atop the platform, surveying the new students below. Among this cohort, there were 24 students with SS-level talent, a figure that had doubled compared to previous years. Although disaster looms, it appears that our Wujia Academy enjoys a stroke of good fortune. Vice Principal Hua Rongji, adorned with silver hair and etched with wrinkles, exuded a gentle demeanor, embodying the quintessential image of a kindly elderly matron. The director of the physical training center, standing nearby, addressed the assembly. Colleagues, given the increased number of new students this year, you have a broader selection for mentorship. However, do not be swayed solely by talent. Ensure that your capabilities align with the students' gifts. The prominent figures surrounding them were all esteemed professors and mentors from various departments of the school. Their presence was not merely to supervise training, but also to scout suitable students for mentorship. Vice Principal, that scoundrel Su Yin disregarded the rules you established and snatched a disciple ahead of time, grumbled the unkempt Zhao Wangsun as he approached the elderly matron to lodge a complaint. In light of the abundance of talent this year, Hua Rongji had orchestrated this training session to swiftly enhance the students' skills while providing them an opportunity to showcase their abilities for potential mentorship. However, Zhao Wangsun and his cohorts had audaciously begun selecting disciples before the training commenced. Isn't that a tad reckless? What transpired? Questioned Hua Rongji, casting a glance at Su Yin. With a grin, Su Yin replied, "Principal Hua, it was Zhao Wangsun who instigated the disciple selection yesterday. Unable to compete with me, he resorted to maliciously reporting me. If you wish to impose a penalty on me, so be it, but do not let Zhao Wangsun escape unscathed. He has also taken on a disciple." Hua Rongji appeared increasingly perplexed, until Su Yunji recounted the entire situation in detail. Is it truly worth such contention over a student with merely S-level talent? What sort of charm does he possess? Upon hearing this, Hua Rongji became quite curious about Li Suifeng. "Principal Hua, once the training begins, you will witness the true allure of my disciple." Su Yin boasted with a confident smile. Zhao Wangsun, seething with indignation, retorted, "I can see that Li Suifeng is indeed impressive, but my newly acquired disciple Ma Zhonghao is equally remarkable. He will undoubtedly triumph over Li Suifeng during the training." Su Yin couldn't contain his laughter, prompting Zhao Wangsun to simmer in frustration. "Enough, you lot. Quiet down and do not keep the students waiting." The director of the physical training center interjected, then turned to Hua Rongji. She nodded and smiled, addressing the students. "Greetings, I am Hua Rongji, the vice principal of this academy and the coordinator of this training." After a brief introduction, Hua Rongji got to the crux of the matter. The content of this training is straightforward. Once we commence, you will be transported to the third trial ground. This trial ground resembles the testing grounds of your entrance examinations, albeit devoid of any demonic beasts. Upon hearing this, the students were left bewildered. The practical assessments of their entrance exams required them to slay demonic beasts within the secret realm, but without such beasts in the third trial ground. What were they to do? A particularly astute student exclaimed, "Principal, are you suggesting that we engage in combat amongst ourselves?" Hua Rongji smiled and nodded. "Precisely. The purpose of this training is for you to engage in combat with one another within the secret realm, honing your combat skills and tempering your martial will." Gasps and exclamations of surprise rippled through the crowd, as this revelation clearly caught all students off guard. Even Li Suifeng, amidst the throng, furrowed his brow. No demonic beast to slay? What is the meaning of this? Last night, he speculated that this training might involve slaying demons in the secret realm. It now appeared that his opponents were to be the fellow students around him. The trial ground was surrounded by a massive barrier, initially encompassing the entire area. Periodically, this barrier would retract, and you must ensure that you remain within its confines. Should you unfortunately stray beyond the barrier, the pressure will render you breathless, causing fainting spells and potentially life-threatening circumstances. As the barrier shrinks to its ultimate limit, the final 10 students who remain will be deemed victors of this training, receiving varying credits as rewards. Hua Rongji continued to explain with a smile, your combat records will be monitored in real time, and the ultimate rankings will be determined by the number of opponents you eliminate. The student who emerges victorious will receive 100 credits. The second-place finisher will earn 50 credits. The third will gain 30 credits. Those ranked 4th to 6th will receive 20 credits, and 7th to 10th will earn 10 credits. As for those beyond the 10th position, no credits will be awarded. As she disclosed the rules, the atmosphere became electric with excitement. Numerous students displayed expressions of eagerness and avarice. Since their enrollment, they had understood that every credit was exceedingly precious. To earn 100 credits for first place in the training, if achieved, their concerns for the entire semester would be alleviated. This seemed rather intriguing, indeed. On the periphery, Li Suifeng murmured to himself, his eyes ablaze with fervent determination. Although this training would not yield opportunities to slay demons for talent points, acquiring 100 credits was still quite commendable. Principal, are we permitted to bring weapons for this training? A student called out amidst the commotion. Hua Rongji replied with a smile. All participants are allowed to carry a weapon into the trial ground. Within the trial ground, various rewards await you. Temporary equipment that can enhance defense, speed, and attack, as well as vitality elixirs and mental potency pills. Consuming the mental potency pill will directly augment your mental strength, while the vitality elixir will enhance your life force. However, these rewards are limited in number, so you must rely on your experience and luck to seek them out. Moreover, you may engage in combat freely. I possess the means to revive you, so do not worry about casualties. As Hua Rongji spoke further, the students grew increasingly exhilarated. Even if they did not achieve outstanding results, acquiring some mental potency or vitality elixirs in the trial ground would still be worthwhile. Isn't this akin to a battle royale? Li Suifeng quietly mused. Having once been a champion in battle royale games, he was well-versed in the rules of this training. The trial ground may be vast, but as the barrier shrinks, students would ultimately converge in a confined area, leading to fierce conflicts driven by competition for results and rewards. While the skirmishes may be ruthless, they would undoubtedly enhance the students' combat experience and forge their martial resolve. This was truly the Academy's underlying objective. Very well, everyone, the training is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. With these final words from Hua Rongji, the stage was set for the impending challenge. Beneath the feet of the gathered crowd, a massive teleportation array emerged. Radiant beams of white light flickered incessantly, causing students, including Li Suifeng, to vanish from their locations. The world around them appeared vast and desolate, with lush green grass carpeting the ground. Upon opening his eyes, Li Suifeng found himself in an expansive and primordial space, reminiscent of the examination realm of the college entrance test. Wow, an initial gear drop? He exclaimed, exhilarated by the prospect. However, before he could survey his surroundings, a gasp pierced the air. Following the sound, Li Suifeng noticed a shimmering light hovering above the grass nearby. Within this ethereal glow lay a folded piece of black fabric, evidently a piece of equipment from the realm. A student snatched the black fabric and unfolded it, revealing a sleek black cloak. He quickly donned the cloak and, to his astonishment, began to sprint at incredible speed, exclaiming, "Wow, this cloak enhances my speed? How extraordinary, how exhilarating." In his fervent dash, the student spotted a young boy standing on the grass. Aside from being slightly taller, possessing striking features, and exuding an air of elegance, the boy had no other remarkable attributes. The student immediately regarded him as an easy target. Just as I find gear, I stumble upon a fat sheep. It's your misfortune to be the first eliminated by Lu Daji. With a flash of brilliance from the cloak, Lu Daji suddenly accelerated, rushing towards the boy. He drew a dagger, intent on ending the boy's life. Little did he anticipate that the seemingly dazed boy would suddenly wield a black blade, measuring 1.20 meters in length. The blade, though still sheathed, produced a sound akin to metal scraping through the air. Lu Daji felt a sharp pain in his neck, and, as the world spun around him, he realized too late that he was witnessing his own body, headless, adorned in the shimmering cloak, and standing still with the dagger raised. Blood gushed from the severed neck like a fountain. That's my body? Where's my head? Before Lu Daji could fully comprehend his fate, darkness enveloped him. Meanwhile, Suifeng, wielding the demon hunter's blade, observed Lu Daji's rolling head on the ground. His expression impassive. Is this kid truly so weak? Did I finish him off with a single strike? No, wait, it seems I've killed someone? Suddenly awakened by this realization, Suifeng's face contorted in shock. In the next moment, two beams of light, appearing from nowhere, descended upon Lu Daji's body and head. Following this, Lu Daji's head soared back into place, flesh and blood knitting together at the neck, ultimately restoring him completely. Enveloped in ethereal light, Lu Daji did not awaken, but he appeared to exhibit signs of life. Do not worry, he will not perish. A voice belonging to Huarongji reassured him, causing Suifeng to exhale in relief. His mind now clearer. Is the vice principal capable of resurrecting this unfortunate student? Is this extraordinary talent truly a gift of the vice principal? How wondrous! Chapter 58, Talented Individuals and the Wild Vitality Pill. The ability to bring someone back to life must surely be at least SSS grade, right? Is this the strength of the authority within the Wuxianovel Academy? I wonder if I, too, will possess such talents in the future. The voice of Huarongji faded. Yet Suifeng's thoughts continued to drift into the future. Ding! A sound emanated from his wristband, prompting him to glance down. The display now featured a training results interface. Student Suifeng, eliminated, 1. Overall ranking, 1. Is the super wristband linked to the campus network, allowing it to display training results? Suifeng pondered. Realizing his first place ranking was due to the early stage of the trial, where most students were preoccupied with gathering gear and neglecting combat. He must be the first to score a kill in the entire trial realm. The significance of being in the top 10 felt trivial to him. The goal was to achieve excellence. In this training session, I must secure the top position. With determination swelling in his heart, Suifeng gazed towards the horizon. It was unclear when it had begun, but a vast blue barrier now loomed overhead, resembling an inverted bowl that enveloped the entire realm. At that moment, it appeared the massive barrier was visibly shrinking. So, the circle begins to close? How splendid! I want to have to scour for opponents to eliminate. Suifeng's expression brightened as he surveyed his surroundings, unexpectedly discovering that he was positioned at the center of the shrinking circle. Soon enough, he anticipated an influx of adversaries nearby, presenting him with the perfect opportunity to unleash his fury. On the edge of the trial grounds, a girl clad in a pink tracksuit and sporting a single ponytail, Xuanwu, was sprinting frantically. Hot on her heels was a short, stocky boy with dark skin and a malevolent expression. Xuanwu, as the only recipient of an S-grade reward from Xiaonan province. How can you lack the courage to face me? The dark boy bellowed in frustration. His name was Feng Shirlei, the top scorer from Linan province in this year's college entrance examination. Known for his fierce and combative nature, he had disregarded offers from the 3 prestigious academies, opting instead to join Wuxianovel Academy to indulge in his passion for fighting. Consequently, he had researched the new students and had a general idea of who was strong and weak. Xuanwu, as the sole S-grade reward recipient from Xiaonan province, was among the challengers he had targeted. Feng Shirlei, please stop chasing me. I have no desire to fight you, Xuanwu pleaded, biting her lip as tears welled in her eyes. Women are indeed women. Despite possessing formidable dual talents, she lacks the resolve to confront me. Pathetic. Unable to catch up with Xuanwu, Feng Shirlei halted, cursing under his breath. Glancing at his wristband, he noticed that Suifeng currently held the top spot in the training results. His brow furrowed in confusion. Who is this Suifeng? I don't recall him. His investigation the previous night had primarily focused on S-grade reward recipients, leaving him unfamiliar with those below that level. Having scored the first kill in the trial realm, it was clear that Suifeng possessed some level of strength. He hoped to cross paths with him soon. Meanwhile, in the northwest corner of the trial grounds. A towering youth, 2 meters tall and broad-shouldered, clad in a black cloak, wandered aimlessly while wielding a long spear. Suddenly, the sound of swift movements pierced the air as 4 students emerged from various directions, encircling the imposing youth with malicious intent. Among them, a bespectacled student sneered, "Niewdali, you, the top scorer from Dong Province, are rather unfortunate to encounter us 4 right after entering the trial realm." In their pursuit of survival in the training session, some students frantically sought equipment, while others hid to survive until the end. Some ventured forth to challenge others alone, and there were those who banded together to enhance their chances of survival. The 4 would-be assailants had evidently formed a temporary alliance. Faced with the encirclement, Niewdali displayed no hint of fear. His expression remained cold and unyielding. Clearly, this Niewdali is afraid to speak. "Brothers, show no mercy. Eliminate him," the bespectacled student commanded, preparing to unleash his talent. Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, Niewdali brandished his spear, creating a flurry of spear shadows that enveloped the encroaching students. Blood splattered, and screams erupted. As the flurry dissipated, the 4 attackers lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies riddled with gaping wounds. The leading student's eye socket had been pierced, rendering it a gruesome sight, while his black-framed glasses lay shattered nearby. A continuous stream of ethereal light cascaded from the heavens, enveloping 4 students and staunching their injuries. "Only the fierce beasts roam alone. Cattle and sheep gather in herds," declared the cold and unyielding Niewdali, as he continued his solitary march with weapon in hand. In the southern expanse of the trial grounds, 2 students tread cautiously. "Lao Huang, do you think we can find Brotherly?" one inquired. "It's hard to say. This trial ground is too vast. Brotherly could be anywhere. If luck is on our side, perhaps we can endure until we locate him. But if fortune frowns upon us, we might be taken out midway. After all, we are the prodigies of Xiangnan Province. We should be able to fend off attackers when united, right? Who knows? Let us hope we find Brotherly soon. As long as we can cling to him, a place in the top 10 is guaranteed." As their conversation unfolded, the very fabric of space ahead abruptly twisted. Almost instantaneously, a colossal fireball, comparable in size to a mountain, plummeted from the sky, its immense pressure rendering the 2 students immobile. They stood frozen in place until the fireball struck, inflicting excruciating pain and swiftly plunging their consciousness into oblivion. Not long after, beside the 2 unconscious students, appeared a pale-skinned youth with an elongated face, exuding an air of delicate femininity. He, under my illusion, Wei Yunhuan, no matter how exceptional your talents may be, you cannot withstand even 10 seconds. The effeminate boy gazed down at the incapacitated students, then glanced at his wristband, confirming he had secured 2 elimination points, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Reflecting on the conversation he had overheard, curiosity sparked within him. Who exactly was this Brotherly they spoke of? Could he withstand the illusions of Wei Yunhuan? I hope to encounter this Brotherly soon. As time silently slipped away, an hour passed. The toxic barrier engulfing the trial grounds had diminished by half. In the heart of the toxic zone, Suifeng, clad in a cloak of ethereal light, sprinted forward, feeling an acceleration of nearly 30% compared to his usual speed. He felt a mix of satisfaction and regret. What a pity that the equipment within this trial ground is merely temporary. If only I could take it with me beyond these confines. Lost in thought, he suddenly spotted a glimmering light on the grass ahead. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a jade-green pill, no larger than a fingernail, floating above the ground and exuding a uniquely alluring fragrance. To think that an hour into the training, I would still stumble upon a wild chi blood spirit pill? What extraordinary luck! Instinctively, Suifeng advanced, preparing to bend down and collect the precious pill. Suddenly, from the adjacent grassland, a patch of sod rose abruptly, transforming into a figure clad in camouflage, brandishing a trident knife that gleamed ominously, plunging it into Suifeng's back. Chapter 59. Sharkly Suifeng, facing 3 opponents. Ha ha, brothers, we've successfully caught another fish. At the moment the knife lunged toward Suifeng, taunting laughter echoed in unison. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, abruptly silencing the laughter. The youth in camouflage stood bewildered, staring dumbfounded at the trident knife in his hand. What on earth? This strike didn't penetrate the praise back? Surely this isn't a dream? A sharp pain shot through Li Suifeng's back, and he grimaced in irritation. Turning around, he confronted the astonished youth in camouflage, quickly grasping the situation. Dare to fish for me? How audacious! Li Suifeng roared, unleashing a powerful punch aimed at the youth's chest. Zhuang Tianxiang, run! Called out a boy clad in military green combat attire from a distance, his hands interlocked, conjuring vines to form a wooden barrier in front of Li Suifeng, attempting to block the forceful punch. Crack! Despite this, the furious blow still shattered the wooden wall, landing squarely on Zhuang Tianxiang's chest. Puffed. Blood gushed from Zhuang Tianxiang's mouth as he fell backward, his trident knife clattering to the ground. Zhuang Tianxiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he hastily scrambled backward, fear etched across his face. The lethal attack had failed to eliminate its target, and the prey had even counterattacked, injuring him in the process. What kind of monster is this prey? How can it be so ferocious? Attacking me from behind? You scoundrel! As Zhuang Tianxiang was engulfed in shock, Li Suifeng cursed vehemently, summoning his hunting blade and charging forward. Zhuang Tianxiang, what are you dawdling for? Run! The call from his companion jolted Zhuang Tianxiang into action as he rolled and scrambled to escape the scene. Simultaneously, the student who had summoned the wooden barrier launched another offensive, causing vines and branches to erupt from the ground, entangling Li Suifeng's feet. Swish! From another direction, a student sporting a watermelon-shaped haircut joined in, intertwining his hands to manipulate a torrent of wind elements, manifesting into sharp white wind arrows aimed at Li Suifeng's upper body. Though ensnared, Li Suifeng, owing to his training in the iron post technique, maintained an extraordinarily stable stance, resisting the pull of the vines. The wind arrows struck against him, producing a sensation akin to being pricked by needles. Fortunately, the formidable defense of the crocodile skin ensured that his skin remained resilient enough to withstand the arrows, preventing any penetration. That was close. Taking advantage of the cover provided by his two companions, Zhuang Tianxiang had already retreated 20 meters away. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, still shaken as he glared at Li Suifeng. This guy is so abnormal. Could he be Niodali or Feng Shirlei? No, that can't be right. Niodali is said to be 2 meters tall and wields a spear. Feng Shirlei is described as dark as coal, ugly and short. This guy is too tall and handsome. He doesn't match Feng Shirlei's description. Who on earth is he? Zhuang Tianxiang found himself a loss, but was determined not to let Li Suifeng escape. Together with his two companions, they had already eliminated 4 students using the Qi blood spirit pill as bait. Despite the failed assassination, Li Suifeng was clearly at a disadvantage, hindered by his two foes. With a concerted effort, capturing the opponent should not pose a challenge. No matter how powerful you are, can you truly take on 3 opponents at once? With such thoughts swirling his mind, Zhuang Tianxiang's right arm suddenly flushed crimson, resembling a glowing iron rod and emitting thick smoke. An A-class superhuman talent. The iron body, by channeling his vitality, he could induce a transformation in his body, akin to metal scorched by lava. Zhuang Tianxiang darted forward, raising his molten iron arm to grasp at Li Suifeng's throat. Great Sun Radiance. 8 desolate boundless technique. Although Li Suifeng was momentarily hindered by the wind, arrows, and vines, he remained vigilant, aware that Zhuang Tianxiang was the leader of the trio and likely the strongest among them. Thus, the moment Zhuang Tianxiang made his move, Li Suifeng was already on guard. Activating his S-class talent alongside his Earth-level technique, a layer of fiery golden radiance enveloped him, infused with an overwhelming and scorching vitality. Crack! The vines binding Li Suifeng's ankles snapped, and the wind arrows raining down upon him disintegrated. At that instant, Li Suifeng swung his blade horizontally against the molten iron arm. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated as the tremendous force carried by the blade sent Zhuang Tianxiang reeling backward, struggling to regain his footing, his innate abilities forcibly stripped away. His arm no longer as resilient as molten iron. Zhuang Tianxiang was struck with terror as he realized that his right arm had turned a ghastly shade of purple, suffused with a sensation of numbness. He could scarcely feel its presence at all. What unfathomable power lay behind that strike? He lifted his gaze once more, fearfully regarding Li Suifeng. How can my blade not sever his arm? This fellow possesses quite the intriguing talent. Li Suifeng narrowed his eyes, advancing slowly towards Zhuang Tianxiang. The two companions on either side stood paralyzed, astonished by Li Suifeng's audacity, frozen in their tracks. It seems we've ensnared a shark. Soon, the boy with the bowl cut shouted, "Brother, if we offer you a blood-chi pill, can we coexist in peace?" "Certainly, we can coexist peacefully, but only after the training concludes." Li Suifeng responded with a sinister grin, his gaze fixed intently on Zhuang Tianxiang. "As for now, you three must meet your demise beneath my blade. All I wish is to survive until the end and claim victory. Why must I encounter such a monstrosity midway?" The boy with the watermelon head transformed his earlier bitterness into determination. "Since there is no room for negotiation, we shall hold nothing back." With that, he swiftly intertwined his hands. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted across the heavens. Visible elements of wind rapidly coalesced beside Li Suifeng, forming a colossal tornado 2 meters in diameter and soaring 15 meters high. Whoosh! The tornado surged towards Li Suifeng, its outer layer adorned with lethal wind blades, shredding all vegetation into dust. S-rank talent, mastery of the storm. Attack! The boy who had initially summoned vines cried out, slapping his hands against the ground. With a resounding crash, a nearby plant transformed into a towering tree in the blink of an eye. As if animated, the trunk sprouted over a dozen thick branches, resembling giant serpents, sweeping towards Li Suifeng with ferocity. Zhuang Tianxiang had initially contemplated retreating, but witnessing his two companions commit fully to the fray steeled his resolve. He activated his talent once more. Gurgling, his flesh and blood hardened to a deep crimson, emanating thick smoke. Zhuang Tianxiang instantaneously morphed into a grotesque figure akin to forged iron. With a swift stomp that indented the ground by half a foot, he shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, enveloped in smoke and molten fire, descending upon Li Suifeng. His still vigorous left arm thrust forward like a spear, aiming directly at Li Suifeng's face. At that very instant, the storm and ancient tree converged from different directions, encircling Li Suifeng, seemingly leaving him with no escape. Chapter 60. The Counterattack Against the Assailants. An unexpected encounter with healer Yuxianshan. Time rewound. Above the third physical training hall hung a vast luminous screen. Through the images displayed, the school leaders monitored the various prodigies from a divine perspective. While their primary focus remained on the likes of Feng Shilei, Niu Dali, and Wei Yunhuan, provincial champions who had secured S-rank admission rewards, Li Suifeng, having been taken under Su Yan's wing, also drew their attention to some extent. As they observed Li Suifeng on the brink of falling into the trap set by 3 students, a professor turned to Su Yan, stating, "Old Su, it appears your disciple is in peril." Su Jiguwei had been a jinx since that incident, and now that Li Suifeng was under his tutelage, it seemed the bad luck had followed suit. The unfortunate outcome was solely due to this lad's poor judgment in selecting a mentor. Zhao Wangsun interjected with a mocking tone, unable to forget the humiliation of having his disciple snatched away yesterday. Su Yan's expression turned melancholic. It had only been an hour, yet his disciple found himself ensnared by 3 crafty students. Indeed a stroke of bad luck. Though Li Suifeng had the capability to slay the Azure Falcon and defeat the sophomore Hu Jun, showcasing extraordinary combat prowess, the 3 students lying in ambush were no ordinary adversaries. They were top-tier students from their respective cities' college entrance examinations, each endowed with impressive talents. Could Li Suifeng survive their ambush? The difficulty was staggering. "Vice Principal, my disciple may sustain injuries. Please keep a close watch," Su Yan said, lacking confidence in Li Suifeng and seeking Hu Rongji's assistance. Hu Rongji smiled reassuringly. "Fear not, should his life be in jeopardy. I will be there to provide aid at once." As they conversed, the student named Zhuang Tianxiang launched his attack, plunging a triangular military knife into Li Suifeng's back. Astonishingly, Li Suifeng did not succumb instantly. His back seemed as if reinforced with steel, enduring the stab. What in the world? How could this child's defense be so formidable? Does he possess a defensive talent, or has he trained in hardening techniques? Such a scene left many school leaders wide-eyed, even Hu Rongji displaying a look of astonishment. In the next moment, the image on the screen shifted again. Li Suifeng, fending off the 2 students' distractions, forced Zhuang Tianxiang back, gaining the upper hand despite facing 3 opponents. Goodness, This lad truly possesses remarkable abilities. No wonder old Su sought him out early. A professor couldn't help but exclaim. To turn peril into opportunity, while ambushed, is already an extraordinary feat to counterattack and suppress 3 opponents. That is a testament to his exceptional prowess. Regardless of whether Suifeng can survive this encounter, based on his current performance, he stands shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Feng Shirlei, Wei Yunhuan, and Niu. How infuriating! This young man surpasses my initial expectations. Not having taken him as my disciple is a grievous loss. Zhao Wangsuan's face twisted with jealousy. And upon seeing Su Yin scratching his bald head with a smug and proud smile, he felt even more vexed. Just then, the 3 assailants steadied their rhythm, unleashing their full talents to assault Suifeng. Zhao Wangsun felt somewhat reassured, muttering, "This lad indeed matches the caliber of Feng Shirlei and the others, but alas, his luck is woeful. He is destined for elimination." Suzan Sayin Wali. Just as Zhao Wangsun had said, his disciple's performance thus far had been commendable. Unfortunately, his opponents were equally formidable. It seemed his disciple was likely to be eliminated. In a testing ground, faced with the relentless assault of the 3 students, Suifeng found himself in an unprecedented predicament. Yet, at this critical juncture, he exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he remained remarkably calm, carefully assessing the situation and quickly forming a judgment in his mind. Clang! At the moment Zhuang Tianxiang's molten iron arm lunged towards him, Suifeng swung his blade horizontally, precisely striking the latter's wrist. Zhuang Tianxiang spun backward like a top under the force of the blade's impact. Clang! 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 Simultaneously, the wind blades unleashed by the massive storm and the serpentine branches of the tree rained down upon Suifeng. His athletic were shredded, revealing skin marred by lash marks and wounds. In mere moments, Suifeng's body was adorned with dozens of gruesome injuries. The defense of the crocodile skin was commendable, yet it was evidently insufficient to withstand the onslaught of 2 students wielding S-rank talents. It hurts like hell. Under such a barrage of injuries, an ordinary person would have long since succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet Suifeng still found the strength to roar in defiance and wield his blade once more. This time, the golden radiance of talent fused with the vitality of his techniques, coalescing into a colossal blade aura under the technique of the Tremor Prison Frenzy blade art. The blade aura struck true, cleaving directly through the middle of the towering tree. With a resounding crack, the towering tree splintered into 2, as splinters flew through the air. The blade's aura still palpable, slicing into the tempest surrounding it. Boom! In the aftermath of the fierce explosion, the tumultuous winds surged chaotically, sending Zhuang Tianxi sprawling far away. 2 students, positioned at a distance, were also forced to retreat under the ferocious winds, their innate talent shattered, leaving them drained of energy, their heads pounding as if struck by a hammer. My head feels like it's going to explode. As the mushroom-headed student clutched his head and let out a wail, a figure surged through the gusts, wielding a blade that came crashing down. Slicing through the air, the mushroom-headed boy was cleaved in 2, his insides spilling across the ground in a gruesome display. Ugh! Witnessing this horrific scene, another student completely broke down, bending over to violently retch. Yet, before he could expel much, footsteps echoed nearby. Someone was rapidly approaching. The student screamed, "Help! Principal, save me. I want to withdraw from the training. I'm done." Boo-hoo. Overwhelmed by his emotions, he began to sob uncontrollably. Suifeng, who had just dispatched the mushroom-headed boy, showed no mercy, advancing coldly with his blade, intent on shattering this final adversary. He had already surrendered. That was enough. Suddenly, the voice of Hua Rongji echoed in his ears. Suifeng, spitting at the weeping student, "You were so formidable when you ambushed me. Now you're quaking in fear? Pathetic." The student, overwhelmed with shame, lowered his head, wiping away tears while sniffling. Suifeng turned away, noticing that the mushroom-headed boy, enveloped in ethereal light, was beginning to reconstitute, having escaped the clutches of death. Zhuang Tianxi, blown away by the fierce winds, lay on the ground, unable to rise, clearly devoid of combat capability. "That is all there is to it," Suifeng sneered, sheathing his demon hunter blade and glancing at his wristband. Student, Suifeng. Number of eliminations, 7. Total ranking and training, 4. Overall rank 1. Wei Yunhuan. Overall rank 2, Neodali. Overall rank 3, Feng Shirlei. With 3 new eliminations, along with previously eliminated students in the trial grounds, Li Suifeng had accounted for 7 eliminations. However, he was not entirely satisfied with his 4th rank. I've eliminated 7 individuals, yet I only rank 4th? The top 3 must be holders of SS-level talents and recipients of S-level entrance rewards. To seize the top position in training, he realized he could either continue to surpass the eliminations of these 3 or find a way to eliminate them first. Let us hope I encounter those 3 soon. Li Suifeng's thoughts drifted, landing on the grassy patch not far off. The Qi blood spirit pill, which had nearly led to his own elimination, still radiated a faint glow. Can this truly enhance my vitality directly? Approaching, he picked up the pill, skepticism clouding his mind as he swallowed it. Is Li Suifeng a monster? Indeed, in the face of such peril, not only did he endure, but he also turned the tables on Zhuang Tianqi and his companions. Hiss! That strike he delivered to Feng Ling, was it not excessively brutal? To cleave him in 2 like that? Fortunately, the principal possesses unparalleled talent. No one else could have saved Feng Ling. In the 3rd athletic hall, various school leaders engaged in fervent discussions, their words laden with astonishment. Zhao Wangsun's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. He had assumed Li Suifeng's excellence was on par with Feng Shirlei and his ilk. Yet, judging by the recent events, Feng Shirlei and his companions might not have matched him. After all, in the face of an ambush, no matter how high one's talent, one would inevitably fall into a passive state, devoid of options. Yet, Li Suifeng had tenaciously executed a counterattack. Such prowess could only be described as divine. Damn it, Su Jiugue, I have an irreconcilable feud with you. Contemplating all this, Zhao Wangsuan's frustration exploded, yelling at Su Yan. Ha ha ha, Su Zan Laoet He Titi Li. Feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. In the face of skepticism from the leaders, his apprentice not only survived, but also retaliated against 3 assailants. Such achievements undoubtedly struck a blow to the pride of all involved. Of course, it also reflected on him. My disciple, it appears I have underestimated you. In just one night, you have mastered the Demon Hunter Blade and even refined the Jinyu Mad Blade technique. Truly a prodigious talent. I, Su Yan, have endured a lifetime of misfortune, yet unexpectedly, at this age, I have acquired such a genius as my apprentice. I must be turning a new leaf. In the trial grounds, a surging wave of Qi blood energy erupted from his dantian, wild and untamed, spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Gush! As his physique heated up, Li Suifeng felt his injuries intensifying. Looking down, he discovered some wounds were bleeding profusely. The potency of this Qi blood pill is astonishing. It even caused my wounds to bleed anew. Li Suifeng was taken aback, quickly tensing all his muscles to staunch the flow of blood. After some time, the Qi blood energy within his body was slowly absorbed by his flesh. Just as Li Suifeng released his tense state, system notifications flashed before his eyes. Physical constitution 2. Has it truly increased by 2 points? The effects of this Qi blood spirit pill far surpass those of nutritional supplements. Li Suifeng's eyes lit up. While consuming nutritional supplements could also enhance one's constitution, it required prolonged use along with physical training to achieve even a single point of increase. Yet this Qi blood pill, consumed just moments ago, had already boosted his constitution by 2 points, an effect leagues above that of nutritional supplements. This Qi blood spirit pill is undoubtedly a treasure of the highest caliber. Li Suifeng made his assessment. Pills vary in quality. Nutritional supplements are already classified as spiritual items, but at most of the lower tier. The remarkable efficacy of this Qi blood spirit pill guarantees it is at least a superior grade, if not an extraordinary spiritual item. If that's the case, wouldn't the mental spirit pill also directly enhance mental strength? Contemplating this, Li Suifeng felt a flicker of annoyance. My luck hasn't been great. All this way, I haven't encountered any equipment or pills. Have I been cursed by that jinx, my Zhanghao? While he was lost in thought, a rustling sound emerged from behind him. Li Suifeng quickly dropped to the ground, merging with the surrounding flora, becoming one with the landscape. A minute later, a figure approached slowly, calling out, Li Suifeng. Is that you? Li Suifeng sprang up, surprised to see a petite girl before him. Yu Shanshan, how did you know I was here? The girl who had unexpectedly appeared was Yu Shanshan, a fellow student from the same province. She had been a great help to Li Suifeng on the plane. I possess another S-level talent, the Heart of Plants, in addition to the Wind of Revival, allowing me to share the senses of many plants, Xuanwu explained softly. Li Suifeng's eyes widened. Your talent is akin to having a personal radar? The trial grounds are filled with flora. With the Heart of Plants, Xuanwu effectively has a super radar. It's no different from having X-ray vision. One could say that, though my mental strength is limited, I can only perceive the senses of plants within a 30-meter radius, Xuanwu replied, gazing at Li Suifeng with concern. Li Suifeng, who did you fight? How did you sustain such severe injuries? 3 individuals ambushed me, but I turned the tables on them. Li Suifeng casually offered an explanation, his expression turning serious. Xuanwu, although we hail from the same hometown within this trial ground, we are considered adversaries. Are you not afraid of being killed by me for approaching me so willingly? Li Suifeng, you would not kill me. Why do you say that? Because you are a good person. Xuanwu's expression was earnest, her eyes like autumn waters, brimming with softness. Under the gaze of those large, glistening eyes, Li Suifeng felt an inexplicable sense of stability. Even his heart seemed to calm considerably. Girl, flattery is welcome. But do not distribute your good person card too freely. Refrain from saying such things to boys in the future. Li Suifeng smiled again. What is a good person card? Xuanwu asked, perplexed. Li Suifeng did not explain. Instead, he said, Can you help me heal my wounds? Of course. Xuanwu moved closer, displaying no sign of caution. This action only served to enhance Li Suifeng's fondness for her. With the invocation of the revival wind, streams of green light cascaded onto his wounds. The damaged flesh began to regenerate, and the injuries rapidly healed. The fiery pain gradually subsided, prompting Li Suifeng to exclaim, No wonder support-type warriors are so sought after. The difference between having a healer and not in a team is immense. Xuanwu nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking a grain. Li Suifeng grinned widely. Xuanwu, will you stick with me from now on? I can take you into the top 10 of the training sessions. Absolutely. Xuanwu beamed with an innocent smile. She was genuinely fearful of combat, and her survival thus far was solely due to her talent in evading enemies. Now, being able to ally herself with Li Suifeng, whom she deemed a significant asset, felt exceedingly fortunate. As time passed, Li Suifeng's injuries healed substantially, when suddenly Xuanwu recalled something and spoke up. Li Suifeng, I just passed by a basin and sensed that Yu and Ma Zhonghao were there. They're being pursued by Feng Shirlei. Her 2 younger companions were being hunted by Feng Shirlei, the current 3rd ranked in the training sessions. Damn, something needs to be done. Li Suifeng raised an eyebrow and immediately drew his demon hunter blade. Xuanwu, lead the way. Chapter 61. The blade strikes Feng Shirlei, the leader's astonishment. In a certain basin, the fierce wind rustled through the flora. Ma Zhonghao and Yu collaborated, holding aloft a black shield, their expressions filled with anguish. On the opposite side of the shield stood a short, dark-skinned youth, adorned with a pair of crimson-golden claw-like weapons, relentlessly smashing his fists against the shield. Clang, clang, clang. The relentless assault from the youth caused the shield to emit a cacophony of metallic clashes, leaving the 2 shield-bearers' bodies aching and their arms on the verge of exhaustion. Yu, in exasperation, shouted, Feng Shirlei, are you out of your mind? We have no grievances with you. Why are you targeting us like this? Not long ago, he had teamed up with Ma Zhonghao upon discovering him in the trial ground and had fortuitously acquired the shield as temporary equipment. He had hoped for a stroke of luck, but little did he expect Feng Shirlei to appear after the circle had shrunk. Like a rabid dog, he attacked without hesitation, and after realizing they were no match for him, they were forced to raise their shield in defense. Just managing to last this long was already quite the achievement. Do you need a reason to attack in a trial ground? You 2 cowards. If you have the guts, drop the shield and fight me. Feng Shirlei, frustrated by his inability to break through, shouted with a hint of irritation. Feng Shirlei, if you want us to drop the shield, you must first leave this place. Yu bellowed back. You 2 weaklings have no right to negotiate with me. Feng Shirlei roared, as earthy elemental energy surged from beneath his feet, enveloping his arms. Mountain-crushing fist. With a fierce shout, his fist descended upon the black shield like cannonballs. Boom! Although the black shield absorbed most of the force, the overwhelming power unleashed in that moment still sent Yu and Ma Zhonghao crashing to the ground. Clang! The black shield soared and landed with a crisp sound. As Yu and Ma Zhonghao attempted to rise, they found their arms injured to varying degrees, racked with pain and weakness. At last, I've broken your shell. Now you can leave your last words before you die. Feng Shilei's expression was one of satisfaction as he approached the two, ready to strike down his fists. Ma Zhonghao screamed in despair. We're done for. In the next moment, footsteps suddenly echoed behind them. Feng Shilei, sensing something amiss, looked up to see a figure leaping towards him like a hunting leopard. Startled, he instinctively threw a punch. That figure, in response, slashed out with a flash of the blade. Clang! After the collision of fist and blade, Feng Shilei staggered backward, leaving deep footprints in the earth beneath him. As he regained his footing, a sense of heat rushed through his eardrums, nostrils, and eyes. He realized he had suffered internal injuries from that strike. Suppressing his discomfort, Feng Shilei glared at the newcomer, who stood protectively in front of Ma Zhonghao and Yu. This was a youth clad in ordinary sports attire, wielding an ancient black longsword. He stood tall at nearly 6 feet, his physique robust and well-proportioned, with a face that resembled a handsome star emerging in the entertainment industry. Seeing the striking youth, and reflecting on his own appearance, Feng Shilei felt a surge of inferiority and spat out angrily. Who is this pretty boy, daring to ambush me? Are you tired of living? The youth ignored Feng Shilei, instead turning to the two on the ground. Are you both all right? Is that really brotherly? Am I dreaming? Yu struggled to rise. Disbelief etched across his face. Ma Zhonghao, also dumbfounded, exclaimed, My Crow-S mouth is working again? It actually summoned brotherly over? Before Li Suifeng could speak, Ma Zhonghao, with a sorrowful expression, pitifully cried out, Brotherly, this Feng is a lunatic. We clearly did nothing to provoke him. Yet he relentlessly pursued us, and even injured us. Please avenge us. His woeful demeanor was reminiscent of a child seeking parental intervention. Old Zhao, isn't this Ma Zhonghao your disciple? In the third fitness hall, the standoff between Li Suifeng and Feng Shilei attracted the attention of several mentors. One mentor found Ma Zhonghao's name somewhat familiar and instinctively inquired about Zhao Wang's son. Not being able to defeat Feng Shilei is one thing, but now he is coming to Li Suifeng for help? Zhao Wang's son thought, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. The shame of his earlier boast that Ma Zhonghao would surpass Li Suifeng felt unbearable. Hey, old Zhao, are you all right? Su Yin asked with a smile, as if pouring salt into a wound. Get lost. Zhao Wang's son cursed back, his embarrassment palpable. In the trial ground, listening to Ma Zhonghao's shameless complaint, Li Suifeng replied irritably, All right, I understand your situation. He then turned to Feng Shilei. You pursued my sister earlier, and now you're after my 2 younger brothers. If I do not let your blood spill today, how can I claim to be their elder brother? Feng Shilei's expression darkened. Although Yu and Ma Zhonghao lacked courage, their strength was undeniable. Otherwise, they could not have lasted this long against him. The sudden appearance of this youth was akin to the arrival of their parental figure. Coupled with the overwhelming aura he emitted while wielding his blade, he undoubtedly posed a formidable threat. Feigning silence to appear formidable, then prepare to be eliminated. As Feng Shilei contemplated the identity of a newcomer, Li Suifeng casually uttered a sentence before swiftly lunging forward like an arrow released from its bow. His demon hunter blade slicing towards Feng Shilei's face with immense pressure. Feng Shilei's pupils constricted as his legs sank suddenly, and his arms extended with force to clash against the blade. Clang! The resounding impact, powerful enough to shatter eardrums, echoed as both Feng Shilei and Li Suifeng stood resolute. Unyielding, this encounter resulted in a stalemate. You wretch! Feng Shilei's expression twisted in disbelief. He was, after all, invincible across Linen Province. Any student from his cohort would turn and flee upon encountering him. How was it possible that he could not defeat Li Suifeng with a single punch today? This was not a mere misfortune, but a deep humiliation. Earth's grasp. Feng Shilei roared in fury, causing the once stable ground to ripple like the surface of the sea. Amidst the cacophony, clouds of dust billowed forth as a massive hand, over 10 meters in length, coalesced from the earthy elements high above and reached for Li Suifeng. Here it comes. Feng Shilei's SS-level talent, Earth's Grasp. In the training hall, one instructor cried out in excitement. The other instructors, though silent, wore expressions brimming with anticipation. Could Feng Shilei, with his SS-level talent, triumph over Li Suifeng? Su Yin crossed his arms, appearing composed, yet beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. By this point in their training, his disciple's talent had long since astounded him. Yet, today his disciple faced the formidable SS-level genius, Feng Shirlei. Could he continue his streak of victories? Suyan's heart held no answers, leaving him particularly anxious. In the trial grounds, as the enormous earthy palm descended with overwhelming force, a rare tremor appeared at the center of Li Suifeng's brow. Was this immense hand so perilous that it triggered an instinctual alert within me? I didn't feel this way even during my battle with Hu Junzai, did I? Is Feng Shirlei even stronger and more dangerous than Hu Junzai? How intriguing. In that fleeting moment, myriad thoughts coalesced into a fierce battle intent. Li Suifeng activated his 8 desolations and infinite power, summoning all the vitality within to unleash his talent. The radiance of the sun, boom! As golden light engulfed him like a fiery wave, he unleashed the Demon Hunter Blade. What appeared to be a mundane strike was, in truth, infused with the profound mysteries of the master-level Xuanwu Mad Blade technique. The blade, at the moment of attack, carried a tremendous surge of blade energy, rivaling the size of the great hand. With a resounding crack, the blade energy cleaved through the air, distorting the space around it, as though the very fabric of reality could not withstand the pressure and was on the verge of shattering. Just then, the earthy hand finally reached its destination. The momentum of the blade energy surged to its zenith. Then, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. Sizzle, sizzle. The sounds rang out continuously as the massive earthy hand was systematically severed by the blade energy, ultimately dissipating like smoke. At that very instant, Feng Shirlei spat forth a mouthful of blood. The earth's grasp was under his remote control, and with it shattered, his own body could not escape the repercussions, resulting in injury. My earth's grasp was shattered by a single stroke? How could this be? Compared to the physical wounds, the psychological blow to Feng Shirlei was far more crushing. He stared blankly at Li Suifeng, unable to accept the reality of what had just transpired. Not bad. Li Suifeng nodded, offering Feng Shirlei a commendation of the highest regard before stepping forward like a panther and delivering another strike with the Demon Hunter Blade. Feng Shirlei, struck by fear, instinctively raised his arms in defense. With 2 sharp sounds, his hands were severed by the blade and fell to the ground. Feng Shirlei knelt in agony, howling in pain. At that moment, Li Suifeng raised his blade once more, devoid of any mercy, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Replicating the scene of his previous attack, Feng Shirlei had already been eliminated. That was enough. A voice belonging to Hua Rongji rang out at an opportune moment, followed by 2 beams of green light descending. As a severed wrist and hand began to mend, Feng Shirlei's face turned ashen, like paper. He strained to lift his head, fixating his gaze on Li Suifeng, etching the image of his opponent deep into his soul. Stopping at such a critical moment? How tiresome. Li Suifeng scuffed, feeling that the vice principal was rather spoiling the mood. Nonetheless, he paid it no mind, sheathing the Demon Hunter Blade and turning to depart. Who are you? Feng Shirlei shouted in a frenzy. Li Suifeng continued walking, ignoring Feng Shirlei's words, and approached Yu and the others. My goodness! Yu, realizing the situation, was stunned, gazing at Li Suifeng with the eyes of someone beholding a monster. Li Gu, this guy is Feng Shirlei, the strongest in Linen Province. How could you treat him like a dog? I told you, Li Gu is invincible. Ma Zhanghao attempted to speak, but was silenced by Yu's hand over his mouth. All right, let Li Gu eliminate the other freaks first before we talk about invincibility. Woo! Ma Zhanghao blinked at Li Suifeng, his eyes pleading, Li Gu, save me. Li Suifeng chuckled at their antics, clapping his hands. Emerging cautiously from the outskirts was Yu Shanshan. Let me heal your wounds, Ma Zhanghao and Yu. Shanshan is here too. Yu and Ma Zhanghao exclaimed in surprise. In the distance, Feng Shirlei's pupils constricted repeatedly. Yu Shanshan was the first person he had pursued and attacked in the secret realm. How could he not recognize her? He realized that the boy who had defeated him, along with Yu Shanshan, Yu, and Ma Zhanghao, clearly hailed from Xiaonan province. It seemed there was only one student with the surname Li from this year's cohort in Xiaonan province. You are Li Suifeng. Understanding the truth, Feng Shirlei bellowed. Li Suifeng turned his head, speaking nonchalantly. The defeated dog should refrain from seeking attention. Had it not been for the vice principal's intervention, your head would already be severed. Feng Shilei's face twisted in fury, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Before long, the injuries of Ma Zhonghao and the others were healed. Li Suifeng then smiled and asked, "Are you two coming with me?" "Absolutely." Yu and Ma Zhonghao nearly broke into tears on the spot. After enduring for so long, they had finally found their big brother. The top 10 was now secure. Li Suifeng smiled faintly and looked up at the sky. At that moment, the poisonous circle had begun to shrink once more. Their location was no longer at the center. Perhaps soon, they would be outside the poisonous circle. Let us go to the center of the poisonous circle and see if the other brothers are still around. Li Suifeng beckoned to Yu Shanshan and the others, taking the lead. This time, there were over 20 students from the same province. After such an extended training session, many had undoubtedly been eliminated. Yet, some would likely remain. If they were willing to join the team, Li Suifeng, as the big brother, would certainly welcome them with open arms, provided it did not affect his ranking. As Li Suifeng and his group departed, Feng Shilei's injuries had nearly healed. He rose, determined to continue fighting. "Feng Shilei, you have already been eliminated." Hua Rongji's voice echoed in his ears. Feng Shilei gritted his teeth. "Vice Principal, I refuse to accept this. I want to fight Li Suifeng again. You will have ample opportunities to spar with him once the training concludes, but not this time." Hua Rongji's voice was gentle, yet undeniably firm, forcing Feng Shilei to lower his head in resentment. Who could have anticipated that Li Suifeng would emerge victorious? Although the victory was precarious, it was ultimately a triumph. Feng Shilei was no ordinary child. His talent and strength undoubtedly held the promise of a future challenge to the rankings of the storm. Yet now, he had fallen to Li Suifeng. Is it not a foregone conclusion that Li Suifeng will ascend to the ranks of the elite? Congratulations, Lao Su, on your promising protege. As the battle concluded, the various leaders within the training facility continued to discuss the recent clash with great enthusiasm. The bout between Li Suifeng and Feng Shilei was, without a doubt, the most thrilling spectacle among the numerous encounters in this training session, securing its place at the top. Both individuals are distinguished talents from their respective provinces. Their innate abilities and strengths closely matched. In a fair and impartial environment, they showcased their prowess, resulting in a dazzling confrontation. The sensation was akin to a collision between Mars and Earth, filled with fervor and grandeur. The leaders relished the memory of this battle, recognizing the boundless potential of both combatants, foreseeing a brilliant future ahead. Su Yan, with a cheerful demeanor, scratched his head. He had always maintained a low profile within the school, yet now his new apprentice had become the focal point of attention. While he felt joy, an immense pressure loomed over him. In this training session, Li Suifeng had undoubtedly emerged as the star, capturing the attention of all the leaders. Had he not taken on apprentice earlier, he would undoubtedly face fierce competition from others eager to claim Li Suifeng as their own once the training concluded. This realization weighed heavily on Su Yan, primarily out of concern that he might not adequately prepare his disciple for a bright future. It seems he must reduce his indulgences and devote more thought to mentoring his student. Su Yan silently resolved to focus on this matter. Chapter 62. You shall face me in battle. In the southern region of the toxic zone, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter stood armed. Two of his students sprawled lifelessly before him, their chests marred by bloody punctures, succumbing to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. Having eliminated two more competitors, he mused, "Surely I must have surpassed Wei Yunhuan by now?" He glanced at his wristband, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. Student Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter eliminated 53. Overall ranking 3. Top ranking Li Suifeng, second place. Wei Yunhuan, third place. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter. To his astonishment, the training leaderboard had refreshed once more. Not only had Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter failed to surpass Wei Yunhuan to claim the top spot, but he had also been pushed down to third place by the emergence of Li Suifeng. Who is this Li Suifeng? The first to make it onto the leaderboard since the training commenced? How did he suddenly appear and seize the first position? Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's expression darkened, frustration bubbling within him at the current standings. He looked skyward, noting that the area covered by the toxic zone seemed to have shrunk to less than 2 square kilometers. Students were scattered everywhere, some wary of one another, refraining from engagement, while others had already begun to clash vigorously. In certain areas, the chaos was intense, with more than a dozen students embroiled in the fray. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter had little interest in these skirmishes. He bellowed, "Li Suifeng, Wei Yunhuan, where are you?" "So, this Li Suifeng has reemerged?" Has he truly snatched my first place? Where is he? I must eliminate him. On a dirt slope at the northwest corner of the toxic zone, Wei Yunhuan, with skin as pale as paper and an effeminate demeanor, was seething with rage. To date, he had eliminated 64 competitors, believing this achievement would render him untouchable. Yet to his dismay, Suifeng had recently surfaced, his elimination skyrocketing, easily overtaking Wei Yunhuan. In a desperate bid to reclaim his position, Wei Yunhuan had been scouring the area for opponents to vanquish. No matter how hard he tried, his elimination count remained stubbornly below that of Suifeng, plunging him into a state of turmoil and irritability. Do you know where Suifeng is? As the toxic zone continued to shrink, Wei Yunhuan switched locations, defeating a student with his innate talent, then seizing the student's collar as he howled. The student, intimidated by Wei Yunhuan's imposing presence, trembled and pointed shakily in a direction. There was a group of people over there, and the leader seems to be named Suifeng. A group? The leader is named Suifeng? As we approach the final circle, Suifeng is still teaming up with others? Could it be that his astonishing elimination count is a result of teamwork? He is not acting alone? Here, I thought Suifeng was a super genius. It seems he is merely a weakling relying on the warmth of a group. Wei Yunhuan cast the student aside in a fit of rage and surged toward the indicated direction. In the heart of the toxic zone, flowers and grass swayed gently. A figure lay concealed within the foliage, resembling a corpse, too fearful to stir, even to breathe heavily. His name was Wei Rong, a student from Xiangnan province. Throughout this ordeal, he had encountered countless elite students, each time relying on his ability to feign death to evade danger. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind, suggesting a large group was approaching. Wei Rong's face paled, and he fervently whispered to himself, "Do not find me. Please do not find me." As fate would have it, the footsteps abruptly halted nearby. Wei Rong's heart nearly burst from terror. "Wei Rong, it seems Sister Shanshan was right. You really are hiding here." A familiar voice rang out unexpectedly. Wei Rong's terror transformed into shock. "You?" He rolled over and was met with the familiar faces of 11 students from Xiangnan province. Looking down upon him, upon seeing one of the faces, Wei Rong sprang to his feet, his expression alight with joy. "Brotherly, you are here too?" Although he was a master of disguise, he had been keeping an eye on the leaderboard and was well aware that Suifeng currently held the top spot. A veritable powerhouse. "Little Wei, your feigning skills are quite impressive," Suifeng remarked with a smile, surveying Wei Rong from head to toe. Wei Rong scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. "With so many monsters in this training session, if I hadn't played dead, I might not have made it this far. But Brother Li, how'd you find me?" Suifeng pointed to Yu Shanshan beside him. Yu Shanshan then explained the use of the heart of plants. Wei Rong understood, but then noticed that Suifeng's attire was decidedly unconventional, exclaiming, "Brother Li, what is this outfit you're wearing?" Unlike other students clad in combat uniforms or athletic wear, Suifeng donned black armor, a shiny golden helmet, and fiery red boots that flickered like flames, topped off with a flowing cape that seemed to swirl with a gust of wind. His ensemble was nothing short of spectacular. Some were gifts from brothers. Others were taken by force. Suifeng replied casually. After eliminating Feng Shirlei, he had swept through the toxic zone alongside Yu, Ma Zhonghao, and Yu Shanshan. Thanks to Yu Shanshan's heart of plants, he could easily locate nearby students. Any from other provinces were directly eliminated, while those from the same province were incorporated into the team. As their numbers grew, their collective strength surged, and their elimination efficiency skyrocketed. As the leader, Suifeng merely needed to finish off the stragglers, easily surpassing Wei Yunhuan to reclaim the top position. Thus far, their team had expanded to 11 members. As for his temporary gear, as Suifeng mentioned, some were taken from eliminated students, while others were willingly offered by new team members. With this impressive ensemble, Suifeng's defense, speed, and attack power had surged to an astonishing level. It would not be an exaggeration to say that should he encounter Feng Shirlei now, he could effortlessly defeat him with the enhancements provided by his gear. Wei Rong, still somewhat bewildered, nodded and pondered for a moment before asking, "Brother Li, are you planning to lead all the brothers into the top 10? "Of course," Suifeng answered confidently. "Then may I join?" A look of eager anticipation adorned Wei Rong's face. "Anyone from Xiangnan province can join. However, Wei Rong, this training session only awards credits to the top 10. You are the 12th to join us, and by the end of the training, You must voluntarily concede and relinquish the 10th position, Li Suifeng explained. Nevertheless, in the spirit of harmony and mutual assistance, the brother ranked 10th will share a portion of their credits with you once the training concludes. Wei Rong, you must consider this carefully. After listening to Li Suifeng's explanation, Wei Rong weighed the pros and cons. Given that this was a team endeavor, the credits to be earned from victory were indeed limited. Yet, it was certainly better than earning no credits at all, despite his current ability to lie low. As the poisonous circle continued to shrink, he would soon find himself with merely 100 square meters of space, surrounded by countless others. Where could he hide then? Did he truly possess the confidence to survive until the end of this chaotic battle? In a swift decision, Wei Rong declared, "Brotherly, I have thought it through. I want to join the team." "Very well." Li Suifeng patted Wei Rong on the shoulder. Meanwhile, within the physical training hall, the purpose of this training session was to stimulate students' potential through battles, skirmishes, and perilous situations, enabling them to temper themselves and grow stronger. Yet, Li Suifeng had formed such a team? Was he intending to dominate the top 10 with his members? If students could simply ride the coattails of the team to secure a top 10 position, would that not contradict our original intent? This Li Suifeng was truly acting recklessly. Initially, various leaders held a deep appreciation for Li Suifeng's abilities and talents. However, as he gathered more allies and revealed his ultimate goals, the school authorities could no longer remain composed. One leader, visibly agitated, turned to Hua Rongji and exclaimed, "Principal, do you not intend to intervene in Li Suifeng's outrageous behavior?" Hua Rongji chuckled helplessly. "When we established the rules for the training, we did not prohibit forming teams. Yet at that time, we had no inkling that Li Suifeng would become so audacious. As it stands, his team comprises 1/7 of the remaining students, while others form teams of only 2 or 3 members. How can anyone hope to compete with him?" The school leaders were extremely vexed. Hua Rongji sighed. "At this point in the training, altering the rules would be improper. We shall proceed cautiously and observe." The frustrated leader then turned to Su Yan. "Is this the excellent disciple you have nurtured?" Su Yan smiled awkwardly. "I never anticipated that a well-conducted training session would devolve into a farce due to my disciple." As time passed, the poisonous circle within the trial ground continued to contract, leaving a mere 500 square meters for movement. Out of 1,000 students participating in the training, most have been eliminated, leaving only over 60 remaining. In such a confined space, with so many adversaries, the students could not coexist peacefully and began to launch attacks on one another, igniting a chaotic melee. Amidst the fray, the towering Niodali, wielding a long gun, repelled a student with a swift strike of his weapon and bellowed, "Where is Li Suifeng?" "Niodali, are you also searching for Li Suifeng?" No one responded, but a sinister voice echoed around him. Turning to face the source of the voice, Niodali spotted a slender youth approaching with a smile. "It's you." A fierce determination glinted in Niodali's eyes. Although his primary target was Li Suifeng, he had long regarded Wei Yunhuan, who had managed to suppress him for so long, as a thorn in his side that he wished to remove. Now presented with an opportunity, Niodali tightened his grip on the gun, ever ready for battle. "Engaging me in combat, Niodali, would merely be a waste of your stamina. If Li Suifeng appears afterward and you are in a poor state, you may very well be defeated." Wei Yunhuan warned with a sinister smile. Furrowing his brow, Niodali pondered. Perhaps there was truth to that? Eliminating Wei Yunhuan could indeed secure second place, but Wei Yunhuan was no ordinary opponent. Engaging him would require all his strength, and even if victorious, it would come at a cost. When Li Suifeng eventually showed up, he would likely not be able to best him in a weakened state. Wei Yunhuan and Niodali were indeed present. Both were formidable foes. Should we not join forces to eliminate them? Voices echoed from the surroundings as more students noticed Wei Yunhuan and Niodali. Their bloodlust awakened. Those who had survived until now in the training were either stealthy or, for the most part, exceptionally talented individuals. Hailing from various provinces, they had experienced battles during the training, gaining vitality, spiritual elixirs, and other treasures, resulting in a significant enhancement of their abilities. Surviving this far meant they had endured countless trials, embodying the valor expected of martial artists. Even knowing that Niodali and Wei Yunhuan were formidable rivals, they felt no fear. Instead, they instinctively surrounded and approached them. Those who excel will surely attract the wind's ire. Both Niodali and Wei Yunhuan secretly set their sights on Li Suifeng, who ranked at the top. Yet, The disciples ranked below them were also targeting the trio. Wei Yunhuan, shall we temporarily join forces? Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter proposed, stepping closer. Wei Yunhuan replied with a smile. To conserve our strength for the final confrontation with Li Suifeng, I shall make an exception and cooperate with you this once. He subtly moved closer to Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, standing side by side. Just then, another voice rang out. I heard you were looking for me? Both Wei Yunhuan and Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, along with the surrounding students, instinctively turned towards the source of the voice. Before them, a team of 12 was approaching. At the center of the group stood a youth, surrounded by his companions. Clearly the focus of attention. Clad in black and gold armor, a silk spirit hat atop his head, his feet adorned with cloud-fire boots, draped in a luminous cloak, and wielding an ancient black blade, he advanced with undeniable flair. The sight was nothing short of magnificent. Both Wei Yunhuan and Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's expressions shifted. Their eyes filled with envy as they gazed at the youth. As the creme de la creme of the training session, they had eliminated numerous competitors and acquired only a handful of temporary equipment. Yet this youth? He was outfitted from head to toe in temporary gear. It was simply too lavish, too extravagant. In comparison, Wei Yunhuan and Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter felt like unsophisticated country bumpkins. Before long, the 12-member team arrived with great fanfare. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, enlightened, fixed his gaze on the dashing youth and asked, Are you Li Suifeng? The self-proclaimed number one sycophant, Yu boasted with pride in this training trial ground. Aside from Brother Li, who else possesses such striking looks? Though some might momentarily rival Li Suifeng in appearance, how could their aura compare? Wei Rong chimed in as the second sycophant. You two are exaggerating. My looks and charm are merely average, Li Suifeng chuckled lightly. The third sycophant, Ma Zhanghao, became indignant, exclaiming, handsome, tall, and possessing an ethereal grace is one thing. But Brother Li, you also embody the rare quality of humility. Not only in this training ground, but throughout the entire Wuji Academy. None can compare to you. You shall undoubtedly become the beacon of Wuji Academy, and we shall all worship under the radiance of your brilliance. Many students displayed expressions of astonishment. Shouldn't these three individuals, selected to join Wuji Academy, possess the pride of being exceptional talents? How is it that Li Suifeng has become the very embodiment of a sycophant? After exchanging glances, Wei Yunhuan and Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's expressions simultaneously darkened. The ostentation of his attire was one thing, but to have a throng of lackeys trailing behind him was utterly insufferable. Li Suifeng was truly insufferably arrogant. Just then, he pressed his hand down, halting several sycophants from continuing their flattery, and raised his demon hunter's blade towards Wei Yunhuan and the others. The sharp blade shimmered with a cold, glacial gleam, and he proclaimed with a haughty tone, We are already in the final circle. Let's not waste any more time. Come forth and face me in battle. In chapter 63, as he beheaded Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, the students united against him. What does Li Suifeng mean by this? Is he suggesting that he wishes to take us all on at once? How brazen. Damn it. I can't stand it. I long to bring him down. Initially, the students had targeted Wei Yunhuan and Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, but upon hearing Li Suifeng's arrogant words, they became infuriated, their faces aflame with anger and indignation. Wei Yunhuan and Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter glared at Li Suifeng with unrestrained fury. I need no one else to deal with you. Seizing the moment when the others were distracted, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter bellowed, bulldozing through several students like a tank, and charged at Li Suifeng with his gun raised. Swish! As he closed the distance, he thrust the gun forward, his weapon imbued with red vitality, the tip glowing ominously with a massive phantasm of a bullet. Li, be careful. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter has awakened an S-class alien bloodline. His vitality far exceeds that of ordinary people. Each of his strikes is devastating and cannot be underestimated. In that instant, Yu from the back shouted an alarm to warn Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng remained expressionless, and only when the massive phantasm approached did he draw his demon hunter's blade to counter. Jinyu Quangdao Ju. Whoosh! The golden blade aura resembled a crescent moon hanging upside down in the sky, instantly shattering the phantom of the gun and hurtling towards Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's face. My marksmanship has been broken? How can this be? Panic washed over Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter as he raised his gun to block the incoming blade aura. Clang! Though he managed to deflect the residual energy with his gun, the force behind it stirred his insides violently, leaving him in great discomfort. If he was not mistaken, Li Suifeng had just executed the Jinyu Guangdao Ju with remarkable finesse. But such finesse required mastery of the technique. Could it be that Li Suifeng has already reached such a level of proficiency with the Jinyu Guangdao Ju? In the physical training hall, the refined Professor Su Yunji of the swordsmanship department turned to Su Yin, his expression equally astonished. Although his disciple had employed the Jinyu Guangdao Ju multiple times, he had not been present to ascertain the true mastery of his disciple's technique. After several observations, he could gradually conclude that his disciple's swordsmanship had indeed reached an impressive level of mastery. Hadn't his disciple only practiced this technique last night? How could he have mastered it so thoroughly by today? The notion was utterly preposterous. Mastering swordsmanship is no trivial endeavor, especially for a normal person to acquire such skills. Relentless practice is essential. For techniques of this caliber, even those with exceptional talent need at least a year or two to reach mastery. Achieving such proficiency overnight, that is simply astounding, unbelievable. Could it be that my disciple is a natural-born swordsman, effortlessly grasping the art of the blade? Yet in the entire history of Wuxianovel, only 2 individuals have ever been born with such talent. Natural-born swordsmen and blade practitioners are indeed a form of innate talent. Such individuals are akin to prodigies, possessing an extraordinary understanding of a particular skill. What is incomprehensible to the average person, they grasp with ease and elevate to the pinnacle of excellence. After much contemplation, Su Yin believed his disciple might be one of these rare individuals, and his heart swelled with joy, though he restrained his emotions, fearing that his disciple's gifts might attract envy or even hatred from the other professors. I have truly unearthed a gem of unparalleled brilliance. Su Yin's heart raced with excitement. You wretched fool. In the trial grounds, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter gazed at Li Suifeng with a pale face. That last strike had not only harnessed his bloodline talent, but also infused the techniques of his Zhu Xie Gunfa. It was his strongest move. The absurdity was that his most formidable attack had been so effortlessly countered by Li Suifeng. This indicated that Li Suifeng's swordsmanship surpassed his marksmanship. I began training with a gun at the age of 8, vowing to pursue this path regardless of any awakened talent. Now, at 18, my marksmanship is unparalleled nationwide. How can I be outdone by this Li Suifeng? I cannot accept this. I cannot accept this. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's towering frame trembled, his resolve fracturing. He inwardly screamed, attempting to raise his gun once more. However, this time, Li Suifeng acted first. Whoosh! Despite being clad in cumbersome gear, Li Suifeng's speed was swifter than the wind. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, his demon hunter's blade descending ruthlessly towards Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's neck. No! Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter screamed in terror, realizing that the speed of Li Suifeng's strike was inconceivably fast, leaving him no opportunity to block. With a resounding slash, blood erupted as Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's body was sent flying, landing with his black long gun already slipped from his grasp. A gaping, horrific wound appeared on his broad chest, blood gushing from a gash, revealing his writhing insides. The excruciating pain elicited a wretched scream from Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter before he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the profound silence, Wei Yunhuan and the other students stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with astonishment. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter has been defeated? He was vanquished in but a single encounter with Li Suifeng? Was the gap between them truly so vast? What level of combat prowess does Li Suifeng possess to be so effortlessly overwhelming? Observing Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's unconscious form, Li Suifeng felt unfulfilled and turned to survey the other students. If you wish to enter the top 10, you best collaborate to take me down now, or you may find your chances slipping away. Li Suifeng's proclamation remained audacious, yet this time, no student felt humiliated. The sheer brilliance with which he dispatched Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter was too remarkable to dismiss. It was understood by all that Li Suifeng possessed the merit to be so arrogant. This fellow is too strong. If we do not unite, we stand no chance of defeating him. One student gritted his teeth, casting a meaningful glance at Wei Yunhuan. A clear intention of alliance evident. With Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's defeat, it was reasonable to assume that Wei Yunhuan, as the next strongest aside from Li Suifeng, would take charge. After all, he was the top scorer in the provincial examination and an S-class contract recipient, having firmly held the top position on the training leaderboard prior to Li Suifeng's emergence. His prowess could not be underestimated. Regaining his composure, Wei Yunhuan's expression returned to normal. Indeed, Li Suifeng's close combat ability is unmatched among the new students, but I am inherently strong against close combat warriors. You all go first. I shall seize the opportunity to take him down. After exchanging glances, the students formed a silent consensus, cautiously approaching Li Suifeng in a surrounding formation. Li Yi, they truly intend to shamelessly gang up on you. Are you sure you do not want us to assist? You called out, witnessing the unfolding scene. Li Suifeng did not look back. A bunch of worthless fish and shrimp. I can handle them with ease. You may simply enjoy the spectacle. Li Gu is invincible. Li Gu is imposing. Li Gu will surely prevail. Ma Zhonghao, brimming with excitement, raised his fist triumphantly. Yet, before he could utter another word, Yu and his companions hastily covered his mouth, exclaiming, "Cease your ill-fated predictions. Let us wait until brotherly triumphs." Chapter 64. If you've had your fun, then lie down. Rustle, rustle. The sound of footsteps brushing against the grass echoed continuously. A dozen students gradually surrounded Li Suifeng, each a prodigy from the Wuxian Academy, each harboring their own pride. Under normal circumstances, they would never resort to such an act of overwhelming the few with the many. However, today, due to Li Suifeng's overwhelming strength and their desire to secure a place among the top 10, they willingly set aside their arrogance and united forces. Kill! One student roared, flames erupting from his body like a dragon, surging towards Li Suifeng's chest. At that very moment, an array of elemental powers rained down upon Li Suifeng, accompanied by awakened superhuman talent, users charging forward in a joint assault. The atmosphere was thick with murderous intent, and Li Suifeng had undoubtedly become the target of their collective wrath. Just in time, Li Suifeng howled, activating the great sunlight, a layer of golden-red aura enveloping him. As he swung his blade, the golden aura melded with the blade's energy, radiating in all directions. A nearby boy, overwhelmed by the golden brilliance, had his arm severed in an instant. With a scream, he stumbled back, and as Li Suifeng prepared to pursue, a torrent of talents descended upon him, cascading over his figure. Clang! Clang! The cacophony of chaos filled the air. Yet, against all odds, Li Suifeng remained unyielding, as if untouched by the turmoil, advancing toward the injured student and delivering a fatal strike to his chest, incapacitating him. What the hell? Our abilities are utterly ineffective against him? No, it's the armor he wears that provides such formidable defense. It can withstand our talents. Damn it, this is utterly shameless. The students, initially bolstered by their confidence, found themselves in utter despair as their collective talents were thwarted by Li Suifeng's black armor. Again, Li Suifeng, somewhat intoxicated by the thrill, shouted at the surrounding students. The exhilarating sensation of dominating with superior equipment was too delightful, reminiscent of the euphoric experience of slaying foes in an online game through extravagant spending. Time passed, and Li Suifeng barreled through the fray, his equipment granting him an invincible edge, even when some students managed to evade their attacks. He utilized the power of the frenzied crocodile's skin to nullify the damage. Though he appeared to be on the defensive, he emerged almost unscathed, while those students who initially sought to grapple with him began to falter. With every swift stroke of his blade, another student fell. In just a few minutes, only a mere 5 students remained standing, while the rest were left utterly shattered. Our attacks have no effect whatsoever. How can we possibly continue? This is too unreasonable. I'm out. In a fit of despair, one student turned away, tears brimming in his eyes, preferring to become a recluse rather than face Li Suifeng in battle. In a distant area, Wei Yunhuan was left speechless. He had intended for Li Suifeng to become ensnared in a prolonged struggle before delivering a decisive blow. However, the formidable Li Suifeng, bolstered by his luxurious armor, displayed an astonishing combat prowess, akin to a colossal boss, annihilating the group of students within moments. I must act now. Hopefully, I can eliminate Li Suifeng. Anxiety gnawed at Wei Yunhuan, yet he swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a wave of blue energy. Something amiss. While Li Suifeng was reveling in his dominance, he remained ever vigilant of Wei Yunhuan. The moment he heard the sound of the air being sliced, he pivoted and executed a horizontal slash. The blade cut through the blue energy, but did not shatter it. Instead, the blue aura enveloped him like a shadow. In that instant, the world spun violently. Li Suifeng's vision blurred, and he was confronted by a towering gorilla, over 100 meters tall. Its fur was thick and bristled, its eyes larger than brass orbs, and its massive arms resembled mountains, exuding an overwhelming presence that made Li Suifeng's heart tremble. Where did this gorilla come from? Aren't there no beasts in the secret realm? What on earth is happening? As Li Suifeng stood in bewilderment, the gorilla let out a deafening roar and swung an arm down upon him. I'm done for. Li Suifeng's expression shifted dramatically. Faced with such a colossal creature, he felt a profound sense of insignificance, stripped of the will to fight. Wait, just moments ago, I was battling other students, and now suddenly this gorilla appears. Everything feels too surreal. Am I trapped in an illusion? In the face of impending doom, Li Suifeng surprisingly maintained his composure. Memories of his studies flooded his mind, and he quickly recalled a method to dispel illusions. Without hesitation, Li Suifeng raised the demon hunter's blade, but instead of confronting the gorilla directly, he aimed for his own neck. Swoosh! Blood sprayed forth as an intense pain surged through him, the disorienting sensation nearly causing him to faint. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld his own headless corpse gushing blood. The moment his head hit the ground, the surrounding scene shattered like glass, and the agony abruptly vanished. A blinding white light enveloped him, and Li Suifeng's consciousness began to awaken. Ha! Li Suifeng has fallen victim to my illusion. He will soon be entranced by the phantasm, plunging into unconsciousness. This battle is undoubtedly mine, Wei Yunhuan. I, Wei Yunhuan, am still the ultimate slayer. Onlookers, witnessing Li Suifeng standing in a stupor, were filled with dread. Brotherly, please wake up. Yu Shan. Is there any way to save Brotherly? Around them, Yu and others cried out in terror. Just moments ago, Li Suifeng had exuded an aura of invincibility. Yet upon contact with Wei Yunhuan's illusionary energy, he stood frozen, unable to respond to their calls. This is hopeless. Yu Shan's face twisted in despair. Her wind of revival could only heal physical wounds, lacking the capacity to mend the mind or dispel illusions. We'll have to take him down. Wei Rong roared in fury, charging towards Wei Yunhuan. If we can eliminate Wei Yunhuan, perhaps we can free Brother Li from the illusion. Yu echoed his sentiments, rallying the others to charge at Wei Yunhuan. Do you think you are worthy to play with me? Wei Yunhuan scoffed, forming hand seals as a massive cloud of blue energy enveloped them, rendering the group as motionless and dazed as Li Suifeng had been. Wei Yunhuan's illusionary talent was excessively potent at this stage. Li Suifeng and his companions lacked the means to break free from the illusion, all falling prey to it. Within the physical training hall, the expressions of the school leaders grew complex. On one hand, they hoped to eliminate some of the less capable members of Li Suifeng's team, allowing him to face some consequences for his reckless behavior. On the other hand, given Li Suifeng's undeniable talent, it seemed a pity to have him eliminated and miss the top 10 altogether. Su Yin, you've taken on such a treasure of a student. How could you not even teach him the techniques to dispel illusions? Zhao Wang's son questioned angrily, observing the scene unfold. Su Zhan Zito, I've only taken him as a disciple for a single day. Where'd I find the time to teach him all of that? Zhao Wang's son, did you not boast about your disciple's remarkable talent? How is it that he has merely squandered his time in training thus far? You've been meandering through school for so long. May I not indulge in a single training session? Zhao Wang's son retorted mockingly, while Su Yin, unwilling to be outdone, cursed in response. As their dispute escalated, Hua Rongji interjected, please calm yourselves. It appears that Li Suifeng is not quite right. Not quite right? Zhao Wang's son and Su Yin ceased their bickering simultaneously, focusing intently on the light screen. Through meticulous scrutiny, they discerned a flicker of emotion in Li Suifeng's eyes. Both exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes brightening. Had Li Suifeng managed to break the illusion? In the trial ground, Wei Yunhuan burst into laughter. Who would have thought that in this battle, it would ultimately be I, Wei Yunhuan, who triumphs? Observing the stunned students around him, he reveled in their bewilderment. Despite his pallid complexion, a result of prolonged exertion, and his waning vitality, his confidence was unshaken. You have withstood my illusion for so long. Your will is indeed commendable. But what does that matter? You shall still be eliminated. With no trepidation, he approached Li Suifeng, brandishing a small knife and aiming it at the latter's throat. However, instead of a gruesome scene of bloodshed, he was met with the painful sensation of striking an iron plate. Upon closer inspection, He found that the blade had merely left a white mark on Li Suifeng's neck, failing to penetrate his skin. Is his skin this tough? Wei Yunhuan pondered, momentarily stunned. Realizing that this scene might be captured by the school authorities, he grew frantic, launching a flurry of stabs. Clink, clink, clink. After a relentless barrage of strikes, the white marks on Li Suifeng's neck multiplied, yet his skin remained unbroken. While Wei Yunhuan's arm throbbed from the repeated recoil. Damn turtle, why is your skin so impenetrable? Wei Yunhuan roared in frustration. Just then, a voice cut through the chaos. Have you had your fun? Startled, Wei Yunhuan focused on Li Suifeng, whose previously vacant gaze now sparkled with unmistakable disdain. He has broken my illusion? How can this be? As shock reverberated within him, Li Suifeng spoke once more. If you've had your fill of play, then it's time to lie down. In an instant, the hunter's blade sliced through the air like lightning, and Wei Yunhuan's consciousness faded into oblivion. His head severed from his neck, rolling to the ground. Chapter 65. You are already surrounded by me. No one anticipated that Li Suifeng would shatter the illusion and turn the tables on Wei Yunhuan. At such a tender age, how could he possibly grasp the art of illusion breaking? Within the training hall, the school leaders, accustomed to the gruesome sight of Wei Yunhuan's decapitation, were astonished not by the bloodshed, but by Li Suifeng's astonishing ability to extricate himself from the illusion so swiftly. They recognized that when Li Suifeng killed, he aimed to sever heads rather than pierce hearts. He could cleave a person in two without breaking their limbs. There was not a hint of youthful naivety about him. He resembled a remorseless butcher. Perhaps it is the path of self-salvation, Su Yunji mused, stroking his chin. Given his current abilities, he could hardly mount much resistance within Wei Yunhuan's designed illusion. Resorting to self-salvation was likely the most pragmatic approach. That is truly remarkable. All warriors possess a survival instinct, and the more formidable they are, the stronger that instinct. To abandon a lifetime of cultivation and riches for the sake of self-destruction, even knowing it is an illusion, many would hesitate. A professor remarked in awe, this child, so young yet with blood on his hands, dares to turn the blade upon himself. If he were to join the military in the future, such fortitude could easily see him rise to the rank of a major. What nonsense about a major. Let's see if he can survive to the extraordinary realm first. Someone retorted sourly, not Xuanwu's son but Dai Yuan, a towering figure clad in a fisherman's hat. The school leaders exchanged incredulous glances at Dai Yuan. Was his comment not a tad excessive? Su Yen, seething with anger. Shot back, Dai, mind your words, or do not blame me for being ungracious. While he usually dismissed jibes about being a drunken scoundrel, he could not tolerate insults directed at his disciple. Realizing he had overstepped, Dai Yuan amended. Su Yen, I merely believe your disciple's temperament is too extreme. Individuals like him often offend others, whether in school or society. Let them offend. As long as his talent is sufficient, what do others' opinions matter? Su Zito, his gaze fierce. With my disciple's talent, anything below the dominator realm would be a failure on my part. Just keep your eyes open to witness. Dai Yuan's face flushed, and he fell silent. At that moment, Xuanwu's son pointed at the light screen. Li Suifeng is in trouble. Dai Yuan and Su Yin glanced up simultaneously, observing through the light screen that Li Suifeng was surrounded by a throng of students. It turned out that during the battle with Wei Yunhuan, the toxic zone had shrunk further, now covering an area of only 150 square meters. Excluding Li Suifeng's group, over 30 students remained, making the space increasingly cramped. Coincidentally, Li Suifeng found himself at the center of the toxic zone, and, as the students recognized him as the top contender in training, they gravitated toward him. Though they exchanged no words, they tacitly ceased their slaughter, fixing their gazes intently on Li Suifeng, their eyes akin to those of predators stalking their prey. With Yu and the others still in a stupor, Li Suifeng was now surrounded by foes. His situation appeared dire. Su Yunji expressed his regret. Li Suifeng's talent and strength had undoubtedly captivated him and all present. Yet, given the frequency of conflict, Li Suifeng's condition must surely be deteriorating. As the training session drew to a close, with so many students opposing him, could he truly survive until the end? Su Yunji felt a wave of pessimism, a sentiment shared by most of the school leaders. Only Huarongji remained hopeful, pondering whether this child might conjure yet another miracle. Meanwhile, within the trial ground, Why are you and the others still not awake? Li Suifeng sensed the approaching students encircling him. However, he paid them no heed, his focus resting on his day's companions. Alas, no matter how he called out, Yu and the others remained entranced, seemingly unable to escape the illusion. Hadn't I just dispatched Wei Yanhuan? Why does his illusion persist? That scoundrel! As Li Suifeng fumed, a voice suddenly chimed in. Are you Li Suifeng? Turning, he saw a group of 3 to 5 students approaching, led by a boy with a black mole on his cheek, wearing a malicious expression. You managed to take down Wei Yanhuan and Yoda Li. Indeed, you possess some skill. But now, with your companions incapacitated, how will you resist us? Surrounding this group were other students, forming teams of 2 or 3. Even behind and beside Li Suifeng, students were closing in. Li Suifeng frowned. Did they consider him an easy target, hoping to exploit his vulnerability? Seeing Li Suifeng remain silent, the boy with the mole taunted, Li Suifeng, if you surrender willingly, you may spare yourself some pain. But if you stubbornly resist, we will have no choice but to. Before he could finish, a flash of golden blade light sliced through the air. The boy with the mole barely had time to react before the blade energy struck him, sending him sprawling to the ground. Blood spraying as a gaping wound appeared across his chest, revealing stark white bone. The youth with the mole at the corner of his mouth emitted a piercing cry. His companions were momentarily taken aback, only to hear Li Suifeng, with a face full of disdain, remark, if you wish to fight, then do so directly. Must you prattle on endlessly? Several companions stood dumbfounded. You are surrounded by so many people, and you dare to blame us for being too verbose? Is this not an opportunity for you to surrender? Suddenly, the sound of air being sliced through echoed once more, as Li Suifeng arrived beside the mole-marked youth, brandishing his blade in a sweeping motion. The chilling sound of the blade slicing through flesh resonated repeatedly. One by one, students fell to the ground like mere weeds, letting out anguished wails. What is this? From a distance, the onlooking students were left in a state of shock. In but a single encounter, Li Suifeng had dispatched the mole-marked youth and his 4 companions. What manner of sorcery is this? Is he slaughtering chickens? Yet these students are no mere chickens. They are formidable experts who have made it to the finals. How could they fall so easily? As the stunned spectators remained in disbelief, Li Suifeng continued to dart through the fray, swiftly infiltrating another group of students, employing his sharp demon-slaying blade to efficiently eliminate several more. Hiss! Another group of students was eliminated, and, at last, the remaining students could no longer withstand the pressure. They gasped in horror, their eyes wide with fear as they stared at Li Suifeng. This individual is undoubtedly a superlative monster in this realm of trials. It is inconceivable that anyone could rival him. How did such a creature emerge among this year's newcomers? It is utterly unfair. Li Suifeng, hold on. We have no intention of opposing you. One student, visibly shaken, cried out desperately. Li Suifeng turned to regard him, his expression devoid of emotion. We have already reached the final circle. Do you still wish to coexist peacefully with me? The student was momentarily stunned. Indeed, it was the final circle, and only 10 could ultimately remain. What use is there in pleading for mercy? Everyone, Li Suifeng is too powerful. We must unite against him. The student suddenly realized, suppressing his fear as he rallied his companions. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a flash of golden brilliance erupted. In the next moment, the student's head fell to the ground like a soccer ball, his face frozen in that very expression of terror. His companions were utterly paralyzed with fear, and upon regaining their senses, they emitted screams akin to that of slaughtered pigs. Li Suifeng is no human. I'm done. I'm done. The cacophony of cries abruptly ceased as Li Suifeng's blade struck. As the once loud student collapsed, amidst a sea of terrified gazes, Li Suifeng surveyed all the students with a sinister smile. You are now encircled by me. Will you surrender willingly, or do you wish to be cleaved in twain?